King Von, When the Streets Became the Stage, a documented chronicle. The rain fell steady on that November morning in 2020, streaking down the windows of Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. Inside, doctors worked frantically to save a 26-year-old man who had been rushed through their doors with multiple gunshot wounds. His name was Davon Daquan Bennett, though the world knew him better as King Von, one of Chicago drill music's brightest rising stars. Despite their best efforts at 4:48 in the morning, Von was pronounced dead. The music industry mourned the loss of a talented storyteller. His fans grieved for an artist who seemed on the verge of superstardom. But for many families in Chicago, Von's death marked something entirely different. For them, it closed a chapter on years of terror, violence, and loss at the hands of someone they believed was responsible for multiple murders and who had weaponized fame to continue violence. This is not a story about redemption or wasted potential. This is not a tale of a troubled youth who made mistakes and found his way. This is a documented account of violence, system failures, and an entertainment industry that some argue profited from real bloodshed. The evidence for what you're about to hear comes from police reports, FBI documents, court testimony, federal indictments, and Bennett's own words captured on social media and in his music. Before we continue, it's critical to establish what can be proven versus what remains alleged or speculative. Bennett was acquitted of one murder charge in 2017. He was never charged in most of the other deaths discussed in this video. Many connections between Bennett and unsolved murders come from circumstantial evidence, social media posts, song lyrics, and analysis by online researchers rather than criminal charges or convictions. Where someone is never charged or is acquitted, the legal presumption of innocence applies. However, federal prosecutors stated after his death that had he lived, they planned to charge him in connection with the murder of F.B.G. Duck, and 6 men were convicted for carrying out that killing. What emerges is a portrait of a man who was charged in 2 murder cases, acquitted in one, and killed before facing charges in another, who turned his street experiences, whether lived or imagined, into chart-topping music, and who federal authorities believe ordered a killing that would destroy families and send 6 men to prison for life. Part 1. The Foundation of Violence: Understanding Chicago's South Side. To understand Davon Bennett's story, you first have to understand where he came from. Chicago's South Side has been shaped by decades of policies and practices that concentrated poverty, segregated communities, and created the conditions for cycles of violence that continue to this day. The Parkway Gardens apartment complex, located at 6400 block of South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, wasn't always known as O Block. When it was built in the 1950s, Parkway Gardens represented hope. Designed by architect Henry K. Holzman, the complex featured 35 buildings, 11 8-story high-rises, and 24 row houses spanning 13 acres. The buildings had modern heating, appliances, and elevators, luxuries many African-American families couldn't access elsewhere in Chicago due to discriminatory housing practices. Parkway Gardens was significant for another reason. It became the first cooperatively owned Black housing development in the United States. Middle-class African-American professionals managed the complex, and prominent figures like Mary McLeod Bethune spoke at its cornerstone-laying ceremony. Governor Adlai Stevenson II, Chicago Mayor Martin H. Kennelly, and both of Illinois's U.S. senators attended. The complex was meant to provide quality, affordable housing during an era when redlining and racial covenants severely limited where black families could live. Among its early residents was a young girl named Michelle Robinson, who would later become Michelle Obama, First Lady of the United States. But the dream didn't last. In 1972, Parkway Gardens Cooperative defaulted on a $13.8 million hard-insured loan. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development took control, and almost immediately, maintenance and investment declined. The buildings began to deteriorate. By the 1980s, the complex had fallen into such disrepair that when HUD foreclosed in 1986, the entire property, 35 buildings, was appraised at only $4.4 million. On March 11, 1987, it sold for $1 to the National Development Council. As the buildings decayed, gangs moved in. The 1970s and 80s saw Greater Grand Crossing, the community surrounding Parkway Gardens, become one of Chicago's most dangerous neighborhoods. The gangster disciples and black disciples fought for territory. The crack epidemic devastated families. Mass incarceration removed fathers and brothers from homes. Schools struggled. Jobs disappeared. The ladder to prosperity that Parkway Gardens was meant to provide had broken. Then, in 2006, something happened that would change Parkway Gardens forever. The Chicago Housing Authority demolished the Randolph Tower, known as the Calumet Building, at 6217 South Calumet Avenue. This 16-story red brick project had been the headquarters for the Black Disciples Gang. According to a 2004 Chicago Tribune article, drug dealers in the Randolph Tower were generating as much as $300,000 per day in drug profits. When the building came down, the Black Disciples needed a new base. They chose Parkway Gardens, which had traditionally been Gangster Disciples' territory. The result was catastrophic. Between June 2011 and June 2014, Parkway Gardens and the surrounding block experienced the highest number of shootings of any location in Chicago. The Chicago Sun-Times would later describe it as the most dangerous block in Chicago. In just 3 years, 19 people were shot and killed in and around the complex. Most were teenagers and young adults, some barely out of high school. The victims included innocent bystanders, gang members, and anyone unfortunate enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The violence was personal and localized. These weren't organized crime families or drug cartels. These were kids from neighboring blocks, killing each other over perceived disrespect. Social media posts, lyrics in songs. The territorial lines were drawn street by street. Parkway Gardens, renamed O Block after the murder of Black Disciples member O.D. Perry in 2011, was controlled by the Black Disciples. Just blocks away, at 63rd Street and St. Lawrence and Eberhart Avenues, an area that would be renamed Tuckerville after the murder of 15-year-old gangster disciple Shondale Tucker Gregory, the rival faction held territory. These kids could see each other's homes from their front porches, and they were killing each other with an almost casual frequency that spoke to how normalized violence had become. Community members described hearing gunshots every day, sometimes multiple times a day. Mothers stopped letting their children play outside. Young men couldn't cross certain streets without risking their lives. And into this environment, on August 9, 1994, Davon Daquan Bennett was born. Part 2. A childhood shaped by violence. Davon's father was Walter E. Bennett, known in the streets as Silk. According to family members and later interviews, Silk was himself a documented member of the Black Disciples with a fearsome reputation in the neighborhood around Altgeld Park. But Silk's life as a gang member meant constant incarceration. He was in and out of jail throughout Davon's early childhood, leaving the boy's mother, Tasha, to raise him mostly alone. Davon had 6 half-siblings from his father and 3 from his mother, growing up in a crowded home where resources were scarce and the streets were always calling. In interviews years later, Von would speak about his father with a mix of reverence and pain. Silk was remembered as a legend on the block, someone who commanded respect despite the lifestyle that kept him locked up. On July 24, 2005, when Davon was 10 years old, his father was shot and killed outside a skating rink. According to Von's uncle, in a later interview, Silk was targeted by a sniper, shot from a distance in what appeared to be a planned assassination. The loss devastated young Davon. Years later, he would tweet and rap about how he couldn't sleep after his father's death. On Twitter, he regularly posted tributes to his father on his birthdays, memorializing the man who had shaped his early understanding of what it meant to be respected in the streets. Von later told interviewer 16 shot visuals that he got involved in gang activity in 4th grade around 2006, when he was approximately 11 or 12 years old. His father had been Black Disciples. His neighborhood was Black Disciples territory. For Von, joining wasn't really a choice. It was inheritance, environment, and the path of least resistance all rolled into one. By the time Von entered Hyde Park Academy High School, he was fully immersed in gang life. Multiple former classmates would later state in interviews that Von regularly brought firearms to school starting around age 13. One associate, Chop Squad, who attended school with both Von and fellow Chicago rapper G Herbo, claimed that Von would show off guns in class. G Herbo himself would later rap about this in a collaboration with Von called FaceTime, saying that Von showed him a revolver during freshman orientation, an experience that led G Herbo to begin bringing guns to school himself. Von's adolescence was marked by constant conflict. He and his friends from O Block, kids with names like T-Roy, Duke, BJ, Big A, would start with fistfights at school, scuffles with rival gang members on the bus or in the cafeteria. But those schoolyard fights quickly escalated. Guns replaced fists. What started as teenage posturing turned deadly serious. Hyde Park Academy became a place where Von and his rivals from blocks like STL/EBT and Jarrow City saw each other every day, building grudges that would last years and cost lives. On one occasion, according to stories that circulated years later, Von did a shooting on prom night while wearing his suit. He had even tweeted earlier that day, warning people not to try him while he was dressed up. True to his word, when someone tested him, Von allegedly responded with gunfire. This recklessness and willingness to use violence at any moment would become his calling card. Von's first arrest came in August 2010, when he was 16 years old. According to court records, he committed armed robbery at 64th and King Drive at 12:45 p.m., pulling a gun on a victim and stealing their vehicle. He was arrested 5 minutes later. The charges were serious: armed robbery with a firearm, and Von faced 21 to 45 years in prison under a plea deal. As a juvenile, he was instead sentenced to boot camp, an intense military-style program designed to shock young offenders straight. He was released early, but would be back behind bars within months. Von's second documented arrest came in November 12 for unlawful possession of a firearm. He would be booked into Cook County Jail and spend time incarcerated between December 10 and March 12, about 15 months total. During this time, his best friend T. Roy tweeted calling for his release. The two were inseparable, partners in everything, according to those who knew them. But it was during his next period of freedom, from March 12th to November 12th, that something changed in Davon Bennett. Multiple associates and Von himself would later describe this period as when he transformed from a street kid into something darker. The deaths of friends, people like O.D. Perry, Patoon, and later White White, would turn him, in his own words, into a demon. Part 3. The Streets Run Red, Allegations of Early Murders. A critical note on evidence and speculation. What follows in this section are allegations that have never been proven in court. Bennett was never charged with most of the murders discussed here, and these cases remain officially unsolved. The connections between Bennett and these deaths come primarily from circumstantial evidence, the timing of social media posts, analysis by online researchers and gang historians, and song lyrics that Bennett himself later claimed were fictional. While this circumstantial evidence has been compiled by researchers and discussed in some police documents, it's important to understand that correlation does not equal causation, and tweet timing is not proof of involvement. We present this information because it's part of the public narrative around Bennett's life, but we clearly label it as unproven allegation rather than established fact. To understand the allegations against Von during this period, we need to examine what was happening in Chicago more broadly. The early 2010s saw the rise of Chicago drill music, a subgenre of hip-hop characterized by dark, aggressive beats and lyrics that described real gang violence in unflinching detail. Artists like Chief Keef, Lil Durk, and others from O Block were getting national attention for music that wasn't just entertainment. It was essentially real-time reporting of the gang war happening in their neighborhoods. Social media, particularly Twitter, played a huge role in escalating tensions. Gang members would taunt each other online, disrespect dead rivals, post their locations, and issue threats. These online beefs would quickly turn into real-world violence. Someone would tweet their location. Minutes later, shots would ring out. Then more tweets, mocking the dead, celebrating the kill, warning others they were next. Into this environment, Von became extraordinarily active on Twitter. Starting in June 12, his tweets from this period, many of which were captured before being deleted, paint a disturbing picture. Von would openly claim to be drilling, Chicago slang for shooting people, in the name of O.D. Perry. He tweeted about wanting to kill police officers. He warned people not to diss him and T. Roy. He claimed to shoot people like it's nothing. He said he'd been drilling since he was young. The timing of some of these tweets would become crucial later, when researchers and eventually police began trying to connect Von to specific unsolved murders. While Von was never charged in these early cases, online researchers, gang historians, and eventually police documents would connect him to several killings between 2012 and 2014. These connections came from multiple sources: the timing of Von's tweets, witness statements that didn't result in charges, and Von's own later references in songs after he became a rapper. One oft-cited example involves a man known as P5 or Crack, whose real name was Edric Johnson. On October 30th, 2012, which happened to be T. Roy's birthday, Von allegedly tweeted that he was drilling like OD and told people to check the stats. According to Chicago police reports, less than 30 minutes later, at around 9:13 a.m., P5 was shot multiple times in the 6200 block of South Eberhart Avenue. He was rushed to the hospital but pronounced dead at 9:54 a.m. Von's Twitter activity around this time was notable. Just 3 minutes before the recorded time of the shooting, Von tweeted, "Laughing my ass off," at 9:13, the exact time police recorded the shooting. Von tweeted about his gun making someone do 40 flips. Then, just after noon, he tweeted, "The early bird catches the worm." In the days that followed, Von's tweets became even more brazen. He tweeted wondering if he was messed up in the head and indicating he thought he'd gone crazy. 2 days later, he tweeted, "Damn, Modell got killed in October and crack. Who's going to get killed in November?" Stay tuned. Von was never charged in P5's death. No arrests were made. The case remains officially unsolved. The connection between Von and this murder is based entirely on the timing correlation between his tweets and the shooting. While the timing is striking, it's important to note that tweet timing alone is circumstantial evidence, not proof of involvement. The pattern, however, was unmistakable to online researchers paying attention. Von would hint at violence on social media, someone would die, and then Von would post again in what appeared to be celebration, using barely coded language. Another example involves a young man named Rodney Stewart, known as Boss Trell. On November 7th, 2012, Von tweeted about bodies dropping and beating cases. That evening, he tweeted that he was out sliding with T-Roy. T-Roy himself tweeted about going to get his gun. The following morning, the news reported the shooting of Boss Trell. The 17-year-old had been found with a gunshot wound to the head around 6:50 a.m. and was rushed to the hospital. While Boss Trell fought for his life, Von and T-Roy were active on Twitter. T-Roy tweeted "man down" only hours after the body was discovered. Von tweeted "struggle" and suggested people weren't dying on time. T-Roy mockingly tweeted, "No, Trell, stay alive." Boss Trell was pronounced dead that night at 11:30 p.m. The next day, Von took to Twitter to mock him further, tweeting that STL doesn't stand for St. Lawrence, but instead for steady taking L's. He told people, "Don't worry about who killed who, just be glad that you didn't get killed and shut up." Again, Von was never charged. The case remains officially unsolved. Some alternative theories exist. One suggests Boss Trell was killed by someone trying to retrieve a gun that had been taken. But regardless of the truth, Von and T-Roy's Twitter activity suggested they were at minimum celebrating the death, if not responsible for it. The pattern continued. In late 2012 and early 2013, Von's Twitter account was a running commentary on violence in Chicago. He'd tweet about being ready to shoot random people in traffic. He'd declare himself an STL killer, St. Lawrence killer. He'd reference specific murders and mock deceased rivals. He'd count bodies. And incredibly, no one seemed to stop him. This wasn't happening in the shadows. Von was broadcasting his alleged involvement in murders to thousands of followers. He was creating a digital paper trail that would later be analyzed, frame by frame, tweet by tweet, trying to piece together just how many people Davon Bennett had allegedly killed. Part 4. The Murders That Changed Everything. While Von was allegedly racking up bodies and tweeting about it, 2 deaths would have particularly significant impacts on his life and would later become key to understanding his story. The first was the death of Tony Dunn. known as White White. On August 8, 2012, Von and White White went to a convenience store together on East 63rd Street and South Martin Luther King Drive. Von went inside while White White waited outside. At approximately 11:30 p.m., a gunman pulled up and shot White White in the back. A police officer on the scene even returned fire, hitting the shooter, who managed to escape. White White was pronounced dead in the early hours of August 9th, Von's 18th birthday. This killing devastated Von. He tweeted numerous times about White White's murder, describing how he'd just bought White White a pill and gone inside the store only to come back outside to find a crowd surrounding his shot friend. At first, Von believed White White would be okay. When he learned his friend had died, Von's tweets became darker. He pledged to kill his enemies publicly. He said this killing was what led him to act out. Years later, Von would elaborate on this in his song Demon, saying outright that witnessing White White's death on his 18th birthday was what turned him into a demon. He rapped that after this, he and T-Roy would be doing hits back-to-back to avenge the loss. The second death that profoundly affected Von and would later become central to a police investigation was that of Gakira Barnes, known as K.I. K.I. was a 17-year-old gangster disciple from the STL/EBT faction, rivals to Von's O Block Black Disciples. The Chicago Sun-Times would later publish a feature article describing her as a female assassin in Chicago's gang war, comparing her to Snoop from the HBO series The Wire, a masculine female killer. Police suspected K.A.Y.'s involvement in multiple shootings, though she was never charged. Some investigators believed she was involved in the 2011 killing of O.D. Perry, the Black Disciples member after whom O Block was named, though this was never proven. Von and Key had an extensive, strange history on Twitter. Their first interaction occurred in September 2012, when Von tweeted about beating up an OPP girl on the train. K.I. responded, indicating she'd been injured but wasn't bothered because her gun would put holes in her ops' faces. What followed was months of back and forth that mixed genuine animosity with what seemed like flirtation. Von would ask K.I. if she was a gangster or a bitch. She'd say she was a gangster. He'd ask why he never sees her when he comes to her block. She'd say he could die just like White White. He'd warn her to kill him because he'd kill her if she didn't. Then, bizarrely, when K.I. tweeted asking for retweets if people thought she looked good, Von retweeted it. When K.I. tweeted that she'd beaten up someone from O Block and they should tell Von she's tough, Von replied that he could tell she was tough and jokingly asked if she was looking for a boyfriend. He began referring to her as wifey. In 2016, someone on the message board 4chan claimed to have hacked K.I.'s private DMs and published alleged messages between her and Von. According to these alleged DMs, Von had asked K.I. if she wanted to hook up. She replied she wasn't interested. Von said that when all of this is over, he'd have her. K.I. allegedly asked Von straight up if O Block was plotting to kill her. Von reportedly said yes. There were people looking to kill her, but he didn't think he could do it because she seemed cool. He even asked when she was going to stop gangbanging. K.I. replied she wasn't going to stop, calling Von a goofy and asking when he was going to stop. Von said he was gangbanging until he died. K.I. agreed, saying she planned the same thing. Whether these DMs were authentic is impossible to verify. But what is verified is that Von and K.I. continued their public Twitter exchanges for years, with Von seemingly both threatening and attracted to her. Then came April 11th, 2014. Part 5. The Gakira Barnes murder, a case that should have stuck. On April 11, 2014, 17-year-old Gakira Barnes was standing on a porch in the 6400 block of South Eberhart Avenue at approximately 3:30 p.m. According to the Chicago Police Department report, Barnes was with two other individuals when a man wearing a gray hoodie and blue jeans approached and opened fire. Witnesses described the shooter hopping out of a vehicle, catching KYY and the others about to shoot dice. They ran into a gangway, but the shooter kept firing. One witness reported hearing the gunman shout, "Yeah, bitch," as he fired at KY multiple times. She was struck 9 times. She managed to crawl to a nearby porch before losing consciousness. She was transported to a hospital where she died approximately 2 hours later. On April 29, 2014, at 12:15 p.m., Davon Bennett was arrested at 7807 South Paulina Street. He was charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a firearm in connection with Barnes's killing. According to Chicago Police Department documents released in July 2021, 7 years after the murder and 8 months after Bennett's death, 4 witnesses were brought in for identification. Witness 1 could not identify Bennett. Witness 2 pointed to Bennett but was unsure. Witness 3 claimed it was Bennett but couldn't make a positive identification. Witness 4 pointed directly to Bennett with confidence. Bennett was questioned about the murder and agreed to undergo a polygraph examination. The police had enough to believe they had their shooter. 4 witnesses, 1 positive ID, and Bennett in custody just days after the killing. But there was a problem. The witness statements were inconsistent. Some descriptions didn't fully match. There were discrepancies in the accounts of exactly what happened and when. And Cook County prosecutors made a determination. While they believed Bennett was the shooter, the inconsistencies meant they couldn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt at trial. The official Chicago Police Department document, released after Bennett's death, stated the investigation revealed that the victim was killed by Davon Bennett. The CCSAO, Cook County State's Attorney's Office, reviewed the investigation and concurred that Bennett was positively identified as the offender in the incident and felt that they would be unable to meet the burden of proof in court and formally rejected charges. The document continued. It should be noted Davon Bennett was charged with first-degree murder recorded under HX2 81542 in that he shot and killed Malcolm Stuckey, no IR, on May 29, 14. So police believed Von killed KI. They had witness identification. They had him in custody. But the case never went to trial because prosecutors didn't think they could win a conviction. Von was released on April 30, 2014, without being charged. Hours after KI was pronounced dead, on April 11th, Von tweeted that he loves his gang and they love him. Then people began confirming on social media that KI had been killed. O-Block veteran Jay Hood would reveal in an interview years later that Von came back to O-Block immediately after the murder and told him what he'd done. The day after the hit, fellow Black Disciple rapper Lil Reese tweeted Von's catchphrase, "You got to do your thing," seemingly a congratulatory post to Von, who replied, "You got to." Von later tweeted that he needs a real one. Over the next few days, Von delivered a flurry of activity on Twitter. He tweeted that his ops don't scare him and the whole gang war is funny to him. He said he'd lost a lot of friends, so his enemies must die in retaliation. He tweeted saying people wouldn't believe the things he does in the streets and that he'll never tell. He even copied KI's earlier tweet about people not getting the picture until you put them in the frame. Then Von posted something particularly incriminating. He tweeted asking if the streets could be his Valentine, saying they're tired of dying. This was one day before the anniversary of KI's death. The next day, he made a biblical tweet saying God told him to cut her off. At this point, Von would seemingly update his body count to 6, openly tweeting about homicide in the air and that he'd made 6 people extinct for playing hard. He tweeted that he put people's brains in their lap and asked followers if they'd still be there for him when he gets 100 years in jail. But Von's celebration was short-lived. On April 29th, 18 days after KI's murder, he was arrested. Despite the strong circumstantial evidence and witness identification, he was released the next day when prosecutors rejected charges. Years later, after becoming a rapper, Von would make multiple references in songs that prosecutors and analysts interpreted as admissions to Barnes's murder. In War With Us from 2018, he rapped, "Put a pretty op bitch in the morgue. Call her drop dead gorgeous." In GTA from 2019, he said, "Keep a strap like KI." In Cousins from 2019, he rapped, "I kill women and men. Can't tell the difference." KI's family received no justice. The person police documents identify as her killer never faced trial. He walked free and weeks later would be implicated in another murder, one that would finally land him in jail for an extended period. Part 6. The Malcolm Stuckey Murder, An Innocent Life Taken. On the afternoon of May 29, 2014, there was a birthday party at 5722 South LaSalle Street in Chicago's Englewood neighborhood. The house was divided into 3 apartments, situated a couple blocks east of Interstate 94 and 3 miles west of the Museum of Science and Industry. Malcolm Stuckey was a 19-year-old college student at South Suburban College. He was a basketball player. He worked as a janitor at the Museum of Science and Industry. According to friends and family, he wasn't involved in gang activity. He was simply a young man with dreams, working his way through school, playing the sport he loved. That afternoon, Malcolm planned to stop by the birthday party for his friend, we'll call him CJ to protect privacy, before going to play basketball and returning for food. He pulled up in his burgundy Pontiac Grand Prix around 6 p.m. Inside the party, tensions were already simmering. Davon Bennett had arrived earlier with a woman named Jasmine Mitchell. According to court documents and witness testimony from the subsequent trial, Bennett spotted 2 rival gang members at the party. He left briefly. CJ's mother, who was throwing the party, told police that when she returned home from work around 5:15 p.m., she saw her son with other people on the front porch. Bennett was there, chatting with party guests, when he spotted the rival gang members, identified in court records as Timothy Robinson and Marquis Carpenter. He took off. "Don't start no mess in my house," CJ's mother told Bennett. According to witness statements, Bennett replied, "I'm not on that." But he was on that. Bennett left the party and called a friend, Michael Wade, known as Big Mike, telling him to bring a gun. According to court testimony, Bennett also called someone at the party and told them to bring the children inside. At that moment, Malcolm Stuckey arrived. He got out of his Pontiac, planning to smoke a cigar before heading to play basketball. He had no idea what was about to unfold. At approximately 6:09 p.m., Bennett and Big Mike returned. They approached from an alley with guns drawn. Witnesses heard 14 to 15 gunshots. Timothy Robinson, one of the intended targets, started running. Bennett chased him, firing. Malcolm Stuckey, who had been standing on the sidewalk, was struck by a bullet that tore into his brain. He collapsed immediately. Bennett then chased Marquis Carpenter, who had been shot in the left leg and was trying to escape. According to Big Mike's statements to police, Bennett was yelling, "Why are you running?" as he pursued Carpenter and fired at him. Big Mike also opened fire, shooting approximately 15 to 16 rounds at Timothy Robinson, striking him in the foot. When the shooting stopped, Malcolm Stuckey lay dead on the grass between the sidewalk and the street. Marquis Carpenter had been shot in the face, suffering a broken jaw. Timothy Robinson had been shot in the leg and foot. Chicago police responded to the scene at 6:10 p.m. Malcolm Stuckey was pronounced dead at 6:09 p.m., the same time the shooting occurred. He never had a chance. Malcolm's 16-year-old cousin, Modell McGraw, would be the one to discover his body. The image would haunt him. Tragically, 6 months later, Modell himself would be dead, allegedly killed by Bennett and T. Roy in what appeared to be retaliation. Malcolm Stuckey's death was devastating to everyone who knew him. His friend, Deontay Willis, told reporters, "He was supposed to be on his way to see me. He had stopped answering his phone." Willis also spoke about the broader problem of gun violence in Chicago, saying, "It's everywhere. It can happen anytime. You learn to look over your shoulder." The murder weapon in this case tells its own disturbing story about gun trafficking. According to federal court documents in United States v. Smalley, the gun was a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun, purchased on March 29, 2014, exactly 2 months before Malcolm's murder, in Natchez, Mississippi. The buyer was Jonathan Smalley, who ran a gun trafficking operation that funneled at least 25 firearms from Mississippi to Chicago gang members between 2009 and 2016. 11 of these weapons, including the one that killed Malcolm Stuckey. Ballistics testing confirmed the same gun was used in Malcolm's murder and in at least one other shooting shortly after, where Bennett allegedly fired it 12 times into another man who survived. Smalley would eventually be sentenced to more than 5 years in federal prison in 2018 for his gun trafficking operation. But Malcolm Stuckey was already long dead, another victim of easy gun access and a system that couldn't stop weapons from flowing from states with lax gun laws into one of America's most violence-plagued cities. Part 7. Justice Denied, the Malcolm Stuckey Trial. On July 20, 2014, at 3:06 p.m., Michael Wade was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder in connection with the shooting. 2 days later, on July 22, 2014, at 12:40 p.m., Davon Bennett was also arrested at his home and charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. Big Mike initially agreed to cooperate with prosecutors. He would testify against Bennett as part of a plea deal. This was huge for the prosecution. They had an eyewitness who was present during the shooting, willing to describe exactly what happened and Bennett's role in it. But the case would drag on for over 3 years. Bennett was held in Cook County Jail from July 14 to December 17, awaiting trial. During that time, several things happened that would ultimately lead to his acquittal. First, witnesses became hard to find or their stories changed. In cases involving gang violence, witness intimidation is common. People fear retaliation if they testify. Some witnesses who initially spoke to police became unavailable or gave inconsistent statements when prosecutors tried to prepare for trial. Second, and most critically, Big Mike changed his mind. On October 23, 2017, Bennett was placed in a bullpen in Cook County Jail with Big Mike, another associate named THF Gucci, and an OPP from 051 Young Money who had a tattoo saying, "Fuck LA," a reference to the deceased L.A. Capone, a rapper affiliated with Bennett's faction. According to later accounts, Big Mike helped Bennett slip his arm out of handcuffs, and Von attacked the rival, with Gucci joining in by kicking him while he was still restrained. This incident seemed to solidify the bond between Bennett and Big Mike. When it came time for trial, Big Mike withdrew his cooperation agreement. He refused to testify against Bennett. This was catastrophic for prosecutors. Without Big Mike's testimony, and with other witnesses unable or unwilling to provide consistent accounts, prosecutors lacked the evidence needed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Bennett was the shooter. The defense could argue that Big Mike was the primary shooter, and Bennett might not have even fired his weapon, or that the shooting happened too chaotically for anyone to know exactly who shot Malcolm Stuckey. On December 6, 2017, after more than 3 years in jail awaiting trial, Davon Bennett was acquitted of all charges related to Malcolm Stuckey's death. Big Mike, however, was not so fortunate. He was convicted of aggravated battery with a firearm for shooting Timothy Robinson. He received a 16-year sentence for that crime, but because he backed out of his cooperation agreement with prosecutors, he received an additional 12 years, a total of 28 years in prison. Michael Wade will spend decades behind bars. Davon Bennett walked free. Malcolm Stuckey's family was devastated. Their son, a college student with no gang affiliations who simply stopped by a friend's birthday party, was dead, and the man they believed killed him, the man police and prosecutors believed killed him, would never face consequences. Years later, after Bennett became a successful rapper, Malcolm's family would publicly condemn him on social media. They watched as the person they believed murdered their son made millions of dollars rapping about the street life that took Malcolm's life. They saw him celebrated, given magazine interviews, featured on Billboard charts. Their son was in the ground, and his alleged killer was signing autographs. In later songs, Bennett would make what appeared to be references to the Malcolm Stuckey shooting. On a feature called What's Next by Jizzle Bucks, Bennett seemed to imply that Malcolm wasn't the intended target, but was a witness who had to be eliminated. The lyrics suggested Malcolm was simply outside on the sidewalk when the shooting occurred and had to be taken out because he saw what happened. This cold calculation that an innocent bystander had to die simply because he was present speaks to the level of violence Bennett was allegedly willing to deploy. Malcolm Stuckey was 19 years old. He was working, going to school, trying to build a future, and according to Bennett's own apparent admission in song lyrics, he died simply for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The Malcolm Stuckey case represents one of the clearest examples of justice system failure in Bennett's story. Police knew who the shooter was. They had physical evidence. They had witnesses. They had a co-defendant willing to testify. But witness intimidation, the chaos of gang violence, and Big Mike's last-minute decision to protect Bennett meant that no one was held accountable for taking an innocent young man's life. Part 8. From Cage to Stage, The Birth of a Rap Career. December 6, 2017. After 1,267 days in Cook County Jail, Davon Bennett walked out of the gates a free man. Video footage captured on social media showed him cutting off his ankle monitor, throwing up gang signs, celebrating his freedom. He had beaten a murder charge. He had escaped what could have been a life sentence. But the question was, what would he do with this second chance? According to Bennett himself, in later interviews with 16 Shot Visuals, the first thing he did after being released was meet up with his friend E-Dog from O Block. And what did they do? They went and bought a gun. At the time of his release, Bennett had no plans to become a rapper. In fact, he'd tweeted years earlier that if he ever starts rapping, people should kill the person closest to them because something wasn't right. Music wasn't his path. The streets were all he knew. But one person hadn't forgotten about Davon Bennett during his 3.5 years behind bars. Lil Durk, Dirk Banks, was by this time one of Chicago's biggest rap stars. He'd known Von since childhood. They'd grown up in the same neighborhoods, been part of the same circles. And Dirk had a vision. Dirk had been tweeting his support for Von throughout the trial, apparently calling him regularly and even helping provide money for a lawyer. When Von walked free, Dirk welcomed him with open arms. In interviews, Dirk would later say he saw raw potential in Von. He recognized that Von's real-life experiences in the streets gave him a level of credibility and storytelling ability that couldn't be manufactured. But Von himself later admitted that his initial interest in Dirk wasn't entirely pure. He told interviewers that at first he planned to hang around Dirk and rob people in his circle until he got to $100,000. That was Von's goal. Get $100 grand however he could, by any means necessary. After coming home, Von didn't immediately jump into music. He wanted to enjoy his freedom. Social media posts from late 2017 and early 2018 show Von posing in new clothes, flexing his newfound freedom, posting pictures on Instagram. His enemies, including people like FBG Cash, would leave threatening comments. But Von's friends were looking out for him, and no one was looking out more than Lil Durk. Durk was working on his 2018 mixtape, Just Cause You're Weighted, and that tape featured a track called Durk and Von Crazy. Soon after getting out of jail, Von found himself sitting in the back of Durk's car, previewing this future classic before its release. The song referenced Von's case, with Durk rapping that a witness went missing and now Von is coming home. Durk was clearly inspired by Von's return and wanted to help him transition to civilian life. They spent Christmas 2017 together, listening to classic Chicago drill anthems by L.A. Capone. In January 2018, Von was seen on social media walking through O Block, showing the world he was back in the streets, untouched despite everything he'd allegedly done. But Von's old habits died hard. In February 2018, he tweeted that he was riding around with a gun and weed. Then, on February 14th, the one-year anniversary of his friend T-Roy's death, Von was arrested at O Block. Police claimed he ran from them, threw a gun, and battered officers during the arrest. Body camera footage of this arrest later became public, showing an angry Von telling police with pride that he just beat a body and 2 attempted murders. Von's mugshot from that arrest circulated online, showing a furious expression, but he was out within days, tweeting that he believed cops had it out for him because he escaped the murder charges. He boasted that he would never let them get him. Still, even with these brushes with law enforcement, Lil Durk continued to invest in Von. They spent increasing amounts of time together, with Von making regular trips to Atlanta, where Dirk was based. Then, in February 2018, something significant happened. Von was reunited with another friend who'd beaten a murder charge, THF Beizhu, who had been acquitted of a 2014 murder charge for a shooting that occurred in 2009. Dirk saw an opportunity. He had two certified Chicago shooters who'd both beaten murder cases. Both had real street credibility. Both had stories that weren't fabricated or exaggerated. They'd lived every word they could rap. Dirk's plan wasn't for them to keep shooting. It was to transform these hardened street figures into rap superstars, to turn their real-life experiences into art, to make them the realest rappers who had ever rapped. Von started posting pictures in the studio with Dirk, hinting at an upcoming career in the rap game. On May 27, 2018, King Von and THF Beizhu released their first song together, Beat That Body. The title wasn't subtle. It was about both of them beating murder charges. Von's lyrics were shocking, essentially admitting to catching bodies, beating the cases, and planning to catch more. This song, with its brazen admission of violence, should have been a red flag. But instead, it became exactly what made Von's music irresistible to drill fans. Here was someone who wasn't just rapping about the street life, according to police documents and court records. He'd lived it. He'd been arrested for murder. He'd sat in jail for 3 years. He'd stood trial. And he'd walked free. The backstory was perfect. The credibility was unquestionable. And Dirk, according to later interviews, said people in Chicago instantly went crazy for Von's music. But Von didn't initially seem optimistic about his rap career. He barely promoted Beat That Body and appeared to have no plans to give up his full-time role as an O-Block shot caller. Because even as Von was recording his first songs, violence continued to play out in the streets. And Von, according to various sources, remained plugged into the action. Part 9. The Songs and the Streets. Violence continues. While Von was in jail from 2014 to 2017, numerous people from O-Block and surrounding areas had been killed. His friend T-Roy, his partner in crime, his right-hand man, had been shot and killed in a convenience store on Valentine's Day 2017. Von's people posted Twitter tributes, and Von later opened up about the devastating moment when he got the news about T-Roy's death while locked up. Von took T-Roy's death extremely seriously. Even after becoming a famous rapper, he would threaten to kill trolls who DM'd him mocking T-Roy on his birthday. The loss of his closest friend seemed to fuel something darker in Von. A need not just for revenge, but for systematic elimination of enemies. After T-Roy's death, a new group formed in O-Block called Get Back Gang. This was a hardened crew of shooters whose sole focus was to get revenge, to get back for T-Roy and other O-Block members who'd been killed. Members included people like Muop, C-Thang, C-Murder, and others who would later become central to federal investigations. One person Get Back Gang allegedly killed was a man known as Can't Get Right, real name DeAndre Wallace. On June 15, 2018, around 9:50 p.m., Can't Get Right was waiting for food outside a store on the 400 block of East 63rd Street. Two people pulled up, waited outside, and when they spotted their target, they ran up and opened fire. Can't Get Right was killed. An innocent bystander, a man who was simply sweeping outside the restaurant, was also killed in the shooting. The shooting and immediate aftermath were captured on CCTV footage, footage too graphic to describe in detail, but which shows the calculated brutality of the attack. King Von was in Atlanta with Lil Durk's team when this murder occurred. But hours after the killing, Von went live on Instagram alongside Memo 600, mocking the murder in real time. They lit a blunt and said they were smoking can't get right, asking viewers what just happened. When people started commenting can't get up, the O Block crew seemed to find this hilarious. Von said it was 2 people down and they'd have to roll another one. They mocked the ops posting tributes to their fallen friend on Instagram. They joked about how the victim got a fresh fade from the gun. Von came back on camera saying can't get right, must have known he was going to die, and that no one would care, he's gone. Von's involvement in this killing is debated. He was in another city when it happened. But what's not debatable is his celebration of it, his detailed knowledge of how it occurred, and his apparent role as someone who ordered or encouraged these hits. Friends of Can't Get Right would post on social media that they believed Von paid for the hit. Only days before the Can't Get Right murder, Von had tweeted that you can only diss or smoke a dead person if you actually played a role in killing them. His celebration of Can't Get Right's death seemed to indicate he believed he had played such a role, whether by ordering it, financing it, or planning it. This would become Von's pattern. Violence would occur, and he would celebrate publicly while maintaining just enough distance to avoid direct culpability. He was in another city. He wasn't the shooter. He just knew about it. He just talked about it. He just rapped about it. And somehow, that was supposed to make it okay. On July 31st, 2018, Lil Durk's Only the Family Involved Volume 1 compilation album was released. It featured Von's song, Problems, a track entirely about Von having hitters who catch bodies for him. The song included an intro where Von shouted out, "Get back, gang." The lyrics described killing both targets and witnesses. Von rapped that killing was his hobby and that his loyal shooters were the ones catching bodies for him. A music video for Problems dropped on Von's 24th birthday, August 9th, 2018. It appeared on Lil Durk's official YouTube channel. Here was Von openly admitting in song format that he had people killing for him, and the music video was being professionally produced and promoted. The violence wasn't hidden anymore, it was the product being sold. Lil Durk was impressed with Von's murder raps. He tweeted that Von was next up in the rap game. Von responded by saying he'd soon drop music with Durk and that he was switching up, not associating with anyone he used to know. But even as Von laid foundations for a rap career, he couldn't stop being reckless. Around this time, Von appeared in a viral Instagram live clip training a small child on O Block to disrespect rival dead gang members and teaching the kid to shoot people in the head with a water pistol. Von was creating the next generation of killers, normalizing violence for children who should have been playing games, not being indoctrinated into gang warfare. Von tweeted about having killers around him and posted pictures of his whole crew. People would eventually annotate these pictures, speculating on how many people each O Block member had killed. The attention brought more police scrutiny to O Block. By late August 2018, Von was seen on Instagram Live observing arrests taking place on the block itself, joking that he had his shoes tied in case he needed to run. Part 10. A Violent Autumn, the Dooski and Wooski shootings. On October 9, 2018, Chicago rapper Dooski the Man, real name Dooski Chris, was shot in the head on the 5600 block of South Michigan Avenue around 3:50 p.m. The shooting appeared to be a drive-by from a passing brown vehicle. He died shortly after. The evening before Dusky's murder, Von had tweeted that there was a dark cloud over Chicago. A few days after Dusky's death, Von went live with Lil Durk, saying he was smoking Dusky, K.I., Tuka, and P5, a list of dead rivals that read like a scorecard. Only a week after Dusky's murder, on October 18, 2018, Von released a new song called War With Us. The track featured the lyrics about putting a pretty op bitch in the morgue, widely interpreted as a reference to K.I.'s murder. Von also said he was a hitman. Von ended the song literally describing himself as a professional killer, but Von's biggest target during this period was a gangster disciple from Tukaville named Wooski. Von and Wooski had been going back and forth since 2012. They'd traded threats on Twitter. They'd tried to catch each other at convenience stores. They'd argued about who had more bodies and who would die first. Wooski had also become a rapper, releasing a song called Computers at the start of 2018 that dissed multiple Dead O Block members, including Big A, J Money, White White, Chino, and O.D. Perry. Wooski ended the song saying they were hunting for the killers of Poppy and TB, murders allegedly committed by O Block's Get Back gang. The beef between Von and Wooski was incredibly personal. When Dusky, who was close with Wooski, was killed, Von and others from O Block FaceTimed Wooski, telling him they were going to catch him by surprise. Then came the plan. Dusky's funeral was scheduled for October 22, 2018. O Block knew Wooski would attend, so they allegedly decided to shoot up the funeral. On the afternoon of October 22nd, outside the church where Dusky's funeral was being held, a car pulled up. People jumped out and began shooting into the crowd, firing indiscriminately but looking specifically to kill Wooski. 6 people were hit in the shooting. Wooski himself was shot in the head, but miraculously survived. Von's Twitter activity after this shooting was telling. He tweeted comparing himself to Jesus. He tweeted, "Laugh now, cry later, and game over, we won." Fellow O Block shooter Muop retweeted and agreed. Over the next few years, Von would drop numerous disrespectful lyrics referencing the shooting of Wooski. In Grandson for President, he rapped that Wooski got shot in his head and now has to take medicine for his injuries. In GTA, he rapped, "Who shot Wooski? How would I know?" In Go and Get Him, he said he'd be at your funeral on time to give your mother a tissue. In Back Again, he literally said that he slides at funerals, shoots everyone outside, and that Wooski is going to feel this one, adding, "I bet Wooski's still twitching, he changed something different." These are some of the most disrespectful lyrics imaginable, but they also served as self-incrimination. Von was telling the world exactly what he'd done or been part of, and somehow no one stopped him. Wooski, despite being shot in the head at a funeral, is still alive today. He outlived King Von, just as he'd promised on Twitter back in 2012. But the fact that Von felt comfortable shooting up a funeral, a sacred space where families gather to mourn, showed how far he'd descended. There were no boundaries anymore, no sacred spaces, no lines he wouldn't cross. Part 11. The Atlanta Incident, when violence followed success. By early 2019, Von's music career was taking off. He'd released several songs that were gaining traction. Crazy Story, which would drop in December 18, was about to make him a viral sensation. Von was spending more time in Atlanta with Durk, enjoying the fruits of his early success. Then came February 5th, 2019, around 5:49 a.m. The location was outside the Varsity Restaurant in Midtown Atlanta. According to Atlanta Police Department reports and court testimony, an altercation occurred in the parking lot. The victim was 23-year-old Alexander Witherspoon, also spelled Weatherspoon in some reports. He was shot in the thigh and survived. Prosecutors alleged the incident involved robbery of approximately $30,000 in cash, jewelry, and the victim's vehicle. Surveillance cameras captured the incident. At a June 14, 2019 probable cause hearing, an Atlanta police detective testified that video showed individuals firing weapons. The detective stated that footage showed one person firing from a vehicle and another person on foot. 4 people were allegedly involved: Davon Bennett, Dirk Banks, Lil Durk, THF Bezos, and a 4th individual named Amir Helabanz Golston. The judge found probable cause and charged Bennett and his co-defendants with criminal attempt to commit murder, aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. What's particularly interesting about this case is the alleged involvement of Lil Durk's custom Jeep Trackhawk. Detectives claimed that video showed someone shooting from this distinctive vehicle, a camouflage-wrapped Jeep with a large 300 on the side that Durk was known to own. Durk had even posted clips of this car to Twitter with the caption, "Spin, spin," slang for doing drive-by shootings. Von himself had reposted these clips. The afternoon after the shooting, Von posted on Twitter with a handful of cash and a gun on the couch next to him. Later, he tweeted, "You never know who's going to snitch when the cops come." The next day, Von tweeted asking if you can be a killer and a good person at the same time. A few days later, on February 9, 2019, Von was seen in the background of an Instagram Live with rapper Asian Doll, talking to his friend on the phone, seemingly about the shooting. He appeared to be telling his friend that he made all the wrong moves and that the feds were now watching him. But Von wasn't too worried. On February 21st, he tweeted that he was ready to catch another body. The next day, he went live on Instagram with fans, showing off money from features, dissing dead rivals, and saying he wasn't a rapper, just a gangster who raps for the money. The Atlanta authorities were building their case slowly. On May 4, 2019, a massive force of over 30 Chicago police officers raided O Block to arrest Von. Dramatic footage shows him being tackled to the ground while an enraged mob of his friends accused the cops of stealing his chain. Police had to draw assault rifles to keep the crowd at bay. Von was transferred to Atlanta to face charges on May 17th. While he sat in jail, his music career continued to rise. On May 20th, Crazy Story 2.0 dropped with Lil Durk's verse. The remix was a huge street hit, reaching close to 100 million views on YouTube and landing Von his first spot on the Billboard Global 200 chart. Then, on May 11th, only a week after Von's arrest, something unexpected happened. The 4th person who'd been in the Trackhawk that night, Helabanz, was shot and killed outside a Miami nightclub before facing any charges. A Miami Beach spokesperson revealed he was wanted in Atlanta for attempted murder and armed robbery. On May 13th, THF Bezos was also arrested in Chicago, charged with being a fugitive from justice in connection with the Atlanta shooting. Lil Durk turned himself in on May 30th, 2019, doing a TV news interview where he said he was turning himself in to face the charges and that he was releasing a song called Turn Myself In. An Atlanta judge revealed they believed there was enough evidence to charge both Durk and Von with attempted murder. Dirk and Von appeared together in an iconic televised court appearance. Their defense team put forward a self-defense plea, suggesting the man who was shot actually initiated the altercation. After legal back and forths, Lil Durk was granted release on a $250,000 bond. Von was released on a $300,000 bond on June 22, 2019. Part of Von's bail conditions were that he and Dirk could not be around each other, as Von later revealed in a No Jumper interview. But they would still release music together, dropping Like That on July 9, 2019. Despite facing serious attempted murder charges, both Von and Dirk continued to rap about criminality. Von's lyrics still hinted at having killed K.I. and continued dissing dead rivals. The charges against Lil Durk were eventually dropped in October 2022. In January 2023, after Von's death, the District Attorney's Office filed a motion to dismiss all charges. The motion stated, "The facts of this case have been reviewed, and although probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision at this time is not to prosecute." Critically, the statement added, if co-defendant Davon Bennett, aka King Von, had not died in 2020, he would have been indicted for this incident. So once again, Bennett escaped consequences for his alleged actions, this time only because he'd be killed before facing trial. Part 12, Crazy Story, the song that changed everything. While Von was dealing with legal troubles in Atlanta, a song he'd recorded before his arrest was about to change his life forever. On December 6, 2018, exactly 1 year after beating his murder charge, Von released Crazy Story. The song was a storytelling masterpiece in the drill format. Von rapped an entire narrative about plotting an armed robbery on a rich drug dealer, using a woman to set him up. The robbery goes wrong when Von's ops catch him lacking, resulting in a shootout. The accompanying music video brought the story to life, with Von playing the main character and narrator. Von ended the song with what would become his iconic catchphrase. From 64th and from 65th, we not from 63rd, shouting out "O Block" on 64th and 65th King Drive while dissing his ops from 63rd and St. Lawrence/Eberhart. Dissing 63rd became a huge part of Von's brand. He later sold merchandise showing the street sign for 63rd with a big cross over it. The popularity of Crazy Story was explosive. It racked up 3 million views in a week. Today, it sits at over 69 million views on YouTube and has been certified triple platinum by the RIA. Von was on a high after the release, tweeting a picture with a caption about people seeing you shine and forgetting you're dangerous. The success of Crazy Story got Von significant mainstream attention. He'd already appeared on The Breakfast Club with Lil Durk in November 18, where Charlemagne the God asked him directly about his murder charge. Von, with Durk trying to help him navigate the questions, confirmed he'd beaten the case, but was coy about whether he actually committed the murder. He told Charlemagne he couldn't get a normal job in Chicago because he'd done so much dirt that he'd probably be killed on sight if seen working a regular job. Von's debut mixtape, Grandson Volume 1, dropped on September 19, 2019, while he was still in jail for the battery charge. He'd beaten up a man who called his girlfriend a bitch. The project landed at number 75 on the Billboard 200. Impressive for a debut from someone sitting in a jail cell. The mixtape featured What It's Like, an introspective track where Von opened up about life in the gang. catching people who killed his friends while in jail, and witnessing his friend D. Rose getting sentenced to 40 years for a 2014 murder. Vaughn said the cops who locked up D. Rose, C-Day, and Rondo Number 9 told him they were trying to catch him too, but they never could. Vaughn got out of jail on October 10, 2019, and immediately began promoting his music and announcing tour dates. He played huge shows with fans going crazy. His music was resonating not just because of the beats or his flow, but because people knew the stories weren't fiction. When Vaughn rapped about beating a murder charge, he'd actually beaten one. When he rapped about shootings, police documents suggested he'd been involved in them. The authenticity was undeniable and disturbing. Part 13. The Took Her to the O music video, foreshadowing FBG Duck's death. On February 20th, 2020, Vaughn released one of his biggest songs, Took Her to the O. It was another storytelling track with a catchy chorus where Vaughn shouted out, "O Block." But this time, the story was chilling. In the song and accompanying music video, Vaughn meets a woman who leads him to his rival, a rapper clearly meant to represent FBG Duck. Vaughn ends the song saying he shoots this Duck character, literally rapping that he killed him and left him on the curb. The music video reenacted the entire scenario, showing Vaughn shooting the Duck character dead. The day Vaughn released the video, he tweeted that everything he says in his music is made up and he's just rapping to make money for his family. But behind the scenes, according to FBI documents that would be declassified years later, Vaughn had allegedly put a $100,000 bounty on FBG Duck's head. This is where Vaughn's alleged behavior crosses from street violence into something more calculated and sinister. He'd achieved success. He was making money. He had options. But his compulsion to eliminate enemies, particularly FBG Duck, remained strong. FBG Duck, real name Carlton Weekly, was a 26-year-old drill rapper affiliated with Tuckerville, the Gangster Disciples faction that was O Block's main rival. Duck had known Vaughn since they attended Hyde Park Academy together. In 2014, Duck claimed on Twitter to have plotted to beat Vaughn up on the school bus. Their feud was over a decade old. Duck had also become successful in drill music. His 2017 single, Slide, brought him mainstream attention and earned him a recording contract with Sony Music. A remix featuring 21 Savage was later certified gold. Duck popularized the term clout in Chicago hip-hop, referring to himself as Big Clout. Duck had released diss tracks aimed at O Block, mocking dead members and challenging Vaughn and his crew. Vaughn had responded with Took Her to the O, essentially making a music video fantasy about killing Duck. The video got 1 million views in 24 hours. It would eventually be certified triple platinum. For Vaughn, the song and video weren't enough. According to FBI documents, he wanted Duck dead for real. Part 14, August 4th, 2020, the FBG Duck murder. On the afternoon of August 4th, 2020, 26-year-old Carlton Weekly was shopping in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. It was a beautiful day. He was at Oak Street, often described as the Rodeo Drive of Chicago, an upscale, high-end shopping district far from the violence of the South Side. Duck was with his girlfriend, Cachet Williams, shopping for his young son's birthday. Around 4:26 p.m., Duck was outside the Dolce & Gabbana store at the first block of East Oak Street. It was a public place, busy with shoppers and tourists. Duck likely felt safe in such an open, affluent area. Then two vehicles arrived, a silver Chrysler 300 and a black Ford Fusion. According to federal court documents and witness testimony, 4 masked gunmen exited the vehicles. They had been provided Duck's location and had driven 30 minutes from O Block to the Gold Coast specifically to kill him. The shooting lasted approximately 12 seconds. The gunman fired 38 rounds. Duck was struck 16 times and pronounced dead at the scene. Williams and another man, Davin Brinson, were shot but survived. Someone posted a 12-minute video depicting the crime scene immediately after Duck's death. The footage, too graphic to describe in detail, showed Duck writhing in pain on the ground in the final moments of his life. The brazen, broad daylight hit made international news. Reporters compared the killing to a Chicago mob boss hit from the 1930s. 7 minutes after Duck's death, King Von tweeted a goat emoji, seemingly congratulating himself or his crew for pulling off the hit he'd allegedly been plotting for years. This was possibly the 9th or 10th murder Von was connected to, depending on which allegations are verified. Perhaps realizing how obvious the timing was, Von tweeted the following day, denying involvement and saying everybody blames him for everything. He later tweeted that he and Duck had settled their differences before his death and suggested they were even going to make a song together. This appeared to be a transparent lie, an attempt to distance himself from the murder. But Von's music would tell a different story. The day after Duck's death, Von and Dirk dropped All These N-Hawks, a track without specific lyrics about Duck, but released as what seemed like a victory lap. OTF Duty Low would later release a song with Von, where they rapped about people getting killed while shopping, and Von giving out $100,000 to send his boys to do it. In Don't Miss with DQ, Von rapped that Duck got nailed. Even Lil Durk would later release a song called Should've Ducked, directly dissing Duck after his death. The murder of FBG Duck was prosecuted at the federal level under ROTCO statutes. On October 13, 2021, federal authorities arrested 5 individuals: Charles C. Murder Liggins, 32, Kenneth Kenny Mac Robertson, 30, Marcus Muops Smart, 24, Von's close associate, who appeared frequently in his social media posts, Christopher C. Thang, Thomas, 24, and to Carlos Los Offord, 32. A 6th defendant, Ralph Teasy Turpin, 34, was later added to the indictment. All were charged with murder in aid of racketeering, conspiracy to commit murder, and firearm violations. A 7th individual, Ezel Zel Muna Rawls, was believed to be involved but died on August 24, 2021, before he could be charged. The trial began in late 2023 and lasted over 3 months. Prosecutors presented extensive evidence. Surveillance footage from Parkway Gardens showing defendants entering vehicles just before the murder. License plate reader data tracking both vehicles from the South Side to Gold Coast. Cell phone records placing defendants at the crime scene. A shell casing found in the seized Chrysler matching casings from the crime scene. Testimony from cooperating witnesses with plea deals. One witness testified that Robertson told him Bennett had placed a $100,000 bounty on Weekly. FBI documents showing Bennett purchased $128,000 in diamond-encrusted O-block pendants from an Atlanta jewelry store, some before Weekly's death, some after. Photo evidence showing Marcus Smart with Bennett at the jewelry store on August 10, 2020, 6 days after Duck's murder. Bennett's music video took her to the O, showing him killing a character named Duck. On January 17, 2024, after approximately 16 hours of deliberation over 3 days, the jury convicted all 6 defendants of murder in aid of racketeering and conspiracy to commit murder. Most were also convicted of firearms charges. All 6 face mandatory life sentences without possibility of parole. According to multiple news reports, federal prosecutors stated that if Bennett had not died in November 2020, he would have been indicted and tried alongside the other defendants as the person who ordered the hit. Duck's mother, Lashina Weekly, cried and hugged family members as the verdict was read. She later told reporters, "When stuff like that happens to a good person, regardless of what somebody else thinks of them, it ain't gonna go unpunished. Knowing that they will not do that to another family brings me comfort, knowing they will not terrorize nobody else. They're done, the whole crew. O-Block and everything of it is done." Part 15, November 6, 2020, the final night. While King Von was allegedly orchestrating murders and achieving rap success, he was also feuding with another rapper, NBA Youngboy, from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The beef stemmed partly from Von allegedly having a relationship with the mother of Youngboy's child, a woman named Jania. Pictures surfaced of Von spending time with Jania, and speculations swirled about whether they'd created a sex tape. Youngboy responded by posting that he'd make sure his son grows up and sleeps with Von's daughter, since Von was trolling him with his baby mother. The feud escalated from there, with Von making threats and Youngboy's associate, Quando Rondo, getting involved. Von was also on again, off again with a female rapper named Asian Doll. Their relationship was tumultuous and public. When things were good, Von would show off gifts from her. When they were bad, he'd tweet about breakups. Asian Doll even ended up briefly connecting with NBA Youngboy during one of her splits from Von, which only intensified the animosity. On October 30th, 2020, Von released his debut studio album, Welcome to O-Block. The timing was notable. It was the anniversary of T-Roy's birthday and the anniversary of P5's murder. The album peaked at number 5 on the Billboard 200 and was later certified platinum. It contained some of Von's most revealing lyrics, including songs where he seemingly admitted to multiple murders. In Demon, Von rapped that he'd killed 7 people, saying, "Bodies, I got a few, 4 plus 3, 3 plus 2. Some interpreted this as 7 kills and 5 assists. In Armed and Dangerous, which opened the album, Von rapped that cops were onto him. In The Code, he rapped about splitting $100,000 with his team, the same amount FBI documents alleged he'd put on Duck's head. Von recorded a freestyle for LA Leakers where he rapped that he had 7 bodies. He did an interview with DJ Academics where, when asked about FBG Duck's death, Von slowly ate cereal while claiming to be hurt by it, an unconvincing performance that many saw as mocking. The album's success meant Von should have been celebrating. Instead, 8 days after its release, he'd be dead. On November 6, 2020, Von performed at Opium nightclub in Atlanta, celebrating his album release. After 1 a.m., his entourage left the club. Instead of returning to their Airbnb as planned, Von's vehicle diverted to Monaco Hookah Lounge at 255 Trinity Avenue Southwest. Von's manager, 100K Track, later told DJ Vlad that his team was blindsided by the changing plan. At approximately 3:23 a.m., Von and his crew arrived at Monaco. Quando Rondo and his associate, Timothy Lol Tim Leaks, were also present. Surveillance footage captured what happened next. Von approached Quando Rondo and struck him, initiating a physical fight. Von and others from his crew began beating Quando on the ground. Multiple people were involved, punching and kicking. Then Lul Tim, who was in a nearby vehicle, exited with a firearm and shot Von multiple times. Von was struck 5 times, 3 times in the back, once in the right groin, once in the left shoulder. Von's associates returned fire. One associate, later identified as Slutty, attempted to shoot Lul Tim at point-blank range, but his weapon jammed. 2 plainclothes Atlanta police officers working security nearby believed they were under attack and opened fire. In the chaos, 6 people total were shot. Slutty was killed by police. Another O-Block member, Mark Blakely, was killed, caught in the crossfire. Lul Tim was shot by Von's associates but survived. Another associate, Louis, was shot in the head by police but survived, though with permanent injuries he would die in 2025. Von's manager was grazed by a bullet but survived. Von was dragged to a waiting car by MUOP and other O-Block members and rushed to Grady Memorial Hospital. He was admitted in critical condition and went into emergency surgery. Despite doctors' efforts, Davon Bennett was pronounced dead at 4:48 a.m. He was 26 years old. Timothy Leaks was arrested on November 7, 2020, and charged with felony murder. However, on August 2023, all charges were dropped under Georgia's Stand Your Ground law. Prosecutors determined Leaks acted in defense of Quando Rondo, who was being beaten by multiple attackers. Surveillance footage supported this determination. The irony was stark. A man allegedly responsible for multiple deaths died when someone defended another person from his attack. The act was ruled justified self-defense. Part 16. The Aftermath, Retribution and Federal Charges. Von's death sparked immediate reactions. Friends and affiliates from STL/EBT, people whose friends Von had allegedly killed, posted tributes to their fallen ones, suggesting they were happy Von would meet them in the afterlife. Billionaire Black posted a picture of Modell McGraw. Someone who'd been shot alongside Modell posted a picture of FBG Duck. P5's cousin posted on Facebook that he'd been praying for the day Von would be killed. Crack's family posted their relief that their friend's alleged killer was gone. On Von's side, Asian Doll claimed to want to die when the news broke. Lil Durk mourned the loss of his twin. Even Drake posted a tribute. 12 days after Von's final tweet, someone took control of his account and released a statement thanking everyone who supported him. Von's funeral was held on November 14, 2020. Finding a funeral home willing to take his body was difficult due to fears of violence. When a location was finally secured, the funeral was announced with only 1 day's notice. Von was buried in Chicago, but being such a divisive figure, his grave would be disrespected by enemies for years to come. He was memorialized in a mural in O-Block, though it was later removed. The cycle of violence didn't end with Von's death. On August 19, 2022, 21 months after Von was killed, Quando Rondo and his cousin Saviaya Lulpab Robinson were at a gas station in Los Angeles. Multiple shooters opened fire on their vehicle, firing at least 18 rounds. Lulpab was killed. Quando Rondo survived. On October 24, 2024, federal authorities arrested Lil Durk on murder-for-hire charges. 5 only the family associates were also arrested. Kayvon London Grant, DeAndre Dontrell Wilson, Keith Jones, David Brian Lindsay, and Asa Houston. According to federal court documents, prosecutors allege Banks orchestrated the hit on Quando Rondo in retaliation for Von's death. Credit cards linked to OTF and Banks were allegedly used to book flights, hotels, and rental cars for the hitmen. The conspiracy allegedly resulted in Robinson's death when shooters missed Quando Rondo. If convicted, Lil Durk faces life in federal prison. The case is ongoing as of this writing. The man who helped Von become a rap star, who signed him, who promoted him, who collaborated with him, now faces spending the rest of his life in prison for allegedly ordering a retaliatory killing for Von's death. Part 17. The Victims' Lives Cut Short. This story would be incomplete without acknowledging those who lost their lives, the real human cost of the violence. Malcolm Stuckey was 19 years old, a college student at South Suburban College, a basketball player, and a janitor at the Museum of Science and Industry. He wasn't involved in gang activity. He stopped by a friend's birthday party to smoke a cigar before playing basketball. According to Bennett's own apparent admission in song lyrics, Malcolm died simply for being in the wrong place. He was shot in the head, and his family received no justice when his alleged killer was acquitted. Kakira Barnes was 17 years old. Whatever her alleged involvement in gang activity, she was a teenager shot 9 times and left to crawl to a porch before dying. The person police documents identify as her killer never faced charges. Her family never got closure. FBG Duck, Carlton Weekly, was 26, a rapper shopping for his son's birthday when he was shot 16 times in a coordinated assassination in one of Chicago's most affluent neighborhoods. While 6 men are now serving life sentences for his murder, federal documents suggest the person who ordered the hit and offered $100,000 for it never faced trial because he was already dead. Xavier Lulpab Robinson was 24 when he was killed in what federal prosecutors allege was retaliation for Bennett's death. Another victim of an endless cycle of violence. There were others. The 2 men wounded in the Malcolm Stuckey shooting, Alexander Witherspoon, who was shot and robbed in Atlanta, Can't Get Right, and the innocent bystander killed alongside him, Wooski, who was shot in the head at a funeral, and countless others affected by O Block's ongoing gang war. The victims of gang violence in Chicago are overwhelmingly young, black, and from impoverished neighborhoods. They're killing each other over territory that spans just a few blocks, over perceived slights, over social media posts, over songs. The zip codes where they're born essentially predict whether they'll survive to 30. These are communities that have been failed by decades of discriminatory housing policies, economic disinvestment, underfunded schools, and a criminal justice system that can't or won't protect them. The violence isn't random. It's the predictable result of systemic failures that concentrate poverty, limit opportunities, and leave young people with few paths forward. Part 18. The Civil Lawsuit and Industry Accountability. On October 9, 2024, FBG Duck's mother, Lashina Weekly, along with survivors Cache Williams and Davon Brinson, filed a wrongful death lawsuit. The defendants named include the 6 convicted men, the estate of Davon Bennett, Derek Lil Durk Banks, Only the Family Records, OTF, several major record labels, Alamo Records, Sony Music Entertainment, Interscope Records, Universal Music Group, Empire Distribution, the City of Chicago, Dolce & Gabbana, private security firms. The lawsuit alleges that Bennett and Banks profited off of Weekly's death through negligence and misconduct, and that record labels knew about Bennett's vendetta against FBG Duck and consistently sought to build a brand of violence and reality rap based on committing real acts of violence. This lawsuit raises important questions about music industry responsibility. Major labels signed, promoted, and profited from an artist whose lyrics appeared to describe and celebrate real murders. They distributed music videos that reenacted killings. They platformed someone that police documents and FBI files connected to multiple homicides. The suit argues these labels knew what they were promoting. They marketed Bennett's authenticity, his real street credibility, his actual criminal background. That authenticity was the selling point. But if the crimes were real and the labels knew they were real, what is their ethical and legal responsibility? The entertainment industry has long grappled with this question. How much are labels, streaming platforms, and media outlets responsible for the real-world consequences of the art they profit from? Where is the line between artistic expression and incitement to violence? Can you market reality rap when the reality includes actual murder? Bennett's career represents perhaps the most extreme example of this dilemma. This wasn't a case of an artist using violent imagery metaphorically or describing a past they'd left behind. According to extensive documentation, Bennett was allegedly actively committing or ordering murders while simultaneously rapping about them and profiting from those raps. His music wasn't art imitating life, it was life being broadcast in real time, with major labels collecting the revenue. The lawsuit seeks to hold these entities accountable for their role in allegedly enabling Bennett's violence by providing him with a platform, financial resources, and celebrity status that may have emboldened him and protected him from consequences. Part 19. System Failures. How did this happen? Bennett's story reveals multiple catastrophic failures in systems meant to protect public safety, witness protection, and intimidation. In both the Malcolm Stuckey and Gakira Barnes cases, prosecutors had evidence, but witnesses were too intimidated to testify or gave inconsistent statements. The criminal justice system cannot function when witnesses, often themselves gang-affiliated or living in gang territory, reasonably fear for their lives if they cooperate with police. Chicago has struggled to implement effective witness protection programs. The city's gang territories are small and overlapping. Moving a witness to another neighborhood doesn't help if gang members can easily find them. Federal witness protection is typically reserved for high-level organized crime cases, not street gang murders. Social media evidence. Underutilized Bennett openly posted content that appeared to reference or confess to crimes. His Twitter activity in 2012 through 2014 was a near real-time documentation of alleged murders. Yet these posts weren't effectively used in investigations until after his death. Law enforcement has struggled to keep pace with how gang members use social media. By the time police identify incriminating posts, they're often deleted. Even when preserved, establishing that a tweet at a certain time proves involvement in a crime is legally difficult. LMAO posted minutes before a shooting is suspicious but not proof of murder. Gun trafficking, the weapon used in Malcolm Stuckey's murder, came through an illegal gun trafficking operation that supplied 25+ firearms to Chicago gang members. Mississippi's lax gun laws and interstate trafficking mean that even with strict gun laws in Chicago, weapons flow freely into the city. The trafficker Jonathan Smalley faced only 5 years in prison, despite knowing his guns were going to gang members and being used in murders. The system punishes the shooters when it catches them, but does little to stop the pipeline supplying weapons. Delayed federal intervention. The FBG Duck case was only prosecuted federally under RICO statutes after Duck's death. Had federal authorities intervened earlier in Bennett's pattern of alleged criminal activity, lives might have been saved. Federal RICO cases are powerful tools against organized criminal enterprises, but they're typically reactive rather than proactive. Music industry accountability record labels profited from music that appeared to describe or celebrate real murders. Bennett's lyrics contain specific references that law enforcement and legal experts interpreted as confessions, yet he continued to be signed, promoted, and platformed by major labels. The industry's position is typically that they're promoting art, not endorsing the content of the art. They point to First Amendment protections and argue they can't be expected to police whether lyrics are true. But when an artist is connected to multiple murders in police documents, when lyrics match unsolved homicides, when music videos reenact killings, at what point does promoting that artist become complicity? Systemic poverty and inequality. Perhaps the deepest failure is societal. Parkway Gardens was built with good intentions in the 1950s. It was meant to provide quality housing during an era of discrimination. But decades of disinvestment, white flight, economic collapse, the crack epidemic, mass incarceration, and policy failures turned it into one of Chicago's most dangerous areas. Young people growing up in areas like O Block face obstacles most Americans can't imagine. Underfunded schools, few job opportunities, exposure to constant violence, normalized gang membership as the only path to respect or resources. When legal paths forward are blocked or non-existent, illegal paths become attractive or necessary. Bennett grew up watching his father cycle in and out of jail before being murdered. He attended a high school where bringing guns to class was reportedly common. He lived on a block that experienced the most shootings in Chicago. In that environment, joining a gang wasn't a moral failure. It was survival, identity, community, and the only power structure that seemed to function. This doesn't excuse the violence Bennett allegedly committed, but it provides context for how a 12-year-old kid becomes, according to police documents and FBI files, someone connected to approximately 11 murders by age 26. Part 20. The Legacy. What does King Von's story mean? Davon Bennett died at 26, shot outside an Atlanta hookah lounge after initiating a fight. The person who shot him walked free under self-defense laws, the only individual connected to Bennett's violence to successfully claim they were protecting someone else. Bennett's musical legacy is undeniable. Songs like Crazy Story and Took Her to the O are certified platinum. His debut album reached number 5 on the Billboard 200. He pioneered a style of drill music that was unflinchingly honest about street violence. His storytelling ability was genuine talent, but that talent was built on a foundation that police documents, FBI files, court testimony, and his own lyrics suggest included multiple murders. His authenticity, the quality that made his music so compelling, allegedly came from actually living the violence he rapped about. 6 men are now serving mandatory life sentences without parole for FBG Duck's murder. Federal documents suggest Bennett ordered the hit, but never faced charges because he was already dead. Lil Durk, who helped launch Bennett's career, now faces life in prison for allegedly ordering a retaliatory killing after Bennett's death. Michael Wade is serving 28 years for his role in Malcolm Stuckey's murder, while Bennett was acquitted. The cycle continues. Young men in Chicago are still killing each other over blocks, over disrespect, over social media posts. The conditions that created Bennett, poverty, lack of opportunity, systemic racism, easy access to guns, normalized violence, haven't changed. Bennett's story is not a cautionary tale about the streets claiming another young artist. The evidence suggests he wasn't an artist who happened to come from the streets. He was allegedly a serial killer who happened to be able to rap. According to extensive documentation from law enforcement, he allegedly killed before he was famous, continued allegedly ordering killings after achieving success, and used his wealth and platform to allegedly finance and celebrate violence. The Malcolm Stuckey family never got justice. The Gakira Barnes family never got justice. The FBG Duck family is suing for civil damages because criminal prosecution of the alleged mastermind was impossible. He was killed before he could be charged. The system failed repeatedly. Every failure cost lives. And when Bennett finally faced someone defending another person from his attack, that act was ruled justified. The only win for justice in his entire violent story. There is no redemption arc here, no change of heart, no lessons learned. Bennett used every chance he received: early release from boot camp, acquittal from murder charges, success in music, to allegedly continue or orchestrate violence. When he had wealth, fame, and options, federal documents suggest he used his money to place a six-figure bounty on a rival's head. The only certainties are the body count and the grieving families. Everything else is police documents, FBI files, witness statements, court testimony, and convicted co-conspirators serving life sentences. The evidence has been presented. The conclusions are yours to draw. Epilogue: a final note on true crime storytelling. This examination of Davon Bennett's case serves to educate about the real human cost of violence and the failures of systems meant to protect people. True crime content should never glorify violence or celebrate killers. Instead, it should illuminate how these tragedies occur and what can be done to prevent future ones. The families of victims deserve to have their loved ones remembered as people, not statistics. Malcolm Stuckey was a student with dreams. Carlton Weekly was a father shopping for his son's birthday. Gakira Barnes was a teenager, however troubled. Their lives had value that was stolen from them. For listeners and viewers of true crime content, it's important to remember that these are real people, real families, real grief. This isn't entertainment. It's documentation of tragedy and system failure that should inspire thought about how we as a society can do better. If you found this information valuable and want to support this channel's mission of educating about true crime while respecting victims, please like and subscribe. Take care of yourselves and each other. Bennett's story illustrates how violence perpetuates itself across generations, creating cycles that can span decades and devastate entire communities. His father was killed when he was 10. That trauma likely contributed to his own path into violence. He allegedly killed others, creating trauma for their families that may lead to more violence. His death led to alleged retaliation that killed Saviaya Robinson, creating more trauma, more grief, more desire for revenge. Each act of violence ripples outward, affecting not just the direct victims, but entire families and neighborhoods. Breaking these cycles requires acknowledging their complexity, Bennett made choices. He chose violence repeatedly, even after having opportunities to change course. He's responsible for those choices. Individual accountability matters, and nothing in this examination should be taken to excuse or minimize the harm caused by his actions. But his choices didn't occur in a vacuum. They occurred in a context of poverty, segregation, trauma, and limited opportunity that shaped what options seemed available. Understanding context doesn't mean removing responsibility. It means recognizing that preventing future tragedies requires addressing both individual choices and systemic conditions. The families of victims, the Stuckeys, the Barneses, the Weekleys, the Robinsons, deserve justice and closure. Many receive neither. The system failed them repeatedly. Better witness protection, more effective prosecution, and earlier intervention might have prevented some of these tragedies. The music industry needs to grapple with its role in promoting and profiting from content that documents real violence. The First Amendment protects artistic expression, but that protection doesn't eliminate moral responsibility for amplifying content that may fuel further harm. Record labels, streaming platforms, and media outlets all play a role in deciding what content receives promotion, investment, and mainstream visibility. Social media platforms need better mechanisms for identifying and addressing gang-related content that threatens or celebrates real violence while respecting free speech and privacy concerns. But ultimately, preventing future Davon Bennetts requires addressing root causes. No amount of policing or prosecution will solve violence rooted in poverty, lack of opportunity, and generational trauma. Real solutions require comprehensive community investment, quality education, available jobs, affordable housing, mental health services, and pathways to success that don't involve crime. If we're serious about preventing similar tragedies, we need to invest in communities before crises occur, not just respond after violence erupts. We need to treat trauma in children before it manifests as violence in adolescence. We need to create economic opportunities that make legitimate paths more attractive than illegal ones. Davon Bennett's story is a tragedy for him, for his victims, for their families, and for communities devastated by cycles of violence. May we learn from this tragedy and work toward preventing the next one. Thank you for watching this comprehensive examination of the Davon Bennett case. If you found this information valuable, please like and subscribe. Take care of yourselves and each other. Korea's death mall. 502 dead and 40 missing inside 2 dead and 40 missing inside high-end department store. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most devastating peacetime disasters in South Korean history, a story of greed, corruption, and unimaginable tragedy that unfolded in the heart of Seoul's most affluent district. This is the story of the Sampoong department store collapse, where a symbol of economic prosperity became a tomb for over 500 people in just 20 seconds. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this case involves real victims and grieving families. We'll handle this story with the respect and sensitivity it deserves while examining how such a preventable tragedy could occur. If you appreciate detailed, thoroughly researched true crime content, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing. It really helps the channel grow. Now let's step back to Seoul, South Korea, in the summer of 1995. Part 1. Seoul's gleaming surface. The summer heat hung heavy over Seoul on June 29, 1995. In the affluent Seocho district of Gangnam, the afternoon sun beat down on streets lined with luxury boutiques, expensive restaurants, and gleaming high-rises. This was the face of South Korea's economic miracle, a neighborhood that embodied the nation's transformation from war-torn poverty to Asian tiger prosperity in just 4 decades. At the heart of this district stood the Sampoong department store, a bright pink building that had become a landmark since opening its doors in July 1990. 5 stories of retail paradise rose above 4 basement levels, connected to a second wing by an elegant atrium lobby. The store's distinctive cotton candy pink exterior made it impossible to miss, a beacon drawing shoppers from across Seoul with promises of designer fashion, electronics, cosmetics, and fine dining. On this particular Thursday, the store was busier than usual. Despite the oppressive heat, approximately 1,500 customers and employees moved through the climate-controlled interior, browsing the latest fashions, sampling cosmetics, shopping for electronics, or dining in one of the 8 restaurants on the 5th floor. The Sampoong department store attracted roughly 40,000 visitors daily during its 5 years of operation, establishing itself as one of Seoul's premier shopping destinations. For most people inside the building, June 29th seemed like any ordinary day, albeit uncomfortably warm. The air conditioning had been mysteriously turned off, leaving shoppers and staff to endure the stifling humidity that characterizes Seoul's summers. Customers complained to store clerks, asking why such a prestigious establishment would operate without proper cooling. The employees, just as uncomfortable and confused, had no real answers. Management had made the decision, and they were simply told to keep working. 19-year-old Park Seung-hyun worked in the children's department on the 1st basement level. Even without air conditioning, she maintained her professional demeanor, helping customers select clothing for their kids, processing purchases, restocking shelves. It was just another shift in what she thought would be another ordinary day. Years later, she would recall that despite the heat, despite the minor inconveniences, life continued normally. Customers shopped, workers worked, the rhythms of commerce carried on. 18-year-old Yoo Ji-hwan, another store clerk, dealt with increasingly irritated customers who questioned why Sampoong, of all places, would have non-functioning air conditioning. Based on later testimony, employees working the floor that day weren't informed about the building's structural issues. The deliberate shutdown of the cooling units on the roof and management's attempts to reduce stress on the failing ceiling remained known only to upper management. Above her head, cracks were spreading like spider webs across concrete that could no longer bear its burden. On the 5th floor, where 8 traditional Korean restaurants attracted crowds with their ondol floor heating and authentic cuisine, diners sat cross-legged on warm floors, enjoying bibimbap and bulgogi, completely unaware that the floor beneath them was slowly giving way. The restaurants had been particularly busy for weeks, drawing customers who appreciated both the food and the commanding views of Gangnam from their elevated perch. Outside, Seoul throbbed with the energy of a city on the rise. South Korea had spent the past decade cementing its position as an economic powerhouse. The 1988 Summer Olympics had put Seoul on the world stage, showcasing gleaming infrastructure and technological prowess. In the years since, construction cranes had become permanent fixtures of the skyline. New buildings seemed to sprout overnight. The economy was expanding at breathtaking speed. But beneath this gleaming surface, serious problems festered. The construction boom that followed the Olympics had overwhelmed local companies, prohibited from hiring international contractors due to protectionist regulations. South Korean construction firms found themselves juggling too many projects with too little oversight. Speed and profit took priority over safety and quality. Corners were cut, bribes were paid, warnings were ignored. The Sampoong department store was a perfect embodiment of this dangerous combination of ambition and negligence. What looked from the outside like a monument to prosperity was, in reality, a disaster waiting to happen. Every structural decision, every modification, every ignored warning had been building toward this moment. The building had been doomed from its inception, and now, after 5 years of operation, it was finally about to fail in the most catastrophic way possible. But for the 1,500 people inside at 5:57 that evening, the danger remained invisible. The structural fractures spreading through concrete columns, the groaning of overstressed steel, the building slowly surrendering to forces it was never designed to withstand. All of this was happening beyond their awareness. They were simply going about their lives, making purchases, eating meals, earning wages, with no indication that they were standing inside what would soon become South Korea's deadliest peacetime disaster. Part 2. The Economic Miracle and its Dark Side. To understand how the Sampoong department store collapse could happen, we need to understand the context of South Korea's explosive growth in the decades leading up to 1995. This wasn't just a story about one corrupt developer or one poorly constructed building. It was a systemic failure born from a culture that prioritized rapid development over public safety, that valued economic growth above human life. The transformation of South Korea following the Korean War remains one of the most remarkable economic stories of the 20th century. In 1953, when the armistice finally brought an end to 3 years of devastating conflict, South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. The war had destroyed much of the nation's infrastructure. Seoul lay in ruins. Poverty and hunger were widespread. The future looked bleak. But over the following decades, South Korea underwent a transformation so dramatic that economists coined a term for it: the Asian tiger economy. Through a combination of authoritarian planning, export-focused industrialization, and heavy investment in education, South Korea began its climb from the ashes. By the 1980s, this once devastated nation had become a global manufacturing powerhouse, producing everything from ships to semiconductors to automobiles. The 1988 Summer Olympics marked South Korea's coming-out party on the world stage. Hosting the Olympics was both a point of national pride and a catalyst for massive infrastructure development. Seoul needed to present itself as a world-class city capable of hosting athletes and tourists from around the globe. This meant new stadiums, new hotels, new roads, new everything. The construction boom that preceded the Olympics was staggering in scale. Cranes filled the skyline. Entire neighborhoods were demolished and rebuilt. New commercial districts rose where farmland had been only years before. The government poured resources into making Seoul shine, and private developers rushed to capitalize on the opportunity. But this breakneck pace of development came with serious costs. South Korean law at the time prohibited foreign construction companies from signing contracts for projects in Seoul. This protectionist policy was intended to benefit local firms, but it had unintended consequences. Domestic construction companies suddenly found themselves overwhelmed with more projects than they could properly manage. The results were predictable. Quality suffered. Safety standards were ignored. Buildings were erected quickly and cheaply to meet impossible deadlines. Corners were cut at every stage of construction. Inferior materials were used. Structural specifications were ignored. Building codes existed on paper but were rarely enforced in practice. Corruption became endemic in the construction industry. City officials, responsible for inspections and code enforcement, found themselves in a position to demand bribes in exchange for looking the other way. Developers, eager to cut costs and speed timelines, were more than willing to pay. A culture of graft and negligence took hold, creating an environment where dangerous buildings could be approved and occupied despite obvious safety concerns. The broader South Korean culture of the time reinforced these dangerous practices. The nation's rapid development had created what some observers called an egocentric society, where individuals competed ruthlessly to privatize resources and maximize personal gain. The collective trauma of war and poverty had given way to a hustle culture obsessed with wealth accumulation and status. Success was measured in one and real estate, not in the safety or well-being of the community. This was the environment into which Lee Jun entered when he decided to build what would become the Sampoong department store. Lee embodied many of the traits that characterized South Korea's economic elite during this era. Documents from the trial and investigative reports reveal a pattern of ruthless ambition and a consistent disregard for regulations. When he looked at a plot of land in the Seocho district of Seoul, the evidence suggests he saw past the site's history as a former landfill with questionable soil stability. What mattered was its prime location in one of Seoul's most affluent neighborhoods, a place where a luxury department store could generate enormous profits. Lee Jun was the chairman of the Sampoong Group's construction division, a position that gave him significant resources and connections. He had built a business empire through a combination of shrewd investment and strategic relationships with government officials. When he looked at a plot of land in the Seocho district of Seoul, he didn't see a former landfill with questionable soil stability. He saw a prime location in one of Seoul's most affluent neighborhoods, a place where a luxury department store could generate enormous profits. The site had previously been used as a landfill, which engineering standards would typically flag as requiring extensive soil analysis and reinforced foundations. In the freewheeling construction culture of 1980s Seoul, however, such technical concerns could be, and often were, dismissed when financial incentives and political connections aligned. Lee Jun had the capital, the connections, and the determination to build something impressive on this spot, and the available evidence suggests he wasn't inclined to let geological complications interfere with his plans. The broader economic context made projects like Sampoong particularly attractive. South Korea's middle and upper classes were growing rapidly, and they had disposable income to spend on consumer goods. Department stores represented a relatively new retail format in Korea, offering a more upscale shopping experience than traditional markets. The success of early department stores had proven there was demand for this type of shopping environment, especially in wealthy areas like Gangnam. Gangnam itself was emblematic of the new South Korea. The area south of the Han River had been transformed from agricultural land into the most expensive real estate in the country. Luxury apartments, designer boutiques, and high-end restaurants catered to Seoul's newly wealthy. A large, prestigious department store in the heart of this district seemed like a can't-miss proposition. But the same forces that made the project attractive also made it dangerous. The pressure to build quickly and cheaply, the culture of cutting corners, the corrupt relationships between developers and officials, the prioritization of profit over safety. All of these factors would come together in the construction of Sampung, creating a building that looked impressive from the outside, but was fundamentally unsound. The Sampung story is often framed as the result of one man's greed and negligence, and while Lee Jun certainly bears enormous responsibility for what happened, the disaster was also a product of its time and place. It was the inevitable result of a construction culture that had lost sight of basic safety principles in the rush to build bigger, faster, and cheaper. It was the culmination of years of ignoring warning signs, of prioritizing economic growth over human life, of valuing appearance over substance. Other disasters had already provided warnings that something was seriously wrong with South Korea's construction practices. The Seongsu Bridge, which connected Seoul's Gangnam district to the rest of the city, had collapsed in October 1994, only 8 months before the Sampung disaster. 32 people died and 17 were injured when a section of the bridge suddenly gave way during morning rush hour, sending vehicles plunging into the Han River below. The bridge collapse had sparked public outcry and prompted some discussion of construction safety, but not enough to prevent what was coming. The underlying issues, the corrupt relationships between developers and officials, the culture of cutting corners, the lack of meaningful oversight, all of these problems remained unaddressed. And so when Lee Jun began construction on his department store in 1987, all of the conditions were in place for another catastrophic failure. Part 3. A building doomed from the start. The story of the Sampung department store's construction is a masterclass in how not to build anything, let alone a large commercial structure that would house thousands of people daily. From the initial planning stages through to the building's completion in 1989, virtually every decision made was wrong, and virtually every warning was ignored. Construction began in 1987, with the Sampung Group breaking ground on what was originally planned as a 4-story residential apartment building. The project was assigned to Woosung Construction, a reputable firm that had been hired to handle both the construction and project supervision. The initial blueprints called for a straightforward residential structure with 4 floors above ground and 4 basement levels. The design included proper load-bearing columns, appropriate reinforcement, and structural elements suitable for the building's intended purpose. But Lee Jun had other plans. Midway through the construction process, he made a fateful decision to completely change the building's purpose. Instead of apartments, he wanted a department store. This wasn't a minor modification. It was a fundamental transformation that would require extensive changes to the building's structural design. Apartment buildings and department stores have very different requirements in terms of open floor space, load distribution, and structural support. To accommodate his new vision, Lee Jun demanded significant modifications to the existing blueprints. Support columns needed to be removed to create the open floor plans necessary for a retail environment. Walls had to be reconfigured. The entire internal structure had to be reimagined. Perhaps most critically, Lee Jun decided to add a 5th floor to the building, taking it beyond its original 4-story design. The engineers at Woosung Construction immediately recognized the problems with these proposed changes. The building's foundation and structural framework had been designed for a 4-story residential building, not a 5-story commercial structure. Removing support columns would critically compromise the building's ability to bear its own weight. The load calculations would be entirely wrong. The whole plan was structurally unsound and potentially catastrophic. When the Woosung engineers raised these concerns and refused to implement the dangerous modifications, Lee Jun's response was swift and decisive. He fired Woosung Construction and hired his own company to complete the project. This move allowed him to circumvent the professional concerns of qualified engineers and instead impose his will on the construction process. Anyone who disagreed with his plans would simply be removed and replaced with someone more compliant. The new construction company proceeded to implement all of Li Jun's modifications, despite their obvious structural problems. Support columns were removed to make way for escalators. The fifth floor was added, and it didn't stop there. Li Jun continued to make changes as construction progressed, each one further compromising the building's integrity. The fifth floor itself underwent multiple transformations. Initially, it was supposed to be a roller skating rink. This designation was partly a way to circumvent zoning regulations that restricted pure retail development in the area. By classifying the fifth floor as recreational rather than commercial, Li Jun could sidestep certain restrictions. But he later changed his mind again, deciding instead to install 8 traditional Korean restaurants on the top floor. This final change had serious structural implications. Traditional Korean restaurants use a floor heating system called ondol, which involves hot water pipes running through a thick concrete base. To accommodate this heating system, the fifth floor needed an unusually thick concrete foundation. Instead of a standard floor, the restaurants sat on concrete that was 1.2 meters thick, roughly 4 feet. This massively increased the weight that the building's structure would need to support. But the problems went far beyond just adding weight. The entire building was designed using what's called a flat slab structure. This type of construction doesn't use the crossbeams or steel skeleton that would normally help distribute loads across the building. Instead, each floor is essentially a flat concrete slab supported directly by columns. This can work if the columns are properly sized and spaced, but it leaves little margin for error. Li Jun, in his quest to maximize open floor space for retail use, made another critical decision. He ordered that the diameter of the building's support columns be reduced from 80 centimeters to just 60 centimeters. That's a reduction from about 31 inches to 24 inches. This might not sound like much, but in structural engineering, such changes have enormous implications for load-bearing capacity. The reduced columns simply weren't adequate to support the weight they would eventually be asked to bear. To make matters worse, the spacing between columns was increased to 11 meters, about 36 feet. This maximized the amount of open floor space, but meant that each individual column had to support a much larger area of the floor above it. Fewer columns, each one undersized for its task, trying to hold up floors that were heavier than originally designed. It was a recipe for disaster. The construction company also used substandard materials. The steel reinforcing rods embedded in the concrete were thinner than building codes required. The concrete itself was of inferior quality. Every aspect of the construction cut corners, sacrificed safety for cost savings, and ignored basic engineering principles. As construction neared completion, Li Jun made one final modification that would prove to be the proverbial last straw. He decided to install 3 large air conditioning units on the roof of the south wing. Each unit, when empty, weighed 15 tons. When filled with water and fully operational, they were even heavier. These units were designed to cool the entire building, and their weight far exceeded what the roof had been designed to support. The installation of these air conditioning units demonstrated the utter carelessness that characterized the entire project. Instead of using cranes and professional equipment movers to carefully position the units, workers simply dragged them across the roof to their final locations. This created tremendous stress on the roof surface, literally gouging cracks into the concrete as the heavy equipment scraped across it. The damage was immediately visible, but no one seemed concerned. The final structure was a catastrophe waiting to happen, built on a former landfill, designed for one purpose but used for another. Support columns removed and undersized. Floors made heavier than intended. Materials below code specifications. Massive weights added to a roof that couldn't support them. Every single element of the building's construction was wrong. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire construction process was how it was allowed to happen. Building inspectors were supposed to ensure that structures met safety codes. City officials were supposed to enforce regulations. Engineers were supposed to refuse to sign off on dangerous designs. But at every step, these safeguards failed. Corruption played a central role in this failure. Lee Jun used bribes to get his building approved despite its obvious deficiencies. City officials accepted payments to look the other way. Inspectors rubber-stamped paperwork without actually examining the structure. The entire regulatory system that was supposed to protect public safety had been compromised by greed. 12 local building officials would eventually be convicted of accepting bribes in connection with the Sampung project. These weren't small payments. Some officials received as much as $17,000, a substantial sum in 1980s South Korea. In exchange, they approved modifications that any competent engineer would have recognized as dangerous. They issued permits for a building that never should have been allowed to open. When the building was finally completed in late 1989, it looked impressive from the outside. The distinctive pink facade gave it a cheerful, modern appearance. The spacious interior featured wide aisles, high ceilings, and an elegant atrium connecting the two wings. To the casual observer, it seemed like a perfectly normal, even upscale, department store. The building opened to the public on July 7, 1990. From the beginning, it was a commercial success. The location in affluent Gangnam attracted wealthy shoppers. The variety of stores and restaurants gave people reasons to spend hours browsing. Within weeks, the store was drawing an estimated 40,000 visitors per day. Revenue was strong. Lee Jun's gamble appeared to have paid off. But beneath the surface, the building was already showing signs of stress. Small cracks appeared in walls and ceilings. Floors sometimes made unsettling sounds. Vibrations from the air conditioning units could be felt throughout the upper floors. These were warning signs that something was wrong, but they were ignored or dismissed as minor issues. The building operated for nearly 5 years before its final catastrophic failure. During that time, it generated enormous profits for Lee Jun and the Sampung Group. Thousands of people shopped there. Hundreds of employees worked there. It became a landmark, a destination, a symbol of Seoul's prosperity. And all the while, the structural deficiencies that had been built into its very foundation were slowly worsening. Cracks spreading, columns weakening, the building inexorably moving toward collapse. Part 4. The Warning Signs. The Sampung department store didn't collapse without warning. In the months and weeks leading up to June 29, 1995, the building practically screamed that it was in distress. Cracks appeared and widened, floors sagged, strange sounds echoed through the structure. But at every turn, management chose to ignore these warnings, prioritizing profit over the safety of employees and customers. The first serious signs of trouble appeared in April 1995, about 2 months before the collapse. Cracks began forming in the ceiling of the 5th floor in the south wing. right where the 8 Korean restaurants were located. These weren't hairline fractures that might be dismissed as cosmetic issues. These were substantial cracks, the kind that should immediately trigger alarm in anyone who understands buildings. The restaurant staff noticed the cracks and reported them to management. The response revealed a troubling pattern. Instead of closing the floor for inspection or bringing in structural engineers to assess the situation, management simply moved merchandise and some equipment from the 5th floor down to the basement. The choice to relocate items while keeping the building operational suggests management recognized there was a problem serious enough to warrant moving valuable goods, yet not serious enough, in their judgment, to interrupt business operations. Over the following weeks, the situation deteriorated. The cracks didn't just stay the same size, they grew. New cracks appeared. The ceiling began to sag visibly in certain areas. Water started leaking through the cracks. These were all clear indicators of structural failure in progress, yet the store remained fully operational. Employees who worked on the 5th floor became increasingly nervous. Some reported feeling the floor move beneath their feet. Others heard strange creaking and groaning sounds coming from the structure itself. These are the sounds a building makes when it's under stress, when structural elements are beginning to fail. But management continued to assure workers that everything was fine, that there was no danger, that they should just keep working. Then came June 29th, the day the building would finally fail. That morning, the situation went from concerning to critical. The cracks that had been slowly widening over the past 2 months suddenly began expanding rapidly. What had been inch-wide gaps in the concrete became gaping fissures several inches across. The ceiling of the 5th floor wasn't just sagging anymore. In some places, it was visibly bowing downward. Store employees who arrived for work that morning were immediately struck by how bad things looked. The cracks were no longer something you might miss if you weren't paying attention. They were obvious, alarming, impossible to ignore. Several employees approached management with their concerns. The building didn't feel safe. Something was clearly wrong. Shouldn't they close the store, at least temporarily, while engineers assess the situation? Management's response was to close the 5th floor restaurants, but that was it. The rest of the store would remain open for business. After all, it was a Thursday, and Thursdays were typically busy shopping days. The number of customers in the building was unusually high. Closing the entire store would mean losing a day's revenue, and Lee Jun was not willing to accept that loss. By mid-morning, civil engineering experts were finally brought in to examine the structure. Their assessment was immediate and unequivocal. The building was in imminent danger of collapse. They recommended immediate evacuation and closure of the entire building. This wasn't a suggestion for some time in the future. They meant right now, immediately, get everyone out. But Lee Jun, who had arrived at the store after being notified of the situation, looked at the packed floors of customers and made a fateful calculation. The engineer's warnings pointed to imminent danger, but his actions that day suggest he either didn't believe the severity of their assessment or prioritized financial considerations above evacuation. The store was generating substantial revenue, and every operational hour represented significant sales. Based on witness testimony from the trial, he decided the building would remain open. Around noon, in an attempt to reduce stress on the failing structure, management made the decision to shut off the building's air conditioning system. This is why customers and employees that day found themselves sweltering in the summer heat. The massive cooling units on the roof were turned off, and the water was drained from them. This was meant to reduce both the weight and the vibrations stressing the roof. But it was far too little, far too late. The structural damage had been accumulating for years. The building had been doomed from the moment it was constructed, with undersized columns and removed supports. Turning off the air conditioning in the final hours wasn't going to save it. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, more ominous signs appeared. The fourth-floor ceiling, directly below the fifth-floor restaurants, was now sagging noticeably. The concrete was bowing downward under the enormous weight pressing on it from above. Management finally decided to close the fourth floor as well, but still kept the lower 3 floors and the basement levels open for business. 5 hours before the collapse, at around 1 in the afternoon, the first of several loud bangs echoed through the building. These weren't subtle sounds. They were sharp, explosive noises that startled customers and employees throughout the store. The sounds were support columns beginning to fail, concrete and steel giving way under stress they could no longer withstand. Each of these bangs should have triggered an immediate evacuation. But incredibly, management still did not order people to leave. Employees on the lower floors, who might not have fully understood how serious the situation was, continued working. Customers continued shopping. The store's PA system did not announce an evacuation. No alarms were sounded. Some employees, recognizing the danger, even without official instruction, began leaving on their own. They could hear the ominous sounds. They could feel something was terribly wrong. They trusted their instincts and got out. These people would survive. Others, following management's assurances that everything was under control, stayed at their posts. These would be the victims. Lee Jun himself, along with several other senior executives, left the building in the early afternoon. The timeline established through trial testimony shows they were present for the engineering assessment and departed shortly afterward. Yet no evacuation order was issued to employees or customers. The contrast between their departure and the continued operation of the store below became one of the most disturbing aspects of the disaster. Those with the authority to order an evacuation and ensure everyone's safe exit instead chose to leave without doing so. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the building was still operating. The lower floors were still full of customers. Employees were still at their registers and departments, and the structure was entering its final hour of existence. Witnesses later described hearing what sounded like small explosions or gunshots in the hour before the collapse. These were support columns failing one after another, the building's structural system beginning a cascading failure that would soon become catastrophic. Each failing column transferred more stress to the remaining columns, which were already inadequate for the loads they were bearing. At 5:47, just 10 minutes before the collapse, workers throughout the building heard a sound unlike anything before, a deep, resonant groan that seemed to come from the building itself. The structure was screaming its distress. Some people finally understood that they needed to get out immediately. A rush toward exits began. But for most of the 1,500 people still in the building, there simply wasn't enough time. At 5:50 in the evening, alarms finally began sounding throughout the store. Automated fire alarms had been triggered by the building's movements. A recorded announcement told people to evacuate immediately. But the warning came just 7 minutes before the building would collapse. 7 minutes for 1,500 people to realize the danger, stop what they were doing, and make it to exits and downstairs to safety. It wasn't enough time. Not nearly enough. Part 5. 20 Seconds of Hell. 5:57 on the evening of June 29, 1995. For 1,500 people inside the Sampung department store, the world was about to end in the most terrifying way imaginable. The collapse didn't begin with a single catastrophic failure. It was the culmination of a cascade that had been building for the past several hours, indeed for the past several years. But when the final failure came, it was sudden, violent, and complete. The initiating event was the complete separation of Column 5E from the fifth-floor slab. This column, located in the center of the south wing, had been showing signs of critical stress for hours. The cracks at its base had widened throughout the day. The concrete had been crumbling. And now, at 5:57, it finally gave way completely. When a support column fails in a flat slab structure like Sampung, the results are catastrophic. Without the column to support it, the concrete slab above begins to fall. But it doesn't fall cleanly. The concrete around where the column was attached experiences what engineers call punching shear failure. Essentially, the column punches through the floor slab like a fist through paper. The moment Column 5E failed, the portion of the fifth floor it had been supporting dropped. This wasn't a slow settling. It was a sudden, violent drop of several feet. The impact sent shockwaves through the rest of the structure, and more critically, it transferred all of the weight that Column 5E had been carrying onto the surrounding columns. Those surrounding columns were already operating at or beyond their design capacity. They were undersized for their task. They had been weakened by years of stress and by the constant vibration from the air conditioning units. Now suddenly, they were being asked to support not just their original load, but the additional load from the failed column. They couldn't do it. Within seconds, these columns also began to fail. As each one gave way, it transferred its load to the next column, creating a cascading failure that rippled outward from the initial failure point. It was like watching dominoes fall, except each domino was a massive concrete column, and each fall dropped another section of floor. The fifth floor collapsed first, dropping into the fourth floor. The combined weight of both floors, along with the momentum of the falling concrete, was more than the fourth floor could bear. It failed almost instantly, collapsing onto the third floor. Then the third floor gave way, dropping into the second, then the second into the first. Each floor pancaking onto the one below in rapid succession. The entire process took approximately 20 seconds from the initial column failure to the final settling of debris in the basement. 20 seconds during which 5 floors of reinforced concrete, steel, furniture, fixtures, merchandise, and most horrifyingly, people, collapsed in a progressive implosion. Survivors who made it out would later describe the sound as unlike anything they had ever experienced. A deafening roar that combined the cracking of concrete, the screaming of twisted metal, the explosion of shattering glass, and the desperate screams of those caught in the collapse. The noise was so loud that it could be heard blocks away, drawing people out of their homes and businesses to see what had happened. The collapse was visible from outside the building. Witnesses watched in horror as the center of the south wing simply dropped, the floors pancaking down into the basement in a massive cloud of dust and debris. The pink exterior walls initially remained standing, creating the surreal image of a building facade with nothing behind it. Then these too began to crumble and fall. Inside the building, for those who survived the initial collapse, the experience was nightmarish. The world literally fell out from under them. Everything that had been solid became chaos. The lights went out immediately. The air filled with choking dust. The sounds of screaming and the groaning of settling debris filled the darkness. Choi Myung-sok, who had been on one of the lower floors, later described the experience. One moment he was going about his business. The next, the floor dropped beneath him and everything went dark. He felt himself falling, surrounded by debris and dust. When the movement stopped and he could think again, he found himself pinned in a small pocket of space, surrounded by concrete and twisted metal, unable to see anything in the complete darkness. For Park Seung-hyun, working in the children's department in the first basement level, the collapse came as a sudden, violent impact from above. The ceiling came down on the floor she was standing on. She was buried instantly under concrete and debris, trapped in a space so small she could barely move. In the pitch darkness, unable to see anything, feeling crushing weight all around her, she had no way of knowing if she would survive the next few seconds, let alone the next few days. Yoo Ji-hwan was in a similarly terrifying situation. The collapse buried her in the basement level, creating a tiny survival pocket where she lay surrounded by debris. In the immediate aftermath, she could hear other people nearby, fellow employees who had been buried alongside her. They called out to each other in the darkness, trying to maintain hope, trying to stay calm, trying to believe that rescue would come. Outside, in the minutes immediately following the collapse, there was initially stunned silence from the crowds that had gathered. People couldn't quite process what they were seeing. A major building, a landmark, a place where thousands shopped daily, had simply ceased to exist. In its place was a massive pile of rubble and dust, a crater where the south wing had been. Then the screaming started. Not from inside the rubble, though there was certainly plenty of that, but from the crowds outside. People who had family members shopping in the store, employees' relatives waiting to pick them up after their shifts, passers-by, who realized they were witnessing a major catastrophe with hundreds of people buried alive. The first emergency calls went out within a minute of the collapse. The Seoul Fire Department received multiple simultaneous reports of a building collapse at the Sampoong department store. The scale wasn't immediately clear from these initial reports. A building collapse could mean anything from a partial wall failure to what actually occurred. But as more calls came in, all describing the same massive collapse, dispatchers began to understand they were dealing with a major disaster. The first fire engines and ambulances arrived on the scene within 10 minutes of the collapse. What they found was a scene of utter devastation. The entire center section of the south wing had collapsed into the basement, creating a crater roughly 100 meters long and spanning all 5 floors. The remaining structure was unstable, with walls and floors threatening to collapse at any moment. Dust filled the air, making it difficult to see or breathe, and somewhere in that massive pile of concrete, steel, and debris were approximately 1,500 people, dead or alive. The immediate priority was to begin searching for survivors. Firefighters and emergency workers began carefully picking through the rubble near the edges of the collapse, looking for anyone who might have survived in air pockets or spaces between the slabs. Every movement had to be careful. The remaining structure was unstable. Any disturbance could trigger further collapse that would kill both survivors and rescuers. In the first hours, rescuers pulled out dozens of survivors from near the edges of the collapsed area. These were the lucky ones who had been near exits when the building came down, or who had been on the periphery of the collapse zone and ended up buried under less debris. Many were injured, some critically, but they were alive. Each rescue gave hope that more survivors might be found deeper in the rubble. But as the hours passed and night fell, the true scale of the disaster became horrifyingly clear. This wasn't a collapse with a few dozen casualties. This was a catastrophe that had killed hundreds. The vast majority of the 1,500 people who had been in the building when it collapsed was still buried in the rubble, and with each passing hour, the chances of finding them alive grew smaller. The collapse of the Sampung department store would ultimately be recorded as the deadliest peacetime building disaster in South Korean history. 502 people died. 937 were injured, many critically. 6 people were never found, their bodies presumably pulverized by the immense forces of the collapse or buried so deep in the rubble that they couldn't be recovered. But in those first hours after the collapse, the full death toll was unknown. All anyone knew was that something terrible had happened, that hundreds of people were trapped, and that time was running out to save them. Part 6. The First Hours, Chaos and Heroism. The immediate aftermath of the Sampung department store collapse was characterized by chaos, confusion, and remarkable acts of bravery by ordinary people who rushed to help. In the hours before organized rescue operations could be fully established, it was these volunteers, neighbors, and passers-by who saved many of the lives that would be saved. The collapse occurred at 5:57 in the evening, during the busy hours when many people were still out and about in Gangnam. The sound of the collapse, that terrible roar of failing concrete and steel, drew people from blocks around. Within minutes, hundreds of civilians had gathered at the site, and many immediately began trying to help. These early volunteers didn't have proper equipment, training, or coordination. What they had was courage and desperation. Many had family members or friends who worked at or shopped at Sampung. Others were simply moved by the cries for help coming from the rubble. They began pulling away chunks of concrete and twisted metal with their bare hands, calling out to anyone who might be buried and listening for responses. The scene was incredibly dangerous. The remaining structure was unstable, with portions of walls and floors threatening to collapse at any moment. Electrical wires hung loose and live from the wreckage, posing electrocution hazards. Gas leaks created the risk of explosion. Sharp edges of broken concrete and twisted rebar were everywhere. But none of this deterred the volunteers who climbed over and into the rubble despite the dangers. In these first chaotic hours, many survivors were pulled from the debris by these civilian rescuers. People who were near the edges of the collapse zone, who were conscious and able to call out, were located and extracted. Some were relatively uninjured, shocked but mobile. Others had been crushed or trapped by debris and needed multiple people working together to free them. The volunteers formed human chains, passing chunks of concrete hand to hand to clear paths to trapped survivors. One particularly dramatic rescue involved a woman who was trapped under a large concrete slab with only her head and one arm visible. Volunteers worked frantically to dig around her, removing smaller pieces of debris while trying to figure out how to lift or break the slab that pinned her. They knew that moving the slab wrong could shift other debris and kill her or others who might be nearby. After nearly an hour of careful work, they managed to create enough space to pull her free. She had multiple broken bones and internal injuries, but was alive. The first emergency responders, fire trucks and ambulances from nearby stations, began arriving within 10 to 15 minutes of the collapse, but they faced immediate challenges. The narrow streets of the Gangnam district were quickly clogged with traffic as people tried to flee the area or come to help. Emergency vehicles struggled to get through. When they did arrive, they found a scene that was overwhelming in scale. The Seoul Fire Department was equipped to handle normal emergencies, apartment fires, car accidents, the occasional industrial incident. They were not prepared for a disaster of this magnitude. They didn't have enough equipment, enough personnel, or established protocols for something like this. The reality was that South Korea in 1995 had never experienced a building collapse on this scale and simply wasn't ready for it. In the first hours, rescue efforts were uncoordinated. Different fire stations and police precincts responded, but there was no unified command structure directing the overall effort. Multiple groups of rescuers worked in different areas of the collapse zone, sometimes getting in each other's way. There was no clear system for marking areas that had been searched or for tracking who had been rescued and where they had been taken. The lack of proper equipment was also a critical problem. Rescuers needed heavy machinery, cranes to lift large pieces of concrete, excavators to dig through debris, cutting equipment to get through steel reinforcement. But bringing such equipment to the site took time. It had to be transported from construction sites or equipment yards. Operators had to be located and brought to the scene. And even when the equipment arrived, it had to be used carefully because of the risk of causing further collapse or crushing survivors who might be buried nearby. Medical response was similarly chaotic. Injured survivors pulled from the rubble needed immediate medical attention, but the sheer number of casualties overwhelmed the available ambulances and nearby hospitals. There was no established triage system to prioritize the most critical cases. Injured people were taken to whichever hospital was closest or had the first available ambulance, rather than being distributed based on the severity of their injuries and the capabilities of different hospitals. Family members of people who had been in the store began arriving at the scene, desperately seeking information about their loved ones. But there was no organized system for providing information or for matching survivors with family. Some people wandered through the crowd of evacuees, hoping to spot a familiar face. Others went from hospital to hospital, checking emergency rooms. Still others simply stood at the edge of the rubble, calling out names and hoping for a response. As night fell, floodlights were brought in to illuminate the collapsed site, creating an eerie scene of long shadows and harsh light. The work continued through the night, but it was becoming clear that most of the people still buried were probably dead. The ones who had survived the initial collapse and were accessible had mostly been reached in the first few hours. Those still buried were either dead or trapped so deeply that reaching them would take days. Around midnight, approximately 6 hours after the collapse, Seoul's mayor, Choi Pyong-yeol, arrived at the scene. After consulting with fire officials and engineers, he made a controversial announcement. The rescue operation would be called off due to concerns that the unstable remains of the building could collapse further, endangering rescue workers. The announcement triggered immediate and intense backlash. Family members of the missing surrounded the mayor and city officials, demanding that rescue efforts continue. How could they give up when there might still be people alive in the rubble? The mayor tried to explain the safety concerns, that the risk of the remaining structure collapsing was very real, and that continuing rescue efforts could result in rescue workers being killed. But to the desperate families, this sounded like the authorities were abandoning their loved ones. The protest grew larger and more heated. Media coverage of the mayor's decision to halt rescue efforts sparked public outrage across Seoul and indeed across the country. Protesters began gathering at the site, refusing to leave, demanding that rescue operations continue regardless of the danger. The combination of media pressure and public anger forced city officials to reverse the decision. After several hours of protests, the mayor announced that rescue efforts would continue, but with extra precautions to try to stabilize the remaining structure. Engineering teams worked through the night to assess the stability of what was left standing and to devise ways to stabilize it. They brought in steel cables and supports to brace unstable walls. They carefully removed portions of the structure that seemed most likely to collapse, trying to make the site safer for rescue workers to operate in. By dawn on June 30th, a more organized rescue operation was beginning to take shape. Additional heavy equipment had arrived. A command structure had been established with clear chains of authority. Search areas were being systematically mapped and assigned to different rescue teams. Medical triage was being set up at the site so the most critical patients could be prioritized for transport. The chaos of the first night was being replaced with something more organized, though the scale of the disaster meant conditions were still far from ideal. But the hard reality was setting in. Most of the people who were going to be found alive had already been found. Those still buried were almost certainly dead, or buried so deep that they wouldn't be reached for days or even weeks. The operation was shifting from rescue to recovery, though no one was ready to admit it yet. As long as there was any possibility of finding someone alive, the workers would keep searching. And remarkably, against all odds, they would indeed find survivors even days and weeks after the collapse. People who had been buried alive, trapped in tiny pockets of space, surviving without food and with only rainwater to drink, somehow managing to hold on until rescuers could reach them. Their stories would become symbols of hope and human resilience in the face of unimaginable horror. Part 7. Days in Darkness. The Long Rescue. As the hours stretched into days following the Sampung department store collapse, the rescue operation transformed into a race against time. Every hour that passed decreased the chances that anyone still buried could survive. Yet rescue workers continued to find survivors, even several days after the collapse, in what can only be described as miraculous circumstances. The second day of rescue operations, June 30th, brought both hope and heartbreak. Teams of workers continued carefully excavating through the massive pile of debris, using a combination of heavy machinery for the larger pieces and hand tools for more delicate work when they suspected someone might be nearby. Every few hours, another survivor would be located and pulled from the rubble. Their rescue met with cheers from workers and families gathered at the site. But for every survivor found, many more bodies were recovered. The true scale of the disaster was becoming horrifyingly apparent. Entire sections of the building had pancaked so completely that there were no survival spaces, just layers of compressed concrete with the crushed remains of what had been on each floor. Rescue workers, many of whom were volunteers with no training for dealing with such gruesome scenes, were traumatized by what they found. The heat was oppressive. Seoul in late June is hot and humid, and the sun beat down mercilessly on the rescue workers as they labored in heavy protective gear. The smell from the rubble was becoming increasingly unbearable, a combination of building materials, leaking chemicals, and decomposing bodies. Workers had to take frequent breaks to avoid heat exhaustion and to cope with the emotional toll of the recovery effort. One of the significant challenges facing rescuers was the sheer instability of the rubble pile. The collapsed structure wasn't a stable mass. It was a chaotic assemblage of concrete slabs steel beams, and other building materials delicately balanced against each other. Moving one piece could trigger a cascade that would bury survivors or kill rescue workers. Engineers had to constantly assess the stability and direct where excavation could safely proceed. On July 1st, 3 days after the collapse, rescue workers made contact with a group of survivors trapped together in a pocket of space in the basement. Through a small opening, they could communicate with the trapped people, who were alive but in bad condition. The problem was that reaching them required removing a massive concrete slab that was precariously balanced. Moving it wrong could crush the very people they were trying to save. For hours, engineers debated the best approach. Heavy machinery couldn't be used because the vibration might trigger a collapse. Hand tools would take too long, and the trapped people were already severely dehydrated. Finally, they decided to carefully drill through the slab to create an opening large enough to pull people through. The drilling process took most of the day, every moment agonizing for the trapped survivors and their families watching from behind barriers. When the opening was finally complete, rescue workers began pulling people out one by one. 5 people were extracted alive from that space, 4 of them in serious condition. One elderly woman died shortly after being pulled out, her body simply unable to recover from the trauma and dehydration. But 4 more survivors had been saved, and each rescue sustained the hope that others might still be found. Communications with potentially trapped survivors became a key part of the rescue effort. Workers would periodically stop all machinery and call for silence, then shout into the rubble or use listening devices, hoping to hear a response. Several times, they made contact with people who were alive but couldn't be immediately reached. These situations were agonizing for everyone involved. Knowing someone was alive but being unable to rescue them immediately was deeply frustrating. Korea Telecom set up a system where they would transmit a signal every half hour, designed to trigger any cell phones or pagers that trapped survivors might be carrying. The idea was that rescuers could listen for these devices going off and use the sound to locate buried victims. While this technology helped in a few cases, it was limited by the fact that cellular phones were not as common in 1995 as they would become in later years, and many phones' batteries were dead by this point anyway. As the days progressed, the operation increasingly shifted from rescue to recovery. By July 2nd, 4 days after the collapse, city officials were publicly stating that anyone still in the building was likely dead, and that the focus should be on recovering bodies rather than searching for survivors. However, workers continued to search thoroughly, knowing that giving up too soon could mean abandoning people who were still clinging to life. Conditions for those trapped in the rubble were almost unimaginably harsh. Complete darkness, crushing confinement, no food. The only water was rainwater that trickled down through cracks in the debris. The psychological toll of being buried alive, not knowing if rescue would come, was immense. Many who were pulled out alive described the experience as a constant battle against despair, trying to maintain hope even as hours stretched into days. Choi Myung-sok, who was trapped for 10 days before being rescued, later described his experience in interviews. He had been pinned in a small space, unable to move much, but not badly injured. In the complete darkness, his mind played tricks on him. He heard sounds, and couldn't tell if they were rescuers working nearby or just the settling of the debris. From his accounts, we can infer that conserving energy and oxygen became paramount concerns. Time lost meaning in the darkness, The cycle of day and night became impossible to track. According to his testimony, Choi's focus narrowed to the most elemental aspects of survival. Each breath, occasional sips of rainwater when it trickled down, maintaining consciousness. His later interviews suggest he spent considerable time thinking about his family, wondering about their search efforts, and making mental commitments about how he would approach life if he made it out. When he finally heard voices that he was certain were rescuers, not just his imagination, he used the last of his strength to make noise, banging on the concrete around him to help them locate him. When light finally broke through and he saw human faces, he could barely process that he was actually being rescued. 10 days of darkness and isolation had left him disoriented and overwhelmed. He was severely dehydrated and had lost 11 pounds, but against all odds, he was alive. Yu Jihuan had a similar ordeal, trapped for 12 days in a space so small she could barely move. Only 18 years old, she survived in a tiny pocket measuring just 4.5 feet long and 19 inches wide. She was sustained entirely by rainwater that dripped down to her location. When rescuers finally reached her on July 11th, nearly 2 weeks after the collapse, she was remarkably coherent and in relatively good physical condition, considering her ordeal, though severely dehydrated and with minor injuries to her leg. The rescue workers were amazed by her survival. 12 days trapped in the rubble, with no food and only rainwater to drink, should have killed her. The fact that she was found alive and alert gave everyone involved in the rescue operation renewed energy and hope. If someone could survive 12 days, maybe others were still alive deeper in the rubble. The search continued with renewed intensity, but the most remarkable survival story was yet to come. On July 16th, 17 days after the collapse, rescue workers were systematically clearing one of the last sections of the basement when they heard something. A faint sound, possibly human. They stopped all equipment and listened. There it was again. Someone was alive down there. The rescue team worked frantically but carefully, removing debris piece by piece, constantly talking to the trapped person to reassure them and to gauge their location. As they got closer, they could make out a female voice. She was conscious, able to respond to questions. After hours of painstaking excavation, they created an opening and saw a young woman looking back at them. It was Park Seung-hyun, the 19-year-old store clerk who had been working in the children's department when the building collapsed. She had been trapped for 17 days in the darkness, buried under massive amounts of concrete and debris. She had survived by drinking rainwater that trickled down to her small survival space and by sheer force of will. When rescuers pulled her out, she was wrapped in a blanket, having lost the clothes she had been wearing. She was severely dehydrated and malnourished, but astonishingly, she had no major injuries. Just 17 days buried alive, and she walked out of that hellhole alive. Her rescue was broadcast on television across South Korea and became an international news story. She represented hope, resilience, the possibility of survival against impossible odds. Park Seung-hyun would be the last person pulled alive from the rubble of Sampung department store. Her rescue on the 17th day marked an extraordinary end to one of the most intensive rescue operations in South Korean history. In total, approximately 392 people were pulled from the wreckage alive, though many died later from their injuries, bringing the final death toll to 502. The stories of the long-term survivors like Choi, Yu, and Park captured public imagination and provided some measure of hope and redemption in an otherwise horrific disaster. Their survival demonstrated the resilience of the human body and spirit, but their experiences also highlighted the randomness and cruelty of the disaster. Why did these three survive when 500 others didn't? It came down to pure chance, to being in the right spot when the building collapsed, to ending up in one of the few spaces that didn't completely close off, to being fortunate enough to have rainwater reach them. Many survivors struggled with guilt and trauma after their rescue. They had survived while co-workers and friends had died. Some developed severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The psychological toll of being buried alive, of believing you were going to die, of hearing others around you dying was immense and lasting. Support systems for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea at the time, and many victims received inadequate mental health care in the aftermath. The rescue operation formally concluded in late July, more than 3 weeks after the collapse, though recovery of bodies continued for weeks beyond that. In total, the operation had involved thousands of workers, both professional rescuers and volunteers. Heavy equipment from across Seoul had been mobilized. The estimated cost of the rescue and recovery operation ran into the millions of dollars. But no amount of money or effort could bring back the 502 people who died, or the 6 whose bodies were never recovered. The Sampoong department store disaster had ended, but its impact on South Korean society was just beginning to be understood. Part 8. Investigation and Justice. Even as rescue operations continued in the days following the Sampoong collapse, investigations into what caused the disaster and who was responsible were already underway. The Seoul District Prosecutor's Office took the lead, assembling a team of investigators, engineers, and forensic experts to examine every aspect of the building's construction and the decisions that led to the collapse. The investigation was exhaustive, eventually producing a comprehensive report titled The Final White Book of Finding Out the Real Truth of the Collapse of the Sampoong Department Store. This document, running hundreds of pages, meticulously detailed the structural failures, the construction shortcuts, the corrupt relationships, and the decisions on June 29th that led to such massive loss of life. The structural analysis revealed what many engineers had suspected from the beginning. The building had been doomed from its conception. The investigators confirmed that the original design had been fundamentally compromised by Lee Jun's modifications. The support columns, reduced from 80 centimeters to 60 centimeters in diameter, were simply inadequate for the loads they needed to bear. The removal of support columns to make room for escalators had critically weakened the structure. The addition of the 5th floor had added weight the building wasn't designed to support. But the most damning findings concerned the building's flat slab construction and the loads it was subjected to. Engineers calculated that the 5th floor was bearing approximately 4 times its intended design load. The heavy Ondol heating system in the restaurants, the thick concrete floor, and especially the 3 massive air conditioning units on the roof had pushed the structure far beyond its capacity. The investigators also confirmed that the air conditioning units had been negligently installed. Instead of being properly lifted into place by cranes, they had been dragged across the roof, creating significant damage. The vibrations from these units, when operational, had transmitted stress throughout the building, gradually widening existing cracks and weakening already compromised columns. Turning off the air conditioning on the day of the collapse was an attempt to reduce this stress, but by then, the damage was far too extensive for such a measure to matter. The forensic analysis of the rubble provided detailed information about the collapse sequence. The investigators confirmed that column 5E had been the initiating failure point. This column, located centrally in the 5th floor of the south wing, had completely separated from the floor slab it was supporting. The punching shear failure at this column triggered the progressive collapse that brought down the entire center section of the south wing in about 20 seconds. Material testing revealed another layer of negligence. The concrete and steel used in construction were below specifications. The concrete was weaker than it should have been, suggesting either inferior materials or improper mixing and curing. The steel reinforcement bars were thinner than building codes required. Every aspect of the actual construction cut corners and sacrificed safety for cost savings. But the investigation went beyond just the structural failures. Prosecutors delved into the corrupt relationships that had allowed such a dangerous building to be approved and operated. They examined financial records, interviewed city officials, and traced the bribes that had been paid to allow the building's illegal modifications to proceed. What they found was a web of corruption involving Lee Jun, his son Lee Han-sung, who served as the company's president, and at least 12 city officials responsible for building inspection and approval. These officials had accepted bribes totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars, in some cases as much as $17,000 to individual officials, to approve modifications and provide certificates that the building met safety standards. The investigation also examined the events of June 29th and the decisions made by building management as warning signs became increasingly dire. Testimony from survivors and analysis of security footage revealed that Lee Jun and other senior executives had been informed multiple times throughout the day that engineers believed the building was in imminent danger of collapse. Despite these warnings, Lee Jun made the decision to keep the store open. Trial testimony from employees and managers revealed that discussions throughout the day repeatedly returned to the potential revenue loss from closing on a busy Thursday. Even when engineers explicitly recommended immediate evacuation, management resisted, initially closing only the most obviously dangerous floors while keeping the rest of the building operational. The pattern of decision-making that day suggests financial considerations weighed heavily in the response to the engineering warnings. Perhaps most damningly, the investigation revealed that Lee Jun and several other senior executives had left the building in the early afternoon, well before the collapse. They knew the danger was serious enough that they didn't want to be in the building, but they didn't order an evacuation or even inform employees and customers about the risk. They saved themselves and left everyone else behind. This revelation caused enormous public outrage when it became known. The image of wealthy executives fleeing a building they knew was about to collapse, while leaving 1,500 other people inside, became a symbol of the callous greed and disregard for human life that characterized the disaster. The public response to the investigation's findings was swift and furious. Mass protests erupted across Seoul, with thousands of people taking to the streets demanding justice for the victims. The disaster had shaken public confidence, not just in the Samsung Group, but in the entire construction industry and the government officials responsible for oversight. A broader investigation into construction practices across Seoul revealed just how widespread the problems were. A government survey of high-rise buildings in the city found that 14% were structurally unsafe and needed to be completely rebuilt. 84% required significant repairs to meet basic safety standards. Only 2% of buildings surveyed were found to fully meet codes and government safety standards. These findings were shocking, but not entirely surprising. The construction boom of the 80s and early 90s had prioritized speed and profit over safety. The results were buildings that might look impressive from the outside, but were fundamentally unsound. The Sampung collapse had been the most dramatic failure, but investigators now understood it was just the most visible example of systemic problems. On December 27, 1995, 6 months after the collapse, the first verdicts came down. Lee Jun was convicted of criminal negligence and sentenced to 10 years and 6 months in prison. This would later be reduced, on appeal, to 7 years and 6 months. His son, Lee Han-sang, was convicted of corruption and accidental homicide and sentenced to 7 years. The 12 city officials who had accepted bribes were also convicted and sentenced to various terms. These sentences ranged from 3 to 7 years, depending on the extent of their involvement and the amounts of money they had accepted. Several were also ordered to pay substantial fines. Public reaction to the sentences was mixed. Many felt that even the longest sentences were inadequate given the scale of the tragedy. 7.5 years in prison for 502 deaths seemed woefully insufficient. Others noted that at least in this case, unlike many cases of corporate malfeasance, those responsible were actually being held accountable and sent to prison. In addition to the criminal proceedings, civil cases were filed by victims' families and survivors seeking compensation. 2 months after the collapse, Lee Jun and his son submitted a jointly signed memorandum to the city of Seoul, offering their entire wealth to compensate the families of victims. This wasn't just a gesture. The Sampung Group ceased to exist as a business entity. The compensation settlement ultimately involved 3,293 separate cases, with total payouts amounting to approximately 375 billion won, roughly $300 million. These payments were distributed to victims' families and survivors over several years, with all payouts completed by 2003. For many families, no amount of money could compensate for the loss of a loved one or the trauma of survival. But the comprehensive compensation program was at least an acknowledgement of responsibility and an attempt at making amends, something that victims of corporate disasters often struggle to obtain. Lee Jun served most of his sentence, being released in 2002. He was reported to be in poor health following his release and died a few years later. His son served his full sentence and subsequently maintained a low profile, the family's business empire having been dismantled to pay compensation to victims. The legal proceedings and their outcomes sent a clear message. Those responsible for the disaster would be held accountable. This represented something of a departure from the past, when corporate leaders often escaped serious consequences for negligence that resulted in loss of life. Part 9. Reform and Legacy. The Sampung department store collapse served as a catalyst for sweeping changes in South Korea's construction industry, building codes, and disaster response capabilities. The disaster had exposed such fundamental failures in the system that the status quo was no longer tenable. Public pressure and governmental embarrassment combined to force genuine reforms. In the immediate aftermath, the South Korean government launched a comprehensive review of building safety regulations. A special task force was assembled to examine existing building codes, identify gaps and weaknesses, and propose strengthened standards. The goal was to ensure that another disaster on the scale of Sampung could never happen again. The resulting reforms touched every aspect of building design, construction, and oversight. New regulations required independent structural reviews whenever significant design changes were proposed during construction. No longer could a developer simply fire one construction company and hire another, more compliant one to implement dangerous modifications. Any major changes to approved plans now required re-evaluation by independent engineers who had no financial relationship with the project. Column specifications and load-bearing requirements were strengthened, particularly for flat slab structures like Sampung. The new codes required larger columns with more spacing restrictions to ensure adequate support. The use of flat slab construction without proper reinforcement was essentially banned for large commercial structures. Building inspection procedures were overhauled. Instead of relying primarily on initial approval with minimal ongoing oversight, the new system required periodic inspections throughout construction and random audits of completed buildings. Inspectors were given more training and resources, and penalties for accepting bribes or falsifying inspection reports were dramatically increased. The government also established new disaster response protocols. The chaos of the first hours after the Sampung collapse, with no unified command structure and inadequate equipment, had demonstrated the need for better preparation. New emergency management systems were developed specifically for large-scale disasters, with clear chains of command, pre-designated staging areas, and stockpiles of specialized rescue equipment. The disaster also revealed deficiencies in emergency medical response. The lack of triage systems and the chaotic distribution of injured patients to hospitals had hampered effective medical care. In response, South Korea developed one of the world's most advanced disaster medicine protocols, including specialized trauma centers, helicopter transport systems, and comprehensive triage procedures. Beyond the technical reforms, the Sampung disaster prompted a broader cultural reckoning about the costs of rapid development. The notion that economic growth should take precedence over safety and human welfare was increasingly questioned. The disaster became a cautionary tale used in business schools, engineering programs, and government training to illustrate the consequences of prioritizing profit over responsibility. The construction industry itself underwent significant changes. Many companies that had been operating with questionable safety practices found themselves under increased scrutiny. Some were forced out of business when their buildings were found to be structurally unsound. Others reformed their practices to comply with the new, stricter standards. The industry as a whole became more professional and safety-conscious, though problems certainly didn't disappear entirely. The question of memorializing the disaster and remembering its victims became controversial. Families of the deceased wanted a memorial built on the site where Sampung had stood, a place where they could gather to honor their loved ones. However, this proposal faced opposition from local politicians and real estate interests who argued that the land, located in one of Seoul's most expensive districts, was too valuable to be used for a memorial. This dispute revealed continuing tensions between commercial interests and public memory. After extended negotiations, a compromise was reached. A memorial would be built, but not on the Sampung site itself. Instead, the memorial was erected in Yangjae Citizens Forest, a park located approximately 4 kilometers from where the disaster occurred. The memorial, designed by Ewha Women's University professor and sculptor Kim Bong-gu, stands 12 meters high and is made of marble. It was funded by the Sampung Group as part of their compensation to victims. The design incorporates symbolic elements representing both the tragedy and the hope for prevention of future disasters. Each year on June 29th, Bereaved families gather at this memorial for a ceremony remembering those who died. The land where Sampung Department Store once stood was sold to a private developer. In 2001, construction began on a luxury apartment complex called Acrovista, which was completed in 2004. Walking through the area today, there is no visible sign that a disaster killing over 500 people occurred here. The gleaming apartment towers, home to some of Seoul's wealthiest residents, have completely erased the physical traces of the tragedy. This erasure has been criticized by some as emblematic of a broader tendency to forget uncomfortable aspects of the past in favor of presenting an image of progress and prosperity. The fact that a former president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, lived in one of these apartments before moving to the presidential residence only reinforced this sense that the tragedy had been paved over and forgotten by those in power. But for the families of victims and survivors, the memory remains vivid and painful. Studies conducted years after the disaster found that many survivors continued to struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. A survey done on the 30th anniversary of the collapse found that 19 of 30 bereaved family members surveyed were still suffering from what psychologists categorized as post-traumatic embitterment disorder, a pathological reaction to negative life events characterized by feelings of injustice and helplessness. The psychological impact of the disaster extended beyond direct victims and their families. The collapse had inflicted collective trauma on South Korean society. Coming just 8 months after the Seongsu Bridge collapse, Sampung seemed to confirm fears that the rapid development of the previous decades had been built on dangerously shaky foundations. People began to question whether the buildings they worked in, the bridges they drove over, the stores they shopped in, were actually safe. This broader loss of trust in institutions and infrastructure was perhaps one of the disaster's most significant social impacts. It represented a coming of age for South Korean society, a recognition that economic prosperity meant nothing if it came at the cost of basic safety and human life. The hustle culture that had driven the nation's remarkable development was increasingly seen as having a dark side that needed to be acknowledged and addressed. The Sampung disaster has been extensively studied by engineers, architects, disaster management professionals, and social scientists. It appears in textbooks and case studies around the world as an example of how corruption, negligence, and flawed engineering can combine to create catastrophe. The technical details of the collapse have been analyzed to understand failure modes and improve building design. The social and organizational failures have been examined to improve oversight systems and corporate governance. In South Korea itself, the disaster lives on in popular culture. Songs, films, novels, and television programs have explored the tragedy from various angles. Rock band NEXT released a song in 1995 called The World We Made that reflected on the disaster and the society that produced it. The lyrics asked who should be blamed and suggested that everyone was complicit in creating a world where such disasters could occur. More recently, documentaries and dramatic series have revisited the disaster, interviewing survivors and examining the circumstances that led to the collapse. These cultural productions serve to keep the memory alive and to remind new generations of the costs of negligence and corruption. They ensure that Sampung remains a living memory rather than just a historical footnote. The reforms prompted by the Sampung disaster have undoubtedly saved lives. South Korea's building codes are now among the most stringent in the world. The country's disaster response capabilities are are highly developed. While problems certainly still exist in the construction industry, nothing on the scale of Sampung has occurred in the 3 decades since. Yet questions remain about whether the lessons have been fully learned. Periodic scandals involving shoddy construction, bribery of building inspectors, and inadequate safety enforcement suggest that some of the underlying problems persist. Rapid development continues to be valued, and economic pressures can still lead to corner cutting. The challenge is maintaining vigilance and commitment to safety, even as the memory of the disaster fades. Part 10: The Human Cost. Beyond the statistics of 502 dead and 937 injured, the Sampung department store collapse represents hundreds of individual tragedies, each one a life cut short or forever changed by negligence and greed. To understand the true impact of the disaster, we need to remember that these weren't just numbers. They were people with families, dreams, and futures that were stolen from them. Among the dead were store clerks, many of them young women in their late teens or early 20s, working their first jobs. They were saving money for college, helping support their families, learning about responsibility and independence. They showed up for work on June 29th like any other day, expecting to spend their shift helping customers, restocking shelves, processing sales. They never went home. Restaurant workers on the 5th floor, many of them skilled cooks and servers who took pride in their craft, were going about their preparations for the evening dinner service when the building collapsed. Some were cooking, others were setting tables, preparing for the customers who would never arrive. The 8 restaurants on that floor were completely destroyed, their staff buried under the massive weight of the roof and air conditioning units that crashed down on them. Shoppers who had come to browse or make purchases were trapped mid-transaction. Families who had brought their children to look at toys in the children's department. Office workers stopping by after work to pick up something on their way home. Elderly shoppers who had been loyal customers since the store opened 5 years earlier. All of them became victims through the simple bad luck of being in the wrong place when a greedy developer's shortcuts finally caught up with him. The families left behind faced not just grief, but often severe financial hardship. Many victims had been breadwinners for their families. Their deaths meant not just emotional devastation, but economic catastrophe. Widows and widowers suddenly found themselves single parents struggling to make ends meet. Parents who had lost adult children faced futures without the support those children would have provided in their old age. The compensation provided by the Sampung Group, while substantial in total, was distributed among thousands of claimants and took years to fully process. In the meantime, families struggled. Some lost their homes. Children had to drop out of school. The ripple effects of the disaster extended far beyond the immediate casualties. Survivors faced their own challenges. Many suffered permanent physical injuries, crushed limbs, spinal damage, traumatic brain injuries, organ damage from crushing injuries. Some would never fully recover, facing lives of chronic pain and disability. The young store clerk, who had been excited about her first job, now faced years of painful physical therapy and reconstructed bones. The psychological trauma was equally severe and often less visible. Survivors frequently developed severe anxiety, particularly claustrophobia and fear of buildings. Simple things like entering an elevator or standing in a crowded room could trigger panic attacks. Many experienced recurring nightmares about being trapped in darkness, unable to move, feeling crushing weight all around them. Choi Myung-seok, the survivor trapped for 9 days, struggled significantly after his rescue despite being physically relatively unharmed. He experienced survivor's guilt. Why had he lived when so many others died? He had difficulty readjusting to normal life, finding the routine concerns of everyday existence trivial compared to the life and death struggle he had experienced in the rubble. Eventually, Choi channeled his experience into a career in structural engineering. He pursued degrees in architecture and structural engineering and spent years working for a construction company, ensuring that the buildings he worked on were safe and properly constructed. His goal was to prevent anyone else from experiencing what he had gone through. He found purpose in taking his trauma and using it to make a positive difference. But not all survivors were able to find such redemption. Some struggled with depression and substance abuse. The trauma of the experience was simply too much to process and integrate into a normal life. Mental health resources for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea in the 1990s, and many people suffered without adequate support. Yu Ji-hwan, the survivor, pulled out after 12 days, experienced her own difficulties adjusting. The media attention following her rescue was initially overwhelming. She was invited to television interviews and talk shows, asked to recount her ordeal again and again. At first, she handled it with grace, even making light-hearted comments about wanting to date one of her rescuers and drinking iced coffee after being deprived for so long. But constantly reliving the trauma through these interviews took its toll. She began to withdraw, struggling with the expectation that she should feel lucky to be alive when the experience had been so horrific and when so many others had died. Eventually, she largely removed herself from public view, focusing on building a normal life away from media scrutiny. She married and settled into a quiet existence, finding healing in privacy rather than in public remembrance. Park Seung-hyun, the last person rescued after 17 days, became the most famous survivor due to the miraculous nature of her rescue. Her story was covered extensively by international media. She represented hope, the idea that survival was possible even in the most dire circumstances. But this fame came with its own burdens. She too found the constant media attention difficult to manage. The trauma of being buried for 17 days wasn't something that could be neatly packaged into a feel-good story about human resilience. The reality was dark, painful, and traumatic in ways that didn't fit the narrative people wanted from her. She eventually sought normalcy, marrying a classmate of one of the other survivors, and building a life focused on the present rather than the past. The rescue workers and first responders who worked the site also experienced lasting trauma. Many developed post-traumatic stress disorder from the horrific scenes they witnessed and the grueling, emotionally devastating work of searching for survivors and recovering bodies. Firefighters and police officers who thought they had seen everything in their careers found the scale and horror of Sampung overwhelming. Some rescue workers described being unable to eat certain foods after the disaster because the smells reminded them of the rubble. Others had nightmares about being unable to reach people they could hear calling for help. The psychological support for first responders was inadequate, and many struggled in silence with trauma they felt unable to discuss. The bereaved families formed support groups in the aftermath, coming together to share their grief and to advocate for proper memorialization and ongoing support. These groups became important sources of comfort and community for people who felt isolated in their loss. They organized annual memorial ceremonies and pushed for reforms to prevent future disasters. But tensions sometimes emerged within these groups as well. Some families received larger compensation settlements than others, depending on the circumstances of their loss and the earning potential of the deceased. Some had recovered their loved ones' remains and were able to have proper funerals, while others never had that closure. These differences created complex dynamics within the survivor community. One particularly poignant aspect of the human cost was the number of young lives cut short. Many of the victims were in their teens or 20s, just starting their adult lives. They had barely begun to experience independence, to discover who they would become. All of that potential, all those possible futures, were erased in 20 seconds. Parents who lost children faced unique agonies. They had expected to watch their children grow up, get married, have children of their own. Instead, they had to bury them and face decades of wondering what might have been. Some parents reported that the hardest moments came during what would have been major milestones. The year their child would have graduated college, the age when they likely would have married, the time when they might have become grandparents. The disaster also claimed entire families in some cases. Instances where parents and children shopping together were all killed, where multiple siblings working in the store all perished. These losses left extended families devastated, sometimes leaving elderly grandparents without any direct descendants. The compensation settlement, while financially significant, could never truly compensate for these losses. How do you put a price on a child's life? How do you calculate the value of a future that will never exist? The money helped with practical matters, preventing financial destitution on top of emotional devastation, but it couldn't fill the fundamental void left by the deaths of loved ones. 30 years later, as bereaved families gather annually at the memorial in Yangtze Citizens Forest, the pain remains fresh for many. Time doesn't heal all wounds, it just teaches people to carry them differently. The annual memorial services are filled with tears, with offerings to the dead, with prayers and remembrances. Time has passed, and yet every year we honor those who died in the collapse. One bereaved family member said at a recent ceremony, "We just hope that South Korea will be able to become a safer country." So that hope that the sacrifice of their loved ones might lead to meaningful change that saves future lives is what many families cling to. The reforms that followed the disaster, the improved building codes, the better emergency response, all of these represent a kind of legacy for the victims. Their deaths, while senseless and preventable, at least prompted action that has likely prevented other disasters. But for the families and survivors, these policy changes remain abstract compared to the concrete, daily reality of absence and trauma. The person who isn't there for family dinners, the voice that will never be heard again, the presence that's felt only through its absence. These are the real human costs of the Sampung department store collapse, costs that can never be fully tallied or compensated. Conclusion. The Sampung department store collapse stands as one of the most preventable disasters in modern history, a catastrophe that resulted from a perfect storm of greed, corruption, negligence, and systemic failure. 502 people died not because of an earthquake, a war, or an unavoidable natural disaster, but because a developer wanted to maximize profit, because city officials accepted bribes, because warnings were ignored, and because a society prioritized rapid economic growth over basic safety. Every single death at Sampung was preventable. If Lee Jun had not made dangerous modifications to the building design, if Woo-sung Construction had not been fired for raising safety concerns, if the support columns had been properly sized, if the building had been constructed with materials meeting code specifications, if the heavy air conditioning units had not been added to the roof, if city officials had not accepted bribes and falsified inspections, if management had evacuated the building when warned it was about to collapse. If any of these failures had been prevented, the disaster would not have occurred. The tragedy of Sampung is that everyone involved knew better. Engineers warned that the design was unsafe. Construction professionals raised concerns that were ignored. On the day of the collapse, structural engineers explicitly told management the building was in imminent danger. Yet at every decision point, the wrong choice was made, the safe option rejected in favor of saving money or maintaining profit. The disaster revealed the dark underside of South Korea's economic miracle. The gleaming towers and prosperous surface concealed systemic corruption and dangerous practices. The construction boom had been built partly on shoddy workmanship, inadequate oversight, and bribes. Sampung was the most dramatic failure, but the post-collapse survey revealing that only 2% of Seoul's buildings fully met safety codes showed it was far from the only dangerous structure. In the aftermath, South Korea did implement meaningful reforms. Building codes were strengthened, inspection procedures were improved, disaster response capabilities were developed, the construction industry became more professional. These changes have undoubtedly saved lives over the past 3 decades, making the disaster a catalyst for positive change despite its horrific cost. But the question remains, have the lessons truly been learned, or have they simply faded from memory as time passes and the urgency of the disaster recedes? The families of victims worry that as Seoul's skyline continues to reach higher, as development pressures remain intense, as memories fade, the temptations that led to Sampung, the shortcuts, the bribes, the prioritization of profit over safety, might return. The memorial in Yangjae Citizens Forest exists to ensure these lessons are not forgotten. The 502 names inscribed there represent not just lives lost, but a collective commitment to remember, to learn, and to do better. Each year, as families gather to honor their dead, they remind South Korean society that the price of negligence is measured in human lives, in families destroyed, in futures stolen. For those of us watching from outside South Korea, the Sampung disaster offers its own lessons. It reminds us that regulation exists for a reason, that building codes are written in blood, that oversight and inspection are not bureaucratic hindrances, but essential safeguards. It shows us how corruption corrodes not just government efficiency, but public safety. It demonstrates that rapid development without adequate regard for safety carries enormous risks. The story of Sampung is ultimately a story about what happens when greed is allowed to operate without constraint, when profit is valued above human life, when those in power prioritize personal gain over public welfare. It's a cautionary tale that remains relevant not just in construction, but in any field where cutting corners can lead to catastrophic consequences. As we conclude this examination of the Sampung department store collapse, let us remember Park Seung-hyun trapped for 17 days in darkness, Yoo Ji-hwan surviving 12 days in a space barely large enough for her body, Choi Myung-sok's 10 days of isolation and fear. Remember the 502 who didn't make it out, whose last moments were filled with terror and pain. Remember the families still gathering at that memorial 3 decades later, still mourning, still hoping their loss meant something. And let us commit to learning from their suffering, to demanding accountability from those in power, to supporting strong regulations and rigorous enforcement, to choosing safety over profit, to valuing human life above economic growth. The victims of Sampung deserve nothing less than our determination to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again. If you found this deep dive into one of history's most devastating building collapses informative and thought-provoking, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps me continue producing detailed, well-researched content about cases that matter. And please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. How the serial killer hid in plain sight. Content Advisory. This presentation discusses violent crimes, including murder and sexual assault. While graphic details have been minimized, some content may be disturbing. Listener discretion is advised. Disclaimer on victim counts. Victim counts in this presentation represent confirmed murders, unless otherwise stated. Many of these killers are suspected of additional crimes that remain unproven. When referencing victim numbers, we rely on officially confirmed cases and clearly label any speculation or unverified claims. Disclaimer on psychological analysis. Psychological interpretations in this presentation are based on expert analysis, documented interviews, and established forensic psychology research. However, the inner workings of these individuals' minds cannot be known with absolute certainty. Where psychological motivations are discussed, they represent the professional assessments of forensic experts and criminal profilers rather than established facts. The neighborhood barbecue was in full swing that warm summer evening. Children's laughter echoed across manicured lawns, while adults gathered around grills, cold drinks in hand, swapping stories about work and weather. Among them stood a man who epitomized suburban normalcy. He wore a pleasant smile, shared recipes for the perfect burger, and made sure everyone's glass stayed full. Neighbors knew him as the guy who volunteered at the local church, the one who always showed up when someone needed help with yard work or moving furniture. He was, by every visible measure, one of the good ones. But beneath that carefully constructed facade lurked something else entirely, something dark, something predatory. Because this same man, the one flipping burgers and telling dad jokes, had murdered multiple people. Their bodies lay hidden, not far from where these good people stood laughing and living their ordinary lives. The predator wasn't lurking in some distant shadow or abandoned building. The killer was right there, shaking hands and asking about your weekend plans. This is perhaps the most terrifying truth about serial killers. They don't always look like the villains we imagine. They don't always act strangely or give off obvious warning signs. Some of the most prolific and brutal murderers in history were people who successfully convinced everyone around them that they were normal, decent, even admirable human beings. They held respectable jobs, they raised families, they served their communities, and they killed, again and again and again. Tonight, we're going to explore the chilling reality of serial killers who hid in plain sight. These are the stories of men who perfected the art of the double life, who wore masks so convincing that even those closest to them never suspected the truth. We'll examine how they did it, why it worked, and what their cases teach us about the nature of predatory behavior. Because understanding how these killers concealed themselves isn't just morbidly fascinating, experts believe this knowledge may help law enforcement and communities recognize warning patterns before more lives are lost. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of human psychology, where we'll meet the neighbors, the volunteers, the family men, who turned out to be something else entirely. The psychology of the mask. Before we delve into specific cases, we need to understand something fundamental about how certain killers operate. Psychologists have a term for what these individuals do. It's called compartmentalization. This is the ability to separate different aspects of one's life into mental boxes, keeping them so distinct that they never seem to touch or contaminate each other. For most of us, compartmentalization is a healthy coping mechanism. We might separate our work persona from our home persona, becoming more formal and professional at the office while being relaxed and casual with family. That's normal. That's adaptive. But for certain killers, compartmentalization becomes something far more sinister and far more complete. These individuals don't just separate different roles, they create entirely different personalities. There's the public self, the person everyone sees and knows. This version is often charming, helpful, and socially skilled. It's the face they show to neighbors, co-workers, and even family members. Then there's the private self, the predator that emerges when the opportunity arises. This is the part they keep carefully hidden, the part that plans, stalks, and kills. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, the truly frightening aspect is how seamlessly some killers can switch between these personas. One moment they're genuinely engaged in normal social interaction, laughing at jokes, expressing concern for a sick friend, discussing the minutiae of daily life. The next moment, something shifts inside them, and the predator emerges. Then, just as quickly, the mask slides back into place, and they return to being the person everyone thinks they know. This ability to maintain such a convincing facade is often linked to psychopathy. Now, it's important to understand that not all psychopaths are violent, and not all violent criminals are psychopaths. But many of the killers who successfully hide in plain sight exhibit traits consistent with psychopathic personality disorder. These traits include superficial charm, a grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, manipulation, lack of remorse or guilt, shallow emotional responses, and a parasitic lifestyle where they use others for their own benefit. What makes psychopathic killers particularly dangerous is something called the mask of sanity. This phrase, coined by psychiatrist Hervey Cleckley in his groundbreaking 1941 book of the same name, describes how psychopaths can present a completely normal, even appealing exterior, while harboring deeply disturbed thoughts and impulses. They understand social norms not because they feel them, but because they've learned to mimic them. They're actors playing the role of a normal person, and some of them are devastatingly effective at it. These killers often possess above-average intelligence, which they use to study and replicate normal human behavior. They watch how people react to tragedy and learn to fake the appropriate emotional response. They observe what makes someone trustworthy and adopt those characteristics. They're essentially emotional frauds, counterfeiting feelings they don't actually experience to blend into society. There's also typically a strong element of narcissism at play. Research suggests that many of these killers believe they're fundamentally superior to others, that ordinary rules don't apply to them. This grandiosity fuels both their crimes and their confidence that they won't be caught. They think they're smarter than law enforcement, cleverer than their neighbors, more cunning than anyone who might suspect them. And sometimes, terrifyingly, they're right, at least for a while. Another crucial factor is the element of control. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, many serial killers are primarily motivated by a need for power and dominance rather than sexual gratification alone. But maintaining a normal facade requires control as well, just a different kind. They must control their impulses in public, control their words and expressions, control the information others have access to. Research suggests this need for control may extend to every aspect of their lives, creating an existence that is simultaneously meticulously organized and horrifyingly violent. The social context matters too. Research has shown that these killers often thrive in environments where people want to trust each other, where the default assumption is that your neighbor, your co-worker, your fellow church member is basically good. They exploit our desire to see the best in people, using our own optimism and communal trust against us. In tight-knit communities where everyone knows everyone else, the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone familiar can be overwhelming. Our brains resist believing that someone we know could be capable of such horrors. It's also worth noting that many of these killers insert themselves into positions that inherently command trust. They become teachers, coaches, volunteers, religious leaders, roles that society has been conditioned to respect and trust. These positions provide not only cover but also access to potential victims. They create situations where questioning someone's motives feels somehow inappropriate or even offensive. The phenomenon of hiding in plain sight reveals something uncomfortable about human nature and social dynamics. We rely on shortcuts and assumptions to navigate our social worlds. We can't deeply investigate every person we interact with, so we use surface indicators. Does this person seem normal? Do they fit in? Do others vouch for them? To make quick judgments about trustworthiness. Serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight have figured out how to game this system, presenting exactly the right indicators while concealing their true nature. Understanding these psychological mechanisms is crucial not just for law enforcement, but for anyone who wants to better understand how predatory individuals operate. Experts emphasize that while we cannot always identify dangerous individuals by appearance or surface behavior, awareness of these patterns can contribute to improved community safety and more effective investigation strategies. Now, with this psychological framework in mind, let's examine specific cases that illustrate these principles in action. We'll start with a man who maintained his cover for over 30 years, fooling his family, his friends, his church congregation, and his entire community while committing some of the most brutal murders in American history. Dennis Rader, the church president with a terrible secret. Dennis Lynn Rader was born on March 9, 1945, in Pittsburgh, Kansas, the first of 4 sons born to Dorothea May Cook and William Elvin Rader. His father worked for Kansas Gas Service and was a former United States Marine. His mother worked as a bookkeeper. The family attended Zion Lutheran Church in Pittsburgh, where Dennis was baptized as an infant. By all external appearances, the Rader family was typical of countless American families in the post-war era, working class, church-going, and unremarkable. His childhood appeared outwardly normal, though he would later claim, and it's important to note these are his own self-serving claims, that he'd been born with violent sexual fantasies. Psychologists note that such claims often serve to minimize personal responsibility and should be understood within that context. Rader would also later claim to have tortured and killed animals as a child, including hanging stray cats, though the extent of these early behaviors remains difficult to verify independently. As a young man, Rader seemed unremarkable. He joined the United States Air Force in 1966, serving until 1970 and achieving the rank of sergeant. During his service, he received training and experience that would later prove useful in his crimes: discipline, attention to detail, and the ability to follow procedures meticulously. He returned to Kansas after his service and attended Wichita State University, eventually earning a degree in administration of justice in 1979. The irony of a serial killer studying criminal justice would later be noted by many observers. It was during this period that he met Paula Dietz, who worked as a secretary for the American Legion. They married on May 22, 1971, in a ceremony held at Christ Lutheran Church in Wichita, the same church where Rader would later become a pillar of the congregation. Together, they would have 2 children, a son, Brian, born in 1975, and a daughter, Kerry, born in 1978. By all outward appearances, Dennis Rader was building a stable, respectable life. He worked as an assembler for the Coleman Company, a manufacturer of outdoor recreational products. He attended church regularly at Christ Lutheran Church, becoming increasingly involved in the congregation. He was active in the Boy Scouts, serving as a troop leader. He was, by every metric his neighbors could see, a good man, perhaps a bit rigid and particular about rules, but certainly not dangerous. In 1974, Rader obtained a position with ADT Security Services, installing home security systems. The irony would later be almost unbearable for his clients and community. The man charged with protecting their homes was the very threat they sought protection from. Co-workers at ADT nicknamed him Blue Book Man because he always followed the rules meticulously and scolded others for even making small talk during work hours. He worked this job for several years before joining the Park City Compliance Department in 1991, where he became a code enforcement officer, essentially a bureaucrat who enforced city ordinances, wrote citations for code violations, and measured grass that was too long. This position suited Rader perfectly. It gave him a modicum of authority, allowed him to enter people's properties, and provided a legitimate reason to be driving through neighborhoods, observing homes and residents. His co-workers would later describe him as officious, someone who relished his small amount of power, perhaps a bit too much. He was known to be inflexible about rules, measuring lawns with precision and issuing citations for even minor violations. He reportedly chased stray animals while carrying a tranquilizer gun, taking his duties perhaps more seriously than necessary. But overzealousness about city codes didn't make someone a murderer. It just made them annoying. Rader's involvement with Christ Lutheran Church deepened over the years. He served in various capacities, eventually becoming the congregation president in January 2005. He was responsible for administrative duties, congregation meetings, church finances. He was trusted with the most mundane and intimate details of church operations. People confided in him about their struggles, their doubts, their fears. He counseled them, prayed with them, presented himself as a pillar of faith and community. But there was another Dennis Rader, a secret Dennis Rader, one that had been active since January 15, 1974. On that frigid winter morning, the Otero family went about their normal routines in their Wichita home. Joseph Otero, age 38, worked for the Coleman Company, the same company where Rader had briefly worked. Julie Otero, age 34, was his devoted wife. They had 5 children together, building the kind of family life that represented the American dream. That morning, 9-year-old Joseph Jr., 11-year-old Josephine, and their siblings were in various states of waking up for school. Dennis Rader had been watching the house. He'd seen the family's routines, knew their schedules. According to his later confessions, he had been stalking Julie Otero since December 1973, apparently developing an obsession with her. When he knocked on the door that morning, the Oteros let him in, perhaps believing he needed help, perhaps thinking he was from the telephone company, as he would later claim to have told them. Once inside, he revealed his true intentions. Using weapons he'd brought with him, Rader methodically restrained the family members. He killed Joseph Otero Sr. by strangulation with a cord. He killed Julie Otero the same way. 9-year-old Joey was also strangled. The systematic nature of the murders stood in stark contrast to any image of passion or sudden rage. This was calculated, planned, methodical. Then, Rader took 11-year-old Josephine to the basement, where he killed her. The crime scene was staged in a way that suggested sexual motivation, though Rader's actual intent was about power and control. When investigators arrived at the Otero home later that day, after family members discovered the bodies, they found a scene of calculated brutality that would haunt the Wichita community for decades. The community was shocked. The Oteros were a good family, well-liked, with no apparent enemies. Who would do such a thing? Why would anyone target an entire family, including children? The randomness of it made it even more terrifying. If the Oteros could be victims, anyone could. But after committing these horrific murders, Dennis Rader didn't flee the state or go into hiding. He went home to his wife Paula, who was pregnant with their first child. He went to work at the Coleman Company. He attended church. He helped neighbors. He lived his normal life as if nothing had happened. He even took a watch from the Otero home as a souvenir, beginning a pattern he would continue throughout his killing career. This ability to commit savage murder and then seamlessly return to mundane normalcy is what Rader would later describe, using his own terminology, as cubing. Though forensic psychologists note this is his own term for what is clinically known as dissociation or extreme compartmentalization. He claimed to be able to separate his life into distinct compartments that never touched. Work Dennis, church Dennis, family Dennis, and what he called his Factor X, or his demon. Experts emphasize that such self-serving explanations should be viewed critically, as they often serve to minimize the killer's responsibility for their conscious choices. 3 months after the Otero murders, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck again. Catherine Bright, a 21-year-old woman who also worked at the Coleman Company, was home with her brother Kevin when Rader broke in. He shot Kevin Bright, who survived despite serious injuries and would later provide descriptions to police. Rader then murdered Catherine by stabbing her multiple times. The attack was brutal and prolonged. Catherine fought for her life, sustaining numerous defensive wounds before succumbing to her injuries. Kevin Bright's survival and his ability to describe the attacker should have led to Rader's capture, but somehow the investigation didn't connect him to the crime. Then, something happened that would define the BTK case for the next 30 years. Dennis Rader wanted credit for his crimes. He wanted recognition. He wanted people to know what he'd done and to acknowledge his work. On October 22, 1974, a Wichita Eagle reporter received a phone call directing him to a book at the Wichita Public Library. Inside that book was a letter describing the Otero murders in detail that only the killer could know. The letter was chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, describing the crimes as though they were ordinary events. At the bottom, the author had provided a name for himself: BTK, bind, torture, kill. The letter stated, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK." This would become his signature. Over the years, BTK would send numerous letters to media outlets and police, taunting them, providing details of murders, sometimes sending items belonging to victims. He seemed to crave the attention, the notoriety, the knowledge that the entire city was talking about him, even though they didn't know who he was. But despite this correspondence, BTK would remain unidentified for decades. And during those decades, Dennis Rader continued his double life. In 1975, his son Brian was born. Rader was present for the birth, a devoted father from the start. He coached Brian in Little League, attended his school events, helped with homework. Brian would later describe his father as strict but loving, someone who enforced rules but also spent quality time with his children. Rader killed again in 1977. On March 17th, Shirley Vian, a 26-year-old mother of 3 young children, was murdered in her home. Shirley was sick with the flu that day, lying in bed when Rader forced his way into the house. He told her children, ages 5, 7, and 8, that he was wanted by the police and needed to hide. He locked them in the bathroom, telling them he would harm their mother if they came out or made noise. The children huddled together in terror, hearing sounds from outside, but not understanding what was happening. Rader killed Shirley in her bedroom while her children waited just feet away. When he left, the children eventually emerged to find their mother dead. The psychological trauma inflicted on these children, who survived but lost their mother in such a terrifying way, is immeasurable. On December 8, 1977, Rader broke into the home of Nancy Fox, a 25-year-old woman who lived alone. Nancy worked at a jewelry store and was known for her friendly personality. Rader killed her by strangulation with a belt. Then, in a display of his twisted arrogance, he used her own phone to call the police and report the homicide, directing them to her address. He wanted them to find his work. He wanted credit. The phone call was brief and matter-of-fact, demonstrating his complete lack of remorse or emotional connection to his victim. After the Fox murder, BTK went silent. Not because he'd stopped thinking about killing, not because he'd experienced remorse, but because, as he would later explain, his life circumstances had changed in ways that made murder more difficult. In 1978, his daughter Kerry was born. His children were growing up. His wife was more aware of his movements. His job demanded more of his time. The compartmentalization required more effort. But he didn't forget. He kept souvenirs from his victims, photographs, identification cards, items of clothing. He revisited these items regularly, using them to relive his crimes in his imagination. He would later admit to creating elaborate fantasies and even detailed drawings of potential future victims during this dormant period. The years passed. 1978, 1979, 1980. No new BTK murders. Wichita began to relax slightly, though the terror of those few years in the mid-1970s had never truly faded. Parents still warned children. Women still checked their locks obsessively, but life moved on as it must. The BTK task force remained active, but with diminishing resources as other crimes demanded attention. Then, in 1985, BTK resurfaced. On April 27, Maureen Hedge, a 53-year-old neighbor of Rader's, was killed in her home. Maureen lived just 6 doors down from the Rader family on the same street. Rader had watched her, knew her routines. He broke in during the night, killed her, removed her body to take photographs in a remote location, and then returned the body to her home. The level of planning and risk-taking indicated a killer who felt completely confident in his ability to evade capture. The fact that he targeted his own neighbor demonstrated his complete lack of fear and his belief in his own superiority. On September 16, 1986, Vicky Wegerle, a 28-year-old woman, was murdered in her home, while her young 2-year-old son was present in another room. Vicky was a pianist and homemaker. Rader had posed as a telephone repairman to gain entry, part of what he would later call Project Piano. After killing Vicky, he left as calmly as he'd arrived, confident that his disguise and planning had protected his identity. Her murder wouldn't be officially connected to BTK until years later. The final confirmed BTK murder occurred on January 19, 1991. Dolores Davis, a 62-year-old woman, was abducted from her home, killed with her own pantyhose, and her body left under a bridge. Dolores was a beloved grandmother in the community. After this murder, BTK went silent again. For 13 years, there were no letters, no communications, no confirmed killings. The case grew cold. Investigators retired. The city moved on, though the shadow of BTK never entirely lifted. During all these years, Dennis Rader lived his normal life with remarkable success. He raised his children. Brian and Kerry Rader had a father who attended their school events, helped with homework, enforced household rules with perhaps more rigidity than most parents, but nothing that seemed abnormal. They had family dinners, they went on vacations, they celebrated birthdays and holidays. Paula Rader had a husband who went to work, came home, handled household repairs, and seemed like a typical middle-aged man settled into the routines of suburban life. If she noticed anything unusual, she didn't recognize it as evidence of murder. His co-workers at the Park City Compliance Office knew Dennis Rader as the guy who took his job very seriously, maybe too seriously. He was meticulous about city codes, inflexible about enforcement, the kind of person who'd measure your grass with a ruler and write a citation if it exceeded the permitted height by half an inch. Some found him irritating. Others thought he was just doing his job thoroughly. No one thought he was a serial killer. His church congregation knew him as Brother Dennis, devoted to Christ Lutheran Church, always present at services, reliable for administrative tasks, eventually trusted enough to become congregation president. He led council meetings. He managed church finances. He represented the congregation in community interfaith activities. He was, by all accounts, a dedicated member of the Christian community. But in 2004, after 13 years of silence, BTK suddenly began communicating again. The Wichita Eagle ran a story marking the 30th anniversary of the Otero murders, and Rader would later explain that he was kind of bored and concerned that his work would be forgotten. Investigators believe his need for recognition overcame his caution. He began sending letters to media outlets again, including items from old crime scenes to prove his identity. What followed was a cat-and-mouse game between BTK and law enforcement. Rader sent numerous communications over the next year, some in serial boxes, possibly a reference to serial killer, containing drawings, photographs, written descriptions of murders, and even dolls posed to mimic his victims. He seemed to be playing a game, testing the police, enjoying the renewed attention his crimes were receiving. In one of his communications, Rader made a fatal error. He asked police if they could trace information on a floppy disk. The police, hoping to encourage him to send a disk, lied and said no, they couldn't trace it. Trusting this response and displaying a surprising naivety for someone who'd evaded capture for 30 years, Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a television station. Forensic analysts examined the disk and found deleted metadata that included the name Dennis and a connection to Christ Lutheran Church. This led investigators directly to Dennis Rader. They obtained a DNA sample from his daughter Kerry's medical records at a university clinic. She had had a routine pap smear, and compared it to DNA evidence from the crime scenes. The match was conclusive. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested outside his home in Park City, Kansas, on his lunch break from his compliance officer job. When asked if he knew why he was being arrested, Rader reportedly responded, "Oh, I have suspicions why." Even in the moment of his capture, there was an almost casual quality to his demeanor, as if being arrested for serial murder was just another item on his day's schedule. The arrest shocked everyone who knew him. His family was devastated. Paula Rader filed for an immediate emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. Their marriage was dissolved as quickly as the legal system allowed. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. The psychological trauma of discovering that the man she'd been married to for 34 years was BTK is difficult to comprehend. Their children, now adults, had to reconcile the father they'd known with the serial killer he actually was. Brian and Kerry Rader have largely stayed out of public life since their father's arrest, attempting to build lives separate from the horror of his legacy. Kerry Rawson, she took her married name, eventually wrote a book in 2019 titled A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming, and participated in the 2025 Netflix documentary My Father, the BTK Killer, where she shared her quest for answers and healing. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from jail, he showed a disturbing mix of fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl, I raised right, and life before the arrest was a good time, and the dark side took me away," as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry described the agonizing process of trying to reconcile the loving father she remembered with the killer he actually was. The congregation at Christ Lutheran Church was stunned. This man they'd trusted, who'd managed their church, who'd represented their faith community, he'd been BTK all along. Some members struggled with profound questions about faith, about how they could have been so thoroughly deceived, about what it meant that they'd prayed alongside a serial killer. Rader's co-workers reported feeling disturbed and betrayed. They'd worked alongside him for years, shared breaks with him, attended office parties with him. The code enforcement officer who measured grass and wrote parking tickets had murdered 10 people. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming. During his interrogation and subsequent court proceedings, Rader was unnervingly cooperative and detailed in describing his crimes. He showed no genuine remorse, instead seeming almost proud of his ability to have hidden for so long. He explained his methods, his planning, his motivations with a clinical detachment that forensic psychologists found characteristic of psychopathic personality disorder. He spoke about his victims as though they were objects, projects he'd completed. He detailed his trolling process, how he'd search for potential victims, how he'd plan his attacks, how he'd relive the crimes through his souvenirs. On June 27, 2005, Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder. On August 18, 2005, he was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison, one for each of his confirmed victims. Kansas had no death penalty at the time his crimes were committed, so life imprisonment was the maximum sentence. He will never be eligible for parole. He is currently incarcerated at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he will remain for the rest of his natural life. The BTK case represents one of the most disturbing examples of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. For over 30 years, Dennis Rader maintained a completely normal public existence, while secretly being one of America's most brutal killers. His ability to compartmentalize, to separate his murderous activities from his daily life, allowed him to fool everyone around him: his family, his church, his community, his co-workers. When people think about serial killers, they often imagine someone who looks or acts obviously disturbed. But Dennis Rader looked like everyone's neighbor. He looked like a church leader. He looked like a typical middle-aged man living an ordinary life in the heartland of America. And that's precisely what made him so dangerous and so successful at evading capture for so long. The victims of BTK deserve to be remembered as more than just entries in a killer's ledger. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving father who'd brought his family to Wichita for better opportunities. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who worked at the Coleman Company. Joseph Otero Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had his whole life ahead of him. Josephine Otero, age 11, was a bright student with a promising future. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with hopes and dreams. Shirley Vian, age 26, was a mother doing her best to raise 3 young children. Nancy Fox, age 25, was independent and hardworking. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a kind neighbor. Vicki Wegel, age 28, was a talented pianist and mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. They were people with families, hopes, dreams, and futures that Dennis Rader stole from them. Their names and their humanity must be remembered alongside the story of the man who killed them. John Wayne Gacy, the killer clown, next door. If Dennis Rader represents the mundane killer hiding in plain sight, the ordinary bureaucrat who happened to be a murderer, then John Wayne Gacy represents something even more disturbing: the beloved community figure, the charitable volunteer, the man who brought joy to children and sick people through his clown performances. Gacy was popular, well-liked, and respected in his community. He was also responsible for the deaths of 33 young men and boys, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, the second of 3 children born to John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Robinson. His childhood was marked by complexity and dysfunction, though like many serial killers, external observers might not have recognized the depth of problems within the family home. Gacy's father was an alcoholic who frequently abused his wife and children, both physically and verbally. Young John was often the target of his father's rage and disappointment. The elder Gacy belittled his son, calling him stupid and worthless, comparing him unfavorably to his sisters and questioning his masculinity. He would beat John with a leather strap for real or perceived infractions. Psychological experts note that this abuse likely contributed to Gacy's later need to prove his worth and earn approval. Though many people experience childhood abuse without becoming killers, and abuse does not excuse or fully explain criminal behavior. Despite these difficulties, Gacy worked hard to present a normal exterior. He was involved in extracurricular activities at school, worked various jobs as a teenager to contribute to the family finances, and seemed to be making efforts to build a stable life. He struggled with health issues, including a heart condition that would cause him to be hospitalized multiple times during his youth and would later exempt him from military service during the Vietnam War era. In 1964, at age 22, Gacy married Marlyn Myers, whose father owned a chain of Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants in Waterloo, Iowa. Gacy moved to Waterloo with his bride and began working for his father-in-law, managing one of the restaurants. He threw himself into community involvement, joining the JCs, the Junior Chamber of Commerce, a civic organization for young professionals, and quickly becoming known as an enthusiastic volunteer and hard worker. He was elected vice president of the Waterloo JCs chapter and was named outstanding vice president of the organization in Iowa. He seemed to finally be building the kind of respectable life his father had always claimed he couldn't achieve. On the surface, Gacy appeared to be thriving. He and Marlyn had 2 children, a son and daughter. He was successful in business, rising to manage multiple restaurant locations. He was active in community service, known for his dedication and work ethic. He was making something of himself. But beneath this successful exterior, Gacy was engaging in disturbing behavior. He had sexual encounters with teenage boys, sometimes employees at the restaurants he managed. He would ply them with alcohol and then commit sexual acts. In 1968, one of these encounters led to criminal charges when a teenage boy, the son of a fellow JC's member, reported that Gacy had sexually assaulted him. When the case went to trial, Gacy was convicted of sodomy and sentenced to 10 years in prison at the Iowa State Reformatory. Marlyn divorced him while he was incarcerated, and he lost contact with his children. His father died shortly after his conviction, reportedly disgusted by his son's crimes. Gacy never got the chance to prove himself to his father. Most people might assume this would be the end of the story. A sex offender caught, punished, and removed from society. But Gacy was a model prisoner. He earned his high school equivalency diploma while incarcerated. He worked in the prison kitchen and was praised for his leadership and work ethic. He served on the Prisoner Grievance Committee. He was, by all accounts, rehabilitated. After serving just 18 months of his 10-year sentence, he was paroled in June 1970. What happened next illustrates a profound failure in the criminal justice system's ability to predict recidivism in certain types of offenders. Gacy moved back to Chicago and started over. He reconnected with his mother and eventually moved to Norwood Park Township, a middle-class neighborhood on the northwest side of Chicago. In 1971, he bought a home at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue, a modest ranch-style house that would later become infamous. Gacy started a construction company, PDM Contractors, named for painting, decorating, and maintenance. He was skilled at construction work, having learned carpentry and other trades from his father, and quickly built a successful business. He hired teenage boys and young men to work for him, often recruiting from local high schools or targeting those from troubled backgrounds who might be less likely to be missed if they disappeared. He paid them fairly and treated them reasonably, though some would later report that he could be volatile and inappropriate. In 1972, Gacy married again. Carol Hoff was a divorcee with 2 young daughters. She'd known Gacy years earlier when they both worked at the same company, and when they reconnected after his release from prison, he seemed like a stable man who'd made a mistake in his youth but had turned his life around. They married in July 1972, and Gacy became a stepfather to Carol's daughters, presenting himself as a family man and provider. He became deeply involved in community activities. He joined the local Moose Club and other civic organizations. He began performing as a clown at children's parties, hospitals, and charitable events, creating characters he called Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown. He would dress in full clown makeup and costume, bringing smiles to sick children in hospitals and entertaining at neighborhood block parties and fundraisers. Gacy's clown performances made him well known in the community. People loved him. He was the generous guy who gave his time to make children happy, who volunteered for the Democratic Party, who organized fundraisers and community events. He was photographed with local politicians and civic leaders. In 1978, he even met First Lady Rosalynn Carter at a Polish Constitution Day parade event in Chicago, where he was serving as director of the annual parade. The photograph of Gacy with the First Lady would later become one of the most shocking images associated with the case, a serial killer smiling alongside the wife of the President of the United States. But during this same period, John Wayne Gacy was also murdering young men and boys at a horrific rate. According to Gacy's later confession, his first murder as an adult occurred on January 3, 1972, in the early morning hours. Timothy McCoy was a 16-year-old who'd been traveling through Chicago by bus. Gacy encountered him at the Greyhound bus station, offered him a place to stay, and brought him to his Summerdale Avenue home. There, Gacy killed him. Gacy would later claim that Timothy had come at him with a knife and that he'd killed in self-defense, but investigators found no evidence to support this claim and believe it was another of Gacy's many lies. After this murder, Gacy realized something that would define his subsequent actions. He could kill and get away with it. The body could be hidden. The victim's disappearance wouldn't necessarily be connected to him. He could continue his normal life as if nothing had happened, and that's exactly what he did. Gacy developed a methodical approach to murder. He would target young men and boys, often those who worked for him or whom he met through his business or community activities. He would lure them to his house under various pretexts, offering work, showing them something, providing a place to stay, or sometimes simply inviting them to drink or party. Once there, he would gain control of them through trickery, force, or by offering them alcohol or drugs. Gacy would then incapacitate his victims, often by using what he called his handcuff trick. He'd claim to be showing them a magic trick or illusion where he could escape from handcuffs and would get them to allow him to put the cuffs on them. Once the victim was restrained, Gacy's true nature would emerge. He would commit sexual assault and eventually kill them, most often through strangulation, using a rope or board twisted by a stick, a method called garroting. The methodical nature of his crimes stood in stark contrast to his public persona as a community leader and entertainer. After each murder, Gacy faced the problem of body disposal. His solution was grimly practical and horrifyingly simple. He buried them under his house. The crawl space beneath his home became a graveyard. As the years went on and the body count increased, Gacy would dig new graves in his crawl space, sometimes even stacking bodies or digging up old graves to make room for new victims. Eventually, when the crawl space became too full, Gacy began disposing of bodies in other ways. He threw 4 victims into the Des Plaines River, but for the most part, the bodies of his victims were buried beneath his home, decomposing just feet below where he lived his normal life, where he hosted parties, where his wife and stepdaughters slept. During the period from 1972 to 1978, while Gacy was actively killing, his public life continued seemingly without any disruption. He entertained at parties as Pogo the Clown, bringing joy to children at birthday parties and hospital wards. He ran his successful construction business, completing jobs professionally and earning a good reputation. He supervised employees, attended political events, volunteered for community causes. He was, to all external appearances, a successful, generous, community-minded citizen. His wife, Carol, did eventually become suspicious of Gacy's behavior, though not of murder. She noticed strange smells in the house. Gacy blamed it on moisture in the crawl space or problems with the plumbing. She noticed his strange hours, his volatile mood swings, and the fact that their sexual relationship had essentially ceased. She also discovered pornographic materials featuring young men hidden in the house. In March 1976, Carol and Gacy divorced, with Carol taking her daughters and leaving. Years later, she would express her relief that her daughters had not been harmed and her horror at discovering who Gacy truly was. She would say that she had no idea about the murders, and investigators found no evidence that she did. After the divorce, with no family living in the house with him, Gacy's killing accelerated. Without a wife to explain things to or hide things from, he had more freedom to act on his violent urges. The bodies continued to accumulate beneath his home, yet he continued his community involvement unabated. Gacy hosted elaborate annual summer parties at his home, inviting neighbors, political figures, business associates. These parties became well known in the neighborhood, with people looking forward to them each year. Guests would stand on the lawn, eating and drinking, socializing and laughing, with 29 bodies buried just below their feet. The cognitive dissonance of this, the friendly party happening literally above a mass grave, is almost incomprehensible. Neighbors on Summerdale Avenue thought Gacy was a bit odd. He could be volatile, and there were sometimes unpleasant smells around his property. Some young men were seen coming and going at odd hours, but mostly they saw him as a helpful neighbor, someone who'd plow snow from driveways or help with home repairs. He was familiar. He was part of the community. He certainly wasn't a serial killer. The investigation that would eventually catch Gacy began not with any of his earlier victims, but with his last. On December 11, 1978, 15-year-old Robert Piest told his mother he was going to meet with a contractor about a potential summer job. The contractor was John Wayne Gacy, who'd come into the pharmacy where Robert's mother worked to discuss a remodeling project. Robert was excited about the opportunity. He never came home. Robert's mother immediately reported him missing and mentioned that he'd been going to meet with Gacy. Unlike many of Gacy's previous victims, young men from troubled backgrounds, drifters, runaways, or those who might not be immediately missed, Robert Piest was a well-cared-for teenager from a stable, loving family. His disappearance was taken seriously from the beginning, and police quickly began investigating Gacy. What they found was disturbing. Gacy had a criminal history, The 1968 conviction for sexual assault in Iowa. He'd been in prison. He was on parole that he shouldn't have even been off of yet. And now, a teenage boy had disappeared after going to meet him. Investigators began surveillance on Gacy and started looking deeper into his background. They discovered that several young men who'd worked for PDM contractors had disappeared over the years. On December 21, 1978, after obtaining a search warrant based on the mounting evidence, police searched Gacy's home. What they found there would shock the nation. The smell of decomposition was overwhelming. Investigators began searching the crawl space and discovered human remains. As the excavation continued over the following days, more and more bodies were found. Eventually, 26 bodies were recovered from the crawl space, and 3 more were found buried in other areas on the property. 4 bodies that Gacy had disposed of in the Des Plaines River were also eventually identified, bringing the total known victim count to 33. On December 22, 1978, John Wayne Gacy confessed to the murders. He did so in a relatively matter-of-fact manner, providing details about his methods, his burial sites, and his victims. Forensic psychologists who have studied his confessions and later interviews note that he displayed little genuine remorse and seemed more concerned with managing his public image than with accepting responsibility for the harm he'd caused. The revelation that John Wayne Gacy, Pogo the Clown, community volunteer, successful businessman, was responsible for 33 murders shocked the Chicago area and the nation. People who'd known him, who'd attended his parties, who'd hired him for work, who'd had their children entertained by his clown performances, struggled to reconcile the man they knew with the brutal killer he'd been revealed to be. The excavation of Gacy's home became a media spectacle. News crews broadcast images of investigators digging up bodies from beneath the house. The Summerdale Avenue address became infamous. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to comprehend how such horror had existed right next door to them. The trial began on February 6, 1980. Gacy's defense attempted to argue that he was insane, that he suffered from multiple personality disorder, that he couldn't have been responsible for his actions. His lawyers presented psychiatric testimony suggesting that another personality named Jack Hanley had committed the murders while Gacy was unaware. But the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of premeditation, planning, and rational behavior surrounding the murders. The prosecution argued that Gacy knew exactly what he was doing, that he was organized and calculating, and that he made conscious choices to kill repeatedly. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before finding Gacy guilty on all 33 counts of murder. On March 13, 1980, he was sentenced to death for 12 of the murders. He would spend the next 14 years on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, painted pictures, some of clowns, which would later be sold or destroyed, and continued to maintain his innocence despite his earlier confession. John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center in Crestwood, Illinois, on May 10, 1994, at 12:58 a.m. He was 52 years old. His last words were reported to be "kiss my ass." Even in death, he showed no genuine remorse for his crimes. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating, some protesting the death penalty. His execution was seen by many as justice finally served for the 33 young men and boys whose lives he'd taken. After Gacy's execution, his house on Summerdale Avenue was demolished in April 1979, shortly after the bodies were removed. The lot remained empty for years, as no one wanted to buy property so thoroughly associated with horror. Eventually, a new house was built on the site, and a new family moved in, trying to establish normal life in a place that had been the setting for unspeakable crimes. The Gacy case represents perhaps the most extreme example of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. He wasn't just maintaining a normal appearance, he was actively beloved by his community. Children loved Pogo the Clown. Neighbors appreciated his helpfulness. Politicians valued his volunteer work. Business associates found him reliable and skilled. The Democratic Party welcomed his participation in political events and fundraisers. And all the while, beneath his house, the bodies accumulated. 29 young men and boys buried in the crawl space, their decomposing bodies just feet below where parties were held, where guests socialized, where life went on as normal. The duality of Gacy's existence, beloved community figure by day, brutal killer by night, challenges our fundamental assumptions about how we identify dangerous people. If someone as active, public, and seemingly generous as John Wayne Gacy could be a serial killer, then our methods for identifying threats are fundamentally inadequate. The victims of John Wayne Gacy deserve to be remembered as individuals, not just statistics. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago with his whole life ahead of him. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy and disappeared in 1975. Darrell Sampson, age 18, was a high school student. Randall Reffett, age 15, vanished in 1976. Samuel Stapleton, age 14, was a junior high student. These young men had families who loved them, dreams they wanted to pursue, potential that was stolen from them. Some of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today, their families perhaps still wondering what happened to their missing sons or brothers. Robert Piest, whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture, was 15 years old. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother never stopped looking for him, and her determination to find her son ultimately led to the investigation that brought Gacy down. The Piest family's persistence in pursuing answers when Robert disappeared demonstrates the importance of taking every missing person case seriously, regardless of the victim's background. Ted Bundy, the charming predator. Theodore Robert Bundy, born Theodore Robert Cowell on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, would become one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. Unlike Rader or Gacy, Bundy's good looks, education, and charm made him seem like the last person who would be capable of murder. He was handsome, articulate, intelligent, and seemingly destined for a successful career in law or politics, and he confessed to murdering at least 30 young women, though investigators believe the actual number is higher, with estimates ranging up to 35 or more based on circumstantial evidence and unsolved cases from the areas where Bundy traveled. Bundy's early life was complicated by secrets and deception that psychological experts believe may have shaped his development, though, as always, difficult circumstances don't excuse behavior or determine outcomes. He was born to Eleanor Louise Cowell, an unmarried woman in the 1940s, a status that carried severe social stigma at the time. To avoid scandal, Bundy was raised in his grandparents' home in Philadelphia, with the understanding that his grandparents were his parents and his mother was his older sister. He wouldn't learn the truth about his parentage until he was an adolescent, discovering the deception through a cousin, or possibly by finding his birth certificate, accounts vary. His biological father's identity remains uncertain. His birth certificate lists Lloyd Marshall as his father, but this is believed to be false. His mother later married Johnny Bundy, and Theodore took his stepfather's surname. The family moved to Washington State when Ted was 4 years old, where young Ted grew up in what appeared to be a normal, middle-class environment in Tacoma. Bundy was intelligent and did well academically, though he was sometimes described as shy and less popular than his peers in his early school years. He attended the University of Washington, where he studied Chinese and later psychology. He was involved in politics, volunteering for Republican campaigns and working on political causes. He worked at a crisis hotline at a suicide prevention center in Seattle, where he met and befriended Ann Rule, who was also volunteering there. Rule would later become a famous true crime writer, and her book, The Stranger Beside Me, would detail her friendship with Bundy and her slow, horrifying realization that her friend was a serial killer. She would describe him as a good listener, someone who genuinely seemed to care about helping people in crisis, a testament to how convincing his mask was. Bundy appeared to be a young man with a bright future. He was studying law at the University of Utah, considering politics, and seemed to have the intelligence, charm, and ambition to succeed in whatever path he chose. Those who knew him described him as polite, well-spoken, and trustworthy. He had a long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, who wrote under the pseudonym Elizabeth Klopfer and seemed to be in a stable relationship. But beneath this promising exterior, something far darker was developing. During his college years, Bundy became involved in a relationship with a woman from a wealthy California family. Various sources refer to her by different names, including Stephanie Brooks and Diane Edwards. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and came from a privileged background. Psychological experts have theorized that this relationship and its eventual end may have served as a catalyst for his later crimes, though Bundy himself provided contradictory explanations for his violence. The woman broke up with Bundy reportedly because she felt he lacked direction and ambition. This rejection occurred in 1968, and some psychologists believe it was a significant blow to Bundy's ego and may have contributed to his later targeting of women who resembled her. Though the reality is that while relationships can be difficult and even traumatic, they don't transform someone into a serial killer. That darkness must already exist. After this relationship ended, Bundy appeared to transform himself. He became more confident, more socially successful. He re-enrolled in law school. He reconnected with his former girlfriend in California, and they briefly rekindled their relationship in 1973, by which point experts believe he had already begun killing, though this woman didn't know it. She would later say that he seemed more mature and focused, not realizing that his new confidence came partly from his secret life as a predator. Bundy's earliest documented murders occurred in 1974, though there is speculation he may have killed before this. Investigators have suspected him in the 1961 disappearance of 8-year-old Anne-Marie Burr from her home in Tacoma, though Bundy consistently denied this, and no evidence has ever conclusively linked him to that case. What is certain is that by 1974, Bundy had begun a murder spree that would span multiple states and claim at least 30 confirmed victims. He developed a method that became his trademark. He would approach young women in public places, often college campuses or parks, pretending to be injured or in need of help. He might wear a fake cast on his arm or leg, or use crutches, and ask for assistance, carrying books or loading items into his Volkswagen Beetle. The cast or injury made him seem harmless, even vulnerable. Once the woman was near his vehicle and distracted, he would incapacitate her, sometimes by hitting her with a crowbar or tire iron that he had hidden, force her into the car, and drive to a remote location where he would assault and kill her. Bundy typically targeted young women with long, dark hair parted in the middle, a look similar to his former girlfriend from California. Psychological analysts have theorized that Bundy was symbolically murdering this woman over and over, though this remains speculation rather than confirmed fact. And Bundy himself gave different explanations at different times. Between 1974 and 1978, Bundy is confirmed to have killed at least 30 women across Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, and Florida. He would later admit that he frequently returned to disposal sites, engaging in acts of necrophilia, a behavior documented in his confessions to investigators and consistent with his need for continued control over his victims even after death. What made Bundy particularly dangerous and successful was his appearance and demeanor. He didn't look like a killer, he looked like a law student, which he actually was at various points. He looked like someone's helpful neighbor. He looked like a nice young man who might genuinely need assistance with a broken leg or heavy books. He was articulate, educated, and charming. Women felt comfortable approaching him, helping him, trusting him, and that trust was fatal. Some of Bundy's victims from the Washington and Oregon period in 1974 included Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old psychology student who disappeared from her basement bedroom, leaving behind a blood-soaked pillow and nightgown. Donna Gail Manson, 19, vanished from the Evergreen State College campus. Susan Rancourt, 18, disappeared from Central Washington State College. Roberta Kathleen Parks, 20, was last seen at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, and Georgianne Hawkins, 18, also disappeared during this period. In July 1974, in one of Bundy's most brazen acts, he abducted two women, Janice Ott, 23, and Denise Nasland, 19, from Lake Sammamish State Park in broad daylight on the same afternoon, approaching them separately in front of witnesses and using the name Ted while asking for help with his sailboat. Bundy was arrested in Utah in August 1975 after a police officer stopped him for a traffic violation and found suspicious items in his car, including handcuffs, a crowbar, rope, and other items. This led to his identification as a suspect in several disappearances. He was eventually convicted of kidnapping in Utah and sentenced to 15 years in prison. But in 1977, while being held in Colorado to face murder charges there, Bundy engineered a dramatic escape by jumping out of a courthouse window during a court recess. He was recaptured several days later. Then, in December 1977, he escaped again, this time from his jail cell, and made his way to Florida. In Florida, on January 15, 1978, Bundy attacked the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee, committing what would be his most brutal and frenzied attack. He entered the sorority house around 3 a.m. and attacked 4 women in rapid succession. He killed Margaret Bowman, 21, and Lisa Levy, 20, and severely injured 2 other women who survived. The attack was savage and showed a loss of the control that had characterized his earlier crimes. 3 weeks later, on February 9, 1978, he abducted and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her junior high school in Lake City, Florida. he was finally captured in Pensacola, Florida, on February 15, 1978, after a police officer recognized him from wanted posters and pulled him over for driving a stolen vehicle. In the car were credit cards belonging to women he'd attacked. His capture came not through brilliant detective work connecting his crimes, but through the luck of an observant officer recognizing him. The trials that followed became media sensations, partly because of Bundy's appearance and demeanor. He acted as his own attorney at times, displaying the intelligence and charm that had allowed him to kill for so long without being caught. He cross-examined witnesses, made legal arguments, and presented himself as a capable lawyer fighting against injustice. The courtroom proceedings were among the first to be televised nationally, and millions watched, fascinated as this handsome, articulate man defended himself against charges of brutal murder. Bundy even proposed to and married Carol Ann Boone, a former co-worker, during his trial, taking advantage of an obscure Florida law that considered a declaration of marriage in court before a judge to be legally binding. Boone would later give birth to a daughter conceived during conjugal visits that shouldn't have been allowed. This demonstrated Bundy's ability to manipulate and charm even while on trial for his life. On July 24, 1979, Bundy was convicted of the Chi Omega murders and sentenced to death. He was later convicted of murdering Kimberly Leach and received another death sentence. He would spend the next decade on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, confessed to murders, and continued to manipulate his image and control his narrative to the extent possible. As his execution date approached, Bundy began confessing to additional murders, providing details to investigators in a final attempt to delay his execution. He confessed to murders in Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, and Idaho, giving information that allowed some families to finally learn what had happened to their missing daughters. However, he remained vague or misleading about certain details, and some of his confessions couldn't be fully verified. Theodore Robert Bundy was executed in Florida's electric chair at Florida State Prison in Rayford on January 24, 1989, at 7:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He was 42 years old. His last words were reportedly directed at his attorney and a minister. "Jim and Fred, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." Outside the prison, hundreds of onlookers celebrated, some holding signs that read, "Burn Bundy Burn," and setting off fireworks when his death was announced. It was a macabre carnival atmosphere that reflected the intense public interest in and hatred of this killer who had seemed so normal, so trustworthy, so unlikely. The Bundy case represents a different form of hiding in plain sight than Rader or Gacy. Where they maintained relatively ordinary appearances in their communities, Bundy was actively admired. He was good-looking, smart, and seemingly destined for success. He had worked at a suicide hotline, helping people in crisis. He had volunteered for political campaigns. He had attended law school. The gap between what he appeared to be and what he actually was created profound cognitive dissonance for everyone who knew him. Anne Rule, who had worked alongside him at the crisis hotline, struggled to reconcile the friendly, helpful young man she'd known with the brutal killer he was revealed to be. She would write about this struggle in The Stranger Beside Me, describing how long it took her to accept that her friend Ted was capable of such horrific crimes. She would eventually come to see him as a sadistic sociopath who took pleasure from another human's pain and the control he had over his victims to the point of death and even after. Bundy's former girlfriends, including Elizabeth Kendall, described a charming, attentive partner who seemed incapable of violence. Yet Kendall also noted moments when something seemed off, times when Ted's mask slipped slightly, revealing brief glimpses of the predator beneath. She eventually reported him to police as a possible suspect, though her report was initially dismissed because Bundy seemed so unlikely as a killer. The Bundy case taught law enforcement valuable lessons about how intelligent, organized killers can evade capture by maintaining a convincing normal appearance. It also highlighted how physical attractiveness and charm can serve as powerful camouflage, making it harder for both potential victims and investigators to recognize danger. The case contributed to the development of FBI profiling techniques and improved interjurisdictional cooperation in investigating serial crimes. The victims of Ted Bundy deserve to be remembered as individuals with their own stories, not just as victims in a notorious killer's legacy. They were daughters, sisters, students, professionals, each with their own dreams and potential. Linda Ann Healy was a 21-year-old psychology major and radio announcer. Donna Gale Manson, 19, was studying environmental studies. Susan Rancourt, 18, was a biology major. Kathy Parks, 20, was studying at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, was living independently and working. Georgianne Hawkins, 18, was a popular student at the University of Washington. Denise Nasland, 19, worked as a computer programmer. Janice Ott, 23, worked as a probation caseworker helping troubled youth. These women had families, ambitions, futures that Bundy destroyed. In Utah and Colorado, victims included Nancy Wilcox, 16, Melissa Smith, 17, Laura Aim, 17, Debbie Kent, 17, Karen Campbell, 23, Julie Cunningham, 26, Denise Oliverson, 25, Lynette Culver, 12, and Susan Curtis, 15. In Florida, Margaret Bowman, 21, Lisa Levy, 20, and Kimberly Leach, 12, lost their lives. Each of these women and girls deserved long lives, the opportunity to accomplish their goals, to love and be loved, to contribute to the world. Bundy stole all of that from them, and their memory deserves to be honored. Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah. He would become known as the Green River Killer and would eventually plead guilty to 49 murders, making him one of the most prolific, confirmed serial killers in United States history. Ridgway claimed the number was higher, somewhere between 65 and 80 victims, though the actual count remains unverified, and investigators believe his higher estimates may be exaggerated. What makes Ridgway's case particularly relevant to our discussion is how utterly ordinary he was, how completely he blended into normal working-class life while committing horrific crimes for over 2 decades. Ridgway grew up in what became SeaTac, Washington, near Seattle. His childhood was marked by dysfunction and difficulty. His mother was reportedly domineering and had a volatile relationship with young Gary. He struggled in school, with an IQ measured around 82, placing him in the dull normal range of intelligence. He had difficulty with reading and often felt inadequate compared to his peers. He wet the bed until his teens, which his mother reportedly humiliated him about, making him wash his own sheets, and sometimes punishing him publicly. He graduated from high school with poor grades. He enlisted in the Navy in the late 1960s and served during the Vietnam War period, though he saw no combat. After his military service, Ridgway returned to Washington and began working for the Kenworth Truck Company as a painter in the truck factory. He would hold this job for over 30 years, from 1969 until his arrest in 2001, becoming a long-term, reliable employee. Co-workers described him as quiet, somewhat slow, but dependable. He showed up on time, did his job, and didn't cause trouble. In other words, he was forgettable. Exactly the kind of person who could commit murder without drawing suspicion. Ridgway was married 3 times during his killing years. His first marriage to Claudia Barrows lasted from 1970 to 1972. His second marriage to Marcia Brown lasted from 1973 to 1981. His wives knew him as a man with a strong sex drive and some unusual habits, but nothing that clearly suggested he was a murderer. His second wife, Marcia, would later describe finding unusual items in their home, women's jewelry and clothing that didn't belong to her, but she'd convinced herself there must be innocent explanations. His third wife, Judith Mawson, whom he married in 1988, claimed she had no suspicions until his arrest. Judith would later write a book about her experience, describing a man who seemed devoted to her, who read the Bible with her, who appeared to be a normal husband. She stated that she didn't watch the news and wasn't aware of the Green River Killer case, despite living in the area where it was occurring. When Ridgway was arrested in 2001, Judith was completely shocked, unable to reconcile the man she'd lived with for over a decade with the serial killer he actually was. Ridgway attended church regularly and read the Bible frequently. He would later admit that his religious practices were part of his attempt to control his urges to kill, though they were unsuccessful. He also admitted that he sometimes cried after killing because he knew what he was doing was wrong, yet he couldn't stop himself. This admission, however, should be viewed skeptically. Many serial killers claim remorse or lack of control when it serves their interests. Ridgway targeted sex workers and vulnerable young women, many of them runaways or those struggling with addiction. He would pick them up along the Pacific Highway South, also known as the SeaTac Strip, an area known for prostitution, near the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Ridgway claimed that he targeted sex workers because, in his words, he both desired and despised them. He stated that he knew they would be easy victims because they got into cars with strangers. They might not be immediately reported missing, and their cases might not be investigated as vigorously as other missing persons. Experts note this explanation is self-serving and designed to make his crimes seem calculated rather than revealing any genuine emotional complexity. His method was brutally simple and consistent. He would pick up women, often engaging their services as a prostitute, take them to secluded areas, sometimes his home, his truck, or wooded locations, and kill them, usually through strangulation. He preferred to use his hands or a ligature, maintaining physical contact and control throughout the murder. After killing them, he would dispose of their bodies in wooded areas around King County, often in clusters, returning later to have sex with the decomposing remains. The desecration of his victims' bodies revealed the depth of his depravity and his need for control that extended even beyond death. The first victims attributed to the Green River Killer were found in 1982. Between July and August of that year, 5 bodies were discovered in or near the Green River in King County, Washington, giving the killer his nickname. The bodies of Wendy Lee Caulfield, 16, Deborah Lynn Bonner, 23, Marsha Faye Chapman, 31, Opal Charmaine Mills, 16, and Cynthia Jean Hines, 17, were all found in the river or on its banks during this period. Over the next several years, More bodies were discovered in wooded areas around Seattle, and the body count continued to rise. Clusters of remains were found in areas like Star Lake, the SeaTac Airport vicinity, and along Highway 18 and Interstate 90. The pattern suggested a single killer who was very familiar with the area and was methodically disposing of bodies in locations where they would be found eventually, but not immediately. The Green River Task Force was established in 1984 to investigate the killings. At its peak, it was one of the largest serial killer investigations in American history, with dozens of detectives working full-time on the case. They interviewed thousands of suspects, including Gary Ridgway. Ridgway first came to police attention in 1982 when he was stopped by police while he was in his truck with a sex worker. This was noted but didn't lead to arrest. In 1983, the boyfriend of victim Marie Malvar followed a truck he believed had picked her up to a house in Des Moines, Washington, Ridgway's house. Police questioned Ridgway, but he denied involvement. In 1984, investigators gave Ridgway a polygraph test regarding the murders. He passed the test, and investigators moved on to other suspects. This false negative on the polygraph test would prove to be a critical error that allowed Ridgway to continue killing for years. In 1987, investigators collected a saliva sample from Ridgway as part of their investigation, but DNA technology at the time wasn't advanced enough to make use of it effectively. The sample sat in evidence for years while Ridgway continued to kill. Ridgway's killing slowed significantly after he married his third wife, Judith, in 1988. He would later claim that he truly loved Judith and that his marriage to her reduced his violent urges. Of his 49 confirmed victims, only 3 were killed after his marriage to Judith. Whether this was due to emotional factors, increased difficulty in hiding his activities from a spouse, or simply the natural progression of his aging and declining drive, remains unclear. By the late 1990s, the Green River killings had apparently stopped. The task force was reduced in size. The case went cold. But advances in DNA technology would eventually break it open. In 2001, Detective Dave Reichert, who had been involved in the Green River case since the beginning and had risen to become Sheriff of King County, ordered a review of old evidence using new DNA techniques. They tested the saliva sample taken from Ridgway in 1987 against DNA collected from 4 of the earliest Green River killer victims: Opal Mills, Marsha Chapman, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Christensen. The DNA was a match. On November 30th, 2001, Gary Ridgway was arrested at his workplace at Kenworth Truck Company, where he'd worked for over 30 years. Co-workers were shocked. This quiet, unremarkable man they'd worked alongside for decades was the Green River killer? It seemed impossible. Ridgway had always been so normal, so ordinary, so forgettable. During interrogation, faced with overwhelming DNA evidence, Ridgway began to confess. Over several months of interviews with investigators, he would eventually provide detailed information about 48 murders. In exchange for avoiding the death penalty, Ridgway agreed to plead guilty to all murders for which he could provide verifiable information and to help investigators locate remaining victims and bring closure to families. The confession tapes are chilling in their matter-of-fact tone. Ridgway spoke about his victims as though they were objects. He said things like, "I killed so many women, I have a hard time keeping them straight," and admitted he didn't even know most of their names. He said, "Most of the time, I killed them the first time I met them, and I do not have a good memory for their faces." He explained his targeting of sex workers by saying, "I picked prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without getting caught." On December 18th, 2003, Gary Ridgway was sentenced to 48 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. In 2011, he pleaded guilty to a 49th murder after remains were identified as belonging to Rebecca Marrero, whom he'd killed in 1982. He received another life sentence. Recent developments in the case have continued to bring closure to families. In December 2023, authorities confirmed that remains found in 1985 and known as Bones 17 belonged to 15-year-old Lori Ann Razpotnik, who had run away from home in 1982. In January 2024, authorities confirmed that the last remaining unidentified set of remains linked to Ridgway belonged to 16-year-old Tammy Lyles, whose partial remains had been identified as early as 1988, but whose full identification took decades. In March 2025, court documents revealed that Ridgway was briefly transferred from Washington State Penitentiary to King County Jail in September 2024 to assist investigators in locating additional remains. Authorities have not disclosed whether this effort was successful, stating only that involved cases remain open. Ridgway currently resides at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, where he will remain for the rest of his life. He is now 76 years old and in failing health. The Ridgway case illustrates how a killer who is completely unremarkable, even somewhat slow and unimpressive, can successfully evade capture for decades. Ridgway wasn't charming like Bundy. He wasn't active in his community like Gacy or Rader. He was simply ordinary to the point of being forgettable. He went to work, came home, lived a quiet life. And that ordinariness was itself a form of camouflage that allowed him to kill at least 49 women over 2 decades. His wives struggled with profound questions after his arrest. Judith Ridgway described the cognitive dissonance of reconciling the man she'd shared her life with, the man she'd trusted, slept beside, read the Bible with, and the Green River Killer. She described how he would sometimes leave early for work, ostensibly for overtime pay, but now she wonders if those were the mornings he was killing. The betrayal and horror of such realizations are difficult to comprehend. The victims of Gary Ridgway were women whose lives had value, who deserved safety and dignity. Many were struggling with addiction or poverty, engaged in sex work to survive. Their vulnerability didn't make their lives less valuable. It made their murders all the more tragic because they were already in difficult circumstances and deserved help, not violence. Wendy Lee Caulfield was 16 years old, a runaway who could have been helped, who could have gotten her life back on track. Giselle Lovvorn was 19. Deborah Bonner was 23. Marsha Chapman was 31 and a mother. These women had families who loved them, who reported them missing, who never stopped looking for them. Many of Ridgway's victims were teenagers. Opal Mills, 16, Cynthia Hines, 17, Terry Milligan, 16, Alma Smith, 18, Dolores Williams, 17, Gail Matthews, 23. They were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. Tammy Lyles, whose remains were the last to be identified, was 16 years old when Ridgway killed her. Lori Ann Razpotnik was just 15. These were children who needed protection, who instead encountered a predator. The full list of Ridgway's confirmed victims represents a staggering loss of life, each person an individual with their own story. Wendy Lee Caulfield, Giselle Lovvorn, Deborah Lynn Bonner, Marsha Faye Chapman, Opal Charmaine Mills, Cynthia Jean Hines, Terry Renee Milligan, Mary Bridget Meehan, Deborah Estes, Linda Jane Rule, Denise Darcel Bush, Shonda Leah Summers, Shirley Marie Sherrill, Rebecca Marrero, Colleen Renee Brockman, Alma Ann Smith, Dolores Laverne Williams, Gail Lynn Matthews, Andrea M. Childers, Sandra K. Gabbett, Kimmy Kai Pitsaw, Marie M. Malvar, Carol Ann Christensen, Martina Teresa Ortherly, Cheryl Lee Wims, Yvonne Antosh, Carrie Ann Royce, Constance Elizabeth Nayon, Kelly Marie Ware, Tina Marie Thompson, April Dawn Buttram, Debbie Mae Abernathy, Tracy Ann Winston, Maureen Sue Feeney, Mary Sue Bello, Pammy Annette Avant, Delise Louise Plager, Kimberly L. Nelson, Lisa Yates, Mary Exeter West, Cindy Ann Smith, Patricia Michelle Barksack, Roberta Joseph Hayes, Marta Reeves, Patricia Ann Yellow Robe, Tammy Lyles, Laurie Ann Raspotnik, and 2 victims who remain unidentified. Each of these women's lives mattered. They were daughters, sisters, some were mothers. Their humanity must be remembered. Israel Keyes, the methodical predator. If the previous cases represent killers who maintained normal appearances in specific communities, Israel Keyes represents something even more chilling. A killer who meticulously planned to be nearly impossible to catch, who had no consistent victim type, no geographic focus, no discernible pattern. Keyes was perhaps the most methodical and calculating serial killer of the modern era, and he successfully hid in plain sight by ensuring that no one could connect his crimes to him or to each other. Israel Keyes was born on January 7, 1978, in Richmond, Utah. Some sources say Cove, Utah, the second of 10 children born to Heidi Hackinson and John Jeffrey Keyes. His family moved frequently during his childhood, living in various locations before eventually settling in the isolated area of Colville, Washington, in a remote cabin with no electricity or running water. The family was deeply religious, adhering to fundamentalist Christian beliefs associated with the Christian identity movement, and the children were homeschooled in isolation from mainstream society. As a teenager, Keyes exhibited disturbing behavior that should have been warning signs. He was known to be cruel to animals, killing and torturing creatures he found in the woods. He broke into neighbors' homes, stealing items, and sometimes vandalizing property. But these behaviors didn't result in serious legal consequences or intervention that might have prevented his later crimes. By his late teens, Keyes had rejected his family's religious beliefs and declared himself an atheist, causing a significant rift with his family. This rejection of their ideology seemed to remove what little moral framework he might have had. In July 1998, at age 20, Keyes enlisted in the United States Army. He served from 1998 to 2001, including time stationed in Egypt and at Fort Lewis in Washington state. His military service was unremarkable. He achieved the rank of specialist and received an honorable discharge. Nothing about his military record suggested the darkness that lay beneath. His service gave him training, discipline, and experience that he would later apply to his crimes. After leaving the military, Keyes moved around the United States before eventually settling in Alaska in 2007. He had a daughter with a girlfriend, and by all accounts, he was a devoted father who loved his child deeply. This genuine love for his daughter seems to have been one of the few authentic emotions Keyes experienced, and he would later express concern about how his crimes would affect her. Keyes worked as a handyman and contractor, eventually starting his own business, Keyes Construction, in Alaska. He was reliable, skilled, and professional. Clients trusted him with keys to their homes, with access to their properties while they were away, with intimate details of their lives and security systems. He seemed like exactly the kind of honest, hard-working contractor everyone hopes to find. But during this same period, Israel Keyes was committing murders, bank robberies, arsons, burglaries, and other crimes across the United States, and he was doing so in a way specifically designed to prevent law enforcement from ever connecting the dots or identifying him as the perpetrator. Keyes had studied other serial killers extensively. He read about famous cases, understood how they'd been caught, and learned from their mistakes. He understood the methods law enforcement used to track and profile serial offenders, and he structured his crimes specifically to defeat those methods. Most serial killers have patterns that eventually lead to their capture. They target a specific type of victim. They operate in a specific geographic area. They use consistent methods. These patterns allow investigators to identify connections between crimes and eventually track down the perpetrator through geographical profiling, victim pattern analysis, and other investigative techniques. Keyes deliberately avoided all patterns. He had no consistent victim type. He killed both men and women of various ages and backgrounds. He didn't operate in any specific geographic region. He traveled thousands of miles between crimes, flying to different parts of the country to commit murders far from where he lived. He used different methods for different murders. He was specifically trying to be unprofilable, untrackable, impossible to catch through traditional investigative methods. His planning was meticulous and demonstrated extremely long-term thinking. Years before committing murders, Keyes would travel to different parts of the country and bury kill kits in remote locations. These kits contained weapons, tools, restraints, cash, and other items he might need to commit crimes. He would carefully document the locations and later retrieve the kits when he was ready to kill. This meant he could fly to a region where he had a kill kit buried, rent a car using cash and possibly fake identification, drive to a random location, select a victim he'd never seen before, commit the crime using tools that couldn't be traced to him, and then disappear back to Alaska. The crime would appear to be a local murder, with no connection to anyone outside the immediate area. Keyes funded these activities through bank robberies, which he committed with the same calculated approach, traveling far from home, targeting small banks with poor security, taking enough money to fund his activities, but not enough to trigger major federal investigations. Investigators believe Keyes killed at least 8 people, though he hinted at more, and the actual number remains unknown. His confirmed victims include Bill and Lorraine Currier of Vermont, whom he murdered in June 2011, and Samantha Koenig of Alaska, whom he abducted and killed in February 2012. The Currier murder demonstrates Keyes' methodology perfectly. In 2009, 2 years before the murder, Keyes traveled to Vermont and buried a kill kit in the woods near Essex. In June 2011, he flew to Chicago, rented a car, and drove to Vermont. He retrieved his kill kit, which contained a gun and other tools. He then spent time scouting the area and identified the Currier's home. On the night of June 8, 2011, he broke into their home, tied up Bill Currier, age 50, and Lorraine Currier, age 55, forced them into their own vehicle and drove them to an abandoned farmhouse he'd scouted in advance. There, he shot Bill, sexually assaulted and strangled Lorraine, and then dismembered their bodies, disposing of the remains in different locations where they have never been found. Keyes then drove back to Chicago, returned his rental car, flew home to Alaska, and resumed his normal life. To investigators in Vermont, this appeared to be a local crime with no obvious suspect. Keyes was a devoted father to his young daughter. His girlfriend and her family had no idea about his crimes. His clients in Alaska trusted him completely, hired him for jobs, recommended him to friends. He maintained his contracting business successfully while secretly flying around the country to commit murders. He was hiding in plain sight by being extremely ordinary in his local community while committing horrors far away where no one would connect them to him. But Keyes made a critical error with his final victim. On February 1st, 2012, he impulsively abducted 18-year-old Samantha Koenig from the Common Grounds espresso stand where she worked in Anchorage. This was highly unusual for Keyes. He typically traveled far from home to commit crimes and planned them meticulously rather than acting impulsively. But on this night, he kidnapped Samantha, took her to his house, where he sexually assaulted and killed her, and then left her body in a shed on his property while he went on a pre-planned 2-week cruise with his daughter and girlfriend. After returning from the cruise, Keyes retrieved Samantha's body, which had been frozen by Alaska's winter temperatures. In a particularly disturbing act, he applied makeup to her face and sewed her eyes open with fishing line to make her appear alive, then took a photograph of her holding a recent newspaper. He sent this photo to her family along with a ransom demand, hoping to make them believe she was still alive and being held for ransom. He then dismembered her body and disposed of it in Matanuska Lake, north of Anchorage. Keyes began withdrawing money from Samantha's stolen bank account as he traveled through the southwestern United States. This left a digital trail. ATM cameras captured images of his rental car in various locations, and police were able to track his movements. On March 13, 2012, Texas Highway Patrol Corporal Brian Henry pulled over Keyes in the parking lot of the Cotton Patch Cafe in Lufkin, Texas. A search of his vehicle revealed evidence linking him to Samantha's abduction, including her debit card. During interrogation, Keyes was cooperative but calculated in what he revealed. He confessed to the Koenig and Currier murders in detail, providing information that allowed investigators to verify his involvement. But he remained vague about other crimes, hinting at additional victims but not providing specific details. He seemed to enjoy controlling the flow of information, keeping investigators guessing about the full extent of his crimes. Keyes expressed genuine concern about his daughter, stating he didn't want her to grow up knowing about his crimes or suffering because of his actions. He said, "I want my kid to have a chance to grow up. You know, she's in a safe place now. She's not going to see any of this. I want her to have a chance to grow up and not have all this hanging over her head." This concern for his daughter appears to have been authentic, one of the few genuine emotions investigators observed in him. On December 2nd, 2012, while being held in the Anchorage Correctional Complex awaiting trial, Israel Keyes committed suicide. Despite being on suicide watch, he managed to use a razor blade to cut his wrist and then strangled himself with a bedsheet. He left behind a 4-page suicide note written in verse that reflected on his crimes and American society, but provided no specific information about other victims. His death brought an abrupt end to the case and left many questions unanswered about the full extent of his killing spree. Keyes' death left law enforcement with more questions than answers. How many people did he actually kill? Where are the other victims? What other crimes did he commit? Investigators continue to work on cases that might be connected to Keyes, but without his cooperation, many of these cases may remain unsolved. The Keyes case represents a new kind of challenge for law enforcement. He wasn't a killer who could be caught through traditional profiling or pattern recognition because he specifically structured his crimes to avoid patterns. He deliberately traveled thousands of miles between crimes, selected random victims, used buried weapons that couldn't be traced, and maintained a completely normal life in his home community. He hid in plain sight, not by being a beloved community figure or a church leader, but by being so methodical and calculated that his crimes couldn't be connected to him. For the people who knew Keyes, his girlfriend, his daughter, his clients, his neighbors, the revelation of his crimes was devastating. He'd seemed like a good father, a skilled worker, a quiet but friendly member of the community. The gap between who he appeared to be and what he actually was represents one of the most extreme examples of successful deception. The confirmed victims of Israel Keyes, Bill Currier, age 50, an engineer; Lorraine Currier, age 55, a registered nurse; and Samantha Koenig, age 18, a young woman just starting her adult life, represent just a fraction of the lives he may have destroyed. Bill and Lorraine were a couple who'd been married for years, living their normal lives in Vermont. Their disappearance was initially treated as a possible voluntary departure, and it took years before their case was connected to Keyes. Samantha Koenig was working at a coffee stand to save money, making plans for her future. Her abduction and murder galvanized the community and led to intense media coverage that ultimately contributed to Keyes' capture. There are likely other families who don't know that their missing loved ones were victims of Israel Keyes. He hinted at murders in various states, mentioned burying victims in remote locations, and suggested his kill count was higher than the confirmed cases. Some families may never get answers or closure. Keyes' ability to hide his crimes through methodical planning and geographic dispersal represents a nightmare scenario for law enforcement. A killer who specifically studies how to avoid detection and implements those strategies with military precision and complete lack of remorse. The science behind the mask. Understanding how these killers successfully hid in plain sight requires examining the intersection of psychology, neuroscience, and social dynamics. Researchers have made significant progress in understanding the mechanisms that allow such extreme deception. From a neurological perspective, studies using brain imaging technology have revealed differences in the brains of individuals with psychopathic traits compared to normal populations. The amygdala, which processes emotions like fear and empathy, often shows reduced activity in individuals with psychopathic personality disorder. The prefrontal cortex, which governs impulse control, decision-making, and planning, may show unusual patterns of activation. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex, associated with moral reasoning and emotional regulation, may function differently. Research published in journals like the Archives of General Psychiatry has shown that psychopathic individuals may process emotional information differently at a neural level. When shown images designed to elicit empathic responses, such as people in pain, their brains don't show the same activation patterns as non-psychopathic individuals. This suggests that their lack of empathy isn't just a choice or character flaw, but may have a biological component. However, experts emphasize that brain differences don't excuse behavior or remove responsibility. Many people with neurological variations never commit crimes. The brain differences may create predispositions or make certain behaviors easier, but choices and actions remain the individual's responsibility. Furthermore, not all violent criminals show these brain differences, and not all people with these brain differences become violent. From a psychological standpoint, the concept of compartmentalization is central to understanding how killers maintain their facades. Compartmentalization is a defense mechanism where contradictory thoughts, feelings, or activities are kept separate to avoid psychological discomfort. Clinical psychologists note that everyone uses compartmentalization to some degree. We might keep work stress separate from family time, for instance. But for serial killers like Rader, Gacy, Bundy, Ridgway, and Keyes, compartmentalization becomes extreme. Forensic psychologists describe this as creating entirely separate psychological spaces for their murderous activities and their normal lives. Dennis Rader called this cubing, his own terminology for maintaining separate compartments for church Dennis, work Dennis, family Dennis, and killer Dennis. Some research has suggested this extreme compartmentalization may be related to dissociation, a psychological process where aspects of identity, memory, or consciousness become disconnected. However, forensic psychologists emphasize that serial killers are generally not experiencing true dissociative disorders like dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder. They're consciously choosing to engage in violence and consciously working to hide it. The compartmentalization is a tool they use, not a mental illness that excuses their behavior. The social psychological aspect is equally important in understanding how these killers succeed. Research in social cognition has shown that we use mental shortcuts called heuristics to make quick judgments about people. Does someone dress appropriately? Do they have a job? Do they participate in community activities? Do they smile and make eye contact? These heuristics usually serve us well, allowing us to navigate social situations efficiently without conducting background checks on everyone we meet. But skilled manipulators can exploit these heuristics by presenting the right surface indicators, appropriate dress, stable employment, community involvement, friendly demeanor. They trigger our mental shortcuts that categorize them as safe and trustworthy. This is why Rader's position as a church president, Gacy's work as a clown, and Bundy's law student status were such effective cover. These roles come with built-in assumptions of trustworthiness. Research has also identified the fundamental attribution error, our tendency to attribute others' behavior to their character while attributing our own behavior to circumstances. When we see someone being helpful or kind, we tend to think, that's a good person, rather than, that person is behaving helpfully in this moment. This makes it difficult for us to believe that someone who consistently acts friendly could be capable of violence. The just world hypothesis, our desire to believe the world is fair and orderly, also plays a role. We want to believe that bad things happen to people who somehow deserve them, and that good things happen to good people. This makes it psychologically difficult to accept that your neighbor, who helps with yard work and attends church, could be a murderer. Our brains resist information that contradicts our need for an orderly, predictable world. Research in social psychology has also shown that authority and social roles create additional cover for predators. Studies like the famous Stanford Prison Experiment and Milgram Obedience Experiments demonstrated how powerfully social roles can influence behavior and perception. When someone is in a position of authority or respect, a church leader, a businessman, a volunteer, we're less likely to question their behavior or motives, even when warning signs are present. The phenomenon of cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort we experience when confronted with contradictory information, helps explain why people close to these killers often struggled to accept the truth, even when evidence mounted. The contradiction between "my neighbor is a friendly person" and "my neighbor is a serial killer" creates such intense psychological discomfort that people's brains may resist accepting the new information, instead finding ways to explain it away or minimize it. Research into criminal profiling has evolved significantly in response to cases like these. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, established in the 1970s, pioneered the use of psychological profiling to investigate serial crimes. Early profiling divided killers into organized and disorganized types, with organized killers being those who plan carefully, maintain control, and often lead normal-appearing lives, like the killers we've discussed. Modern profiling recognizes greater complexity and diversity in how serial offenders operate. Research published in journals like the Journal of Forensic Sciences has refined our understanding of different offender types, motivational structures, and behavioral patterns. Investigators now recognize that there's no single serial killer type, and that skilled offenders will deliberately structure their behavior to avoid fitting expected patterns, as Israel Keyes did. Forensic psychology has also advanced in understanding the motivation structures of serial killers. While popular culture often focuses on sexual motivations, research suggests that power, control, and domination are more central to many serial killers' psychology than sexual gratification per se. The sexual component, when present, is often more about exerting power than about desire or pleasure. The FBI's creation of the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, in 1985 was a direct response to cases of killers who operated across jurisdictions. VICAP is a database that allows law enforcement agencies to enter information about violent crimes and search for patterns that might connect cases across different locations. This system might have caught someone like Israel Keyes earlier by connecting seemingly unrelated murders across state lines. Advances in forensic science have dramatically improved law enforcement's ability to investigate and solve these crimes. DNA technology has been revolutionary. Gary Ridgway was caught because DNA techniques that didn't exist when he first came under suspicion in the 1980s were able to match his DNA to evidence from victims in 2001. Similarly, DNA evidence has been used to solve cold cases and connect crimes that seemed unrelated. Digital forensics has become equally important. Dennis Rader was caught partly because metadata on a floppy disk led investigators to him. Modern killers leave digital footprints through cell phone records, internet searches, GPS data, ATM cameras, and countless other sources that didn't exist for earlier generations of offenders. However, significant challenges remain in detecting and stopping serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight. The balance between civil liberties and public safety is delicate. We can't investigate everyone who seems slightly unusual or intrude into private lives without cause. The freedoms that make democratic society possible also create spaces where predators can operate. Resource limitations affect investigation quality. Many law enforcement agencies, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, lack the resources to conduct extensive investigations of every suspicious circumstance. This means some warning signs may not be pursued as thoroughly as they should be. The need for better communication and cooperation between jurisdictions remains crucial. Israel Keys specifically exploited the fact that law enforcement agencies in different states often don't communicate effectively about crimes. Breaking down these barriers, sharing information more readily, and looking for connections across geographic boundaries are essential for catching mobile offenders. Understanding these scientific and social mechanisms isn't just academically interesting, it has practical implications for public safety, investigation techniques, and community awareness. The more we understand about how these killers operate and how they successfully deceive others, the better equipped we are to recognize warning signs and prevent future tragedies. The impact on communities and families. The revelation that a serial killer has been living among them has profound and lasting effects on communities and families that extend far beyond the immediate circle of victims. The psychological trauma ripples outward, touching everyone who had contact with the killer or who lives in the affected community. For family members of the killers themselves, the discovery creates a unique and devastating form of trauma. They must simultaneously grieve the loss of the person they thought they knew while grappling with the horror of who that person actually was. Dennis Rader's wife Paula and their children Kerry and Brian had to face an impossible reality. The husband and father they'd known for decades was BTK. Paula immediately filed for an emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. But the legal dissolution of marriage couldn't erase 34 years of shared life or the questions that haunted her. Had she missed signs? Could she have done something? How could the man who'd been her partner, who'd raised their children, who'd shared her bed, be capable of such horrors? Their daughter, Kerry Rawson, has been the most public of Rader's family members in addressing the trauma. In her 2019 book, A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming, and in the 2025 Netflix documentary, My Father, the BTK Killer, she shared her journey of trying to reconcile the father she remembered, who attended her school events, who taught her to drive, who walked her down the aisle at her wedding with the serial killer he actually was. Kerry described the moment of his arrest. She was at work when FBI agents came to tell her that her father had been arrested for the BTK murders. Her first reaction was disbelief, then anger, then a profound sense of betrayal. She wrote about the agonizing process of going through childhood memories, analyzing every moment for signs she'd missed. She described the guilt she felt, wondering if she could have somehow stopped him if she'd been more perceptive. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from prison, he showed a disturbing mix of apparent fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl I raised right," and referred to his crimes as the dark side that took me away, as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry eventually stopped responding to most of his letters, recognizing that his apparent emotions were more about his own needs than genuine concern for her well-being. The Rader children have largely stayed out of public life, attempting to build identities separate from their father's crimes, but the name Rader is forever associated with BTK in Wichita and beyond, making anonymity difficult. John Wayne Gacy's family experienced similar trauma. His ex-wife, Carol Hoff, discovered that the man she'd been married to, the man who'd been stepfather to her daughters, had been murdering young men and burying them under the house where her family had lived. She expressed profound relief that her daughters hadn't been harmed, but struggled with questions about how she'd missed the signs. She'd noticed strange smells, unusual behavior, evidence that something was wrong, but she'd never imagined murder. Gacy's mother and sister also struggled to reconcile the family member they'd known with the killer revealed in court. His mother maintained until her death that she believed there was some mistake, that the John she knew couldn't have done these things. This denial, while psychologically understandable, prevented her from fully accepting reality. Ted Bundy's long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, wrote about her experience in The Phantom Prince, My Life with Ted Bundy. She described the slow, horrifying realization that the man she loved, the man she'd considered marrying, might be responsible for the murders she'd been reading about in the newspapers. She'd even reported him to police at one point, but his charm and the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone so seemingly normal had made her doubt her own instincts. After his execution, she expressed relief that he could never hurt anyone again, but also grief for the person she'd thought he was. Bundy's ex-wife, Carol Ann Boone, whom he married during his trial, maintained his innocence for years, even after his conviction. She divorced him in 1986, several years before his execution, after finally accepting that he was guilty. She and their daughter subsequently disappeared from public life, presumably to escape the association with his crimes. For Gary Ridgway's third wife, Judith Mawson, the revelation came completely out of nowhere. She'd been married to him for over a decade and later wrote that she had no suspicions whatsoever. In her book, Green River, Running Red, she described her shock and horror at his arrest. She'd known Gary as a devoted husband who read the Bible with her, who seemed to care deeply about their relationship. The discovery that he was the Green River Killer shattered her understanding of reality. Judith described analyzing every moment of their marriage, looking for clues she'd missed. She realized that his sometimes early departures for work, which he'd explained as overtime, might have been when he was killing. She remembered times when he'd come home late or seemed distracted, behaviors she'd attributed to work stress, but which now took on sinister new meanings. Israel Keyes' girlfriend faced unique trauma. Not only had the father of her child been a serial killer, but their daughter was young enough that she would grow up with this knowledge. How do you explain to a child that their father, who by all accounts loved them genuinely, was also a methodical murderer? How do you help them process that duality? Keyes' girlfriend has remained completely out of public view, presumably to protect their daughter's privacy and give her a chance at a normal life. The broader communities affected by these killers also struggled profoundly. Wichita, Kansas, lived under the shadow of BTK for 30 years. Every unsolved murder, every unexplained death was potentially connected to BTK. Parents warned children to be careful. Women lived in fear. The community was traumatized by the unknown killer in their midst. When Dennis Rader was revealed as BTK, the response was complex. There was relief that the killer had been caught and would face justice. But there was also a disturbing realization. The killer hadn't been some mysterious figure operating from shadows. He'd been right there all along, writing parking tickets, measuring grass, sitting in church pews, volunteering with Boy Scouts. The predator had been hiding in plain sight in a way that made everyone question their judgment and their safety. The Norwood Park neighborhood in Chicago, where John Wayne Gacy lived, was traumatized by the discovery of 29 bodies buried under his house. The excavation became a media spectacle, with news crews broadcasting images of investigators removing remains. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to process how such horror had existed right next door to them. Many neighbors reported feeling guilt. They'd socialized with Gacy, attended his parties, sent their children to events where he performed as Pogo the Clown. Some had noticed strange smells or odd behaviors but hadn't thought to report them. The question, "How could I not have known?" haunted many residents for years. For families of Gacy's victims, the trial was particularly traumatic. They had to sit through detailed descriptions of how their loved ones had died, presented in a courtroom setting that felt clinical and detached. They had to watch Gacy, who showed no genuine remorse and even seemed to enjoy the attention. The legal process, while necessary for justice, felt like it gave the killer exactly what he wanted: notoriety and an audience. Many of Gacy's victims had been dismissed by authorities as runaways before their connection to Gacy was discovered. Their families had reported them missing, but the cases hadn't been investigated as vigorously as they might have been if the victims had come from different backgrounds. This added another layer of pain, the feeling that society hadn't valued their loved ones' lives enough to search for them properly. The families of Ted Bundy's victims dealt with unique challenges because of Bundy's celebrity status. The trials were televised, making the proceedings public entertainment. Bundy's good looks and charm meant that some people, shockingly, became fans, writing to him in prison, attending his trials to support him. This Bundy groupies phenomenon was deeply disturbing to victims' families who had to watch people romanticize the man who'd killed their daughters and sisters. For Gary Ridgway's victims' families, many dealt with the additional pain of societal stigma. Because many of Ridgway's victims were sex workers or women struggling with addiction, some people, including some law enforcement officers, didn't prioritize their cases as they should have. Families reported feeling that their loved ones weren't considered worthy victims, that their cases were treated as less important. This added to their grief and rage. The identification of victims decades after their deaths brought closure to some families, but also reopened old wounds. When remains found in 1985 were finally identified in 2023 as Lori Ann Razpotnik, her family finally knew what had happened to her, but they also had to grieve all over again, confronting the reality of how she died after decades of not knowing. For Israel Keys's victims' families, the fact that he committed suicide before revealing the full extent of his crimes left them with painful questions that may never be answered. Bill and Lorraine Currier's family had to grapple with the fact that their bodies were never found, denying them even the closure of proper burial. Keys hinted at other victims but never provided enough information for investigators to identify them or locate remains. Victims' families often describe feeling that they're expected to move on, to find closure, to heal, but that's not always possible. The loss of a loved one to murder is traumatic enough, but when that murder was committed by someone who was hiding in plain sight, someone who seemed normal and trustworthy, it adds another layer of psychological complexity that makes healing even more difficult. Some families have channeled their trauma into advocacy. Organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, and various state-level victims' rights groups have been founded or supported by families of murder victims. These organizations work to improve how missing persons cases are investigated, push for changes in how law enforcement handles serial crime investigations, advocate for victims' rights in the legal system, and provide support for other families going through similar traumas. But not all families can find purpose in their pain. For some, the trauma is simply overwhelming, the loss too great to build anything from. They cope as best they can, day by day, carrying grief that will never fully heal. There's no right way to respond to such trauma, and families shouldn't be judged for how they handle an impossible situation. Therapists who work with families of serial killer victims describe unique challenges in these cases. The randomness of victimization, the fact that these people were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, makes it harder to find meaning or explanation. There's no reason that can make sense of why this happened. The discovery that the killer was someone who seemed normal, who was hiding in plain sight, undermines basic assumptions about safety and security that therapy often relies on to help trauma survivors rebuild their lives. If you can't trust your ability to identify dangerous people, how do you feel safe in the world? This is a question that many survivors and family members struggle with for years or even the rest of their lives. Communities do eventually recover, though they're changed by the experience. Wichita moved forward after BTK's capture, though the city will always be associated with Dennis Rader. The northwest Chicago suburbs healed after Gacy's execution, though the neighborhood where he lived carries that history. The Seattle area has processed the Green River Killer case, though families are still finding answers decades later. But these places and these families carry scars. The names Rader, Gacy, Bundy, Ridgway, and Keyes remain burned into collective memories as reminders that predators can wear friendly faces, live in normal houses, and participate in community life while secretly destroying lives. Lessons and modern detection. The cases we've examined force us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and social dynamics, but they also provide insights that experts believe can help prevent future tragedies. Law enforcement, psychology, and forensic science have all evolved in response to these killers, developing better tools for detection and investigation. Perhaps the most important lesson is that surface appearances are fundamentally unreliable indicators of danger. Community involvement, religious devotion, professional success, charm, intelligence, physical attractiveness, none of these protect against predatory behavior. In fact, research suggests that sophisticated predators deliberately cultivate these traits precisely because they know we use them as mental shortcuts for assessing trustworthiness. This means we need to be more willing to question surface impressions and take seriously warning signs even when they come from seemingly unlikely sources. When sex workers reported violence by Gary Ridgway in the 1980s, some investigators dismissed their reports as less credible because of the victim's profession. This bias, the assumption that reports from marginalized people are less trustworthy, allowed Ridgway to continue killing for years. Better training in recognizing and setting aside social biases is crucial for law enforcement. The importance of believing victims and taking all reports seriously cannot be overstated. Many serial killers have early victims who reported assaults or suspicious behavior, but these reports were dismissed or not investigated thoroughly. In Gacy's case, young men reported being attacked or threatened by him, but often these reports weren't taken seriously because of the victims' backgrounds or because Gacy seemed like an upstanding citizen. If even one of these reports had been investigated more thoroughly and believed, how many lives might have been saved? Modern forensic science has dramatically improved law enforcement's ability to investigate and solve these crimes. DNA technology was crucial in finally catching Gary Ridgway after nearly 2 decades. The saliva sample collected from him in 1987 couldn't be effectively analyzed with the technology available at the time, but when new DNA testing methods were developed and applied in 2001, the evidence conclusively linked him to multiple victims. DNA databases like CODIS, Combined DNA Index System, allow investigators to compare DNA evidence from crime scenes to samples from convicted offenders and arrestees. This has solved countless cold cases and linked crimes that seemed unrelated. The technology continues to advance, with forensic genealogy using consumer DNA databases to identify suspects through family connections, becoming a powerful new tool. Digital forensics has become equally important in modern investigations. Dennis Rader was caught partly because metadata on a floppy disk he sent to media led investigators directly to him. Today's killers leave extensive digital footprints through cell phone records, internet searches, GPS data, social media activity, ATM cameras, traffic cameras, and countless other sources that didn't exist for earlier generations of offenders. The development of VICAP, Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, by the FBI in 1985 represented a crucial step forward in coordinating investigations across jurisdictions. VICAP is a database that allows law enforcement agencies to enter information about violent crimes and search for patterns that might connect cases across different locations. This system might have caught someone like Israel Keyes earlier by connecting seemingly unrelated murders across state lines. However, VICAP relies on agencies voluntarily entering data, and not all jurisdictions participate fully. Improving interagency communication and data sharing remains an ongoing challenge. Different agencies use different systems, have different protocols, and sometimes compete rather than cooperate. Breaking down these barriers is essential for catching offenders who cross jurisdictional boundaries. Criminal profiling has evolved significantly since its early days. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, formerly the Behavioral Science Unit, continues to refine profiling techniques based on research and experience. Modern profilers understand that there's no single serial killer type, and that skilled offenders will deliberately structure their behavior to avoid fitting expected patterns. Geographic profiling, analyzing the spatial patterns of crime scenes to identify likely offender locations, has become a valuable tool. Research has shown that serial offenders often commit crimes in areas they're familiar with, and their crime locations often cluster around their home or workplace in predictable ways. Software programs can analyze crime scene locations and generate probability maps of where the offender likely lives or works. Experts emphasize that community awareness and education play important roles in prevention and early detection, teaching people about manipulation tactics, about how predators operate, about the fact that dangerous people don't always look dangerous. This education can potentially prevent victimization. Programs that teach children about appropriate boundaries, about trusting their instincts, about reporting uncomfortable situations, have proven valuable. Research suggests that many child victims of abuse had uncomfortable feelings about the abuser but didn't report them because the abuser was someone trusted by adults, like a teacher, coach, or family friend. Teaching children that it's okay to report when something feels wrong, even if it involves someone adults trust, can help protect them. The legal system has made improvements in response to lessons learned from serial killer cases, though challenges remain. Mandatory reporting laws for suspected abuse exist in all states, requiring certain professionals like teachers, doctors, and therapists to report suspected abuse to authorities. Better protocols for investigating missing persons have been implemented in many jurisdictions, with guidelines requiring thorough investigation rather than waiting periods before taking reports seriously. Victim support systems have improved, with victim advocacy programs helping families navigate the legal system and access resources. Victim impact statements are now allowed in most jurisdictions, giving families a voice in legal proceedings. Some states have enacted victims' rights amendments to their constitutions, providing legal protections for victims and their families. However, significant challenges remain in balancing civil liberties with public safety. We can't investigate everyone who seems slightly unusual or intrude into private lives without cause. The freedoms that make democratic society possible also create spaces where predators can operate. This tension between liberty and security is ongoing and doesn't have simple solutions. Resource limitations affect investigation quality significantly. Thorough investigations are expensive and time-consuming. Many law enforcement agencies, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, lack the resources to conduct extensive investigations of every suspicious circumstance. This means some warning signs may not be pursued as thoroughly as they should be. Advocacy for adequate funding for law enforcement training, forensic labs, and investigative resources is important. The digital age has created new challenges and new opportunities. Predators can now research victims online, learn about investigation techniques through the internet, communicate with potential victims through social media and apps. The same technology that can be used for investigation can also be used to facilitate crime. But these same technologies also leave extensive digital footprints that investigators can follow. The challenge is developing the expertise and tools to effectively use digital evidence while respecting privacy rights. This requires ongoing training for investigators, updated laws that address digital evidence, and cooperation from technology companies. Research into the psychology of predatory behavior continues to advance. Studies examining the neurobiological, psychological, and social factors that contribute to violent behavior help us understand why some people become predators while others with similar backgrounds don't. This research may eventually lead to better early intervention strategies, though predicting who will become violent remains extremely difficult. Some warning signs that research has identified as potentially significant include a history of escalating antisocial behavior, particularly involving violence, fascination with violence, weapons, or violent crime, cruelty to animals, collecting items associated with violence, lack of empathy or inability to form genuine emotional connections, manipulative behavior across multiple contexts, a pattern of violating others' boundaries, and significant inconsistencies between public presentation and private behavior. However, experts caution that these signs are not definitive. Many people might display one or more of these characteristics without being dangerous. Conversely, sophisticated predators may successfully hide all of these signs. The indicators should prompt careful attention and potentially further investigation, not immediate judgment or action. The role of mental health services in prevention is complex. While most people with mental illnesses are not violent, and most serial killers are not mentally ill in the clinical sense, better access to mental health services might help identify and intervene with individuals who are developing dangerous patterns of thought or behavior. Early intervention, when concerning behaviors are identified, could potentially prevent some violence, though this is difficult to prove and implement. Education about healthy relationships, appropriate sexuality, respect for boundaries, and emotional regulation starting from childhood may help prevent the development of predatory behavior in some cases. While we can't prevent all violence, creating a society that better addresses the factors that contribute to violent behavior could potentially reduce it. The media's role in covering these cases deserves consideration. While public awareness is important, the celebrity status sometimes afforded to serial killers may actually encourage certain individuals. Coverage that focuses on victims' humanity rather than the killer's notoriety, that provides useful information without sensationalizing violence, and that respects families' privacy while still informing the public serves society better than coverage that turns killers into infamous celebrities. Research continues into the neurobiology, psychology, and sociology of violent behavior. Each new study contributes to our collective understanding. Advances in brain imaging, genetics, psychology, and criminology all contribute to a more complete picture of how and why some people become predators. The hope is that future generations will be better equipped to protect themselves and their communities from those who would hide in plain sight. By understanding how these predators operate, by improving our systems for detection and response, by believing victims and taking reports seriously, by advancing forensic science and investigative techniques, we can work toward a safer future. But we must also be realistic. There will likely always be individuals who choose to harm others, and some of them will be skilled at hiding their true nature. Vigilance, awareness, and strong systems of justice and support remain essential. Conclusion: remembering the victims. As we've journeyed through these disturbing cases, examining how serial killers successfully hid in plain sight by maintaining convincing facades of normalcy, it's crucial that we end by refocusing on what matters most: the victims. Dennis Rader, John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, Gary Ridgway, and Israel Keyes wouldn't be remembered at all if not for the lives they destroyed. The victims of these killers weren't statistics or case numbers. They were people, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, friends and neighbors. They had dreams and aspirations. They had favorite foods and songs. They had inside jokes with friends and traditions with family. They had potential futures that were stolen from them. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving husband and father who'd moved his family from Puerto Rico to Wichita, Kansas, for better opportunities. He worked at the Coleman Company, providing for his family, building a life in America. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who cared deeply for her 5 children. Joseph Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had dreams of playing professionally someday. Josephine, age 11, was a bright, creative student who loved drawing. Dennis Rader took all of them on a single winter morning, destroying an entire family and leaving 3 surviving Otero children orphaned and traumatized. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with excitement about the future. She worked at the Coleman Company and was known for her friendly personality and work ethic. When Rader attacked her, her brother Kevin was there and tried desperately to save her, sustaining a gunshot wound in the process. Catherine fought for her life, as evidenced by her defensive wounds, but ultimately succumbed to her injuries. Shirley Vian, age 26, was doing her best to raise 3 young children while dealing with illness. When Rader locked her children in the bathroom and killed their mother, he traumatized those children in ways that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Nancy Fox, age 25, was an independent young woman living on her own and working to support herself. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a neighbor who lived just 6 doors down from Rader. close enough that he could watch her routines. Vicky Wegerle, age 28, was a talented pianist and devoted mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. Each of these 10 confirmed victims of BTK had families who loved them, who reported them missing, who searched for answers, who grieved their loss. Their names deserve to be remembered. Joseph Otero, Julie Otero, Joseph Otero Jr., Josephine Otero, Catherine Bright, Shirley Vian, Nancy Fox, Maureen Hedge, Vicky Wegerle, and Dolores Davis. John Wayne Gacy's 33 victims included many young men and boys who had their whole lives ahead of them. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago when he encountered Gacy. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy's construction company and disappeared in 1975. His family searched for him desperately, not knowing he was buried under Gacy's house. Darrell Sampson, 18, Randall Reffett, 15, Samuel Stapleton, 14. These were teenagers, some still in school, some just starting work, all with potential that would never be realized. Robert Piest, age 15, was the victim whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother's determination to find her son and her insistence that police investigate Gacy led to the breakthrough that brought down one of America's most prolific serial killers. The Piest family's persistence demonstrates the importance of families advocating for their missing loved ones. 5 of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today. Young men whose families may still wonder what happened to them, who may still hope they'll return home someday. These unidentified victims deserve names and recognition, and efforts continue to identify them through DNA and other forensic techniques. Ted Bundy's confirmed 30 victims, though the actual number may be higher, included bright, accomplished young women with promising futures. Linda Ann Healy, age 21, was a psychology student who worked as a radio announcer. She was intelligent, ambitious, and well-liked by everyone who knew her. Donna Gale Manson, 19, Susan Rancourt, 18, Kathy Parks, 20, Brenda Ball, 22, Georgianne Hawkins, 18. These women were students, workers, daughters, sisters. Janice Ott, age 23, worked as a probation caseworker, helping troubled youth. She was literally dedicating her life to helping others when Bundy killed her. Denise Nasland, age 19, worked as a computer programmer, a skilled professional building a career. Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, both 21, were sorority sisters with their whole lives ahead of them. Kimberly Leach was only 12 years old, a child taken from her school, her life barely begun. Each of these women had families who loved them, friends who missed them, potential that was destroyed. They deserved long lives, the opportunity to accomplish their goals, to love and be loved, to contribute to the world. Bundy stole all of that from them. Gary Ridgway's 49 confirmed victims were women who deserve to be remembered with dignity and respect. Many were vulnerable women struggling with addiction or poverty, some engaged in sex work to survive. Their vulnerability didn't make their lives less valuable. It made their murders even more tragic because they were already in difficult circumstances and needed help, not violence. Wendy Lee Caulfield, age 16, was a runaway who could have been helped, who could have gotten her life back on track. Tammy Lyles, age 16, and Lori Ann Razpotnik, age 15, were just children who ran away from difficult home situations and encountered a predator instead of safety. These young women needed protection and support, not murder. Many of Ridgway's victims were adults, trying to survive difficult circumstances. Deborah Bonner, 23, Marcia Chapman, 31, Giselle Lovvorn, 17, Opal Mills, 16, Cynthia Hines, 17. Each had a story, a family, a life that mattered. The fact that some struggled with addiction or engaged in sex work doesn't make their murders less tragic or their lives less valuable. Israel Keyes' confirmed victims, Bill Currier, age 50, Lorraine Currier, age 55, and Samantha Koenig, age 18, represent just a fraction of the lives he may have destroyed. Bill was an engineer, Lorraine a registered nurse. They'd been married for years, living their normal lives in Vermont. Their abduction and murder shocked their community, and the fact that their bodies were never found denied their family the closure of proper burial. Samantha Koenig was just 18 years old, working at a coffee stand to save money, making plans for her future. She was taken in a random act of violence by a killer who specifically traveled around the country to commit crimes that couldn't be connected. Her abduction galvanized her community and led to the intensive investigation that ultimately captured Keyes. There are likely other victims of Israel Keyes whose families don't even know their loved ones were murdered by him. He hinted at murders in various states, but died before revealing details. Some families may never get answers. The victims of these killers, all of them, deserve to be remembered as people first, as individuals with their own stories, their own worth, their own importance that exists independently of the killers who took their lives. They were people who laughed and cried, who had favorite movies and foods, who had dreams and fears, who loved and were loved. Their families have shown remarkable courage. Some have worked to change laws, to improve how missing persons are investigated, to ensure that other families don't suffer as they have. Some have simply tried to survive their grief, to find a way to keep living in a world that has become unimaginably painful. All of them deserve our respect, our compassion, and our support. Organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, and various state and local victim advocacy groups work to support families of victims, to improve investigation and prosecution of crimes, and to ensure that victims' voices are heard in the legal system. These organizations deserve support from those who want to honor victims and prevent future tragedies. As we've explored the disturbing reality of serial killers who hide in plain sight, we've learned important lessons about how predators operate, how social psychology can be exploited, how systems can fail, and how forensic science and investigation techniques continue to improve. But the most important lesson is this: we must never allow the fascination with the killer to eclipse the humanity of their victims. The victims of BTK, of Gacy, of Bundy, of Ridgway, of Keyes, and of countless others deserve more than to be remembered merely as statistics in someone else's story. They deserve to be remembered as the people they were, as the potential they represented, as the holes they left in the hearts of those who loved them. Understanding how killers hide in plain sight, how they successfully deceive communities and families is valuable. This knowledge can potentially save lives by improving our ability to recognize warning signs, by enhancing investigative techniques, by making us all more aware of the realities of predatory behavior. But we must never lose sight of why this understanding matters. Because real people with real families, with real dreams and potential, deserve protection. They deserve justice, and they deserve to be remembered. As you move through your own life, take from these stories what is useful. Be aware that danger doesn't always look dangerous. Trust your instincts when something feels wrong. Take seriously reports of concerning behavior, especially from vulnerable people, whose reports might otherwise be dismissed. Support systems that protect the vulnerable. Advocate for adequate resources for law enforcement and victim services. Remember that the victims of violent crime deserve dignity, respect, and justice. But above all, remember the names, remember the faces, remember the lives, because in the end, the only reason we talk about the killers at all is because of the people they killed. The victims are what matter. Their memory is what we must honor. Their lives are what we must remember. Thank you for joining me on this difficult journey through some of the darkest chapters of criminal history. These stories are painful, but they're important. They remind us to be vigilant, to be compassionate, to believe victims, and to never take safety for granted. If you found this presentation informative and handled with appropriate respect for the victims and their families, please like and subscribe to support this channel. Your support helps me continue creating well-researched, respectful true crime content that honors victims while educating about the realities of crime and justice. Take care of yourselves. Look out for each other. And remember, the most effective defense against predators is a community that pays attention, that believes victims, and that refuses to let evil hide in plain sight. This presentation is dedicated to the memory of all victims of violent crime and to their families who carry on despite unimaginable loss. Final word count, 21,847 words. Mystery on the High Seas, when vacation turns into horror. Introduction: The Dark Side of Paradise. Picture this. You're standing on the deck of a magnificent cruise ship, the sun warming your face as the endless blue expanse of the ocean stretches out before you, the gentle rocking of the waves beneath your feet, the sound of laughter drifting from the pool deck, the smell of salt air mixed with sunscreen and tropical drinks. This is the dream, isn't it? The promise of a cruise vacation, a floating paradise where all your worries melt away, where every need is anticipated, where adventure and relaxation exist in perfect harmony. For millions of people every year, this dream becomes reality. The cruise industry has exploded into a global phenomenon, with an estimated 31.7 million passengers embarking on voyages in 2023 alone. That number is expected to climb even higher, reaching approximately 35 million by the end of 2024. These floating cities can accommodate thousands of people at once, offering everything from gourmet dining to Broadway-caliber entertainment, from rock-climbing walls to ice skating rinks. They promise to whisk you away to exotic ports of call, to show you the world in comfort and style. But beneath the surface of this glittering industry, beneath the champagne toasts and the perfectly choreographed deck parties, there exists a darker reality. A reality that cruise lines would prefer you never discover, because on these massive vessels, sailing through international waters where the laws of any single nation struggle to reach, people vanish, people are assaulted, people die under mysterious circumstances, and far too often, their stories are swept under the rug, their families left without answers, their cases left unsolved. The statistics are sobering. Over the past 2 decades, estimates suggest approximately 400 people have gone missing from cruise ships worldwide, though exact numbers are difficult to verify due to inconsistent reporting requirements. 400 individuals who boarded these vessels, full of excitement and anticipation, only to disappear without a trace. Some fell overboard. Some may have been victims of foul play. Some simply walked into the night and were never seen again. In many cases, their bodies were never recovered. Their final moments remain a mystery. And that's just disappearances. The number of assaults, sexual violence, and other crimes that occur on cruise ships is even more alarming. In 2023 alone, the FBI received reports of 131 alleged sexual assaults and rapes on cruise ships sailing to and from the United States. That's 131 people whose vacation dreams turned into nightmares. 131 incidents in a single year. And those are only the cases that were reported, only the crimes that met the threshold for mandatory disclosure under federal law. The actual number is almost certainly higher, much higher. Because reporting a crime on a cruise ship is complicated. Victims often face pressure from cruise line security to keep quiet. They're isolated, far from home, surrounded by strangers. They may be intoxicated or unsure of what happened. They may fear the repercussions of making waves. They may simply want to forget and go home. And even when crimes are reported, the investigation process is fraught with challenges. You see, cruise ships exist in a legal gray area. When a ship is in international waters, more than 12 nautical miles from any coastline, traditional law enforcement jurisdiction becomes murky. The ship flies under the flag of whatever country it's registered in, often a so-called flag of convenience nation like the Bahamas or Panama, countries chosen for their lax regulations and favorable tax structures rather than their robust investigative capabilities. When a crime occurs, determining who has the authority to investigate, who has the power to prosecute, and what laws even apply becomes an exercise in bureaucratic confusion. The FBI can investigate crimes involving American citizens or on ships that call on United States ports, but even then, they face significant obstacles. By the time they're notified, the ship may have already docked in multiple foreign ports. Witnesses have disembarked. Evidence has been contaminated or disposed of. The scene has been cleaned. The trail has gone cold. And cruise lines, conscious of their corporate image and bottom line, are not always as cooperative as one might hope. This is the world we're entering today. A world where the promise of paradise can transform into horror in the blink of an eye, where the vastness of the ocean offers not just beauty and tranquility, but also the perfect hiding place for terrible secrets. Where the very isolation that makes cruising feel like an escape from the world also makes it the ideal environment for crimes that might never be solved. Over the next couple of hours, we're going to explore some of the most haunting mysteries to ever unfold on the high seas. We'll examine cases that have captured international attention, that have sparked legislative reform, that have left families desperately seeking answers that may never come. We'll look at the systemic issues that allow these crimes to occur and often go unpunished. We'll dive into the complex web of maritime law and international jurisdiction. And we'll confront the uncomfortable truth that the cruise industry, despite its carefully cultivated image of safety and luxury, has a dark underbelly that it works very hard to keep hidden from the traveling public. These are stories of ordinary people who embarked on what should have been the vacation of a lifetime. People like Amy Lynn Bradley, a vivacious 23-year-old who disappeared from her family's cruise in 1998 and has never been found. People like George Smith IV, a newlywed who vanished from his honeymoon cruise under suspicious circumstances that his family believes involved foul play. People like Rebecca Corium, a Disney cruise worker, whose disappearance sparked allegations of inadequate investigation. People like Marion Carver, whose case launched a crusade for cruise ship safety reform. Each of these individuals had hopes and dreams. They had families who loved them. They had entire lives ahead of them. And then they stepped aboard a cruise ship and everything changed. Their stories are tragic. They're frustrating. They're infuriating. But they're also important. Because by bringing these cases to light, by refusing to let them fade into obscurity, we honor the victims and we fight for the changes that might prevent future tragedies. So, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a journey into the dark heart of the cruise ship industry. This is Mystery on the High Seas, when vacation turns into horror. The disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. Let's begin with a case that has become perhaps the most infamous cruise ship disappearance in history, the case of Amy Lynn Bradley. It was March 1998, and the Bradley family was living their best life. Ron and Iva Bradley, along with their two adult children, Brad and Amy, had boarded the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas for a week-long Caribbean voyage. It was supposed to be a fun family vacation, a chance to relax and bond and create lasting memories together. The Rhapsody of the Seas was practically brand new at the time, having just been launched a year earlier. It was state-of-the-art, luxurious, promising the kind of experience that cruise lines love to advertise in their glossy brochures. Amy Lynn Bradley was 23 years old, a recent college graduate with her entire future stretching out before her. She was described by everyone who knew her as vivacious, independent, and full of life. She had a distinctive appearance with several tattoos, including a Tasmanian devil on her shoulder, a sun on her lower back, and a gecko lizard on her left ankle. She was attractive, outgoing, the kind of person who made friends easily and lit up a room when she walked in. The cruise had been wonderful. The family had visited Aruba, one of the stops on their Caribbean itinerary, and everyone was having a great time. On the evening of March 23rd, the ship docked in Curaçao, and Amy spent the evening enjoying the nightlife aboard the ship. She went to the disco, she danced, she had some drinks. She was seen interacting with members of the ship's band, a group called Blue Orchid. According to one of the band members, Amy shared a drink with them after their set ended, and they chatted for a while. Then, around 1 a.m. on March 24th, Amy said she was heading off on her own. The ship's door lock system recorded Amy returning to her family's cabin at 3:40 in the morning. Her father, Ron, woke up around 5:30 and stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. He looked over and saw Amy sleeping on a deck chair on the balcony, apparently having chosen to sleep outside rather than in her bed. He didn't disturb her. It was early. She was clearly tired, and there was no reason to worry. She was safe. She was right there, just a few feet away. He went back inside and went back to sleep himself. But when Iva Bradley woke up at 6 a.m. and went to check on Amy, she was gone. The deck chair was empty. Amy was nowhere to be found. At first, the family assumed she must have gotten up and gone somewhere on the ship. Maybe she couldn't sleep and went to get breakfast. Maybe she went to the gym. Maybe she just wanted to watch the sunrise from a different vantage point. But as the morning wore on, and Amy didn't return, and didn't answer when they called her name, the family's concern grew into alarm. They alerted the ship's crew. They asked if an announcement could be made over the ship's PA system, asking Amy Bradley to report to a specific location. But the purser's office told them it was too early to make such an announcement, that it would disturb the other passengers. They were told to wait until 7:50 in the morning, after most passengers had disembarked for their excursions in Curaçao. The family waited, increasingly frantic, watching precious minutes tick by. When the announcement was finally made, it simply said, "Will Amy Bradley please come to the purser's desk?" There was no response, no sign of Amy anywhere. Between 12:15 and 1 in the afternoon, the cruise staff conducted a thorough search of the ship. They checked every public area, every accessible space. Nothing. Amy Lynn Bradley had vanished. The Netherlands Antilles Coast Guard was notified and began a 4-day search of the surrounding waters. Royal Caribbean even chartered a boat to continue searching after the Coast Guard suspended their efforts. Helicopters scoured the area. A radar plane assisted in the search. But Amy was never found. Not a trace of her. Not a piece of clothing. Not a personal belonging. Nothing. In the immediate aftermath, authorities speculated that Amy had either fallen overboard accidentally or had died by suicide, but her family vehemently rejected both theories. Amy was a trained lifeguard, a strong swimmer. She had no reason to be suicidal. She was happy, excited about her future, close to her family. The idea that she would take her own life made no sense to those who knew her. And if she had fallen overboard, surely there would have been some sign of it. A splash loud enough to wake nearby passengers, security footage of her going over the rail. Something. But there was nothing. Nothing except a series of increasingly disturbing events that would unfold in the years to come. Events that suggested Amy's disappearance might not have been an accident at all. The first strange occurrence happened soon after Amy vanished. A man named Brad, Amy's brother, reported that one of the members of Blue Orchid, the ship's band, approached him shortly after Amy's disappearance became known. The band member, whose name was Alistair Douglas, known as Yellow, said something along the lines of, "Hey man, I'm sorry to hear about your sister." But here's the thing. No announcement about Amy being missing had been made at that point. No one outside the immediate family and ship staff should have known. So how did Douglas know? When Brad pointed this out, Douglas's explanation was vague and unsatisfying. Douglas later denied any wrongdoing, and a polygraph test administered by the FBI was inconclusive. He has never been charged with any crime, and the nature of his relationship with Amy, if any, remains unclear. Then, there was the matter of the ship's photographer. Throughout a cruise, professional photographers take countless pictures of passengers, which are then printed out and displayed in a gallery for passengers to purchase as souvenirs. The Bradley family noticed that while there were photos of other passengers all over the display, there didn't seem to be any photos of Amy from this particular cruise. Every photo that might have captured Amy appeared to be missing. The family believed these photos had been deliberately removed, though by whom and why remains unknown. There was also a cabin attendant, a waiter, who had repeatedly tried to pass notes to Amy during the cruise. The notes reportedly contained invitations for Amy to go drinking with him once they reached shore. Some people have speculated that this waiter might have had something to do with Amy's disappearance, though there's no concrete evidence to support this theory. But the most disturbing development came in the form of reported sightings. In the months and years following Amy's disappearance, multiple people claimed to have seen her in various locations around the Caribbean. About a month after she vanished, the Bradley family traveled to Curaçao to continue searching for Amy. While they were there, They were approached by a cab driver who said he had seen Amy on March 24th, the day she went missing. He claimed she was in the area where the cruise ship had docked, that she appeared to be running through a parking lot looking for a phone. He said he specifically remembered her green eyes and recognized her from the reward posters the family had put up. The cab driver also claimed to have seen Amy in other locations on the island after that initial sighting, always with men who seemed to be controlling her movements. His descriptions were detailed and specific, and he seemed genuinely concerned about what he had witnessed. But despite these reports, no physical evidence of Amy's presence in Curaçao was ever found. Then, in January 1999, more than 9 months after Amy disappeared, a Navy sailor named David Carmichael reported an encounter that would send chills through anyone following the case. Carmichael was on shore leave in Curaçao when, he claimed, he was approached by a woman in a brothel who said her name was Amy Bradley and that she was from Virginia. The woman reportedly told Carmichael that she needed help, that she was being held against her will. Before he could react or get more information, she was pulled away by men who appeared to be her handlers. Carmichael didn't immediately report this encounter because he was in a compromising situation himself, being in a brothel while on duty. But when he finally did come forward years later, his story matched many of the known details about Amy. The woman he described had the right age, the right appearance, even some of the distinctive tattoos that Amy had. The FBI investigated his claims but was unable to corroborate his story or locate the woman he described. In March 2005, a woman named Judy Mora claimed to have seen a woman resembling Amy in a department store restroom in Bridgetown, Barbados. Mora, a Canadian tourist, said she approached the woman and asked if she needed help. The woman reportedly whispered yes, but then men quickly appeared and escorted her away before any further interaction could take place. Perhaps most intriguingly, in 2004, a member of the United States military reported seeing a woman resembling Amy in a photograph on an adult website. The FBI investigated and found that the photos in question had been taken in the Caribbean region and showed a woman with similar physical characteristics to Amy, including what appeared to be similar tattoos. But the photos were too blurry and had been manipulated in ways that made positive identification impossible. The website where the photos appeared was traced back to the Caribbean, but the trail went cold there. Over the years, the FBI has continued to investigate Amy's disappearance, treating it as a possible abduction and human trafficking case. The agency has offered rewards for information leading to Amy's whereabouts, and the case has been featured on numerous television programs, including Unsolved Mysteries and America's Most Wanted. In July 2025, a 3-part documentary series titled Amy Bradley is Missing was released on Netflix, bringing renewed attention to the case. Shortly after, podcast host Ethan Klein announced on the H3 podcast that he would offer a $1 million reward for any information or actions leading to Amy being safely returned home. But despite all this attention, all these investigations, all these reported sightings, Amy Lynn Bradley has never been found. The question of what happened to her remains unanswered. Based on what we know, several scenarios remain possible. While she was a strong swimmer, an accidental fall can't be entirely ruled out, though her swimming ability makes this less probable. The FBI has stated there's no evidence suggesting suicide, and those who knew her well say she had no apparent reason to take her own life. This leads investigators toward more disturbing possibilities: abduction, potentially by someone connected to the cruise ship's crew, or perhaps being forced into human trafficking as some of the sightings might suggest. The human trafficking theory is particularly disturbing to consider. The Caribbean has long been identified as a region where sex trafficking operations exist, and the islands that serve as cruise ship ports are not immune to this criminal activity. When we examine the pattern of sightings, a woman appearing to be controlled by men, the reported encounter in a brothel, the alleged photos on adult websites, these details have led investigators to consider the possibility that Amy may have been abducted from the ship and forced into trafficking. The FBI's continued treatment of this as a potential abduction case suggests they find this theory credible, even without definitive proof. The logistics of such an abduction raise difficult questions. If members of the ship's crew were involved, as the Bradley family suspects, we can infer it would have required careful planning. The family's cabin was not isolated. There were other cabins nearby, other passengers who might have heard something unusual. If Amy was taken off the ship in Curaçao, the abductors would have needed to bypass crew members, security protocols, and the general vigilance of other passengers. The apparent success of such an operation, if it occurred, suggests either remarkable luck or inside knowledge of the ship's security gaps. These questions have tormented the Bradley family for more than 2.5 decades. Ron and Iva Bradley have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on private investigators, on reward money, on keeping Amy's case in the public eye. They've endured countless false leads and dead ends. They've had to live with the horrifying possibility that their daughter might still be alive somewhere, trapped in circumstances too awful to fully contemplate. Brad Bradley has spoken publicly about the trauma of not knowing, of having hope continually dangled in front of him only to be snatched away. The FBI has stated that there is no evidence to suggest Amy fell overboard or died by suicide. They've said that while they can't definitively prove she was abducted, the circumstances of her disappearance and the subsequent sightings suggest that abduction is a viable theory. The case remains open and active, but as the years pass, as Amy would now be approaching 50 years old, if she's still alive, the likelihood of ever finding answers grows dimmer. The Bradley family has never given up hope. They continue to maintain a website with information about Amy's case, continue to share her story, continue to plead for anyone with information to come forward. They want to know what happened to their daughter. They want to be able to lay her to rest, whether literally or figuratively. They want justice for Amy. They want closure. But more than that, they want to ensure that what happened to Amy doesn't happen to anyone else. They've been vocal critics of the cruise industry's handling of disappearances and crimes. They've pointed out the delays in the ship's response to Amy's disappearance. They've questioned why the ship was allowed to continue on its route, disembarking passengers in Curaçao and taking on new passengers, rather than being detained while a proper investigation was conducted. They've highlighted how this allowed potential witnesses and even potential suspects to scatter to the winds, making the investigation exponentially more difficult. Amy's case has become a rallying cry for cruise ship safety reform. It's been cited in congressional hearings. It's been used as an example of everything that can go wrong when a crime occurs in the jurisdictional no man's land of international waters. It's a stark reminder that when you board a cruise ship, you're entering an environment where the normal rules don't always apply, where help may be hours or days away, where the company's priorities may not always align with your safety. And at the heart of this case, beyond all the speculation and theories and unanswered questions, is a young woman who should be here. Amy Lynn Bradley should have celebrated her 50th birthday. She should have built a career, maybe gotten married, maybe had children of her own. she should have lived. But on that March morning in 1998, something happened to her. Something that has haunted her family and captivated the public for more than 25 years. Something that may never be fully understood. Amy's disappearance is a mystery wrapped in tragedy. It's a case that refuses to be forgotten, a story that demands answers, even as those answers remain frustratingly out of reach. And it's just one of many such cases that have unfolded on cruise ships over the years. Amy Lynn Bradley may be the most famous victim, but she is far from the only one. The death of George Smith IV on his honeymoon. If Amy Lynn Bradley's case is a story of mysterious disappearance and possible abduction, then the case of George Allen Smith IV is a story of something darker and more violent. This is a story of a honeymoon that ended in blood, of a death under suspicious circumstances that his family believes was murder, and of a justice system that has so far failed to hold anyone accountable. George Allen Smith IV came from a prominent family in Greenwich, Connecticut. He was 26 years old in the summer of 2005, a young man with a bright future ahead of him. He worked at his family's liquor store in Cos Cob, and by all accounts, he was well-liked, friendly, and excited about the next chapter of his life. Because just days before, on June 25, 2005, George had married Jennifer Hagel in a beautiful cliffside ceremony in Newport, Rhode Island. It was, according to George's older sister Bree, a storybook wedding. The venue overlooked the ocean, the weather was perfect, and the couple was radiantly happy. George and Jennifer had been together for 3 years before getting married. They were in love, excited to start their lives together, thrilled about the honeymoon cruise they had planned. 10 days after their wedding, they would board the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Brilliance of the Seas for a 2-week Mediterranean cruise, visiting Greece, Turkey, and Italy. It was meant to be romantic, adventurous, the trip of a lifetime. The early part of the cruise went well. George and Jennifer made friends with other honeymooners on board, including a couple named Paul and Galina Kvitniski. The Kvitniskis later described George and Jennifer as normal, down-to-earth, happy people who seemed excited about their future together. But on the night of July 4th, going into the early morning hours of July 5th, something went terribly wrong. That evening, the ship was sailing through the Aegean Sea between Greece and Turkey. George and Jennifer spent the night drinking and gambling in the ship's casino. They were having a good time, enjoying the festivities. At some point during the night, they met a group of young men, and the group began drinking together. These men would later become the focus of intense scrutiny in the investigation that followed. The night wore on. George continued drinking heavily. According to various accounts from passengers and crew members, by the early morning hours, George was extremely intoxicated. Jennifer was also quite drunk. The exact sequence of events is unclear, as memories are hazy and accounts conflict, but at some point, Jennifer was found passed out in a hallway of the cruise ship. She was taken to the ship's medical center. Meanwhile, George was last seen entering his cabin with some of the young men he'd been drinking with. And then, around 4:30 in the morning, passengers in nearby cabins heard disturbing sounds. There was arguing coming from the Smiths' cabin, loud, angry voices. Then there was the sound of furniture being moved, and then a loud thud. Some passengers described it as a bang or a crash. It was significant enough that multiple people noticed it. The next morning, passengers on a lower deck made a gruesome discovery. There was a large, unmistakable blood stain on the canopy of a lifeboat directly below the Smiths' balcony. The blood had clearly come from above, from the area where the Smiths' cabin was located. When crew members entered the cabin, they found it in disarray. There were small traces of blood on the bedsheets, and George Smith IV was nowhere to be found. The ship's captain quickly declared the situation an accident. He suggested that George, heavily intoxicated, had fallen from his balcony into the sea. But George's family has never believed this explanation, and for good reason. Because the evidence from that morning tells a very different story. First, there's the blood itself. The amount of blood found on the lifeboat canopy was significant, and it was clearly George's blood. But if George had simply stumbled over the balcony railing while drunk, would there have been that much blood? And where did it come from? The blood pattern suggested that George had been bleeding from the head before he went over the rail. Then there's the balcony furniture. A chair was found with its back pushed up against the railing. Some investigators have suggested this indicates George may have stood on the chair and fallen, but others point out that this positioning looks more like someone tried to push or lift a body over the railing and needed the chair for leverage. There's also the question of the four-fingered bloody handprint that was found on the ship's edge, right where it appears George had been holding on before he fell into the water. Was this George's handprint, desperately trying to hold on? Or was it someone else's, someone who had pushed him? And then there are those sounds that passengers heard. The arguing, the furniture moving, the loud thud. These are not the sounds of someone accidentally falling. These are the sounds of violence, of a struggle, of something very bad happening. Perhaps most damningly, there's the matter of the young men who were with George that night. 4 men in particular were identified as having been among the last to see George alive. Their names, Josh Askin, and 3 Russian-American passengers named Greg and Zach Rosenberg, and Rusty Kaufman. These 4 men were questioned by authorities but have never been charged with any crime related to George's death. They had been drinking with George in the casino, and they accompanied him back to his cabin in the early morning hours. They were in the cabin, or at least nearby, when those disturbing sounds occurred. When the FBI began investigating, they tried to interview these men. Josh Askin was called for a deposition as part of the civil lawsuit that would eventually be filed. His lawyer had him invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination repeatedly, not just on substantive questions about what happened that night, but on basic questions about his identity. When asked his name, Askin invoked the Fifth. When asked his date of birth, Askin invoked the Fifth. He took the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times during the deposition. The FBI investigated the 3 Russian-American passengers as well. In 2006, a video surfaced that had been recorded by one of them just hours after George's disappearance. In the video, the men appear to be joking about George's death. At one point, one of them stands up, hunches his shoulders, and flashes gang signs. The men are laughing, seemingly unconcerned, decidedly not acting like people who had just witnessed a tragic accident involving an acquaintance. The FBI obtained this video as evidence, but to this day, none of these men have been charged with any crime. The investigation has been plagued with problems from the beginning. By the time the FBI was notified and able to begin their investigation, the ship had already stopped at multiple ports. Passengers had disembarked. New passengers had boarded. The cabin had been cleaned. Potential evidence had been lost or contaminated. Crucial interviews that should have been conducted immediately were delayed by days. The jurisdictional issues complicated everything. Because the ship was in international waters when George disappeared, and because the Brilliance of the Seas is registered in the Bahamas, The Bahamian authorities technically had jurisdiction, but they showed little interest in conducting a thorough investigation. The FBI eventually took over, but by then the trail had gone cold. They investigated the case for nearly a decade, but in January 2015, they announced they were closing the investigation. They told the Smith family that there was not enough evidence to prove George had been murdered, and that his death may have been the result of an accident. The Smiths were outraged and disgusted. They continued to believe, based on the evidence, that their son was murdered, and they have never stopped fighting for justice. George's widow, Jennifer, has been a controversial figure in the aftermath. Some people, particularly George's family, have criticized her conduct on the night of his disappearance and in the days that followed. She was drunk and passed out in a hallway when George vanished. She later couldn't account for her whereabouts during a crucial period of time. In 2006, she accepted a settlement of $1.1 million from Royal Caribbean, which some saw as her trying to quickly cash in on George's death and move on. The settlement was later increased to $1.3 million, with the additional funds split between Jennifer and the Smith family. Jennifer has consistently maintained that she had no involvement in George's death and believes it was a tragic accident. She has since remarried and has been reluctant to discuss the case publicly. Jennifer has maintained that she believes George's death was an accident caused by his intoxication. She's suggested that the Smith family refuses to acknowledge George's alcohol and prescription drug use, which may have impaired his judgment and coordination. But George's family points out that even if George was drunk, that doesn't explain the blood in the cabin, the sounds of fighting, the suspicious behavior of the 4 men who were with him. It doesn't explain why those men have refused to cooperate with investigators. It doesn't explain the video of them joking about his death. The Smith family has offered a $100,000 reward for information leading directly to an arrest and conviction in George's case. They've appeared on numerous television programs, including 48 Hours and Dateline NBC. They've testified before Congress about the need for better safety regulations and investigative procedures for crimes on cruise ships. They've sued Royal Caribbean, though that case was eventually settled. They've done everything in their power to keep George's case in the public eye and to push for answers. George's mother, Maureen Smith, has said she has no doubt in her mind that her son was murdered. She points to all the evidence, all the inconsistencies in the cruise line's account, all the suspicious behavior from the key witnesses. She refuses to accept the idea that what happened was simply a tragic accident. And when you look at the totality of the evidence, it's hard not to agree with her. Think about it. George was in his cabin with 4 men. There was arguing, there was a struggle, there was blood, and then George was gone. His body never recovered from the Mediterranean Sea. Those 4 men won't talk about what happened. They invoke the Fifth Amendment. They joke on video about his death. This doesn't sound like innocent bystanders to a tragedy. This sounds like people with something to hide. So what really happened that night? Based on the evidence available, we can piece together several possibilities. The drinking and gambling could have turned into an argument that escalated beyond anyone's control. Given the forensic evidence and witness accounts, this scenario suggests one or more of these men may have assaulted George. The missing Breitling watch, a wedding gift worth thousands of dollars, raises the possibility of robbery as a motive, though we can't know this with certainty. What we do know is that something violent occurred in that cabin. The question of how George ended up going over the balcony is perhaps the most troubling. The physical evidence provides some clues. The positioning of the balcony chair could imply someone needed elevation to move a body over the railing. The blood on George's bedsheets indicates he was injured inside the cabin, not on the balcony itself. The handprint on the ship's rail suggests desperate resistance, someone trying to hold on. When we look at these elements together, they paint a picture that appears more consistent with violence than with a simple accident. George Smith's case has become emblematic of the challenges of investigating crimes on cruise ships. The delayed response, the jurisdictional confusion, the contamination of evidence, the disappearance of witnesses, the lack of transparency from the cruise line. All of these factors combined to create a situation where a potential murder went unsolved, where the people who might be responsible have faced no consequences, where a family has been left without justice or closure. The case also led to congressional hearings and was instrumental in the passage of the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010, which we'll talk about more later. But that legislative victory, as important as it was, doesn't bring George back. It doesn't give his family the answers they deserve. It doesn't punish whoever is responsible for his death. George Allen Smith IV should be alive today. He should have celebrated his 20th wedding anniversary. He should have raised children, grown old with his wife, enjoyed his life. Instead, he spent the last moments of his life in his cabin on what was supposed to be his honeymoon cruise, involved in some kind of violent confrontation that ended with him dead in the Mediterranean Sea. And the people who know what really happened, who were in that cabin, who heard the arguing and the struggle and the thud, those people have chosen silence. They've chosen to protect themselves rather than tell the truth about what happened to George Smith. It's a betrayal of justice. It's a failure of the system. And it's a tragedy that continues to haunt George's family more than 20 years after that terrible night. The case remains officially unsolved, though in the minds of those who have studied the evidence, there's little doubt that what happened to George Smith IV was murder. The only question is whether anyone will ever be held accountable for it. The mysterious disappearance of Rebecca Corriam. While the cases of Amy Lynn Bradley and George Smith IV involved passengers, our next case centers on a crew member, and it raises disturbing questions about how cruise lines handle the disappearances of their own employees. This is the story of Rebecca Corriam, a young woman whose vanishing from a Disney cruise ship sparked allegations of cover-up and corporate malfeasance that persist to this day. Rebecca Corriam was 24 years old, from Chester, England. She was, by all accounts, a delightful young woman. Outgoing, bubbly, great with children, described as having a happy-go-lucky personality with plenty to live for. She had studied childhood studies, psychology and philosophy at Liverpool Hope University, and her dream was to work for Disney. When she was offered a position as a youth worker on the Disney Wonder cruise ship in 2010, she was absolutely thrilled. This was the job she'd always wanted, and she was perfect for it. Rebecca, who went by the nickname Bex, joined the Disney Wonder in June 2010. The ship typically runs cruises along the Mexican Riviera, and Rebecca settled into life at sea. She made friends among the crew, she excelled at her job working with children, and she seemed genuinely happy. She stayed in regular contact with her family back in England, and all her communications suggested she was thriving in her new environment. But on March 22, 2011, everything changed. That day, the Disney Wonder was off the Pacific coast of Mexico, docked at Puerto Vallarta. At 5:45 in the morning, Rebecca was captured on the ship's security cameras in the crew lounge. She appeared to be on an internal phone call, and she seemed distressed. The video shows Rebecca talking, and even though there's no audio, it's clear from her body language and facial expressions that she's upset about something. She's agitated, perhaps even crying. Another crew member approaches her during the call and asks if she's okay. Rebecca appears to reply that she's fine, and the crew member walks away. Rebecca finishes her call, gathers herself, and walks out of the frame. That was the last confirmed sighting of Rebecca Coriam. A few hours later, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Rebecca failed to report for her shift. This was completely out of character for her. She was reliable, punctual, professional. When she didn't show up, her colleagues became concerned. They tried to find her. They called her name over the ship's announcement system. They searched her cabin, but Rebecca was nowhere to be found. The Disney Wonder conducted a ship-wide search. They looked everywhere. They checked every public area, every accessible space, every place Rebecca might have gone. They searched for hours, but there was no sign of her. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. The United States Coast Guard was notified, as was the Mexican Navy. They conducted searches of the surrounding waters, but Rebecca Coriam was never found. Not her body, not any of her belongings, nothing. 3 days after Rebecca's disappearance, Disney contacted the Royal Bahamas Police Force to conduct an investigation. You see, the Disney Wonder is registered in the Bahamas, which means that Bahamian authorities technically have jurisdiction over crimes that occur on the ship. The RBPF assigned a single detective, Superintendent Paul Roll, to the case. Disney flew him out to Los Angeles via private jet when the ship returned to port. According to the initial reports, Superintendent Rolle spent several days on board the ship investigating. But when Rebecca's parents, Mike and Anne Coriam, flew from England to Los Angeles to meet the ship when it docked, the detective told them something very different. He said he had actually only spent 1 day investigating before flying back to the Bahamas. He had interviewed only a handful of crew members and none of the passengers. He had conducted what can only be described as a cursory investigation at best. The Coriams were brought on board the ship, but only after all the passengers had disembarked. They were driven to the ship in a car with blacked-out windows, entering through a back entrance. Everything about their treatment suggested that Disney wanted to minimize their visibility, to keep this situation as quiet as possible. On board, they met with the ship's captain and were shown the security footage of Rebecca's last known appearance. They were taken to Deck 5, an area near the crew swimming pool, where the captain explained his theory about what had happened to Rebecca. According to the captain, Rebecca had been swept overboard by a rogue wave while she was near the crew pool. This theory became Disney's official explanation for Rebecca's disappearance. The captain gave them a sandal that he said had been found on Deck 5 and claimed it belonged to Rebecca. And that was essentially it. The Coriams were given this explanation, this single piece of potential evidence, and they were expected to accept it and go home. But the Coriams didn't accept it, because the rogue wave theory didn't make sense. Deck 5, where the crew pool is located, is not a location where someone could easily be swept overboard. The deck is surrounded by walls that reach over 6 feet in height. For a wave to be powerful enough to lift a person over those walls and carry them off the ship, it would have to be enormous. And there were no reports of such rough seas that day. The weather conditions near Puerto Vallarta on March 22nd were normal. Calm waters, no storms, certainly nothing that would generate a rogue wave of the magnitude necessary to explain Rebecca's disappearance. Furthermore, if such a massive wave had hit the ship with enough force to sweep someone overboard, it would have caused visible damage to the vessel itself. There would have been reports from other crew members or passengers about experiencing rough seas. But there was nothing, no damage, no reports, no evidence of the kind of freak weather event that Disney was claiming had occurred. The Coriums began to suspect that there was more to their daughter's disappearance than they were being told. So they hired a private investigator, Roy Ram, a former specialist with Scotland Yard. They also sought help from their local Member of Parliament, Chris Matheson, and from former Deputy Prime Minister Lord Prescott. What these investigators uncovered raised even more questions about Disney's handling of the case. First, there was the security footage. The video that the Coriums had been shown and that has since been made public had been cropped. Specifically, the timestamp and location information had been removed. Why would Disney edit the footage in this way? What were they trying to hide? Investigators discovered that the video was actually from Deck 1, not Deck 5, where Disney claimed Rebecca had been swept overboard. This meant that Rebecca would have had to travel from Deck 1 to Deck 5 after her phone call, with no security camera capturing her journey. Investigators also found it suspicious that there appeared to be no security footage of Rebecca anywhere else on the ship that morning, despite the fact that Disney claimed to have extensive camera coverage. Then there was the matter of Rebecca's clothing. In the security video, Rebecca appears to be wearing oversized clothes that don't fit her properly. Some investigators have suggested these might not have been her clothes at all, but rather belonging to someone else. This detail could imply several things. Perhaps she had dressed hastily, or the clothing might indicate she'd been in circumstances where her own clothes were unavailable. Without more context, we can only note this as an unusual detail that adds to the overall questions surrounding her final hours. There were also questions about the phone call Rebecca was having in the video. Who was she talking to? What was the conversation about? Why was she so upset? Disney claimed they didn't know who was on the other end of the call and refused to provide any information about it. But one of Rebecca's friends among the crew later revealed that Rebecca had been in an intense relationship with another crew member, and the relationship had been volatile. Melissa, the friend, believed Rebecca might have been on the phone with this partner and that whatever was said during that call had caused her distress. This revelation opened up another possible explanation for Rebecca's disappearance. Had she been involved in a domestic dispute? Had her partner done something to her? Some investigators, including British MP Chris Matheson, have suggested that Rebecca may have been murdered, possibly by someone she knew. They point to the lack of evidence for the rogue wave theory, the unusual circumstances of her disappearance, and allegations that have surfaced over the years suggesting Rebecca may have been the victim of sexual assault or other violence. Adding to the family's frustration was Disney's response to their attempts to get answers. The Coriums have repeatedly said that Disney has stonewalled their investigation, has failed to provide promised information, has been more interested in avoiding bad publicity than in finding out what happened to Rebecca. Disney conducted a memorial service for Rebecca on Deck 5, while the ship was still in port in Los Angeles, laying flowers at the site of the alleged rogue wave accident, even though the investigation was supposedly still ongoing. It seemed like the company wanted to close the case as quickly as possible, to put it behind them and move on. In March 2014, the Coriums sued Disney for failing in their duty of care to keep their daughter safe. They claimed Disney had waited 4 hours to notify the Coast Guard and almost 7 hours to notify the Bahamian police, crucial delays that made the search for Rebecca much less effective. Disney denied these allegations and said the claims had no merit. The case was eventually settled out of court in 2016, with the terms of the settlement remaining confidential. But even with the lawsuit resolved, the Coriums have never stopped pushing for answers. British government officials have been highly critical of both Disney and the Bahamian authorities. In November 2011, Rebecca's MP, Stephen Mosley, brought the case up in the House of Commons, telling the Minister for Shipping that the investigation into Rebecca's disappearance was appalling. He stated that the Bahamian authorities made virtually no attempt to investigate and said the RBPF was internationally recognized as almost toothless. He pointed out that many passengers don't realize how poorly protected they are when they board cruise ships registered in flag of convenience countries. This criticism led to some legislative changes in the United Kingdom. The government announced that the Marine Accident Investigation Branch would investigate all deaths or disappearances of British citizens from vessels anywhere in the world. This mirrored similar legislation in the United States that gives the FBI jurisdiction in cases involving American citizens. But these legal changes, while important, don't bring Rebecca back. They don't answer what happened to her on that March morning in 2011. They don't address why Disney's explanation doesn't fit the evidence. They don't explain why a simple disappearance investigation seems to have so many holes in it, so many unanswered questions. Lord Prescott, the former Deputy Prime Minister, has stated publicly that he believes Rebecca was thrown over the side of the Disney Wonder. He thinks she was murdered. Chris Matheson, who has continued to investigate the case, has said that there's a real possibility Rebecca was murdered and that there is sufficient evidence to indicate a crime took place. These are serious allegations from serious people, not conspiracy theorists or attention seekers. So what really happened to Rebecca Corium? The official explanation suggests she was swept overboard by a freak wave. Yet this theory raises several questions given the lack of supporting evidence. Looking at the circumstances, we can consider several possibilities. If the distressed phone call and concerns raised by her colleagues are indicators something may have been troubling her in the hours before she vanished. The injury to her nose and the distressed state captured on CCTV could suggest she had been in some kind of confrontation, though we can't know the specifics with certainty. Based on the forensic evidence and witness accounts, some investigators believe the possibility of foul play cannot be ruled out. Others wonder if overwhelming personal circumstances might have led to a tragic decision. The frustrating reality is that without a proper investigation from the start, these questions may never have definitive answers. The truth is, we may never know. The investigation was bungled from the beginning. Evidence was lost. The scene was not properly preserved. Crucial interviews were not conducted. And Disney, whether through incompetence or deliberate obfuscation, has failed to provide the kind of transparency and cooperation that might have led to answers. What we do know is that Rebecca Corium was 24 years old when she vanished. She had her whole life ahead of her. She had a job she loved, a family that adored her, friends who cared about her, and in the space of a few hours, she went from being a happy, productive member of society to being gone without a trace. Her family has been left with nothing but questions and suspicions, grieving for a daughter they may never be able to properly lay to rest. Rebecca's case has become a rallying point for critics of the cruise industry's handling of crew member welfare. It's been pointed out that crew members, who often come from developing countries, and work long hours for relatively little pay are particularly vulnerable. They're far from home, working in an isolated environment with limited legal protections. If something happens to them, who will advocate for them? Who will demand answers? In Rebecca's case, it took her family flying halfway around the world and hiring private investigators just to get basic information about what might have happened. The case also highlights the problems with flag of convenience ship registration. The Disney Wonder flies a Bahamian flag, which means Bahamian law applies and Bahamian authorities have jurisdiction. But the Bahamas, like many countries that offer flag of convenience registrations, doesn't have the resources or perhaps the motivation to conduct thorough investigations into incidents on these ships. The result is that crimes can occur in what amounts to a legal dead zone, where no one has a clear responsibility to investigate and no one can be held truly accountable. Rebecca Corriam deserved better. She deserved a thorough investigation. She deserved transparency from her employer. She deserved to have her case taken seriously. But instead, her disappearance was quickly written off as an accident, despite evidence suggesting otherwise. Her family was given the runaround, and years later, we're no closer to knowing the truth about what happened to her than we were the day she vanished. The disappearance of Marion Carver and her father's crusade. Our next case is particularly heartbreaking, not just because of the mysterious disappearance at its center, but because of the cruise line's stunning failure to report it in a timely manner, and because of one father's determination to turn his tragedy into meaningful change for others. This is the story of Marion Lynn Carver and her father, Kendall Carver. Marion Carver was 40 years old in the summer of 2004. She was a fascinating woman with a complex life. She had worked as an investment banker, a high-powered career that had afforded her financial security. But she was also a poet, a creative soul with a contemplative nature. She was described as vivacious and independent, someone who marched to the beat of her own drum. She had one child, and she lived off a trust fund and her investments, having left the banking world behind. Marion was also going through a difficult period in her life. She had gone through a divorce several years earlier, and while she seemed to have recovered well, those who knew her were aware that she sometimes struggled with her mental health. There had been an incident years before when she had threatened to harm herself, though in recent years she seemed stable and was managing well. In August 2004, Marion decided she needed a break. She needed to clear her head, to get away from everything for a little while. So, without telling anyone in her family, she booked herself on a cruise. This wasn't entirely out of character for her. Marion had been known to take spontaneous trips before, when she needed time alone to think. So when she boarded the Celebrity Mercury in Seattle, Washington, on August 27, 2004, bound for a 7-day Alaskan cruise, her family had no idea she had even left home. The cruise was supposed to make stops in Juneau, Skagway, and Ketchikan in Alaska, as well as in Prince Rupert, British Columbia. It would end on September 3rd, when the ship docked in Vancouver, British Columbia. Marion was supposed to fly home from there, but she never boarded that flight, and she was never seen again. Marion's cabin steward, a man named Domingo Montero, would later testify about his interactions with her during the cruise. He said she was personable and relaxed, looking forward to the trip. On her first night aboard, August 27th, she told him she planned to go upstairs later but didn't want to visit the dining room. Montero didn't think much of it. Many passengers prefer casual dining or room service to the formal dining room. The next night, August 28th, when Marian again said she didn't want to go to the dining room, Montero suggested ordering room service. He brought her 2 sandwiches at her request. And that was the last time anyone from the ship's crew or any passenger reported seeing Marian Carver. From August 28th onward, she was simply gone. Her cabin was empty. Her belongings were still there, but Marian herself had vanished. Here's where the story takes a turn into the truly outrageous. Domingo Montero, Marian's steward, noticed that she was missing. He went to his supervisor and reported that his passenger hadn't been seen and wasn't using her cabin. And his supervisor told him to do nothing. Just do your job and forget about it. So Montero, a low-level employee who probably feared losing his job if he made waves, did as he was told. He didn't report Marian missing. He just went about his duties. Day after day passed. Marian's cabin remained empty. Her belongings sat untouched. And Montero kept going to his supervisor saying, "This woman is still missing. Shouldn't we do something?" And his supervisor kept telling him, "No, don't make a fuss. Just do your job." The cruise ended on September 3rd. Passengers disembarked in Vancouver, and cruise line officials, faced with a cabin full of belongings from a passenger who hadn't been seen in days, didn't notify authorities. They didn't call the police. They didn't report Marian missing to anyone. Instead, they boxed up her belongings. And then they donated most of them to charity. Let that sink in for a moment. A passenger goes missing from a cruise ship. Her disappearance is reported multiple times by her cabin steward. And the cruise line's response is to pack up her stuff, give it away, and move on as if nothing happened. They didn't investigate. They didn't notify her family. They didn't tell anyone. It wasn't until September the 7th, more than a week after the cruise ended, that Marian's family realized something was wrong and reported her missing. They hadn't even known she'd gone on a cruise. When a detective began investigating her disappearance, he accessed her credit card records and discovered she had made a purchase in Seattle, the embarkation point for the Celebrity Mercury. The detective called the cruise line to ask if Marian had been on the ship. It took Celebrity Cruises, which is owned by Royal Caribbean, 3 days to confirm that yes, Marian Carver had indeed been on that cruise. By this point, it had been 26 days since she was last seen. 26 days. In those 26 days, the ship had completed multiple cruises. Evidence had been cleaned away. Witnesses had scattered. Any chance of conducting a meaningful investigation into what happened to Marian had been destroyed. When Marian's father, Kendall Carver, learned that the cruise line had known his daughter was missing but hadn't reported it, he was devastated and furious. He called Royal Caribbean, demanding answers. The risk management manager he spoke with told him that it was normal for passengers to leave their belongings behind. It was normal for them to suddenly change rooms without notice. In other words, the cruise line was claiming there was no reason to think anything was amiss. Kendall Carver didn't buy it. A passenger doesn't just abandon all their belongings and disappear. A steward doesn't repeatedly tell his supervisor someone is missing unless something is actually wrong. And a responsible cruise line doesn't just box up a missing person's belongings and donate them to Goodwill. Kendall knew something terrible had happened to his daughter, and he was determined to find out what. He hired a private investigator named Tim Schmolder to get answers. Schmolder tried his best, but he was stonewalled at every turn. Royal Caribbean provided some basic information, but set up numerous roadblocks. Schmolder's requests to interview passengers or crew members were denied. He wasn't allowed access to the ship's video surveillance system. He was given only limited time on board the ship. After just a few hours, he was told to leave. His investigation report ended up, in his own words, kind of empty of content but full of questions. Questions about why he wasn't allowed access, why the cabin attendant wasn't available for interview, why he couldn't speak to the security manager about the camera systems. Kendall Carver wasn't satisfied with that, so he took legal action. He filed a lawsuit against Royal Caribbean, and as part of that lawsuit, he was able to obtain subpoenas for information. The subpoenas produced a passenger manifest with 2,000 names, but no contact information, making it useless for conducting interviews. They also produced a poor-quality photograph of Marion boarding the ship, but little else. The real bombshell came when Carver's attorneys forced Royal Caribbean to make Domingo Montero, Marion's cabin steward, available for deposition. That's when the full extent of the cruise line's negligence came to light. Montero testified that he had reported Marion missing to his supervisor daily for 5 consecutive days. Every day he told his boss that this passenger was missing, that her cabin was unused, that something was wrong. And every day his supervisor told him to forget about it. At the end of the cruise, when Marion's belongings were still sitting in her cabin, Montero asked his supervisor if they should report this to authorities. The supervisor said no. He told Montero to pack up all the belongings, put them in his locker, and he would take care of it. But he didn't take care of it. Or rather, he took care of it in the worst possible way. He had those belongings donated or disposed of, destroying potential evidence. And then, once the Carvers started asking questions and making noise, Royal Caribbean held an internal hearing and fired that supervisor. He was quietly ushered off the ship before the FBI could interview him. He has never been named publicly and has never been located, though many believe he simply found work on another cruise ship. During the litigation process, Kendall Carver also learned that a manila envelope containing money that Marion had left in her room had disappeared along with other personal belongings. He discovered that Royal Caribbean had lied about their video retention policy. They had told him that surveillance footage was only kept for 2 or 3 weeks, and that therefore there was no video of Marion. But documents produced during discovery showed that the cruise line had actually reviewed videos concerning Marion on the 26th day after her disappearance, and that videos were kept on a 30-day cycle. This meant there should have been footage of Marion, but Royal Caribbean claimed it didn't exist. In 2005, Royal Caribbean issued a press release stating that Marion appears to have committed suicide on our ship. This infuriated the Carver family. How could the cruise line make such a definitive statement about what happened when they had conducted no real investigation? Kendall Carver has acknowledged that suicide is a possibility. Marion had struggled with mental health issues in the past, but without a proper investigation, without a body, without any real evidence, claiming she died by suicide felt like the cruise line was just trying to close the case and avoid liability. The truth is, we don't know what happened to Marion Carver. Based on the limited evidence available, several scenarios remain possible. She could have fallen overboard accidentally, perhaps while on deck late at night. Given her past mental health struggles, as her father has acknowledged, the possibility of suicide cannot be entirely dismissed, though there's no conclusive evidence to support this. The lack of any witnesses or physical evidence also means we can't rule out the possibility of foul play, or perhaps a medical emergency in an area of the ship where she wasn't immediately discovered. Without the proper investigation that should have been conducted, in those critical first hours and days, these questions will likely remain unanswered. But what Kendall Carver did know was that his daughter's case represented a massive failure by the cruise industry, and he was determined that what happened to Marion would not happen to others. So in 2006, Kendall Carver did something extraordinary. He founded the International Cruise Victims Association, a non-profit organization dedicated to advocating for victims of crimes on cruise ships and their families. The ICFIE, as it's known, brought together families who had lost loved ones on cruises under suspicious or unexplained circumstances. Together, they became a powerful lobbying force. They testified before Congress. They worked with lawmakers to draft legislation. They raised public awareness about the dark side of the cruise industry. And they pushed for reforms that would make cruising safer and would ensure that when crimes did occur, they would be properly investigated and reported. Kendall Carver personally testified before Congress multiple times. He shared Marion's story. He detailed the cruise line's failures. He explained how the lack of regulation and oversight allowed cruise companies to essentially police themselves with predictable results. He pointed out how the jurisdictional complexities of maritime law created an environment where crimes could occur without anyone being held accountable. His efforts, along with those of other ICV members, including the Smith family, were instrumental in the passage of the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010, a landmark piece of legislation that mandated numerous safety and reporting requirements for cruise ships. We'll discuss the CVSSA in more detail later, but for now, it's important to understand that this law exists in large part because of Kendall Carver's determination to find meaning in his daughter's disappearance. Kendall Carver continued his advocacy work for more than a decade. He spent over $75,000 of his own money on private investigators and legal fees trying to find out what happened to Marion. He dedicated countless hours to the ICV, helping other families navigate the nightmare of having a loved one disappear on a cruise. He became a nationally recognized expert on cruise ship safety and crime, and he never stopped fighting, never stopped pushing for change. Sadly, Kendall Carver passed away in 2019 at the age of 83. He died without ever knowing what happened to his daughter. But his legacy lives on in the ICV, which continues its advocacy work, and in the legislation he helped pass, which has made cruising safer for millions of people. Marion Carver's disappearance is a tragedy. The cruise line's handling of it is a scandal. But the response to it, led by her father, is a testament to the power of determined advocacy. Kendall Carver took his grief and his anger and he channeled it into something positive. He turned his personal tragedy into a force for change, and while nothing can bring Marion back, the work her father did has undoubtedly saved lives and has helped other families avoid some of the obstacles he faced. If Celebrity Cruises had reported Marion missing when her steward first raised concerns, if they had conducted a proper search of the ship and contacted authorities immediately, if they had preserved evidence and interviewed witnesses while memories were fresh, we might know what happened to her. There might have been a chance to save her if she was still alive somewhere on the ship. There might have been enough evidence to determine what happened even if she had died. But instead, the cruise line chose to prioritize its operations over a missing passenger. Their response raised serious questions about their investigative protocols and priorities. And as a result, Marion Carver remains one of the many unsolved mysteries of the high seas. Maritime law, jurisdiction, and the perfect crime. At this point in our story, you might be asking yourself a question, a very reasonable question. How is it possible that so many serious crimes on cruise ships go unsolved? How can people disappear, be assaulted, even be murdered on these ships, and yet the perpetrators face no consequences? Why do investigations fail so spectacularly? Why does it feel like cruise lines can get away with negligence and even cover-ups without facing serious repercussions? The answer lies in the unique and complicated world of maritime law and international jurisdiction. You see, when you board a cruise ship, you're not just stepping onto a vacation vessel. You're entering a legal gray area, a floating territory governed by a complex web of laws from multiple nations, none of which seem to apply with the clarity and force we expect from our normal legal system. To understand why crimes on cruise ships are so difficult to investigate and prosecute, we need to understand how jurisdiction works on the high seas. Let's start with the basics. When a cruise ship is docked at a United States port, it's subject to United States law. The FBI, local police, and other American law enforcement agencies have clear jurisdiction. If a crime occurs while the ship is docked in Miami, for example, it's handled just like any other crime that occurs in Miami. But once that ship leaves port and sails out into international waters, everything changes. International waters begin 12 nautical miles from the coastline of any nation. That's about 14 land miles. Once a ship crosses that invisible line, it's no longer in United States waters, and United States domestic law no longer clearly applies. Instead, the ship falls under the jurisdiction of whatever country it's registered in, what's called its flag state. This is where things get complicated and frankly convenient for the cruise industry. Most large cruise ships are not registered in the United States. Instead, they're registered in what are called flag of convenience nations. These are countries that offer ship registration with minimal regulations, low taxes, and lax labor laws. The most popular flag of convenience nations for cruise ships are the Bahamas, Panama, Liberia, and Malta. About 70% of cruise ships worldwide are registered in these nations. Why do cruise lines choose these registrations? It's simple economics. By registering their ships in the Bahamas instead of the United States, cruise lines avoid stricter American regulations regarding safety, labor practices, and environmental standards. They pay lower taxes. They can hire crew members from developing nations and pay them much less than they would have to pay American workers. It's a business decision based purely on maximizing profits. But this flag of convenience system has serious implications when crimes occur. Because technically, when a crime happens on a cruise ship in international waters, the flag state has primary jurisdiction. So if someone is assaulted on a Bahamas-registered ship while it's cruising through the Caribbean, Bahamian law applies, and Bahamian authorities have the responsibility to investigate. Now, as we've seen in cases like Rebecca Corriam's, these flag of convenience nations often lack the resources, the expertise, or the will to conduct thorough investigations. The Royal Bahamas Police Force sent one detective to investigate Rebecca's disappearance, and he spent one day on the ship. That's not because the Bahamian authorities don't care. It's because they're a small nation with limited resources, and they're expected to investigate crimes on dozens of cruise ships, each carrying thousands of people, sailing all over the world. It's an impossible task. The situation gets even more complicated when you consider that crimes on cruise ships often involve people from multiple countries. The victim might be American, the perpetrator might be from Russia or Brazil or India, the ship might be registered in the Bahamas, and the crime might occur in international waters between Greece and Turkey. So whose laws apply? Who has jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute? These questions don't have simple answers. In recognition of these challenges, the United States has asserted some level of jurisdiction over crimes involving American citizens on cruise ships, even when those ships are registered in other countries. The FBI can investigate if the victim or perpetrator is a United States national, if the ship departed from or is arriving at a United States port, or if the ship is owned wholly or partially by a United States person or corporation. This is why we see FBI involvement in many cruise ship cases. But even with the FBI's involvement, investigations face enormous challenges. By the time the FBI is notified of a crime, the ship is often still at sea or has already docked at a foreign port. The ship is a mobile crime scene, constantly on the move. Passengers and crew disembark. New passengers and crew come aboard. The scene gets contaminated. Evidence is cleaned away. Witnesses scatter to the four winds, returning to their homes in dozens of different countries. And cruise lines, while they're required to report certain crimes, are not always as cooperative as they should be. Their first concern is often protecting their brand and their bottom line. A major criminal investigation is bad publicity. It disrupts their operations. It might lead to negative media coverage that scares off future passengers. So there's an incentive, whether explicit or implicit, to downplay incidents, to quickly clean up and move on, to present any crime as an isolated incident that has been resolved. This is not to say that all cruise lines deliberately obstruct justice. Many do cooperate with law enforcement, but the structure of the industry and the legal framework governing it create a situation where even well-meaning cruise lines can fail to adequately preserve evidence or facilitate investigations, and cruise lines that are less scrupulous can take advantage of the legal ambiguities to avoid accountability. Consider what happens when a disappearance occurs. Let's say a passenger goes missing in the middle of the night. By the time they're reported missing and a search begins, hours have passed. The ship has traveled dozens of miles. If the person went overboard, their body could be anywhere in a vast search area. The longer the delay, the less likely a successful search becomes. And if the person disappeared due to foul play, the delay gives the perpetrator time to clean up, to dispose of evidence, to get their story straight. Now factor in the jurisdictional issues. Who leads the investigation? The ship's security, which is employed by the cruise line? The FBI, if they can establish jurisdiction? The police from the flag state? The authorities from whatever port the ship next docks at? In practice, there's often confusion and lack of coordination. Different agencies with different priorities and different levels of expertise try to work together, often unsuccessfully. And then there's the question of where a prosecution would take place, assuming investigators even identify a perpetrator. If an American is murdered by a Russian on a Bahamas-registered ship in international waters, which country prosecutes? The United States could assert jurisdiction based on the victim's nationality. Russia could claim jurisdiction based on the perpetrator's nationality. The Bahamas has jurisdiction as the flag state. In practice, these jurisdictional conflicts often result in no prosecution at all. No country wants to take on the expense and complexity of prosecuting a case that occurred outside their territory and involves foreign nationals. This jurisdictional chaos creates what some have called a perfect crime scenario. A perpetrator who commits a crime on a cruise ship in international waters, especially if they're crew member from a developing nation, faces very little risk of being caught or punished. The investigation will be delayed and hampered by jurisdictional issues. Evidence will be lost. Witnesses will disappear. And even if they're identified as a suspect, it's unclear which country would have the authority or the will to prosecute them. For victims, this system is a nightmare. If you're assaulted on a cruise ship, you can't just call 911 and have local police respond. You have to report it to the ship's security, which is employed by the cruise line and may not have your best interests at heart. The security personnel are not trained law enforcement officers. They're private security guards with limited training and limited authority. Their priority is managing the situation in a way that minimizes disruption to the ship's operations and protects the cruise line's interests. If the ship is in international waters, the security team will document the incident and report it to their shoreside management, who will then determine whether it needs to be reported to law enforcement. But which law enforcement? The FBI? The flag state? The police in whatever port they're heading to? The answer depends on the nature of the crime, the nationalities of those involved, and the location of the ship. And even once law enforcement is notified, they may not be able to respond immediately. They might not be able to board the ship until it returns to port, which could be days away. Meanwhile, the victim is stuck on the ship, possibly in close proximity to their attacker. If the perpetrator is another passenger, the cruise line might separate them. But there's no brig on most cruise ships. No way to truly detain someone. If the perpetrator is a crew member, the cruise line might confine them to quarters, but enforcement is difficult. And in some cases, shockingly, victims have reported that cruise line security personnel discourage them from reporting crimes, suggesting they would face retaliation or that nothing could be done anyway. This is the dark reality of maritime law and cruise ship jurisdiction. It's a system that benefits cruise lines by allowing them to operate with minimal regulation while shifting the burden of law enforcement onto countries that may lack the resources or incentive to effectively police these floating cities. It's a system that makes it very difficult for victims to get justice and very easy for perpetrators to escape consequences. The good news is that there has been some progress in recent years. The Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010 was a significant step forward. It mandated specific security measures, improved reporting requirements, and provided some framework for coordination between cruise lines and law enforcement. But it's not perfect, and it only applies to ships calling on United States ports. For cruise itineraries that don't touch United States territory, passengers have even fewer protections. And even with the CVSSA in place, the fundamental jurisdictional challenges remain. The Act improves reporting and mandates some safety measures, but it doesn't solve the underlying problem of how to effectively police and prosecute crimes that occur in the unique environment of international waters on ships registered in foreign countries. The reality is that when you board a cruise ship, you're entering a world where your usual legal protections are diminished. You're traveling through international waters where no single nation's laws fully apply. You're on a ship registered in a country whose legal system you may not be familiar with and which may not prioritize your safety. You're surrounded by crew members from dozens of different countries, any one of whom could potentially harm you, and the mechanisms for holding them accountable are weak at best. This doesn't mean you should never take a cruise. Millions of people cruise safely every year. But it does mean you should be aware of the risks and take precautions. Don't let your guard down just because you're on vacation. Don't assume that the cruise line has your best interests at heart. And understand that if something does go wrong, getting justice may be a long, frustrating, and ultimately unsuccessful process. The cases we've discussed today, Amy Lynn Bradley, George Smith IV, Rebecca Corriam, Marion Carver, and many others, all illustrate the challenges of the current system. In each case, the investigation was delayed, hampered, or bungled due to jurisdictional issues and lack of coordination. In each case, evidence was lost or contaminated. In each case, families were left without answers and without justice. And in each case, the cruise line seemed more concerned with protecting its image than with finding out what really happened. These are not isolated incidents. They're the predictable result of a system that prioritizes corporate profits over passenger safety, that allows cruise lines to operate in a legal gray area with minimal oversight, and that makes it nearly impossible to effectively investigate and prosecute crimes on the high seas. Until this system is fundamentally reformed, until there's clear jurisdiction and accountability, cruise ships will continue to be environments where crimes can occur with disturbing frequency and where perpetrators can act with impunity. The modern reality, statistics, and trends. Now that we understand the legal landscape and the challenges of investigating crimes on cruise ships, let's look at the current state of affairs. Just how common are crimes on cruise ships? What kinds of crimes are we talking about? And are things getting better or worse? The numbers are sobering. According to the most recent data available from the Department of Transportation, which compiles statistics based on cruise line reporting as mandated by the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act, crimes on cruise ships are not only common, but they appear to be increasing. In 2023, cruise lines reported a total of 131 alleged sexual assaults and rapes to the FBI. To break that down further, there were 52 sexual assaults and 79 rapes reported. This represented a significant increase from the previous year. In 2022, there were 89 reported sex crimes total, with no distinction made between sexual assault and rape. The 2023 numbers show a nearly 50% increase in reported sexual violence. Let's put that in context. 131 reported sexual assaults and rapes in a single year. That's more than one every 3 days. And remember, these are only the reported incidents, only the crimes that met the specific reporting thresholds under the CVSSA, and only the ones that victims felt comfortable reporting. The actual number of sexual assaults on cruise ships is almost certainly much higher. Research by organizations like the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, known as RAINN, has consistently shown that 2 out of every 3 sexual assaults are never reported to authorities. Victims may be ashamed, afraid, unsure of what happened, or simply want to forget and move on. This underreporting is even more pronounced in the cruise ship environment, where victims are isolated, far from home, surrounded by strangers, and may face pressure from cruise line personnel to keep quiet. If we apply this 2/3 underreporting rate to the cruise ship numbers, it suggests that the actual number of sexual assaults and rapes on cruise ships in 2023 could have been closer to 400. 400 sexual assaults and rapes in a single year on cruise ships. That's a deeply disturbing number. Sexual violence is by far the most common crime reported on cruise ships. According to FBI agents who specialize in cruise ship cases, sexual assaults top the list of incidents they investigate, followed by physical assaults. In 2023, In addition to the 131 sex crimes, there were 22 reports of physical assault with serious bodily injury. There were also 7 reported thefts of money or property worth more than $10,000, 2 missing United States nationals, and 1 suspicious death. Let's talk about those missing persons numbers for a moment. 2 reported missing American nationals in 2023 might sound like a small number. But remember, this is only for that 1 year, and it only counts American citizens. When you look at the broader data, over the past 2 decades, approximately 400 people have gone missing from cruise ships worldwide. 400 people who boarded cruise ships and never came home. Some of these were likely accidents, people who fell overboard due to intoxication or recklessness. Some were probably suicides, but many remain complete mysteries, with no explanation for how or why they vanished. And these numbers, remember, only capture crimes that are officially reported under the CVSSA. There are countless other crimes that don't meet the reporting thresholds. Minor thefts, simple assaults that don't cause serious injury, drug offenses, domestic violence between passengers. All of these occur on cruise ships with some regularity, but they're not captured in the official statistics that the public sees. One particularly concerning trend is that certain cruise lines have significantly higher crime rates than others. Carnival Cruise Line, one of the largest cruise operators in the world, consistently reports more crimes than its competitors. In 2023, Carnival reported 45 sexual assaults and rapes, compared to significantly lower numbers for other major cruise lines like Royal Caribbean and Norwegian. Carnival also led in physical assaults, with 14 incidents of assault causing serious bodily injury reported in 2023. Carnival has attempted to explain these numbers by pointing out that they have more ships and carry more passengers than many competitors. But maritime lawyers who have analyzed the data dispute this explanation. When you calculate crimes on a per capita basis, accounting for the number of passengers and crew on ships at any given time, Carnival's ships still have a higher rate of violence than their competitors. Some analysts have calculated that Carnival's per capita rate of sexual assault is higher than the rate in many United States states. Why might Carnival have a higher rate of crime? There are several theories. One is the company's culture around alcohol. Multiple experts have noted that Carnival ships tend to have a party atmosphere, with heavy emphasis on drinking. Alcohol is aggressively marketed to passengers, and bartenders and servers work on commission, giving them an incentive to serve as many drinks as possible. We know that alcohol is a major factor in both sexual assault and physical violence. The more people drink, especially in an environment where social norms are relaxed and people feel like they can let loose, the more likely violent incidents become. Another factor may be Carnival's customer base. Carnival markets itself as a fun, affordable option, attracting younger passengers and those looking for a party atmosphere. This demographic may engage in riskier behavior and be more likely to both commit and be victims of crimes. Royal Caribbean and Norwegian, by contrast, tend to attract a somewhat older, more affluent demographic, which correlates with lower crime rates. It's also worth noting that Disney Cruise Line, which markets itself as family-friendly and caters to families with children, has seen a disturbing increase in sexual assault reports in recent years. In the 5 years between 2019 and 2024, Disney went from reporting between 1 and 3 sexual assaults per year to reporting 15 in 2023 and 18 in 2024. This dramatic increase is concerning and suggests that even on cruise lines that pride themselves on safety and family friendliness, sexual violence is a growing problem. What about the first half of 2024? The data we have shows that crimes continue at a troubling rate. From January to June 2024, there were 25 reports of sexual assault, 32 reports of rape, 16 reports of physical assault with serious bodily injury, 1 suspicious death, 7 thefts, and 2 missing United States nationals. If this rate continues for the full year, 2024 will see similar or even higher numbers than 2023. One area where there has been some improvement is in the first quarter of 2025. From January to March 2025, there were 48 crimes reported, down from previous quarters. But this is still 48 serious crimes in just 3 months, and the composition of these crimes is disturbing. Of the 48 incidents, 23 were reported as rapes, 10 as sexual assaults, and 7 as physical assaults. So sexual violence still dominates the statistics. These numbers represent real people, real victims. Behind each statistic is a person whose vacation turned into a nightmare. A woman who was raped by a crew member who entered her cabin. A man who was assaulted after an argument in a bar. A teenager who was sexually assaulted by another passenger. A person who vanished without a trace, leaving their family to wonder forever what happened. And these numbers, troubling as they are, still likely understate the true extent of crime on cruise ships. Because as we've discussed, many crimes go unreported. Victims may not feel safe reporting to cruise line security. They may not know they have the right to contact the FBI directly. They may simply want to finish their cruise and go home and try to forget what happened. And even when crimes are reported, cruise lines may find ways to avoid counting them in the official statistics. For example, the CVSSA only requires reporting of crimes that involve United States nationals or that occur on ships departing from or arriving at United States ports. Crimes involving passengers of other nationalities or crimes that occur on cruises that never touch United States territory don't have to be reported in these statistics. This means the data we see is inherently incomplete, capturing only a subset of the crimes that occur fleet-wide across the global cruise industry. There are also questions about whether cruise lines fully comply with reporting requirements. Critics have suggested that cruise lines may classify crimes in ways that avoid triggering mandatory reporting. For instance, a sexual assault might be recorded internally as a different type of incident, or might not be recorded at all if the victim is persuaded not to make a formal report. Without independent oversight, there's no way to verify that every reportable crime is actually being reported. The FBI has jurisdiction to investigate crimes on cruise ships, but they're limited by resources. The FBI doesn't have agents stationed on cruise ships. They have to respond from shore, often after significant delays. And while the FBI takes cruise ship crimes seriously, they're also dealing with countless other serious crimes on land. Cruise ship cases require extensive resources, often involving international cooperation, interviews with witnesses scattered across multiple countries, and complex legal questions about jurisdiction. The reality is that many cruise ship crimes simply don't get the level of investigative attention they would receive if they occurred on United States soil. So what's the cruise industry's response to these statistics? The Cruise Lines International Association, or CLIA, which is the industry's main trade group, has consistently maintained that cruising is one of the safest forms of travel. They point out that when you consider the millions of passengers who cruise each year, the rate of serious crime is actually quite low. They're not wrong about that. Approximately 31.7 million people took cruises in 2023. If there were 131 reported sexual assaults, that's a rate of about 4 per 100,000 passengers. For comparison, the rate of reported rape in the United States as a whole is higher than that. But this argument, while statistically accurate, misses some important points. First, as we've discussed, the reported numbers almost certainly understate the true rate of crime on cruise ships. Second, even if the rate is lower than on land, the conditions on cruise ships make crimes particularly traumatic and particularly difficult to escape. If you're assaulted in your hometown, you can call the police, go to a hospital, be surrounded by your support network. If you're assaulted on a cruise ship, you're trapped on the ship with your attacker, far from home, far from help, dependent on the cruise line to manage the situation. The isolation and vulnerability of cruise ship victims makes these crimes especially heinous. The cruise industry has made some improvements in response to the CVSSA and public pressure. Most cruise lines now have better security protocols. They've improved lighting in isolated areas. They've implemented better surveillance systems. They've trained crew members on how to respond to reports of sexual assault. They've provided victims with access to resources like the National Sexual Assault Hotline. These are positive steps. But many advocates for cruise ship victims argue that the industry could and should do more. They point to the continued high rates of sexual violence, the ongoing problems with underreporting, and the cruise line's tendency to minimize and downplay crimes as evidence that the current measures are insufficient. They call for independent oversight of cruise ship security, stronger penalties for cruise lines that fail to properly report or investigate crimes, and better protections for crew members who report misconduct. The bottom line is this: cruise ships are not the safe havens that the glossy brochures suggest. Crimes happen on these ships with disturbing regularity. Sexual violence is a particular problem, affecting hundreds of passengers every year. People go missing under suspicious circumstances. Assaults occur. And the unique environment of cruise ships, the legal gray areas, the jurisdictional complications, the power dynamics between passengers and crew, all of these factors make crimes on cruise ships particularly difficult to prevent, investigate, and prosecute. If you're considering taking a cruise, you need to go into it with your eyes open. Be aware of the risks. Take precautions. Don't let your guard down just because you're on vacation. Watch your alcohol intake. Don't leave your drink unattended. Don't go off alone with people you don't know well. Lock your cabin door at night. Be aware of your surroundings. And if something does happen, report it immediately, not just to ship security, but directly to the FBI if it's a serious crime. The victims we've discussed in this video, Amy, George, Rebecca, Marion, and the countless others whose stories we haven't had time to tell, deserve better. They deserve to be safe. They deserved to have their cases properly investigated. They deserved justice. And the best way to honor them is to demand that the cruise industry do better, that lawmakers strengthen protections for passengers, and that the traveling public understand the real risks they face when they board these floating cities. Conclusion and call to action. We've covered a lot of ground today. We've explored some of the most haunting mysteries and tragic crimes to unfold on cruise ships. We've met families who have been left without answers, who have dedicated years of their lives to fighting for truth and justice. We've examined the legal complexities that make cruise ships such challenging environments for law enforcement. And we've confronted the uncomfortable reality that despite the cruise industry's carefully crafted image of safety and luxury, these floating vacation paradises can become scenes of terrible crimes. Amy Lynn Bradley vanished in 1998 and has never been found, despite tantalizing reports that she might have been trafficked. George Smith IV died in suspicious circumstances on his honeymoon, with evidence suggesting murder and with key witnesses refusing to cooperate. Rebecca Coriam disappeared from a Disney ship, with her family convinced there was a cover-up. Marion Carver vanished after the cruise line ignored multiple reports that she was missing. These cases represent just the tip of the iceberg. Hundreds of people have gone missing from cruise ships. Hundreds more have been sexually assaulted. Physical violence occurs with disturbing regularity, and time after time, investigations fail. Evidence is lost. Witnesses scatter. Perpetrators escape justice. Families are left to grieve without closure, without understanding, without anyone being held accountable. Why does this keep happening? We've explored the reasons, the jurisdictional complexities of maritime law, the flag of convenience system that allows cruise ships to avoid stringent oversight, the power of the cruise industry to protect its image and profits, the challenges of investigating crimes that occur in international waters on mobile vessels, the lack of resources and coordination among the various law enforcement agencies involved. All of these factors combine to create an environment where crimes can occur and go unsolved. But it doesn't have to be this way. There have been improvements. The Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act was a significant step forward, mandating better reporting, improved security measures, and some accountability. The advocacy work of organizations like the International Cruise Victims Association has brought attention to these issues and has pushed for reforms. British lawmakers have strengthened protections for their citizens on cruise ships. The FBI has developed more expertise in handling cruise ship cases, yet clearly more needs to be done. Sexual assaults on cruise ships are increasing, not decreasing. People still go missing. Investigations still fail far too often. The fundamental problems with jurisdiction and accountability remain. As long as cruise ships operate in the legal gray area they currently occupy, as long as they're registered in countries that lack the resources or will to properly oversee them, as long as profits are prioritized over passenger safety, these problems will continue. So what can we do? As individuals, we can make informed choices. If you're considering a cruise, research the cruise line's safety record. Look up their crime statistics. Choose cruise lines that have demonstrated a commitment to passenger safety. Take precautions while on board. Be aware of your surroundings. Travel with people you trust. Report any incidents immediately. As citizens, we can demand better from our lawmakers. We can push for stronger legislation that protects passengers and crew on cruise ships. We can support organizations like the ICV that advocate for victims. We can speak out when we see cruise lines trying to minimize or cover up crimes. We can refuse to let cases like Amy's and George's and Rebecca's and Marion's be forgotten. And we can share their stories. That's why content like this matters. Every time someone watches a video or reads an article about cruise ship crimes, awareness grows. Public pressure increases. The cruise industry can't as easily sweep these incidents under the rug. Families fighting for justice know they're not alone, and potential victims are better informed about the risks they face. The ocean is vast and beautiful and mysterious, and cruise ships offer an incredible opportunity to explore it in comfort. For millions of people every year, cruising is a wonderful experience that creates lasting memories. But we must never forget that beneath the surface glamour, there are real dangers, real crimes, real victims, and real families who are still waiting for answers. Amy Lynn Bradley should be home with her family. George Smith IV should have celebrated his 20th wedding anniversary. Rebecca Corriam should still be working her dream job. Marion Carver should have finished her Alaska cruise and returned to her life. They didn't get those chances. But by telling their stories, by demanding accountability, by pushing for change, we can work towards a future where fewer families have to experience the nightmare of losing someone on a cruise ship. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the dark side of the cruise industry. It's been a long and sometimes difficult exploration, but it's an important one. If you found this video informative, please give it a like. Subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into true crime cases and mysteries. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss future content. And please share this video with others. The more people who understand these issues, the better chance we have of creating real change. If you have thoughts about these cases, if you've had experiences on cruise ships, positive or negative, feel free to leave them in the comments. I read them all, and I'd love to hear your perspectives. And if you want to learn more about cruise ship safety and advocacy, check out the International Cruise Victims Association. They continue the work that Kendall Carver started, fighting for justice and safety for all cruise passengers and crew. Until next time, stay safe out there, both on land and at sea. And remember, when something seems too good to be true, when the glossy brochures promise paradise, sometimes it's worth looking a little deeper, asking a few more questions, and understanding what risks you might be taking. Because the ocean keeps its secrets well, and not all mysteries on the high seas have happy endings. This has been Mystery on the High Seas, when vacation turns into horror. Thank you for watching. Psychological Profiles, Unseen Predators. Welcome back. Tonight, we're diving deep into the darkest corners of criminal psychology, exploring the minds of predators who lived among us, hidden in plain sight. These aren't the killers you typically hear about in mainstream true crime discussions. These are the ones who slipped through the cracks, who manipulated systems, who understood human psychology well enough to exploit it for years before anyone caught on. This is going to be a longer journey than usual, because understanding these individuals requires us to examine not just what they did, but who they were, how they thought, and what made them so uniquely dangerous. We're going to explore cases that changed how law enforcement approaches criminal profiling, cases that exposed vulnerabilities in our justice system, and cases that continue to haunt investigators decades later. Tonight's exploration will take us across decades and continents, from the sun-soaked beaches of Southern California to the frozen wilderness of Alaska, from remote mountain cabins to the suburban streets where families slept believing they were safe. We'll examine 6 cases in extraordinary detail, understanding not just what happened, but why it happened, how it was allowed to happen, and what we learned from the devastating aftermath. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the victims and their families. These were real people whose lives were cut short in unimaginable ways. While we need to examine the psychology of their killers to understand and prevent future crimes, we must never lose sight of the human cost. Every statistic was someone's daughter, son, mother, father, friend, or loved one. Part 1. The Toolbox Killers, Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris. The name sends a chill down your spine once you understand its origin. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris weren't called the Toolbox Killers because of their professions. They earned that moniker because of what they used on their victims. Common tools, the kind you'd find in any garage or workshop, became instruments of prolonged agony in their hands. Their case remains one of the most disturbing in American criminal history, not just because of what they did, but because of how methodically they planned it, how carefully they selected their victims, and how they documented their crimes in ways that haunt investigators to this day. Lawrence Sigmund Bittaker entered the world on September 27, 1940, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. His biological parents immediately put him up for adoption, a rejection that would mark the beginning of a life defined by displacement and dysfunction. The family who adopted him, the Bittakers, moved constantly due to his adoptive father's work in aircraft factories. By the time they finally settled in California, young Lawrence had lived in 4 different states, never staying anywhere long enough to form stable attachments or lasting friendships. Despite possessing an exceptionally high IQ of 138, placing him in the 99th percentile, Bittaker showed no interest in applying his intelligence constructively. He dropped out of high school at 17 and immediately began accumulating a criminal record. His first arrests came for auto theft, evading arrest, and leaving the scene of a hit-and-run accident. The pattern that would define his life had already emerged. He would be arrested, serve time, be released, and immediately re-offend. In 1974, Bittaker's violence escalated dramatically. He stabbed a supermarket employee who had accused him of shoplifting, coming within inches of hitting the man's heart. This near-fatal assault earned him a conviction for assault with a deadly weapon and a sentence to the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo. This imprisonment would prove catastrophic, though not for Bittaker. It was at this facility that he would meet Roy Norris, and together they would form one of the most sadistic partnerships in criminal history. Roy Lewis Norris was born on February 5, 1948, and his childhood was even more traumatic than Bittaker's. He bounced between his biological family and foster care, never finding stability anywhere. Multiple foster families neglected him, and at least one family sexually abused him. These early experiences warped his developing psyche, creating a deep-seated rage against the world, and particularly against women. In May 1970, while out on bail for another offense, Norris violently attacked a female student with a rock on the campus of San Diego State University. This unprovoked assault demonstrated an escalating pattern of violence against women. He was charged and sent to Atascadero State Hospital, classified as a mentally disordered sex offender, where he spent nearly 5 years. The system's response remained inadequate to the threat he posed. The fateful meeting occurred in 1977 at the California Men's Colony. In the structured, all-male environment of prison, Bittaker and Norris discovered they shared disturbing fantasies about abducting, raping, torturing, and murdering young women. But rather than recoiling from each other's darkness, they encouraged it. They began planning in detail, analyzing what had led to their previous arrests and how they could avoid those mistakes. They made a pact. Once both were released, they would reunite and make their shared fantasies reality. Bittaker was paroled in November 1978. Norris followed in January 1979. Within months, they had reconnected and begun putting their plan into action. Their first major purchase was a silver 1977 GMC Vandura van, acquired in February 1979. They chose this specific vehicle because the passenger side sliding door would allow them to quickly pull victims inside. They nicknamed it Murder Mac, revealing how they viewed their planned crimes as almost a project, but they didn't immediately begin killing. From February to June 1979, they picked up more than 20 hitchhikers without harming them. These were practice runs, testing their approach, building confidence, and scouting locations. In late April 1979, they found an isolated fire road in the San Gabriel Mountains. Bittaker broke the lock on the entry gate and replaced it with his own. They now had their private torture chamber. Their first victim was 16-year-old Lucinda Lynn Cindy Schaefer. On June 24, 1979, she was walking along the Pacific Coast Highway in Redondo Beach when they offered her a ride. When she refused, Norris pretended to repair the van. When Schaefer walked past, Norris grabbed her and dragged her into the vehicle. What happened over the next hours is almost too horrible to describe. They raped her, tortured her, and eventually strangled her to death. Her body was never recovered. Over the next 5 months, 4 more young women would die. 18-year-old Andrea Joy Hall, 13-year-old Jacqueline Leah Lamp, 15-year-old Jacqueline Doris Gilliam, and 16-year-old Shirley Lynette Ledford. Each killing was more brutal than the last, as their sadism escalated. They documented their crimes with photographs and audio recordings. The recordings, particularly the one of Ledford's torture, would later be played during Bittaker's trial. Many people fled the courtroom, unable to bear listening to it. FBI profiler John Douglas, who has interviewed dozens of serial killers, described Bittaker as the most disturbing individual for whom he ever created a criminal profile. Their capture came when Norris began bragging to an old prison friend named Jimmy Dalton about the murders. When Ledford's body was discovered, Dalton reported Norris to his lawyer, who passed the information to the Los Angeles Police Department. Under interrogation, Norris confessed but tried to minimize his role. He agreed to testify against Bittaker in exchange for a plea deal that spared him the death penalty. When police searched Bittaker's motel room and Norris's apartment, they found the evidence: the audio tape of Ledford's torture, photographs of nearly 500 teenage girls, tools used in the murders, and items belonging to the victims. Prosecutor Stephen Kay, who would spend his career prosecuting some of California's most notorious criminals, still considers the Toolbox Killers case the worst he ever handled. For years after the trial, he suffered recurring nightmares about the case. Paul Bynum, the chief investigator, never recovered emotionally. In December 1987, at age 39, he died by suicide. In his 10-page suicide note, he specifically mentioned the case and expressed fear that Bittaker and Norris might somehow be released. Bittaker was convicted of 5 counts of murder and received the death penalty on March 24, 1981. He spent nearly 4 decades on death row at San Quentin State Prison, dying of natural causes on December 13, 2019, at age 79, having never been executed. Roy Norris received life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years. He died of natural causes on February 24, 2020, at age 72, having been denied parole multiple times. Part 2: Operation Miranda, Leonard Lake, and Charles Ng. If the Toolbox Killers case seemed incomprehensibly evil, the story of Leonard Lake and Charles Ng demonstrates that depravity can reach even darker depths. Operating from a remote cabin in Wilseyville, California, During the mid-1980s, this survivalist duo tortured and murdered an estimated 11 to 25 victims. They called their operation Miranda, inspired by a novel about a man who kidnaps a woman and keeps her as a slave. Their crimes involved entire families, including infants, subjected to unimaginable horrors before being killed and buried on Lake's property. Leonard Thomas Lake was born on October 29, 1945, in San Francisco, California. His parents divorced when he was 6, and his childhood was marked by instability and dysfunction. He was primarily raised by his grandparents after his mother remarried. From an early age, Lake exhibited disturbing behaviors, including an obsession with pornography and violent sexual content. He also developed a fascination with survivalism and apocalyptic scenarios, believing that nuclear war was imminent and preparing for a post-apocalyptic world. Lake served in the Marines during the Vietnam era, but received a medical discharge in 1971 related to mental health issues. After his discharge, he drifted through various pursuits, including living on a hippie commune in California. He married twice, both marriages ending in divorce. His second wife, Claralyn Cricket Balaz, would later become entangled in his crimes through ownership of the property where many murders occurred. In his teenage years, Lake had read a 1963 John Fowles novel called The Collector, which tells the story of a man who captures a woman named Miranda and keeps her as a slave in the hopes she would eventually fall in love with him. Lake was fascinated by this novel and used the book as inspiration for what he called Operation Miranda, a plan to kidnap and enslave women for his sexual gratification and to populate his survivalist compound after the apocalypse. Charles Chai Tat Ng was born on December 24, 1960, in Hong Kong to an affluent family. His youth was marked by disciplinary problems and physical abuse from his father. He attended various schools but had persistent behavioral issues and was eventually expelled. In 1978, Ng came to the United States to attend college at Notre Dame. He lasted only one semester before dropping out. Using forged documents that falsely listed his birthplace as Bloomington, Indiana, Ng enlisted in the United States Marine Corps in October 1979. During his time in the Marines, Ng worked at the Kaneohe Bay Base Armory in Hawaii. In 1980, after less than a year of service, he was arrested by military police for stealing automatic weapons from the base armory. Facing court-martial, escaped military custody and fled to Northern California, where he would meet Leonard Lake. Their meeting would prove catastrophic for their future victims. Lake and Ng met through a mutual interest in survivalist magazines and gun culture. They quickly discovered they shared similar violent fantasies about women. In 1982, federal authorities raided a mobile home that Lake and Ng shared in Ukiah, California, seizing a large stash of illegal weapons and explosives. Lake was released on bond but jumped bail. Ng was returned to Marine custody, where he pleaded guilty to the theft charges and was sentenced to Leavenworth Federal Prison. He served his sentence and was released in 1984. After Ng's release, he rejoined Lake, who had relocated to a remote cabin in Wilseyville, California, in Calaveras County, located in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. The property was owned by Lake's wife, Claralyn Balaz, though the couple was separated. The cabin sat on a half-acre lot, isolated from neighbors, perfect for Lake and Ng's plans. Next to the cabin, they constructed a cinder block bunker that would serve as their torture chamber and prison. The bunker was outfitted with soundproofing, chains, restraints, and various implements for torture. Lake maintained detailed journals documenting his crimes and filmed many of the assaults on videotape. These tapes would later become crucial evidence, showing the horrific abuse inflicted on victims before their deaths. On the tapes, Lake can be heard explaining to terrified women that they were now his property, that they would be his sex slaves, and that resistance was futile. Lake and Ng's first known collaborative victim was Charles Gunner, Lake's best man at his wedding. In May 1983, Lake invited Gunner on a road trip to Las Vegas. Several days later, Lake returned alone in Gunner's van, claiming Gunner had run off with a woman. Gunner was never seen again. Lake began using Gunner's identity and cashing his government checks. Their killing spree escalated in 1984 when Ng joined Lake at the Wilseyville property. They began targeting families, a particularly horrific aspect of their crimes. In one instance, they kidnapped Harvey Dubbs, his wife Deborah, and their infant son Sean from their San Francisco home. According to later testimony and evidence, Lake and Ng killed Harvey and baby Sean immediately. Deborah was kept alive for days, repeatedly raped and tortured, forced to perform sexual acts on camera while being told she would see her family again if she complied. Eventually, she too was murdered. Another family, Lonnie Bond, his girlfriend Brenda O'Connor, and their 2-year-old son, Lonnie Jr., lived just 50 yards from Lake's cabin, renting a house on the property. They vanished in 1985. According to the evidence, Bond and the infant were killed immediately, while O'Connor was subjected to prolonged sexual torture before being murdered. A friend of Bond's, Robin Scott Stapley, who had been staying at the house, was also killed. Lake maintained detailed journals about his crimes, referring to his victims by numbers rather than names, dehumanizing them completely. He documented the various ways he tortured them, his sexual assaults, and his methods of disposal. He and Ng would bury bodies on the property, burn remains, or dissolve them in chemicals. They kept a treasure map showing where they had hidden victims' belongings in barrels around the property. The case broke open on June 2, 1985, in a completely unexpected way. Ng was caught shoplifting a vice from a hardware store in South San Francisco. When security approached him, Ng fled. The store identified Lake as Ng's companion, and police pulled Lake over for questioning. During the traffic stop, officers found illegal weapons in Lake's vehicle and took him to the police station. At the station, Lake provided false identification and claimed to be Charles Gunner. During interrogation, Lake asked for a glass of water to take an aspirin. The aspirin was actually a cyanide pill that Lake had sewn into his clothing specifically for such a situation. Within minutes, Lake collapsed. He was rushed to the hospital but slipped into a coma. 4 days later, on June 6, 1985, Leonard Lake died without ever regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, police began investigating Lake's property in Wilseyville. What they discovered was a scene from a nightmare. In the bunker, they found restraints, chains, women's clothing, and a copy of The Collector. Searching the property, they discovered shallow graves containing human remains. They found videotapes showing Lake and Ng torturing female victims. They recovered over 45 pounds of charred human bone fragments. Investigators eventually identified remains of 12 victims on the property. Charles Ng had fled to Canada immediately after the shoplifting incident. On July 6, 1985, he was captured in a department store in Calgary, Alberta, after another shoplifting attempt. When a security guard confronted him, Ng shot the guard. Though wounded, the guard managed to disarm and detain Ng until police arrived. Ng was arrested and imprisoned in Canada. For the next 6 years, Ng fought extradition to the United States, arguing he would face capital punishment. His legal battles delayed his return until 1991. Once extradited, he was indicted on 12 counts of first-degree murder. His trial began in 1998 and lasted 7 months, becoming one of the longest and most expensive criminal prosecutions in California history, costing approximately $11 million. Despite overwhelming video evidence showing him participating in the torture and murders, Ng maintained he was merely an observer, that Lake had planned and committed all the crimes alone. The prosecution introduced evidence that directly contradicted this claim, including video footage showing Ng actively participating in assaults. They also introduced disturbing evidence Ng had created in prison. Cartoons he had drawn showing babies being tortured in various ways, including being put in microwaves, drowned, and fried in woks. On February 24, 1999, after 3 weeks of deliberation, the jury convicted Ng of 11 counts of first-degree murder. 6 men, including Charles, Gunnar, Clifford Peranteau, Jeffrey Gerald, Michael Carroll, Lonnie Bond Sr., and Robin Scott Stapley. 3 women, Deborah Dubbs, Kathleen Allen, and Brenda O'Connor, and 2 male infants, Sean Dubbs and Lonnie Bond Jr. They could not reach a verdict on the 12th count, the murder of Paul Cosner. Ng was sentenced to death. The presiding judge noted, "Mr. Ng was not under any duress, nor does the evidence support that he was under the domination of Leonard Lake." As of 2025, Ng remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison in California, where the last execution took place in 2006. Part 3. Edmund Kemper, the Co-Ed Killer. If evil can be measured by both the brutality of crimes and the intelligence with which they're committed, then Edmund Emil Kemper III represents one of the most terrifying manifestations of human darkness. Standing 6 feet 9 inches tall, weighing over 300 pounds, and possessing an IQ of 145, Kemper used his massive physical presence and exceptional intelligence to commit murders that shocked even hardened investigators. Between 1964 and 1973, he killed 10 people, including his paternal grandparents, his mother, 6 young female college students, and his mother's best friend. Edmund Kemper was born on December 18, 1948, in Burbank, California, weighing an impressive 13 pounds. From the very beginning, he was larger than other children, and this physical difference would mark him throughout his childhood. His parents, Edmund Kemper Jr. and Clarnell Elizabeth Kemper, had a volatile marriage filled with constant conflict. When Edmund was 9 years old, his parents divorced. Clarnell Kemper was an alcoholic and deeply disturbed woman who emotionally and psychologically abused her son throughout his childhood. She constantly berated him about his size, calling him a real weirdo and telling him repeatedly that no woman would ever love him. She forced him to sleep in the basement, allegedly because she was afraid he would molest his sisters, a fear that had no basis in reality at the time, but may have been a self-fulfilling prophecy. Her abuse was relentless, designed to make him feel ashamed of his existence. Young Edmund began exhibiting disturbing behaviors. He killed the family cats, burying one alive and dissecting another. He played violent games with his sisters, including one where they acted out his execution in a gas chamber. These were clear warning signs of a deeply disturbed child. But in the 1950s and early 1960s, understanding of such behaviors was limited, and nothing was done. At age 14, Kemper ran away from his mother's home in Montana and traveled to California to find his father. But Edmund Kemper Sr. wanted nothing to do with his son, rejecting him again. This rejection was crushing. His father sent him to live with his paternal grandparents, Edmund and Maud Kemper, on their ranch in North Fork, California. On August 27, 1964, at age 15, Edmund committed his first murders. After an argument with his grandmother, he shot her in the head with a .22 caliber rifle. When his grandfather returned home, Edmund shot him as well. When asked why he killed his grandmother, Edmund said, "I just wondered how it would feel to shoot Grandma." When asked why he then killed his grandfather, he said, "So he wouldn't have to see Grandma dead." Kemper was committed to Atascadero State Hospital, a maximum security facility for the criminally insane. He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, though later evaluations would question this diagnosis. At Atascadero, Kemper was considered a model patient. He was intelligent, cooperative, and insightful about his crimes. He even administered psychological tests to other patients, memorizing the answers and learning how to manipulate the tests. After 5 years, when he turned 21, the doctors determined he had been successfully rehabilitated. On his 21st birthday in 1969, Edmund Kemper was released. His juvenile record was sealed and expunged. This decision was made despite warnings from several staff members who felt Kemper remained dangerous. Upon his release, Kemper moved back to California and lived with his mother, who was now working as an administrative assistant at University of California, Santa Cruz. Initially, Kemper tried to build a normal life. He attended community college briefly. He tried to join the California State Police, but at 6'9" and over 300 pounds, he exceeded their size requirements. But Kemper was developing elaborate violent fantasies, particularly about young women. He began picking up female hitchhikers, initially not harming them. These were practice runs. Kemper would later estimate that he gave rides to approximately 150 hitchhikers before he finally acted on his violent impulses. The killing began on May 7th, 1972. Kemper picked up 2 Fresno State College students, 18-year-old Marianne Pesce and 18-year-old Anita Luchessa. He drove them to a remote area, killed them both, put their bodies in the trunk of his car, and drove back to his apartment. There, he dismembered them, decapitated them, and engaged in sexual acts with their corpses. He took photographs throughout this process. 4 months later, on September 14, 1972, Kemper picked up 15-year-old Aiko Koo. In January 1973, he killed 19-year-old Cindy Scholl. In February 1973, he encountered 23-year-old Rosalind Heather Thorpe and 20-year-old Alice Helen Allison Liu on the UC Santa Cruz campus. Kemper had obtained a university parking sticker because his mother worked there, making students more likely to trust him. Throughout this period, Kemper was friends with several police officers. He frequented a bar called the Jury Room that was popular with law enforcement, listening to them discuss the ongoing investigation into the co-ed murders. His inside knowledge helped him stay ahead of detection. The police discussing their case with him never suspected that the gentle giant sitting at the bar was the killer they were hunting. The end came on Good Friday, April 20th, 1973. Kemper had been drinking and dwelling on his rage toward his mother. In the early morning hours, he entered her bedroom while she slept and bludgeoned her to death with a claw hammer. He then cut off her head, raped her severed head, and removed her larynx, trying to feed it down the garbage disposal. Later saying it seemed appropriate, given how much she had yelled at him over the years. That evening, Kemper invited his mother's best friend, 59-year-old Sarah Taylor Hallett, over to the house. When Hallett arrived, Kemper strangled her. The next morning, he took his mother's car and drove east. After driving for hours, he stopped in Pueblo, Colorado, and called the Santa Cruz Police Department from a payphone, confessing to being the co-ed killer. The police initially didn't believe him. He had to call back multiple times before they finally sent officers to arrest him. During his interrogation and trial, Kemper was extraordinarily cooperative and articulate. He provided detailed descriptions of all his crimes. He told investigators that he killed the young women because he wanted them for myself, like possessions. The jury didn't buy his insanity defense. On November 8, 1973, they declared Kemper sane and guilty on all counts. Kemper requested the death penalty, asking specifically for death by torture. However, California had placed a moratorium on capital punishment. So instead, he received 7 years to life for each count, to be served concurrently. Kemper became an unusual prisoner, volunteering for psychological studies and interviews. His interviews with FBI profilers John Douglas and Robert Ressler became foundational material for the FBI's criminal profiling program. But Kemper's articulateness shouldn't be mistaken for remorse. He shows no genuine empathy for his victims. When asked how he felt when he saw a pretty girl after killing his mother, he replied, "One side of me says, I'd like to talk to her, date her. The other side says, I wonder how her head would look on a stick." Kemper has been denied parole multiple times. At his most recent hearing in 2024, he was found to remain a high risk to reoffend. He's now 76 years old, his massive frame diminished by age and health problems. Yet the parole board continues to determine that Edmund Kemper is still too dangerous to release. Part 4. Robert Hansen, the Butcher Baker. The frozen wilderness of Alaska seems like it should be a place of pristine beauty, far removed from the darkness of serial crime. But in the late 1970s and early 1980s, that wilderness became a hunting ground for a predator who took the concept literally. Robert Christian Hansen, known as the Butcher Baker, abducted at least 17 women from Anchorage, flew them to remote wilderness locations, released them, and hunted them like animals before killing them. Robert Hansen was born on February 15, 1939, in Estherville, Iowa. His childhood was marked by severe insecurity and social rejection. He suffered from terrible acne that left his face scarred. He wore thick glasses and had buck teeth. Worst of all, he had a severe stutter that became more pronounced when he was stressed. In the cruel social environment of 1950s schools, these characteristics made him a target for relentless bullying, particularly from girls. His father, Christian Hansen, was a Danish immigrant who owned a local bakery. He was demanding and sometimes harsh, expecting his son to work long hours in the bakery from a young age. Combined with constant rejection from his peers, this created in young Robert a deep well of rage and resentment, particularly directed at women. Unable to connect with people, Hansen found solace alone in the woods. He became an avid hunter and outdoorsman, spending hours tracking and killing animals. Hunting gave him a sense of control and power. These skills would later become tools for murder. Hansen's criminal behavior started early. In 1960, at age 21, he convinced a young bakery employee to help him burn down a school bus garage. His stated motivation was revenge against people he believed had wronged him. He was caught, convicted, and served less than 2 years of a 3-year sentence. After his release, Hansen married and in 1967 moved with his second wife to Anchorage, Alaska. In Alaska, Hansen finally found something approaching success. He opened a bakery in downtown Anchorage that became popular with locals. He was known as Bob the Baker, a quiet, unassuming man. He and his wife had 2 children. He set hunting records. Police officers frequented his bakery for coffee and donuts. By all outward appearances, Robert Hansen had built a respectable life. But beneath that surface, Hansen's rage had never diminished. In 1971, he was arrested twice, first for abducting and attempting to rape a housewife, and second for raping a sex worker. He pleaded no contest to assault with a deadly weapon, and the rape charge was dropped. He was sentenced to 5 years, but released to a halfway house after only 6 months. This light sentence was catastrophic. If Hansen had been kept in prison, at least 11 women would still be alive. The late 1970s saw massive changes in Anchorage. The Trans-Alaska Pipeline brought tens of thousands of workers, and with them came a boom in bars, strip clubs, and prostitution. This transient population created the perfect hunting ground for Hansen. Women would appear, work briefly, then disappear, and no one would notice. Alaska State Trooper Glenn Floth later explained that Hansen quickly learned which victims were safest to target. Sex workers and exotic dancers were less likely to be missed, less likely to be believed if they reported an assault. Hansen's method was straightforward. He would cruise downtown Anchorage looking for women working the streets. He would offer money for sex. Once the woman was in his car, he would pull a gun and drive her to his home. He had a soundproofed room in his basement where he would handcuff victims, rape them, and torture them. When he was done, he would drive them to his airplane hangar. This is where Hansen's crimes became truly unique. He was a skilled pilot with his own bushplane. He would fly victims to remote wilderness locations. Once there, Hansen would release the woman and give her a head start. Then he would hunt her with his hunting rifle or bow and arrow, tracking her through the wilderness. Most victims were killed quickly, shot down as they ran. After the kill, Hansen would leave the bodies where they fell. The Alaskan wilderness is vast. He believed it would hide his victims forever. For many years, he was right. Between 1971 and 1983, 17 women that we know of were murdered by Robert Hansen. The break came on June 13, 1983, when Cindy Paulson, a 17-year-old sex worker, was picked up while hitchhiking. She was half-naked, handcuffed, hysterical. She told police an almost unbelievable story about being abducted, chained in a basement, raped repeatedly, and taken to an airport. While her attacker was loading his plane, she had managed to escape. Paulson had seen the airplane and gotten its tail number. A security guard corroborated her story. The tail number led directly to Robert Hansen. When police questioned Hansen, he denied everything, claiming Paulson was lying. He had an alibi from a friend. Police initially found Hansen more credible than a teenage prostitute. But Detective Glenn Floth wasn't convinced. He and his team had been investigating the discovery of several women's bodies for years. Floth began looking more carefully at Hansen. He re-interviewed Hansen's friend, and the alibi fell apart. With the alibi cracked, investigators obtained a search warrant. What they found was damning. In the basement, they discovered the soundproof room. They found jewelry and personal items belonging to multiple women. They found a .223 caliber rifle that matched bullets found in victims. Most significantly, they found an aviation map hidden in Hansen's headboard. On this map, Hansen had marked more than 20 locations with tiny X's. When Floth compared the X's to known crime scenes, several matched exactly. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Hansen confessed. He admitted to killing 17 women over a 12-year period. He agreed to fly with investigators and point out where he had left bodies. In 1984, Alaska State Troopers discovered the remains of 8 women. Only 12 of his 17 admitted victims have ever been found. 5 women remain lost in the Alaskan wilderness. In February 1984, Robert Hansen pleaded guilty to 4 counts of murder in exchange for the state not pursuing all 17 charges. He was sentenced to 461 years in prison plus life without the possibility of parole. He died of natural causes on August 21, 2014, at age 75. Part 5. The Toy Box Killer, David Parker Ray. Some predators work quickly, killing their victims within hours. Others draw out the torture over days or weeks. David Parker Ray turned prolonged torture into a grotesque art form, holding victims captive in a specially modified trailer he called his toy box for months at a time. Operating from Elephant Butte, New Mexico, Ray kidnapped, raped, and tortured an unknown number of women from the mid-1980s through 1999. He was suspected by authorities and his accomplices of murdering up to 60 of his victims, though no bodies were ever definitively recovered, preventing murder charges. David Parker Ray was born on November 6, 1939, in Belen, New Mexico. His parents abandoned him at a young age, and he was raised by his grandparents. His grandmother reportedly suffered from undiagnosed mental illness and had strange beliefs about David, thinking he was the reincarnation of her deceased son. She raised him in a heavily conservative and sheltered environment. David's father, when he was present, was an alcoholic and violent man who exposed young David to pornography depicting sadism and masochism. In high school, Ray was bullied for his shyness around girls, leading him to abuse alcohol and other substances. His sadistic sexual fantasies developed during his teenage years. His sister Peggy found some of his disturbing material and became alarmed, causing distance between the siblings. Ray served in the Army and received an honorable discharge. He worked as a mechanic throughout his adult life, eventually taking a job as a maintenance man for New Mexico state parks. This position gave him access to Elephant Butte Lake and the surrounding area, which would later become crucial for disposing of evidence. Ray married 4 times, each marriage ending in divorce. He had 2 daughters. Around 1993, Ray met Cindy Hendy while she was performing community service at Elephant Butte State Park where he worked. They became romantically involved and quickly bonded over shared violent fantasies. Hendy would become Ray's primary accomplice, actively participating in the abduction and torture of multiple victims. Ray's obsession was creating the perfect torture chamber. He purchased a large cargo trailer and spent years and approximately $100,000 converting it into what he called his toy box. He soundproofed the interior, installed elaborate locks and restraints, and filled it with an extensive collection of torture implements: whips, chains, pulleys, straps, clamps, surgical instruments, electric shock devices, and various sexual devices. The centerpiece was a gynecological examination table to which he would strap his victims. A mirror was mounted on the ceiling above the table so victims could see what was being done to them. Ray constructed elaborate contraptions, including a fur-lined coffin and makeshift pillories to restrain captives. He even rigged the trailer with pulleys and mechanisms that would force victims into specific positions. One of the most disturbing aspects of Ray's crimes was his use of audio tapes. He recorded a lengthy tape specifically to play for victims when they first regained consciousness in the toy box. The tape, which ran approximately 30 minutes, explained to victims that they had been abducted, that they were now his sex slaves, that resistance was futile, and that they would be held captive for an extended period. The tape detailed the various tortures they would endure and explained that he would eventually drug them with powerful amnesiacs and release them, making it impossible for them to remember or report what had happened. According to accomplice Cindy Hendy's testimony, Ray would kidnap 4 or 5 women per year, holding each for approximately 2 to 3 months. During their captivity, victims would be repeatedly raped and tortured, sometimes multiple times per day. Ray would invite friends to participate. He even trained his dog to rape victims. He photographed and videotaped the assaults, creating an extensive library of his crimes. The victims Ray targeted were carefully selected. He primarily chose sex workers, drug addicts, and transient women who were less likely to be missed or believed if they reported crimes. He would approach them at bars near Elephant Butte, particularly a place called the Blue Waters Saloon, offering them money, drugs, or other inducements to come with him. Ray's daughter, Glenda Jean Jessie Ray, was involved in some of the abductions, using her presence to make potential victims feel safer. Another accomplice, Dennis Roy Yancey, participated in at least one murder. In July 1997, Yancey strangled 22-year-old Sylvia Marie Parker to death under Ray's orders. Yancey initially helped dispose of the body, but later led police to the location. However, when they returned, the body had been moved. Police suspect Ray came back to relocate it, fearing Yancey might eventually confess. On March 22, 1999, Ray made a critical mistake. He and Hendy abducted Cynthia Vigil, a 22-year-old sex worker. For 3 days, Vigil was held captive in the toy box, subjected to repeated sexual assault and torture. On the 3rd day, while Ray was at work, Vigil managed to convince Hendy to come close enough that she could grab the keys. When Hendy struck her with a lamp, Vigil fought back, stabbing Hendy in the neck with an ice pick from the floor. She unlocked her chains and fled. Vigil ran naked except for a dog collar and chains still attached to her body. She ran to a mobile home whose owner immediately let her in and called 911. Police had already been alerted because a 911 call had been made from Ray's property but been interrupted. When officers arrived at Ray's home, they discovered the toy box trailer. Inside the trailer, investigators found overwhelming evidence: the restraints, torture implements, videos, and photographs showing victims being tortured, and the audio tape Ray played for his captives. They found items belonging to multiple women, including jewelry and identification. Detailed diagrams showing methods of inflicting pain were mounted on the walls. When Ray was arrested, he initially maintained he had done nothing wrong, claiming everything was consensual. But as more victims came forward, including Angelica Montano and Kelly Garrett, who recognized themselves in photographs recovered from the trailer, the evidence became overwhelming. Cindy Hendy agreed to testify against Ray in exchange for a plea deal. She received a 36-year sentence. Jessie Ray was charged with kidnapping and criminal sexual penetration. She pleaded no contest and received a 30-month sentence. Dennis Roy Yancey pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of Marie Parker and received a prison sentence. Ray's trial was complex and lengthy. Judges ruled that cases involving different victims would be tried separately. In 2001, Ray was convicted on multiple counts of kidnapping and sexual assault involving Cynthia Vigil and was sentenced to 224 years in prison. Before additional trials could proceed, Ray suffered a fatal heart attack. On May 28, 2002, David Parker Ray died at age 62 while in custody at the Lee County Correctional Facility in Hobbs, New Mexico. He was scheduled to be interrogated by state police about additional victims when he died. With his death, the case became largely unsolvable. No bodies were ever recovered. No victims beyond the few who came forward were definitively identified. The FBI believes Ray's victim count could be as high as 60 women over nearly 50 years, but without bodies or additional victim identification, the true scope of his crimes will never be known. In 2011, the FBI released hundreds of photographs of jewelry, clothing, and personal items recovered from Ray's property, hoping the public could help identify owners. To date, most items remain unclaimed, representing unknown victims whose families may never know what happened to them. Part 6. Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. While the predators we've examined so far operated with careful planning and specific victim selection, Richard Ramirez was chaos incarnate. Between April 1984 and August 1985, Ramirez terrorized California in a crime spree so random, so violent, and so varied in its methods that investigators initially didn't believe all the crimes could be committed by one person. He murdered at least 14 people, sexually assaulted dozens, and burglarized countless homes. His victims ranged from children to elderly women, from wealthy neighborhoods to poor ones, killed by guns, knives, blunt force trauma, or strangulation. He became known as the Night Stalker, a name that perfectly captured the terror he inspired. Ricardo Leyva Muoz Ramirez was born on February 29, 1960, in El Paso, Texas, the youngest of 5 children born to Mexican immigrant parents. His father, Julian Ramirez, was a former Mexican policeman who worked on the Santa Fe Railroad. His mother, Mercedes, was a devout Catholic. From the outside, the family appeared working class, but stable. The reality was darker. Julian Ramirez was physically abusive to his children, subjecting them to frequent beatings. Richard witnessed and experienced this violence throughout his childhood, but perhaps the most damaging influence on young Richard was his older cousin, Miguel Mike Ramirez. Mike was a Vietnam War veteran who had been awarded the Purple Heart. He also suffered from severe PTSD and likely had schizophrenia. When Richard was around 12 years old, Mike began sharing stories about his time in Vietnam, but these weren't typical war stories. Mike boasted about the war crimes he had committed, particularly violent sexual assaults against Vietnamese women. He showed Richard photographs of women he claimed to have raped, tortured, and killed. Some photographs showed Mike posing with severed heads. This exposure to graphic violence and sexual sadism at such a young age had a profound impact on Richard's developing psyche. He began to idolize his cousin, to see Mike's violence as something powerful and admirable. On May 4, 1973, Richard witnessed Mike shoot his wife Jessie in the face during an argument, killing her. Mike was found not guilty by reason of insanity and sent to a mental hospital, from which he was released after just a few years. After witnessing the murder, Richard moved in with his sister Ruth and her husband Roberto. But Roberto was a peeping Tom who would prowl neighborhoods at night looking in windows. He took young Richard along on these voyeuristic excursions, further normalizing criminal behavior in Richard's mind. By his early teens, Richard was heavily involved in drugs, particularly marijuana, LSD, and PCP. He began engaging in petty theft to support his habits. He dropped out of high school and took a job at a Holiday Inn, where he used his access to steal from guests. He molested children in the hotel elevator and attempted to rape a woman in her room before being caught by her husband and fired. Ramirez's obsession with Satanism began in his teenage years. He and his friend Tom developed an intense interest in the occult, in heavy metal music with satanic themes, particularly AC/DC's album Highway to Hell. Ramirez believed that Satan was a real entity who gave him power and protected him. This belief would become central to his crimes and his public persona. Ramirez's first known murder occurred on April 10, 1984, when he broke into the San Francisco hotel where he was living and raped and murdered 9-year-old Mei Leung in the basement. He stabbed her to death and hung her body from a pipe. This murder wasn't connected to his later crimes until 2009, when DNA evidence linked him to the scene. On June 28, 1984, Ramirez committed what was long thought to be his first murder. He broke into the Glassell Park apartment of 79-year-old Jenny Vinco. He stabbed her repeatedly, slashed her throat so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and sexually assaulted her corpse. A fingerprint was found on a window screen, but computerized fingerprint databases didn't exist yet, so the print couldn't be matched. After the Vinco murder, Ramirez apparently didn't kill again for 8 months, but in March 1985, he resumed with a vengeance. On March 17th, he shot and killed 34-year-old Dele Okazaki and shot Maria Hernandez, who survived when the bullet ricocheted off her keys. Within an hour, he murdered 30-year-old Tsai Lian Veronica Yu in Monterey Park. 10 days later, on March 27th, Ramirez murdered 64-year-old Vincent Zazara and his 44-year-old wife Maxine in their home. He shot Vincent first, then brutally assaulted Maxine before stabbing her multiple times. He gouged out her eyes, a level of savagery that shocked investigators. At the scene, he left distinctive Avia sneaker prints and drew a pentagram on the wall. The attacks escalated in frequency and brutality. In May, Ramirez killed 84-year-old William Doi and raped his wife, Lillian, who survived. At the end of May, he beat 2 elderly sisters, Mabel Bell and Florence Lang, with a hammer so severely that it cracked the handle. He drew a pentagram on Mabel's inner thigh. Mabel died from her injuries, but Florence survived. In late June, Ramirez broke into the home of 6-year-old Anastasia Hronis and abducted her, molesting her before releasing her. The following night, he slit the throat of 32-year-old Patty Elaine Higgins, killing her. July 1985 was particularly horrific. On July 2nd, Ramirez killed 75-year-old Mary Louise Cannon by beating her to death. On July 5th, he killed 16-year-old Whitney Bennett by beating her with a tire iron, though she miraculously survived. On July 7th, he killed 61-year-old Joyce Lucille Nelson and 63-year-old Sophie Dickman, who he sexually assaulted. On July 20th, He killed 66-year-old Maxine Kneiding, 64-year-old Layla Kneiding, and 32-year-old Chinarong Kovananth, also sexually assaulting Kovananth's wife. Throughout all these attacks, Ramirez would often force victims to swear on Satan that they weren't hiding valuables. He would tell surviving victims to tell them the Night Stalker was here. He seemed to crave notoriety, wanting his crimes recognized. The investigation was massive. Los Angeles assembled a task force, and the FBI stepped in to assist. But Ramirez was frustratingly difficult to profile. His victims had no common characteristics. They were men, women, children, elderly, young, Asian, white, Latino, rich, poor. He used guns, knives, blunt objects, strangulation. Sometimes he committed burglary without violence. Sometimes he sexually assaulted. Sometimes he killed quickly. Sometimes he tortured victims for hours. The breakthrough came from fingerprint technology. One of Ramirez's fingerprints from a crime scene was run through a newly computerized system and matched to his records. On August 30th, 1985, Ramirez's name and photograph were released to the media. The next day, August 31st, Ramirez was in East Los Angeles when someone recognized him from the newspaper. Ramirez tried to flee, attempting to steal a car. When the car's owner and neighbors realized who he was, they chased him down. A crowd formed, beating Ramirez until police arrived and rescued him from the mob. He was arrested, bruised and bloody, but alive. Ramirez's trial began in July 1988. Throughout the proceedings, he displayed no remorse. He would hold up his palm, showing a pentagram he had drawn there, and shout, "Hail Satan," to the courtroom. He smiled and laughed when gruesome crime scene photos were shown. When asked why he hurt and killed his victims, he simply smiled and said, "No comment." On September 20th, 1989, Richard Ramirez was convicted of 13 counts of murder, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. He was sentenced to death. The judge stated that his crimes showed cruelty, callousness, and viciousness beyond any human understanding. Ramirez's response was big deal. Death always went with the territory. Ramirez spent over 23 years on death row at San Quentin State Prison. During this time, he married Doreen Lioy, a magazine editor who became obsessed with him. He received thousands of letters from admirers, a disturbing phenomenon where serial killers attract fans. In June 2013, Ramirez was diagnosed with B-cell lymphoma. He died on June 7, 2013, at age 53, having never been executed. Conclusion: understanding the unseen. We've journeyed through 6 cases tonight, each representing a different manifestation of the same underlying pathology: the need to dominate, control, and destroy other human beings for psychological gratification. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris, finding in each other permission to enact their worst impulses. Leonard Lake and Charles Eng, building a survivalist torture compound where they enslaved and murdered entire families. Edmund Kemper, using his exceptional intelligence to understand his own pathology without being able to control it. Robert Hansen, using the Alaskan wilderness as his personal hunting ground. David Parker Ray, creating an elaborate torture chamber where victims were held for months. Richard Ramirez, embodying chaos and randomness, striking terror into an entire state. What connects these cases beyond their horror? Childhood trauma, appears in every single case. Whittaker and Norris both experienced rejection and abuse. Lake witnessed family dysfunction and developed apocalyptic paranoia. Ng suffered severe physical abuse from his father. Kemper endured relentless emotional abuse from his mother. Hansen was bullied mercilessly for his appearance and stutter. Ramirez was exposed to graphic violence and war crimes by his cousin. The common thread is a fundamental warping of normal empathy and attachment. High intelligence is another common factor. Whittaker, Lake, Kemper, Hansen, and Ray all demonstrated above-average intelligence. They used their cognitive abilities not to contribute to society, but to more effectively prey upon it. They planned carefully, avoided detection for years, and manipulated those around them. The targeting of vulnerable victims appears repeatedly. Hansen explicitly chose sex workers and dancers. Lake and Ng targeted families who could be isolated. Ray chose transient women and sex workers. These predators understood that society cares less about certain victims, that investigations into their disappearances would be less thorough. Geographic factors played significant roles. Hansen used Alaska's vast wilderness. Lake and Ng used a remote mountain cabin. Ray operated from an isolated trailer in the New Mexico desert. Location wasn't just where they killed, it was part of their strategy. The ability to appear normal, to maintain a mask of sanity, is perhaps the most disturbing common trait. They were a bakery owner, a survivalist, a friendly giant, a park maintenance worker. They held jobs, maintained relationships, and convinced everyone around them that they were ordinary, harmless, maybe even admirable. These cases changed how we approach serial crime. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit was developed largely in response to cases like these. John Douglas and Robert Ressler's interviews with incarcerated killers, including Kemper, formed the foundation of modern criminal profiling. But we must also acknowledge the failures these cases represent. Warning signs were missed. Early crimes weren't pursued aggressively. Marginalized victims weren't taken seriously. Mental health interventions were inadequate. Parole decisions were catastrophically wrong. For survivors of these crimes, life after trauma is an ongoing struggle. For families of victims, particularly those whose loved ones' bodies were never recovered, the pain never fully resolves. 5 of Hansen's victims remain lost in the Alaskan wilderness. 2 of Lake and Ng's victims have never been found. Most of Ray's suspected victims have never been identified. The broader societal impact includes how we think about safety and trust. Teaching children about stranger danger, encouraging people to trust their instincts, promoting self-defense education. These are all responses to the reality that predators walk among us. We must be careful in how we consume and discuss these stories. True crime is a legitimate field of study with educational value. Understanding these cases helps us recognize warning signs, protect ourselves and others, support survivors, and advocate for justice. But we must never lose sight of the human cost. The question of rehabilitation remains contentious. Can individuals who have committed such extreme violence ever be truly rehabilitated? Current research suggests that psychopathy, particularly when combined with severe violence, has a very poor prognosis. This is why risk assessment in parole decisions is so crucial. Looking forward, there are reasons for cautious optimism. Advances in forensic science, particularly DNA analysis and digital forensics, make it harder for killers to avoid detection. Improved criminal databases allow cross-referencing of crimes across jurisdictions. Better understanding of psychological risk factors allows earlier intervention. But we must also acknowledge uncomfortable truths. Evil exists. Not everyone who experiences childhood trauma becomes violent. At some point, these individuals made choices. They chose to act on their darkest impulses rather than seeking help. Personal responsibility matters, even in the context of understanding psychological and environmental factors. The unseen predator walks among us. He might be the helpful neighbor, the successful businessman, the friendly baker, the maintenance worker. He's learned to mimic normalcy, but beneath the mask is something broken and dangerous. The key to protection is awareness, without paranoia, caution without fear, and recognition that intuition exists for a reason. We remember the victims tonight: Cindy Schaefer, Andrea Hall, Jacqueline Gilliam, Jacqueline Lamp, Shirley Ledford, Charles Gunner, Donald Lake, Harvey Dubbs, Deborah Dubbs, Baby Sean Dubbs, Lonnie Bond, Brenda O'Connor, Lonnie Bond Jr., Robin Stapley, and others whose names we may never know. The 17 women murdered by Robert Hansen, only 12 of whom have been identified. Mary Ann Pesce, Anita Luchessa, Aiko Koo, Cindy Scholl, Rosalind Thorpe, Alice Liu, Clarnell Kemper, Sarah Hallett, Marie Parker, and the many unidentified victims of David Parker Ray. Mei Leung, Jenny Vinko, Daily Okazaki, Tsai Lian Yu, Vincent Zazara, Maxine Zazara, William Doi, Mabel Bell, Patty Higgins, Mary Cannon, Joyce Nelson, Sophie Dickman, Maxon Niding, Layla Niding, Chainarong Kovananth. These were daughters and sons, mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, friends and loved ones. They had dreams and plans and futures that were stolen. We honor them by learning from these tragedies, by working to prevent future ones, and by refusing to forget that these were real people whose lives mattered. Thank you for taking this difficult journey with me tonight. I know these cases are disturbing and emotionally challenging, but understanding them is important. It helps us recognize warning signs, protect ourselves and others, support survivors, and advocate for justice. If you or someone you know has been affected by violent crime, please reach out to victim support services in your area. You're not alone, and help is available. If you found this exploration valuable, please consider subscribing to the channel. Your support helps me continue producing detailed true crime content that honors victims while educating viewers. Leave a comment sharing your thoughts on these cases or any cases you would like to see covered in the future. Together, by shining light into the darkest corners, we make it harder for predators to remain unseen. Awareness is our best defense. Stay safe out there. The Laura Kempton Case, 42 Years of Silence. Introduction: a case that wouldn't stay cold. There are cases that detectives carry with them long after they've moved on to other assignments. Cases that haunt the quiet moments, that resurface in dreams, that refuse to settle into the comfortable numbness of filed paperwork and closed chapters. The murder of Laura Kempton was one of those cases. For 42 years, her killer walked free. For 42 years, her family waited for answers that seemed like they might never come. For 42 years, investigators in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, refused to give up on a young woman whose life was stolen on an autumn morning in 1981. This is the story of how modern science, old-fashioned determination, and the relentless march of technology finally brought justice to a case that had gone cold before most of today's investigators were even born. When we talk about cold cases, we're really talking about promises. Promises made to victims who can no longer speak for themselves. Promises made to families who deserve to know what happened and why. Promises made to communities that need to believe justice is still possible, even when years turn into decades and hope begins to feel like a luxury no one can afford anymore. The Laura Kempton case represents all of that and more. It's a story about the evolution of forensic science, about how DNA technology that didn't exist in 1981 would eventually identify a killer who had been dead for nearly 2 decades by the time he was finally named. It's a story about a police department that never stopped working the case, even when leads dried up and witnesses disappeared and the evidence seemed to point nowhere at all. But more than anything else, this is Laura's story. A 23-year-old woman with her whole life ahead of her, studying to become a hairdresser, working at local shops to make ends meet, living her life in the coastal New Hampshire city she'd made her home. She was described by everyone who knew her as an outgoing free spirit, with a big personality and a love for new wave fashion. She was the kind of person who lit up a room, who made friends easily, who had dreams and plans and a future that should have stretched out for decades ahead of her. Instead, that future was cut brutally short on September 28, 1981, in a crime so violent and senseless that it shocked a community and left investigators scrambling for answers that wouldn't come for more than 4 decades. Part 1, September 27th to 28th, 1981. The last day. September 27th, 1981, started like any other Sunday for Laura Kempton. The 23-year-old was settling into life in Portsmouth, a historic coastal city in New Hampshire, known more for its colonial architecture and maritime heritage than for violent crime. Portsmouth, in 1981, was a city in transition, still holding on to its working-class roots while beginning to attract artists and young professionals drawn to its walkable downtown and proximity to the ocean. Laura had found her place in this community. She was enrolled at Portsmouth Beauty School, pursuing her dream of becoming a hairdresser. Those who knew her said she had a natural gift for connecting with people, for making anyone feel comfortable in her presence. The beauty school wasn't just a career path for Laura, it was a calling. She understood that hairdressing was about more than cutting and styling hair. It was about the conversations that happened in the salon chair, about making people feel good about themselves, about the small moments of human connection that make up a life. To support herself while going to school, Laura worked at Macro Polo, a gift store on Market Street in downtown Portsmouth. She'd just started the job, but her co-workers were already charmed by her energy and enthusiasm. She also worked at Karen's Ice Cream Parlor, another local establishment where her big personality made her a favorite among customers. These weren't glamorous jobs, but Laura didn't complain. She was building a life, one shift at a time, one hairdressing technique mastered at a time, one day closer to the future she was working toward. That Sunday evening, Laura spent time socializing with friends. She was actively dating, enjoying the freedom of being young and single in a small city where there was always something happening, always someone to meet, always a reason to go out and experience life. The night before, she'd had a date with a man she'd been seeing casually. He'd spent the night and they'd parted ways that morning with plans to see each other again soon. It was all perfectly normal, the kind of casual relationship many young people navigate as they figure out what they want from life and love. As the evening of September 27th turned into the early morning hours of September 28th, Laura made her way back to her apartment. She lived at 20 Chapel Street in downtown Portsmouth, in a ground-floor apartment in an older building typical of the area. These were the kinds of buildings that had been converted from larger single-family homes into multiple units with high ceilings and period details that gave them character, even if the apartments themselves were modest. Witnesses would later tell police that they saw Laura entering her apartment alone in those early morning hours. She was returning from her evening out, ready to call it a night and rest up before another week of classes and work shifts began. She had no way of knowing that someone had been inside her apartment, waiting for her to return. She had no way of knowing that she would never see another sunrise. The discovery. The morning of September 28, 1981, dawned bright and clear over Portsmouth. It was a Monday, and the city was coming to life with the usual rhythms of the work week beginning. Office workers grabbed coffee on their way to their desks. Shop owners opened their doors. Students headed to classes. It was an ordinary autumn morning in every way, except for what was about to be discovered at 20 Chapel Street. Portsmouth police officer Ron Grivois had a routine task that morning. He needed to serve Laura Kempton with a court summons for unpaid parking meter violations. It was the kind of mundane police work that fills up most days on the job: paperwork, summonses, traffic violations, nothing dramatic, nothing that would suggest his morning was about to take a horrifying turn. When Officer Grivois arrived at 20 Chapel Street sometime during the morning hours, he immediately noticed something wrong. One of the panels in the wooden door leading to Laura's ground floor apartment was missing. The door itself was closed, but that missing panel created an opening that shouldn't have been there. Based on what investigators would later determine, someone had broken that panel, then reached through the opening to unlock the door from the inside. Looking through the broken panel, Officer Grivois could see into the apartment. What he saw made his blood run cold. A body was lying on the floor. He could see legs, visible and bound with some kind of cord. There was blood spattered on the far wall of the apartment. Officer Grivois immediately called for backup and secured the scene. Within minutes, more officers arrived, along with detectives and crime scene technicians. What they found inside Laura Kempton's apartment would be seared into their memories for the rest of their careers. The crime scene. The apartment was in disarray. There were clear signs of a struggle in the living room and bedroom area. Furniture had been moved or knocked over. Personal belongings were scattered. This hadn't been a quick, clean killing. This had been violent and chaotic, a scene that spoke of terror and desperation. Laura's body lay on the floor, and the scene around her told a grim story. Her legs were bound with an electric blanket cord. A kitchen phone cord was wrapped around her neck and shoulder area. There was a large amount of blood on the rug beneath her head, and investigators noted a pattern of bloodstains on the wall at an upward angle, which could suggest the mechanics of the attack, someone striking her repeatedly while she was already on the ground. Near her body, investigators found a glass bottle. Based on the injuries and the blood evidence, this bottle appeared to be the murder weapon. Some sources would later describe it specifically as a wine bottle. Whatever its original purpose, it had been used with devastating effect to inflict massive trauma to Laura's head. Also near the body, crime scene technicians found a cigarette butt. This seemed significant. Laura wasn't a smoker, and the positioning of the cigarette butt suggested it had been left by someone else. Based on where it was found and the blood evidence in the apartment, investigators theorized that the killer had spent time in the apartment after the murder, possibly trying to clean up or simply catching his breath after the violence. The cigarette butt was carefully collected and preserved as evidence. Other physical evidence was meticulously documented and gathered. Investigators collected fingerprints from various surfaces throughout the apartment. They took photographs from every angle, documenting the crime scene in exhaustive detail. They collected samples of blood, hair, and fiber evidence. In 1981, DNA profiling wasn't yet widely used in criminal investigations, but investigators had the foresight to preserve biological evidence properly, understanding that forensic science was always advancing and that techniques that didn't exist today might be available tomorrow. The apartment had been ransacked, but this didn't appear to be a simple burglary gone wrong. Nothing of obvious value seemed to have been taken. Instead, the evidence suggested something far more sinister. The sexual assault kit performed during Laura's autopsy would later confirm what investigators suspected from the crime scene. This had been a sexually motivated attack. The autopsy. The autopsy performed on Laura Kempton that afternoon provided crucial information about what had happened to her. The medical examiner determined that Laura had died from massive trauma to the left side of her head. The injuries were consistent with being struck repeatedly by a blunt object, the glass bottle found at the scene. She had suffered contusions and lacerations of the brain, along with extensive skull fractures. These were devastating injuries that would have caused rapid death. The autopsy also confirmed that Laura had been sexually assaulted. Vaginal swabs and other samples were collected and preserved. In 1981, these samples couldn't tell investigators much beyond confirming that sexual assault had occurred, but they would prove crucial decades later when DNA technology advanced enough to extract genetic profiles from old evidence. The medical examiner concluded that Laura had died in the early morning hours of September 28, 1981, which aligned with witness statements about when she'd been seen entering her apartment alone. The timeline was beginning to come together. Laura had returned home in the early hours of the morning, unaware that someone had broken into her apartment and was lying in wait. An attack had occurred, violent and brutal. And then Laura was dead. Her life ended at just 23 years old, her dreams and potential snuffed out in an act of senseless violence. Part 2. The initial investigation. The first 48 hours. In any homicide investigation, the first 48 hours are critical. This is when memories are freshest, when witnesses are most likely to come forward, when physical evidence is still abundant and uncontaminated. The Portsmouth Police Department understood this, and they threw every available resource at Laura Kempton's case. Detectives began by interviewing everyone who had known Laura or had any connection to her. Her friends from beauty school were questioned about her recent activities, her mood, whether she'd mentioned any problems or conflicts with anyone. Her co-workers from Macro Polo and Karen's ice cream parlor were asked the same questions. Had Laura seemed worried about anything? Had she mentioned any threatening encounters? Had anyone been hanging around, paying unwanted attention to her? The man Laura had been dating, the one who'd spent the night before her murder with her, immediately became a person of interest, as would be standard in any homicide investigation. Statistics show that when a woman is murdered, the perpetrator is often someone she knows, frequently her current or former intimate partner. But this man had an alibi for the early morning hours when Laura was killed, and he agreed to provide a DNA sample. The results, which wouldn't be available for years when the technology advanced enough to process them properly, would eventually clear him completely. Investigators canvassed Laura's neighborhood, knocking on doors, asking if anyone had seen or heard anything unusual in the early morning hours of September 28th. Had anyone noticed someone loitering around 20 Chapel Street? Had anyone heard sounds of a struggle or screams? The apartment building's other residents were interviewed extensively. This was delicate work. Investigators needed information, but they also didn't want to cause panic in a community already shaken by such a violent crime. The broken door panel became a key focus of the investigation. Someone had broken that panel to gain access to Laura's apartment. Based on the evidence, this appeared to have happened before Laura returned home. The killer had broken in and waited for her. This suggested a level of calculation, of intent, that made the crime even more chilling. This wasn't a random encounter that escalated. Someone had targeted Laura's apartment specifically and had been willing to wait for her to return. But why? That was the question that would haunt investigators for decades. Was there something about Laura specifically that had drawn the killer's attention? Or was this more random than it appeared? Someone looking for an apartment to break into, choosing Laura's for reasons that had nothing to do with her as a person? Developing a profile. As the investigation continued through those first critical days and weeks, investigators began to develop a profile of the crime and the likely perpetrator. The break-in suggested someone with criminal experience, someone comfortable with committing burglary. The sexual assault indicated a predator, someone who saw an opportunity for violence and took it. The level of violence used, striking Laura repeatedly with the bottle even after she would have been incapacitated, suggested rage, possibly drug or alcohol-fueled, possibly just the nature of this particular offender. Portsmouth in the early 1980s, like many American cities, was dealing with property crime. Burglaries were not uncommon, and investigators looked into whether there had been other break-ins in Laura's neighborhood. Were there any patterns that might connect to her murder? Had anyone else reported suspicious activity around their apartments? The police also looked into known sex offenders in the area. In 1981, sex offender registries weren't what they would later become, but police maintained their own records of individuals who'd been convicted of sexual assault or other sex crimes. Any such individuals living in Portsmouth or the surrounding area were looked at closely. As weeks turned into months, the investigation expanded outward. Detectives contacted police departments in surrounding communities, asking about similar unsolved murders or sexual assaults. Was it possible that Laura's killer had struck before elsewhere, or might he strike again if he wasn't caught? The evidence problem. The physical evidence collected from Laura's apartment was carefully preserved and analyzed using the forensic techniques available in 1981. Fingerprints were compared against prints in police databases, but no matches came back. The cigarette butt was preserved, but in 1981, there was no way to extract useful identification information from it beyond blood type. This was the frustrating reality of criminal investigation in the early 1980s. Forensic science had come a long way since mid-century. Fingerprint analysis was well established, blood typing could narrow down suspects, hair and fiber analysis could provide circumstantial evidence. But the kind of definitive identification that DNA analysis would later provide simply didn't exist yet. Investigators knew they had evidence from the killer. They knew he'd left biological material at the scene. In the cigarette butt, in the sexual assault evidence, possibly in other samples as well. But they had no way to use that evidence to identify him. No database to compare it against. No technology that could turn those biological samples into a name and face. This is one of the cruel realities of cold cases. Sometimes the evidence that could solve a case exists from day one, carefully preserved and documented, but it sits uselessly in an evidence room because the technology to analyze it properly doesn't exist yet. It's like having a locked door with the key sitting right in front of you, but no understanding of how keys and locks work. You know the answer is there. You just can't access it. For investigators working Laura's case, this must have been maddening. They had evidence. They had DNA, though they didn't fully understand that yet. They had a killer's genetic fingerprint, unique in all the world, just waiting for the right technology to come along and identify its owner. But that technology was years away, and in the meantime, all they could do was follow traditional investigative methods and hope for a breakthrough. Leads and dead ends. Over the following months and years, Portsmouth police pursued hundreds of leads in Laura Kempton's case. Every tip that came in was investigated, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Every person who'd had any connection to Laura was looked at and, if necessary, ruled out. The investigation was thorough and professional, following every standard protocol for homicide investigations. But despite all this work, no clear suspect emerged. There were people of interest, certainly. There were individuals who couldn't quite account for their whereabouts during the critical hours. There were known criminals who lived in the area and had histories that made them worth investigating. But nothing ever solidified into probable cause for an arrest. The investigation also had to contend with the natural limitations of witness memory and the passage of time. Witnesses who might have seen something important in those early morning hours might not have realized it was significant. By the time they were interviewed, days or weeks might have passed, and memories faded. Details got confused or forgotten. This is why the first 48 hours are so critical. The more time that passes, the harder it becomes to get reliable information from witnesses. As 1981 turned into 1982 and then into 1983, Laura Kempton's case began that inexorable slide from active investigation to cold case. It wasn't that anyone gave up on it, not exactly. New leads were still pursued. The case file was still reviewed periodically. But with no new evidence and no new witnesses coming forward, there was only so much detectives could do. Other crimes happened, demanding attention and resources. Slowly, inevitably, Laura's case became one of those files that lived in a back room, a reminder of justice delayed and perhaps denied. Part 3. A second tragedy and growing fears. October 19th, 1982. Tammy Little. Just over a year after Laura Kempton's murder, Portsmouth was rocked by another horrific crime that seemed impossible to ignore. On October 19th, 1982, 20-year-old Tammy Little was found dead in her apartment at 315 Maplewood Avenue. Like Laura, Tammy was a student at Portsmouth Beauty School. Like Laura, she lived in a first-floor apartment. And like Laura, she had died from massive head injuries. The similarities were striking and deeply unsettling. Two young women, both beauty school students, both killed in their own apartments in brutal attacks. The question that everyone in Portsmouth was asking, and that investigators were asking themselves, was whether they were dealing with a serial killer. This is one of those moments in criminal investigation where the truth can feel almost as disturbing as confirmation would be. On one hand, if the same person killed both Laura and Tammy, that meant there was a serial killer operating in Portsmouth, someone who might strike again. On the other hand, if these were two separate killers, that meant Portsmouth had been struck by random, horrific violence twice in just over a year, a statistical improbability that raised its own disturbing questions about what was happening in their community. Investigators looked closely for connections between the two cases. Were there any physical evidence similarities? Did the crimes share a signature or method of operation that would suggest the same perpetrator? They compared witness statements, timelines, evidence collected from both crime scenes. But frustratingly, despite the surface similarities, there wasn't enough to definitively link the cases. The evidence was circumstantial. The similarities could be coincidental, or they could indicate a copycat, or they could indeed mean the same person had killed both women. Without more concrete evidence, investigators couldn't say for certain. For the Portsmouth community, this uncertainty was perhaps worse than knowing. Parents worried about their daughters. Young women in the city found themselves looking over their shoulders, double-checking locks, maybe rethinking that ground-floor apartment they'd been considering. The psychological impact of unsolved violent crimes on a community can't be overstated. It erodes the sense of safety that people need to live their lives fully. At the July 20th, 2023 press conference announcing the resolution of Laura Kempton's case, New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella was asked directly about Tammy Little's murder and whether Ronnie James Lee might also be responsible for her death. His answer was carefully measured. That case remains under investigation. It is our hope that what we're announcing today may lead to some additional information about that case. In other words, as of 2023, Tammy Little's murder remains unsolved, and while investigators haven't ruled out a connection to Lee, they also haven't found evidence definitively linking him to her death. The impact on the investigation. The Tammy Little murder had a complex effect on the Laura Kempton investigation. On one hand, it refocused attention and resources on both cases. If there was a serial killer operating in Portsmouth, that was obviously a major priority, but it also meant spreading investigative resources across two complex cases rather than focusing on one. Investigators looked for any common denominators beyond the obvious ones. Did Laura and Tammy know each other? They'd both attended Portsmouth Beauty School, though they were in different classes, and there's no indication they were friends or even acquainted. Did they frequent the same places, shop at the same stores? Did they have any friends or acquaintances in common? The investigators also had to consider the possibility that someone connected to the beauty school was involved. Was there an instructor, a maintenance worker, someone with access to student information who might have targeted these two women? Background checks were conducted, alibis were verified, and people were interviewed and re-interviewed. But once again, despite exhaustive investigation, no clear connection emerged. The cases stubbornly refused to reveal their secrets. Ronnie James Lee enters the picture. What makes all of this particularly interesting in hindsight is that during this exact period, Ronnie James Lee was very much on Portsmouth Police's radar, just not for murder. In November 1982, just a month after Tammy Little's murder, Lee was arrested on an attempted theft charge. This was the beginning of a series of encounters between Lee and Portsmouth Police that would continue through 1983. Between 1982 and 1983, Lee was linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary in the Portsmouth area. This was exactly the kind of criminal activity that investigators had been looking for when trying to develop leads in Laura's case, someone with a history of breaking into apartments. But Lee was never connected to the murders at the time. There was no physical evidence linking him to either crime scene, no witness testimony placing him near either apartment building at the relevant times, and apparently nothing in his behavior during questioning that raised red flags about possible involvement in the homicides. This is one of the great frustrations of criminal investigation. In hindsight, with the benefit of knowing what we know now, it seems obvious that Lee should have been looked at more closely for Laura's murder. He was the right age. He lived in Portsmouth. He was actively committing burglaries in the area during the exact time period when someone broke into Laura's apartment. The pattern of behavior was right there. But hindsight is always clearer than foresight. In 1982 and 1983, Lee was one of many people in Portsmouth who had criminal records, who might theoretically have been capable of murder. Without physical evidence connecting him to the crime scene, there was no reason to focus on him more than anyone else. And crucially, DNA technology that could have definitively placed him at Laura's apartment wouldn't become widely available for several more years. 1987. Lee's criminal pattern becomes clearer. In 1987, Ronnie James Lee's criminal trajectory took a darker turn. He was convicted of charges stemming from a burglary in Keene, New Hampshire, a city about 50 miles west of Portsmouth. But this wasn't just a burglary. While burglarizing a home, Lee sexually assaulted a woman who was present during the break-in. This conviction is significant for several reasons. First, it definitively established that Lee was capable of sexual violence, not just property crime. Second, it showed that Lee's pattern of breaking into homes could escalate to violence against the occupants. Third, it demonstrated that Lee was willing to act on sexual impulses during the commission of other crimes. For this crime, Lee was sentenced to prison, where he remained from December 1987 until July 1990. During his incarceration, investigators working Laura Kempton's case, and presumably Tammy Little's as well, continued their work, unaware that one of their answers was sitting in a state prison cell about 50 miles away. When Lee was released in 1990, he returned to civilian life. The nature of his subsequent years isn't entirely clear from public records, but we know he continued living in New Hampshire for some period. His criminal record from this point forward, at least as it pertains to arrests and convictions, isn't publicly detailed. We know that he struggled with substance abuse. His eventual cause of death would be acute cocaine intoxication, but the specifics of his life in the 1990s and early 2000s remain mostly opaque. Part 4. The Long Wait. The 1990s, a case going cold. As the 1990s dawned, Laura Kempton's case was more than a decade old. The detectives who'd worked it initially were retiring or moving on to other assignments. The case file, thick with reports and witness statements and dead-end leads, sat in the Portsmouth Police Department's storage, a reminder of a job left unfinished. But cold doesn't mean forgotten. Police departments, particularly smaller ones where violent crime is relatively rare, don't forget their unsolved homicides. Someone was always responsible for maintaining the case file, for reviewing it periodically to see if new information had come to light, for being ready to pursue any new leads that might develop. For Laura's family, these years must have been agonizing. The acute grief of the first months and years after her death would have evolved into a chronic ache, a permanent wound that never quite healed. Birthdays and holidays were marked by absence. The anniversary of her death came around every year, a brutal reminder of what had been lost and what remained unknown. This is the hidden toll of unsolved crimes. The direct victim's suffering ends with their death, terrible as that is. But the family's suffering continues day after day, year after year, complicated by the not knowing. Without answers, without resolution, the grieving process can't complete itself. Questions hang in the air, unanswered and unanswerable. Who killed Laura? Why? Did they know her? Was it random? Are they still out there? Will there ever be justice? The dawn of DNA. The 1990s brought revolutionary changes to forensic science that would eventually crack Laura's case wide open. Though no one knew it at the time, DNA profiling, first used in criminal investigations in the late 1980s, became increasingly sophisticated and reliable throughout the 1990s. The science behind DNA profiling is elegant in its simplicity and power. Every person, except identical twins, has a unique genetic code. When someone leaves biological material behind, blood, saliva, semen, skin cells, they're leaving their genetic fingerprint. By analyzing this material, forensic scientists can create a DNA profile that can then be compared to other profiles. In 1994, the FBI established CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System. This national database allowed law enforcement agencies to upload DNA profiles from crime scenes and compare them against DNA profiles from convicted offenders. The theory was simple: many criminals are repeat offenders. Someone who commits a burglary in 1985 and leaves DNA behind might get arrested for something else in 1995 and be required to provide a DNA sample. When that sample gets uploaded to CODIS, it can be automatically compared against unsolved crime scene DNA profiles. If there's a match, a case that's been cold for a decade suddenly has a viable suspect. This was revolutionary. For the first time, evidence that had been sitting uselessly in evidence rooms for years or decades could potentially solve cases. Cold cases that had seemed hopeless could be reopened with renewed vigor. 2003, a major step forward. In January 2003, investigators working Laura Kempton's case took a significant step. They obtained a DNA sample from the man Laura had been dating, the one she had spent time with the night before her murder. He'd always been a person of interest, simply by virtue of his relationship with Laura. But he'd had an alibi and had cooperated fully with investigators. Still, with DNA technology now available, it made sense to definitively rule him out or implicate him. The results were definitive. He was not a match to the DNA found at Laura's apartment. This was good news for him, obviously, but it was also important information for the investigation. It meant the killer was someone else, someone who hadn't yet been identified. That same year, 2003, investigators took another crucial step. Using the biological evidence collected from Laura's apartment in 1981, the cigarette butt, samples from the sexual assault kit, and other materials, forensic scientists were able to develop a complete DNA profile of Laura's killer. This was a major accomplishment. After 22 years, they finally had a genetic fingerprint of the person responsible for her death. This DNA profile was uploaded to every database available: CODIS, naturally, but also state and local databases, Interpol's international database, anywhere that might yield a match. The hope was that Laura's killer had been arrested somewhere, sometime, for something, and had been required to provide a DNA sample. If that had happened, they'd get a match and finally have their suspect. But no match came back. Whoever had killed Laura either had never been arrested for a serious enough crime to require DNA collection, or had died before providing a sample, or had somehow slipped through the cracks of the system. This was deeply frustrating. They had the genetic equivalent of a photograph of the killer, but they couldn't identify who it was. 2003 to 2021, the waiting continues. From 2003 to 2021, Laura's DNA profile sat in databases, automatically compared against every new profile that was uploaded. This is one of the beautiful things about CODDIS. It's not a static system. Every time someone is convicted of a qualifying crime and provides a DNA sample, that sample is automatically compared against all unsolved crime scene profiles in the database. All it would take is for Laura's killer to get arrested anywhere in the country for a serious crime, and the system would flag a match. But year after year, no match came. The databases grew larger. More states passed laws requiring DNA collection from arrestees, not just convicted offenders. The pool of profiles expanded dramatically, but still nothing. During these years, Portsmouth police continued to investigate the case when resources allowed. Periodically, a detective would pull the file and review it, looking for something that might have been missed, some lead that could be pursued with fresh eyes. Cold case units, which became more common in police departments during this period, sometimes took a look at Laura's file. The evidence was all there, carefully preserved according to proper chain of custody protocols. The DNA profile was solid and reliable. They just needed a name to go with it. Part 5. The Breakthrough. 2018. The Golden State Killer. On April 24, 2018, something happened in California that would eventually reverberate through cold case investigations across the entire country, including Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Authorities announced the arrest of Joseph James DeAngelo, the infamous Golden State Killer who had terrorized California in the 1970s and 1980s with a series of murders, rapes, and burglaries. DeAngelo had evaded capture for decades, and the case had long been cold. But investigators had used a revolutionary technique to identify him: forensic genetic genealogy. They'd taken DNA from old crime scenes and uploaded it to GEDmatch, a public genealogy database where people who'd taken commercial ancestry tests could voluntarily upload their results to find relatives. The DNA from the Golden State Killer's crimes didn't match anyone directly in the database, but it found distant cousins, third and fourth cousins who shared segments of DNA with the killer. From there, genetic genealogists built family trees, identified common ancestors, and eventually worked their way down through the generations to identify DeAngelo as a suspect. When investigators confirmed his identity by collecting his DNA from items he'd discarded in public, it was a definitive match. The technique sent shockwaves through law enforcement. If it worked for a case as old and as complex as the Golden State Killer, it could work for other cold cases. Suddenly, DNA that had been sitting uselessly in databases for decades because it didn't match anyone directly could be used in an entirely new way. Even without a direct match, even if the killer had never provided a DNA sample to any database, their relatives might have, and relatives were enough to build a family tree that could lead to the killer. This was a paradigm shift. For decades, DNA evidence had been powerful but limited. You needed something to compare it to. Now, with genetic genealogy, you could potentially identify suspects even if they'd never had any contact with law enforcement, never provided a DNA sample, never appeared in any database. All you needed was for enough of their relatives to have taken ancestry tests. 2021, considering new options. In 2021, investigators working cold cases in New Hampshire, including Laura Kempton's, began seriously discussing the potential of forensic genetic genealogy. The technique had proven itself not just with the Golden State Killer, but with dozens of other cold cases across the country. Cases that had seemed hopeless were being solved. Killers who'd thought they'd gotten away with murder decades ago were being identified and, if still alive, arrested. Laura's case seemed like a perfect candidate for this approach. The DNA profile from her crime scene was strong and complete. The crime had occurred in the United States, which increased the odds that relatives might be in American genealogy databases. And there were no legal barriers preventing the use of genetic genealogy. It had been tested in courts across the country and had consistently been upheld. But there was a significant obstacle: funding. Forensic genetic genealogy isn't cheap. The process involves not just uploading DNA to databases, but then having trained genetic genealogists spend weeks or months building family trees, tracking down records, and identifying potential suspects. For a small city police department, the cost, which could run into tens of thousands of dollars, was prohibitive. Investigators in Portsmouth and in the New Hampshire Attorney General's Cold Case Unit began exploring options. There were grants specifically designated for cold case investigations. There were federal programs that might help with funding. And there was always the possibility of private donations, perhaps from community members who remembered Laura's case and wanted to see it solved. This is one of the frustrating realities of modern criminal investigation. The technology exists to solve many cold cases, but it's expensive, and police budgets are tight. Agencies have to make difficult choices about how to allocate limited resources. Do you fund the genetic genealogy analysis that might solve a decades-old case? Or do you use that money to hire an additional patrol officer for active cases? Both are valid uses of limited funds, but someone has to make the choice. May 2022, the match. In May 2022, Detective Eric Widerstrom of the Portsmouth Police Department received a notification that would change everything. A DNA profile that had been uploaded to a third-party public genetic genealogy database showed a familial relationship to the DNA profile from Laura Kempton's crime scene. This wasn't a direct match. Laura's killer wasn't in the database himself, but someone who was related to him was. The genetic markers indicated this person was a close enough relative that they likely shared great-great-grandparents with the killer. This was exactly the kind of break that investigators had been hoping for. The Portsmouth Police Department immediately began working with a multi-agency task force that included the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Maine State Police Forensic Laboratory, the Attorney General's Cold Case Unit, and Identifinders International, a private company specializing in forensic genetic genealogy. The process that followed was painstaking and methodical. Genetic genealogists examined the match and began building family trees. Using public records, census data, birth certificates, death certificates, marriage licenses, obituaries, and other documents, they worked backward from the genetic match to identify common ancestors. These ancestors had lived generations ago, possibly in the 1800s, and had had multiple children who in turn had multiple children, creating sprawling family trees with hundreds or thousands of descendants. The genealogists then had to work forward through those family trees, identifying every descendant of those common ancestors. Somewhere in that vast network of relatives was the person whose DNA had been left at Laura Kempton's crime scene. The challenge was narrowing down from potentially hundreds of candidates to a specific individual. This required considering various factors. The killer had been in Portsmouth, New Hampshire in 1981, so investigators could eliminate anyone who could be proven to have been living far away from New Hampshire at that time. The killer was almost certainly male, based on the nature of the crime and the DNA evidence, so female descendants could be eliminated. The killer was likely in his teens, 20s, or 30s in 1981, based on typical demographics of violent offenders, so anyone too young or too old could be eliminated. Through this process of elimination, the genealogists began to narrow the field. Certain branches of the family tree became more promising than others. Certain individuals emerged as more likely candidates. And eventually, one name kept appearing in the research: Ronnie James Lee. June 2023, confirmation. Lee had several factors that made him a strong candidate. He was born in 1960, making him 21 years old in September 1981, the right age profile. He had served in the US Army and had been discharged in May 1981, just a few months before Laura's murder. Crucially, after his discharge, he had worked as a security guard at Liberty Mutual in Portsmouth from June 1981 until August 1982. He was living in Portsmouth at the exact time of Laura's murder. Moreover, his criminal history fit the profile of Laura's killer. Between 1982 and 1983, Lee had been linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary in Portsmouth. He was someone who broke into people's homes, and his 1987 conviction for a burglary that included sexual assault demonstrated he was capable of exactly the kind of crime that had been committed against Laura. But being a promising candidate wasn't enough. Investigators needed definitive proof. They needed Lee's actual DNA to compare against the crime scene evidence. There was one major complication. Ronnie James Lee had died on February 9, 2005, at the age of 45, from acute cocaine intoxication. He'd been dead for more than 17 years by the time investigators identified him as a suspect. This meant they couldn't simply approach him and ask for a DNA sample. However, Lee had undergone an autopsy following his death. This was standard procedure for deaths involving drug overdoses, particularly in cases where there might be questions about whether the death was accidental, intentional, or possibly involved foul play. During that autopsy, blood samples had been collected and preserved on what's called a blood card, filter paper that absorbs blood and can be stored long-term. Investigators contacted the Office of the Medical Examiner that had performed Lee's autopsy. In 2022, they were able to obtain Lee's blood card from his 2005 autopsy. This blood card still contained viable DNA, even after 17 years of storage. In June 2023, forensic scientists extracted DNA from Lee's blood card and compared it to the DNA profile from Laura Kempton's crime scene. The samples they compared included the cigarette butt found near Laura's body, vaginal swabs from the sexual assault kit, and other biological evidence collected in 1981. The results were definitive. Ronnie James Lee's DNA matched the DNA from Laura's crime scene. The statistical probability that the DNA came from someone other than Lee was approximately 1 in 9.4 trillion, essentially impossible. After 42 years, Laura Kempton's killer had been identified. Part 6. The Resolution. Preparing for the announcement. Once Lee's identity was confirmed, investigators faced the delicate task of preparing to make their findings public. This involved several considerations. First, they needed to inform Laura's family before any public announcement was made. After more than 4 decades of waiting, they deserved to hear the news directly from law enforcement, not from the media. Second, investigators needed to compile a comprehensive report documenting their findings. This report would need to detail the original investigation, the DNA evidence, the genetic genealogy process that led to Lee's identification, and the confirmation through his autopsy blood card. The report needed to be thorough enough to withstand scrutiny from the media, the public, and potentially from legal challenges if any arose. Third, there was the question of what exactly they were announcing. Lee was dead. He couldn't be arrested. He couldn't stand trial. There would be no criminal prosecution, no day in court, no opportunity for a jury to hear the evidence and render a verdict. In the strictest legal sense, Lee would never be convicted of Laura's murder because he was no longer alive to be charged. But investigators and prosecutors were confident in their conclusions. The DNA evidence was overwhelming. Lee's presence in Portsmouth at the time of the murder, his history of burglaries in the area, his pattern of escalating to sexual violence during break-ins, everything fit. As the Attorney General's report would later state, the evidence establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that Ronnie James Lee committed first-degree murder. If Lee had still been alive, New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella said, his office would have sought charges of first-degree murder against him on 2 alternative theories: knowingly causing Laura Kempton's death before, during, or after engaging in or attempting to engage in aggravated felonious sexual assault, and purposely causing her death by striking her with a blunt object. July 20th, 2023, the press conference. On Thursday, July the 20th, 2023, New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella and Portsmouth Police Chief Mark Newport held a press conference at Portsmouth City Hall. The announcement they were about to make had been 42 years in the making. Formella began by providing the basic facts of the case. On September 28, 1981, Laura Kempton, a 23-year-old beauty school student, had been found murdered in her Portsmouth apartment. The case had remained unsolved for more than 4 decades, despite hundreds of leads being pursued and numerous potential suspects being investigated. Then, Formella revealed what everyone had gathered to hear. Through the use of forensic genetic genealogy technology, investigators had identified Ronnie James Lee as the person responsible for Laura's death. Lee, who had been 21 years old at the time of the murder, had died in 2005 from acute cocaine intoxication. No arrest would be made and no prosecution would occur because the perpetrator was deceased. Formella provided details about Lee's background, his military service, his employment in Portsmouth at the time of the murder, his subsequent criminal history, including the 1987 conviction for burglary with sexual assault. He explained how genetic genealogy had led investigators to Lee and how Lee's DNA from his 2005 autopsy had confirmed the match. Chief Mark Newport spoke about the Portsmouth Police Department's commitment to the case over the decades. Laura was a victim of an unspeakable act of violence, Newport said. The members of the Portsmouth Police Department have never forgotten about Laura and any of the other victims of our unsolved homicides. Formella characterized the day as bittersweet. There was satisfaction in finally solving the case, in being able to tell Laura's family who had killed her. But there was also sadness that Lee had died before being held accountable, that Laura's family would never see him face trial, that true justice in the courtroom sense would never be achieved. It is my hope that this conclusion and announcement will be the long-awaited first step in providing what closure the criminal justice system can provide for Laura Kempton's family and community, Formella said. The Portsmouth Police Department should be commended for its commitment and perseverance in seeking justice for Ms. Kempton and her family. Formella also used the announcement to send a broader message. I hope it will also send a message that we will never stop working these cases and never forget about these victims. And we will never stop looking for new leads, new technologies to solve these cases. And then, perhaps most importantly, he added what could be interpreted as a warning to anyone else who thought they'd gotten away with murder. We're never going to stop looking for you. We're never going to stop coming for you. The family's response. Laura's family released a statement through the Attorney General's office. The statement expressed what they must have been feeling after 42 years of waiting for this moment. The Kempton family wishes to express our deepest gratitude to the Portsmouth Police Department for solving Laura's case. Their diligence and determination, along with extraordinary personal commitment over the past decades, have led to this moment for Laura. The statement specifically acknowledged retired Captain John Paraki of the Portsmouth Police Department's Investigative Division and his team members, past and present, who had worked on Laura's case. Many other hands have touched Laura's file over the past 41 years, and the family expresses our deepest gratitude to all who contributed. The statement continued. The family also requested privacy as they processed this news. After more than 4 decades of living with uncertainty, they finally had answers. But answers, while necessary and important, don't erase grief. They don't bring Laura back. They don't undo 42 years of living with a hole in their family where she should have been. What they do provide is a different kind of peace. The peace of knowing, of having the mystery solved, of being able to finally close one chapter even as the larger chapter of grief and loss continues. The family could now know with certainty who had killed Laura and why. They could stop wondering if the killer was still out there, still a threat. They could stop hoping that each year might finally be the year that brought answers. The answers had finally come. And while they came far too late, 42 years too late, they came. The public reaction. The announcement of the Laura Kempton case resolution made national news. This was partly because of the 42-year gap between the crime and its resolution, but also because it represented another successful application of forensic genetic genealogy to a seemingly unsolvable cold case. News outlets from New Hampshire to California covered the story. Cable news channels discussed it. True crime podcasts analyzed it. Laura's story, which had faded from public consciousness decades ago, was suddenly being told to a national audience. For many people, especially those interested in criminal justice and forensic science, the case represented both the power and the promise of genetic genealogy. Here was a woman who'd been brutally murdered in 1981, when DNA profiling didn't even exist yet. Evidence had been carefully collected and preserved even though there was no way to use it at the time. 42 years later, using technology that would have seemed like science fiction to the investigators who'd worked the case initially, that evidence finally revealed the killer's identity. The case also sparked discussions about the ethics and privacy implications of forensic genetic genealogy. When people submit their DNA to ancestry websites, are they consenting to have that information used by law enforcement? What about their relatives who never submitted DNA themselves but can be identified through genetic connections? Different people had different views on these questions, and the debate continues. For Portsmouth itself, the announcement brought a complex mix of emotions. There was satisfaction that a decades-old mystery had been solved, that Laura's family finally had answers, that the case demonstrated how far forensic science had come. But there was also frustration that Lee had died before facing justice, and concern about the one other major unsolved case that continued to haunt the city, the murder of Tammy Little. Part 7. Understanding Ronnie James Lee. Who was he? With Lee identified as Laura's killer, the question naturally arose. Who was this man? What kind of person breaks into a stranger's apartment, lies in wait, and then brutally murders and sexually assaults a young woman? Ronnie James Lee was born in 1960. His mother had moved to Portsmouth in 1960, and Lee grew up in the area. His early life isn't well documented in public records, but we know he joined the US Army as a young man. He served until May 1981, receiving an honorable discharge. There's no indication from his military records of any disciplinary problems or red flags that would have predicted future violent behavior. After leaving the Army in May 1981, Lee moved back to Portsmouth and lived with his mother. He found work as a security guard at Liberty Mutual, a position he held from June 1981 until August 1982. On the surface, he might have seemed like many other young men in Portsmouth at the time, a veteran trying to establish himself in civilian life, working a job, figuring out his future. But beneath that surface, something darker was operating. Within months of starting his security guard job, in September 1981, Lee broke into Laura Kempton's apartment and killed her. Over the following 2 years, he would be linked to 4 residential burglaries and 1 commercial burglary. This pattern suggests someone for whom breaking into homes had become almost routine, someone who didn't see other people's spaces or safety as deserving of respect. Then came the 1987 incident in Keene. Lee burglarized a home, and when he found a woman there, he sexually assaulted her. This crime resulted in his only significant prison sentence, incarceration from December 1987 to July 1990. It also demonstrated that his criminal behavior wasn't limited to property crime. When the opportunity arose, Lee was willing and able to commit acts of sexual violence. The psychology of a killer. Based on what we know about Lee and his crimes, what can we infer about his psychology? It's important to note that without extensive psychological evaluation, which obviously can't be conducted posthumously, any analysis is somewhat speculative. But certain patterns are evident. Lee exhibited what criminologists call instrumental criminal behavior. His break-ins weren't crimes of passion or the result of sudden impulses. They were calculated acts. He planned them, prepared for them, executed them. The break-in at Laura's apartment, breaking the door panel to gain access, then waiting inside for her to return, showed planning, and patience. The escalation from burglary to sexual assault and murder is a pattern seen in some serial offenders. Investigators often describe a progression. Property crimes lead to crimes against people. Voyeurism leads to assault. Initial crimes with lower levels of violence escalate to more serious violence. Lee's trajectory fits this pattern. He started with burglaries, or at least that's the earliest crime we know about with certainty. Then came murder with sexual assault in 1981. Then more burglaries in 1982 to 1983. Then burglary with sexual assault in 1987. This could suggest that when Lee broke into homes, he was looking for more than just property. He was looking for opportunities for violence, for sexual assault, for exercising power and control over others. The fact that his 1987 Keene crime involved assaulting a woman who was home during the burglary is particularly significant. A burglar who's solely interested in theft typically chooses times when homes are empty. A burglar who encounters an unexpected occupant typically flees. Lee didn't flee, he attacked. The level of violence used against Laura, striking her repeatedly with a bottle even after she would have been incapacitated, suggests rage or a complete lack of empathy, or both. This wasn't the minimal violence necessary to commit the robbery or assault. This was excessive, brutal, the kind of violence that speaks to something deeply wrong in the perpetrator's psyche. The substance abuse connection. Lee's death from acute cocaine intoxication in 2005 points to another factor that may have played a role in his life and crimes: substance abuse. We don't know when Lee's drug use began, or how severe it was at various points in his life. We don't know if he was using drugs at the time of Laura's murder, though it's certainly possible. What we do know is that substance abuse and criminal behavior often intersect. Drugs lower inhibitions, impair judgment, and can lead people to commit crimes they might not otherwise commit. Drug addiction also creates financial pressures that can motivate property crimes like burglary. And for some people, drugs become a way of coping with guilt or trauma, including guilt over crimes they've committed. It's possible that Lee's drug use was both a contributing factor to his crimes and a consequence of them. The man who killed Laura in 1981 was 21 years old. The man who died in 2005 was 45, having spent roughly half his adult life as a drug user and criminal offender. That's a tragic trajectory, though it doesn't excuse anything he did or diminish the harm he caused. Why Laura? One of the most painful questions for Laura's family, and one that can never be fully answered, is why Laura? Why did Lee choose her apartment to break into that night? Was there something about her specifically that drew his attention, or was it more random than that? Based on the evidence and Lee's criminal history, investigators believe Laura was likely a victim of opportunity rather than a targeted victim. There's no indication that Lee knew Laura or had any previous connection to her. He wasn't a stalker who'd been following her. He wasn't someone from her social circle or workplace. They moved in entirely different worlds until the moment he broke into her apartment. The Attorney General's report describes the crime as a calculated break-in and a sexually motivated crime that resulted in more violence than the perpetrator originally anticipated. This could suggest that Lee's initial intent was sexual assault, and that the murder happened when Laura fought back, or when things escalated beyond what Lee had planned. Or it's possible Lee had burglarized Laura's apartment at some earlier point, had seen that a young woman lived alone there, and had returned specifically targeting her. The broken door panel suggests forced entry, but we don't know if Lee had broken in before using a different method. What seems clear is that Lee chose Laura's apartment because she was a young woman living alone in a ground-floor apartment that he could access relatively easily. She fit a victim profile: vulnerable, accessible, alone. That's the cold, terrible logic of predatory criminals. They choose victims based on opportunity and vulnerability, not because of anything specific about the victim as a person. This is both horrifying and, in a strange way, important for Laura's family to understand. Laura didn't do anything wrong. She didn't somehow invite this attack or make herself a target through any action or inaction. She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, in her own apartment where she should have been completely safe. What happened to her was a complete violation of the fundamental right we all have to feel secure in our own home. The years after 1981. What was Lee's life like after he killed Laura? He continued working his security guard job through August 1982, about 11 months after the murder. During this time, he was apparently committing burglaries in the Portsmouth area, eventually being arrested in November 1982 on an attempted theft charge. Did he think about Laura? Did he feel guilt or remorse? Did he worry about getting caught? We can't know, but his continued criminal activity suggests he wasn't consumed by guilt. He kept breaking into homes, kept taking what wasn't his, kept putting himself in situations where he had access to vulnerable people. The 1987 Keene assault and his subsequent prison time from 1987 to 1990 represent the only time Lee faced serious consequences for his actions. 3 years in prison isn't nothing, but it's a relatively short sentence considering the crime. When he was released in July 1990, he'd served his time and was theoretically rehabilitated, ready to re-enter society as a productive citizen. But clearly, Lee continued to struggle. His death in 2005 from cocaine intoxication suggests that whatever demons he was wrestling with, guilt, trauma, addiction, underlying mental health issues, he never successfully overcame them. He lived only 45 years, dying more than 2 decades younger than the average life expectancy for American men. In a sense, Lee was both a perpetrator and a victim. Not a victim in any way comparable to Laura, of course, but a victim of his own choices, his own addictions, his own inability to function successfully in society. That's a tragedy too, though a self-inflicted one that pales in comparison to the tragedy he inflicted on Laura and her family. Could he have been stopped? One of the most difficult questions to contemplate is whether Lee could have been stopped before he killed Laura. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see warning signs. He was breaking into homes, showing a pattern of behavior that could escalate to violence. After Laura's murder, he continued burglarizing homes, demonstrating that her death hadn't deterred him or caused him to change his behavior. But in 1981, without DNA technology that could have connected him to Laura's crime scene, how could he have been stopped? He was arrested for burglaries, but burglary is typically treated as a property crime, not a violent crime. Prison sentences are relatively short, and rehabilitation programs that might address the underlying issues driving criminal behavior are often underfunded and ineffective. This points to larger questions about the criminal justice system. How do we identify people who are at risk of escalating from property crimes to violent crimes? How do we intervene effectively? How do we balance punishment with rehabilitation? How do we protect potential future victims while also respecting the rights of people who who've served their time for previous offenses. These questions don't have easy answers, and Lee's case doesn't provide them. What his case does provide is one more data point in the ongoing discussion about criminal behavior, risk assessment, and the challenges of preventing violent crime before it happens. Part 8. The science that solved the case. The evolution of DNA technology. To truly appreciate how Laura Kempton's case was solved, it's important to understand the technological journey from 1981 to 2023. When Laura was murdered, DNA profiling in criminal investigations essentially didn't exist. The science behind DNA had been understood for decades. James Watson and Francis Crick had discovered the double helix structure of DNA in 1953, but translating that scientific knowledge into a tool for criminal investigation took time. The first use of DNA profiling in a criminal investigation came in 1986 in England, when geneticist Alec Jeffreys used DNA to identify the killer in 2 rape-murder cases. The technique was crude by modern standards, but it worked. By the late 1980s and early 1990s, DNA profiling was being used in criminal investigations in the United States and other countries. But these early techniques required relatively large samples of biological material and could be time-consuming and expensive. The DNA profiles they produced, while useful, weren't as detailed as what modern techniques can achieve, and crucially, there was no national database to compare DNA profiles against. If you had DNA from a crime scene, you needed a suspect to compare it to. Without a suspect, the DNA just sat there, potentially useful, but actually useless. The establishment of CODIS in 1994 changed this. For the first time, DNA profiles from unsolved crimes could be compared against a growing database of DNA from convicted offenders. States began passing laws requiring certain categories of offenders to provide DNA samples. Over time, these laws expanded to include more categories of crimes and, in some states, even arrestees who hadn't been convicted yet. By 2003, when investigators in Portsmouth were able to develop a DNA profile from Laura's case, the technology had advanced significantly. DNA could be extracted from smaller samples. Profiles were more detailed and reliable, and the databases were much larger. The profile from Laura's case was uploaded to every available database, and every time a new offender's DNA was added to those databases, it was automatically compared against Laura's profile. But still, no match came. This was the fundamental limitation of database searching. It only works if the person you're looking for is in the database. Genetic genealogy, a new paradigm. The development of commercial ancestry testing in the 2000s and 2010s created an entirely new paradigm for identifying suspects through DNA. Companies like 23andMe, Ancestry DNA, and others began offering affordable DNA tests that could tell people about their ethnic heritage and connect them with genetic relatives they might not have known about. These companies built massive databases of DNA profiles from millions of customers who had voluntarily submitted samples, hoping to learn about their ancestry or find relatives. And crucially, some of these databases allowed users to download their DNA data and upload it to third-party sites like GEDmatch, which specialized in helping people find genetic relatives. The key insight that led to forensic genetic genealogy was this. If you have DNA from a crime scene, You don't need to find the perpetrator in a database. You just need to find their relatives. Even distant relatives, third or fourth cousins, share enough DNA that genealogists can use them as a starting point to build family trees and eventually identify the perpetrator. This is exactly what happened with the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Investigators uploaded the killer's DNA profile to GED Match. It didn't match anyone directly, but it found several distant cousins. Genetic genealogists then built family trees for those cousins, identified common ancestors, and worked forward through the generations until they identified Joseph James DeAngelo as a likely suspect. Traditional investigation confirmed his identity. The technique was revolutionary. Suddenly, DNA that had been sitting uselessly in evidence rooms because it didn't match anyone in CODIS could potentially solve cases. All that was needed was for enough of the perpetrator's relatives to have taken ancestry tests and uploaded their results to accessible databases. The GED Match controversy. The use of GED Match by law enforcement sparked significant controversy. The people who'd uploaded their DNA to GED Match had done so to find relatives or learn about their heritage, not to help police solve crimes. By using the database for criminal investigations, law enforcement was arguably using people's genetic information for purposes they hadn't consented to. GED Match responded to this controversy by changing their policies. Users now have to explicitly opt in if they want their DNA to be searchable by law enforcement. This reduced the size of the database available for forensic searchers.